The Lin family, despite their power and influence, had never produced a beast tamer, which was something Lin Xiao never expected. Being only a level 2 beast tamer, he became the first in 5 generations of the Lin family. Blue Star, 2150. Guodong, the most distinguished beast tamer examiner of the Thousand Nations Alliance, had the power to determine a beast tamer's fate with just a word. At this moment, Lin Xiao's examination results were finally out level 2. Standing beside him, Lin Xiao beamed with joy, her beautiful face filled with delight as she patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and said, "Little brother, you've finally become an honorable beast tamer. If Mom and Dad knew, they would be so thrilled." Lin Xiao looked at his sister's happy expression but could only manage a wry smile. The minimum admission standard for the Beast Tamers Academy was level 3, and he hadn't even reached the benchmark. What was there to be proud of? 18 years ago, Lin Xiao arrived on this Earth-like blue star. The only difference from Earth was the arrival of the Dark Dimension over 100 years ago, leading to a beast invasion. Periodically, a large number of beasts would fall like raindrops from the Dark Dimension, a phenomenon known as skyfall. These beasts were paving the way for higher life forms from the Dark Dimension to immigrate, aiming to exterminate humanity. In response, the world united to form the Thousand Nations Alliance to train beast tamers to combat the beast invasion. Despite the Lin family's vast wealth and influence, with Lin Xiao's parents being high-ranking officials in the Thousand Nations Alliance, they were entirely incapable of beast taming. Not a single beast tamer emerged from the family. They adopted Lin Xiao, hoping she could become a beast tamer. Although that hope was dashed, Lin Xiao did not disappoint the family, becoming the deputy director of the Genetic Engineering Institute at just 21. Beast tamers are divided into 9 levels, and only those who reach level 3 can control attribute beasts. The higher the level, the more proficient they become at controlling attribute beasts, with levels above 5 allowing for assimilation. Assimilation involves merging the beast's power into oneself for dual combat capabilities. In terms of intelligence, a level 5 beast tamer would be akin to having an IQ of 120, while Lin Xiao's level 2 would be like having an intellectual disability. 2 years ago, Lin Xiao was nearly killed in a beast attack. It was Lan Weiwei, controlling the Thunder Beast King Purple Thunder Tiger, who saved him. The battle was intense, forcing Lan Weiwei to use her assimilation power, yet she was still pierced by the poisonous sting of a disaster-level beast. To save her, Lin Xiao had to suck the poison from her chest for 3 straight hours. At that time, Lan Weiwei said that if she couldn't find a husband in 2 years, Lin Xiao would have to marry her, or she would kill him. Lin Xiao, acting on impulse, agreed. Thinking back now, marrying a woman who could assimilate with a Beast King-level creature might mean getting severely beaten during arguments. While Lin Xiao was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a strange voice in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the Beast Tamer assessment. Dinosaur Island system activated." The words jolted Lin Xiao upright. As the voice echoed in his mind, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He quickly rolled up his sleeve and was astonished to find a faintly glowing tattoo of a dinosaur head on his skin. Before he could examine it closely, the light intensified, and Lin Xiao felt an invisible force pulling him into a black hole. What followed was over a minute of free fall. Lin Xiao's screams echoed in the void until he landed heavily on the ground. However, the expected pain didn't come. He opened his eyes to find himself on a small island surrounded by the sea. The island wasn't large, about the size of 10 football fields. The warm spring-like sunlight bathed the island, and the weather was calm and sunny. Lush ferns carpeted the ground, and towering coniferous trees surrounded the area. Apart from the whistling sea breeze, the island was silent. As Lin Xiao tried to make sense of his situation, a holographic list suddenly appeared before him. The projection read, "Congratulations on becoming the owner of Dinosaur Island, with initial privileges. 1. Permanent usage rights of Dinosaur Island. 2. Automatic connection with dinosaurs on Dinosaur Island. 3. Permanent usage rights for attribute and assimilation research." Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, then broke into an excited smile. "Dinosaur Island? Am I supposed to raise dinosaurs here? And I can give them attributes and assimilate them? And it's all automatic? Haha, I knew it. After being here for 18 years, there had to be some earthly perks." His laughter quickly subsided, and he asked seriously, "Where are the dinosaurs?" The system immediately responded, "Initial random dinosaur selection available. Would you like to proceed?" "Random," Lin Xiao answered decisively. "Please choose a random type. Carnivorous dinosaur, herbivorous dinosaur." The system continued. Note: herbivorous dinosaurs can eat Dinosaur Island plants, while carnivorous dinosaurs require a large amount of meat. We recommend choosing a random herbivorous dinosaur for the first selection. Lin Xiao selected the herbivorous dinosaur option. "Congratulations on obtaining a rare attribute herbivorous dinosaur, Demon Horned Dragon. Quality low. Skill, Fearless Charge. Unlock attribute at medium quality, Metal attribute. Unlock upgrade at medium quality, medium level beast core assimilation, requires 2,000 prestige points for research. Note, each time a dinosaur is upgraded, it earns 1,000 prestige points. Prestige can be used to randomly summon dinosaurs, synthesize attributes, and more. Details can be viewed in the store. As the information displayed, a massive creature appeared before Lin Xiao. This demon horn dragon was nearly 4 meters long and about 1.8 meters tall. It had 2 horns curving outward from the top of its head, resembling a demon's ram horns, and 2 sharp dragon horns at the front. The moment this giant creature appeared, it immediately lay down at Lin Xiao's feet, gently nudging him with its head, clearly recognizing Lin Xiao as its master. Lin Xiao grinned as he petted the demon horn dragon's large head, already envisioning a glorious future. What about a level 2 beast tamer? With this, I can easily outshine those self-proclaimed divine beasts. Moreover, I can develop attributes and assimilation abilities. This practically bypasses the limitations of beast tamer levels. This level of advantage is about as good as it gets. Lin Xiao pondered how to enhance the combat power of the demon horn dragon and realized that upgrading to a mid-level beast core was a must. He calculated silently. A regular mid-level beast core was priced at about 10,000 alliance coins, enough to support a family of 4 in the Thousand Nations Alliance for a year. He lightly touched the dinosaur head tattoo on his hand, and a gust of wind whisked him back to his bedroom. Lin Xiao stepped into the living room and found that Guodong had already left, leaving only Lin Xiao elegantly sitting on the sofa. Her legs were crossed, one hand holding a coffee cup and the other sliding across her phone screen. Her high-tied red ponytail, paired with silver rimless glasses, accentuated her noble and intellectual aura. Noticing Lin Xiao's presence, Lin Xiao put down her coffee cup and asked directly, "Have you decided? Are you going to the Beastmaster Academy?" "Yes, why not?" Lin Xiao answered firmly. Lin Xiao was slightly surprised. "Oh? That wasn't your attitude earlier." Lin Xiao smiled calmly. "Times change." "Good, that's the brother of Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao was overjoyed, proud of the prospect of having a Beastmaster in the family. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xiao spoke up. "Sis, I'm short on money." "How much?" Lin Xiao asked, maintaining her composure. 20,000. Lin Xiao asked for a bit more to be safe. Lin Xiao took out a silver card from her pocket. 50,000. "Wow. Sis, you look great when you're giving money." Lin Xiao accepted the silver card, not forgetting to compliment her. Lin Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she changed the subject. "Flatterer. By the way, tomorrow is the start of the semester at the Beastmaster Academy. Since you're going, you should leave tomorrow." "All right." Lin Xiao agreed, and then changed into a black trench coat, heading to the beast market to buy a mid-level beast core. The beast market was a gathering place for scavengers, who specialized in searching for beast cores. After each Skyfall battle, the city was littered with beast carcasses, and scavengers swarmed like vultures to dismantle the beasts, primarily targeting the beast cores. Obtaining one could ensure a worry-free year of living. Millennium City, where Lin Xiao lived, was deep within the Thousand Nations Alliance, with a very high safety level. Even the most devastating Skyfall battle 10 years ago didn't affect this area. Upon arriving at the beast market, Lin Xiao was drawn in by the bustling scene. The entire pedestrian street was lined with hundreds of stalls and shops, almost all selling beast-related goods. He initially intended to go to a specialty store, but the high prices deterred him. After wandering the market aimlessly for nearly an hour, Lin Xiao still hadn't found anything. Just as he was contemplating whether to visit a specialty store, a sharp voice called out, "Last mid-level beast core. 6,000. Take it or leave it." Following the voice, he saw a vendor with sharp ears and a monkey-like face shouting in front of a stall. Lin Xiao smirked, tightened his trench coat, and strode towards the stall. Lin Xiao paused in front of a simple street stall, his gaze fixed on the sole exotic beast core at the vendor's side. The core was about the size of an adult's palm, irregularly shaped, and covered with fine cracks on its surface, making it difficult to judge its quality at first glance. Lin Xiao calculated in his mind that such a core would cost at least 17 or 18,000 in a specialty store. The high prices in specialty stores were justified. They had a hard shell encasing the core, and internal cracks were nearly impossible to detect with the naked eye. Until it was opened, no one knew if it was a win or a loss. Specialty stores had professional appraisers to ensure each core was in perfect condition. As Lin Xiao hesitated, a faint sting came from the dinosaur head tattoo on his wrist. The unexpected sensation made his heart skip a beat. Could this tattoo detect the core's integrity? "Hey, young man, this is the last exotic beast core I have. Do you want it for 6,000? The vendor's eyes flickered as he sized up Lin Xiao. With his attire and demeanor, Lin Xiao looked like an inexperienced youth. The vendor was secretly pleased. The core had been unsold for 7 or 8 days, likely because the surface cracks deterred buyers. Though Lin Xiao appeared to be only 18, he had lived over 20 years in his previous life and was not about to be taken for a fool. He feigned hesitation and said, "The surface is cracked. Who knows if the core is intact? Can you give me a better price?" The vendor quickly replied, "Young man, 6,000 is already very cheap. It's only the surface that's cracked. The inside is definitely intact. If you really want it, I'll give it to you for 5,000. Lin Xiao pretended to think it over and was about to reach for the core when a delicate white hand snatched it first. I'll take it for 6,000, a cold voice said. Surprised, Lin Xiao looked up to find a girl standing beside him. She seemed to be around 17 or 18, in her prime, tall, and strikingly beautiful, albeit with a hint of arrogance. Most notably, she wore a 5-stripe badge on her chest. She was a level 5 beast tamer. Both their hands touched the core simultaneously, and Lin Xiao felt the smoothness of her palm, like a jolt of electricity. However, the girl abruptly ended the contact. She noticed Lin Xiao lacked both a beast tamer badge and any beast taming equipment, and her expression darkened. "Where do you think you're putting those filthy hands?" she scolded sharply, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the area Lin Xiao had touched, her face full of disdain. Initially, Lin Xiao found the girl's appearance pleasing, but her words instantly made him feel repulsed. He retorted, "Who are you calling filthy?" The girl replied coldly, "You, of course. Are you blind? Didn't you see me take it first?" Disgusting. Her tone was filled with contempt for ordinary people, as if someone like Lin Xiao was offending her just by touching her. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, the atmosphere became tense. The girl's face changed, and she angrily shouted, "How can you talk such garbage? Didn't your parents teach you any manners?" Lin Xiao sneered and retorted, "Do I need to be polite to a muggle like you? Looks like you're asking for a beating." Hearing this, the girl became even more furious, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. She scoffed and swiftly moved her right hand toward the beast control device on her wrist. It was a sophisticated and powerful tool, capable of storing and releasing mythical beasts, assimilating alien creatures, and analyzing their information. The device resembled the dinosaur head tattoo on Lin Xiao's arm, but Lin Xiao's space was larger and more powerful. Unfazed, Lin Xiao flexed his wrist, a glint of provocation in his eyes. Seeing the two on the verge of a confrontation, a nearby vendor panicked and quickly intervened. "Oh dear, please don't fight here. If the patrol finds out, I'll be in trouble too." The girl, still angry, noticed the patrol team not far away and reluctantly lowered her hand. She took a deep breath to calm down and turned to the vendor. "I'll take this alien beast core for 6,000. The vendor, relieved, was about to agree when Lin Xiao suddenly spoke up, 7,000. Surprised, the vendor's eyes lit up, and he beamed. "All right, to be fair, let's have an auction. Whoever bids higher can take it." The girl refused to back down, 8,000. Lin Xiao remained unfazed, 10,000. The girl looked at the young man, similar in age, wondering if he was just a fool with money. She gritted her teeth, 11,000. Lin Xiao remained composed, 13,000. The vendor watched in amazement, thrilled at his unexpected fortune. A broken intermediate alien beast core, which could be a bargain at 5,000, had now reached 13,000. The girl was now furious, exclaiming, 14,000. Lin Xiao followed immediately, 15,000. The girl clenched her teeth. She only had 15,000 alliance coins, not a penny more. Lin Xiao seemed to sense her predicament and smiled. "Go on, keep bidding." The girl's expression shifted, and after hesitating, she finally bit the bullet, 16,000. The vendor could hardly contain his joy, thinking he wouldn't need to work for the next couple of years. Lin Xiao suddenly shrugged. "It's yours." The girl's face turned livid with anger, glaring at Lin Xiao as if to say, "Don't let me see you again," before turning to leave. Unfazed, Lin Xiao gave her a cheeky wave as she walked away. The vendor snapped out of it and quickly called out, Hey, miss, you can't do that." Once the girl was out of sight, Lin Xiao turned to the vendor. "I'll take it." The vendor was overjoyed. "All right, 15,000. Lin Xiao paused. 15,000? I started at 5,000. Where did 15 come from?" The vendor was dumbfounded. "But just now." Lin Xiao interrupted. "Just now was just now. 5,000, take it or leave it." He pretended to walk away. The vendor was at a loss, seeing the girl long gone. He had no choice but to agree with tears in his eyes. Fine, 5,000. This is more thrilling than a roller coaster." Lin Xiao paid happily, grinned, and left with the alien beast core, leaving the vendor standing there, dazed and unable to calm down for a long time. Upon arriving home, Lin Xiao eagerly rushed into his room, fully focused on studying the exotic beast core. He gathered a variety of tools: hammers, saws, axes, nearly every tool available at home. After a painstaking effort, he finally succeeded in opening the core. As expected, a complete exotic beast core, emitting a faint white glow, lay quietly on the table. Lin Xiao was secretly pleased, as this confirmed his suspicion. If the core was intact, the dragon tattoo on his hand would react. Compared to the exorbitant prices at specialty stores, this method was a real money saver. Carefully, Lin Xiao picked up the exotic beast core and lightly touched the dragon tattoo on his hand. Instantly, his consciousness was drawn into the fantastical world of Dinosaur Island. At that moment, the The demon horned dragon seemed to have just had a hearty meal and was lazily lounging in the shade, enjoying the gentle sea breeze as it slept. Suddenly, it seemed to catch the scent of its master in the air and became instantly alert. This massive creature, likely weighing over a ton, now bounded towards Lin Xiao like an excited child. It licked his head playfully, expressing affection for its master. Amused, Lin Xiao affectionately patted the demon-horned dragon's large head and said, all right, look what I've brought you. With that, he produced the hard-won exotic beast core. The exotic beast core seemed to naturally attract the dinosaur. Without hesitation, the demon-horned dragon swallowed the core from Lin Xiao's hand. The moment it did, a magical transformation occurred. The creature's previously bare body suddenly erupted with sleek, black scales. Its demon horns grew longer and sharper, complementing the dark scales with a unique metallic sheen. This scene reminded Lin Xiao of the mechanical Triceratops from Transformers, though this one was a scaled-down version, and its metallic luster wasn't golden. Lin Xiao thought, to upgrade to a golden legend, more investment would be necessary. Soon after, a string of information appeared before Lin Xiao's eyes. Congratulations to the Island Master for completing the Divine Beast upgrade. Reward: 1,000 prestige points. Demon Horn Dragon quality: Intermediate. Skill: Fearless Charge. Attribute: Metal. This attribute possesses strong piercing damage. Upgrade requirements: Advanced Exotic Beast Core, Advanced Exotic Beast Bone Assimilation. Seeing this information, Lin Xiao smiled with satisfaction but couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. Cultivating a divine beast was indeed an expensive endeavor. The price of Advanced Exotic Beast Cores skyrocketed to 100,000, and that was just for street vendor quality. Purchasing from a specialty store would start at a minimum of 200,000. Lin Xiao suppressed the urge to spend more for the time being. He reassured himself that, even at an intermediate level, his demon horned dragon with its metallic body was already capable of outmatching many level 5 beast tamers. Of course, a beast tamer's level can be raised, such as through specialized training and assessments at a beast taming academy. Returning from Dinosaur Island to reality, Lin Xiao noticed it was already late. Lin Yiner's voice came from the living room, calling him to dinner. The spacious living room felt a bit empty, with only Lin Xiao and Lin Yiner seated at the square dining table. Due to the need for the Thousand Nations Alliance to constantly guard against the occurrence of the Skyfall, Lin Xiao's parents were rarely home throughout the year. After all, the fearsome creatures from the dark dimension never adhered to any code of conduct, and the Skyfall could happen suddenly at any time. Thus, in Lin Xiao's memory, his parents' presence was always vague, with only his sister consistently by his side. Lin Yiner was not only beautiful, but also an excellent cook. As she placed the final dish on the table, Lin Xiao eagerly sat down to eat. Lin Yiner picked up her chopsticks, placed a piece of braised pork in Lin Xiao's bowl, and softly said, I'll be returning to the Research Institute tomorrow, so I won't be able to accompany you to the academy. It's all right, you're usually quite busy. Take care of yourself, Lin Xiao said casually while chewing his dinner. His tone carried a hint of concern, yet it remained relaxed. Hearing her brother's words, Lin Yiner smiled slightly, pushing her glasses up her nose. I've already informed the Beastmaster Academy this afternoon. Someone will be there to receive you. Since you're getting in through connections, without someone to back you, it's easy to get bullied. Lin Xiao chuckled at this, a sly glint in his eyes. Actually, there's no need. If anyone dares to mess with me, they better be ready to end up with 1,000 holes. What? Lin Yiner looked puzzled, instinctively adjusting her glasses, as if she thought she misheard. Nothing. Lin Xiao quickly changed the subject. Lin Yiner didn't press further and continued. Tomorrow you'll be greeted by Qin Peng. When you meet him, address him as Uncle Qin. He's the director of the Beastmaster Academy. His daughter, Qin Ruodong, is a level 5 Beastmaster. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a lot of influence among the new students. With her looking out for you, I feel more at ease. Hearing the words, beautiful level 5 Beastmaster, Lin Xiao paused, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be her? He shook his head, reassuring himself. It can't be that coincidental. After all, there are plenty of level 5 Beastmasters in the academy. I can't be that unlucky. After dinner, Lin Xiao followed his routine, washing the dishes before heading to his room to rest. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, Lin Xiao was awakened by his alarm clock. He quickly got up, showered, changed clothes, and had breakfast in one smooth sequence. By this time, Lin Yiner had already left for the Research Institute, so Lin Xiao had to take the subway alone to report in. The Beastmaster Academy was located in Irenia City, just 10 subway stops away from Millennium City. While Lin Xiao was still on the subway, a father and daughter had been waiting for some time at the Irenia City subway exit. The man, around 40 years old, was dressed in a suit, with handsome features and a hint of charm from his younger days. The girl, with striking looks and a touch of innocence, held a sign with Lin Xiao written in large letters, her face full of reluctance. Dad, why do I have to hold this? It's so embarrassing. the girl complained, her face flushed with embarrassment. The man glanced at his watch, reassuring her. It's almost time, just hold on a bit longer. The girl seemed curious about this Lin Xiao whom she had never met. Who was this Lin Xiao anyway? Quite the big shot to have the director personally greet him. Could he be a genius beastmaster? The man explained, no, his parents and sister are influential, so we made an exception to admit him to the academy. An exception? The girl lowered the sign in surprise. Isn't he even a level 3? I thought he was some amazing genius, making this genius girl hold a sign and wait, only to find out he's just a privileged slacker. He's only level 2, the man added, but don't underestimate him. His family holds significant power, even I must show respect. This father and daughter were Qin Peng and Qin Ruodong. Qin Ruodong seemed somewhat agitated. So what if they're influential? A slacker is still a slacker, relying on family connections to join the Beastmaster Academy. Isn't that just holding everyone back? She always admired those with true talent, and in her eyes, mediocrity had no place. Hurry, the subway is arriving. Lift the sign, Qin Peng urged. Though unwilling, Qin Ruodong listened to her father and raised the sign again. Just then, she saw a young man in a black trench coat, with a delicate appearance, approaching. Lin Xiao spotted the girl holding the sign and walked over with a smile. However, as they neared each other, both exclaimed simultaneously, "It's you." Their eyes met, both showing expressions of disbelief. At that moment, Lin Xiao and Qin Ruodong realized that fate had played a huge joke on them. What a small world, they both thought, as an air of awkwardness and tension filled the atmosphere. The moment they met, it was as if enemies had crossed paths. The tension was palpable. Qin Ruodong's eyes flared with anger, the memory of being tricked yesterday still fresh in her mind. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was visibly upset, silently cursing his own bad luck. Observing the charged atmosphere between them, Qin Peng couldn't help but look a bit taken aback. Have you two met before? Qin Peng asked tentatively. Qin Ruodong let out a sarcastic laugh. No, I haven't. He's a well-known son of an official, with connections that got him into the Beast Tamer Academy. How could someone like me have met him? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, but remained calm. Qin Peng awkwardly smiled, trying to ease the tension. Lin, don't mind her. This girl just has a fiery temper. Noted, Lin Xiao replied with a calm smile. Clearing his throat, Qin Peng formally introduced them. I'm the Academy's Dean of Students. You can call me Uncle Qin. This is my daughter, Qin Ruodong. Lin Xiao nodded politely. Hello, Uncle Qin. All right, let's not just stand here. It's the start of the school term. Let's head back to the academy, Qin Peng said, leading them toward a nearby business car. Inside the car, the atmosphere was tense. Qin Peng tried to break the ice. Lin, once we get to the academy, I'll have Ruodong show you around, help you get acquainted with the place. If you encounter any problems, or if anyone troubles you, you can turn to Ruodong. Lin Xiao glanced at Qin Ruodong, who sat in the passenger seat with a look of disdain, but he said nothing. Ruodong, make sure to look out for Lin, Qin Peng instructed. Don't worry, Dad, I'll definitely look out for him, Qin Ruodong replied, emphasizing the words with a mischievous glint in her eyes. She was already plotting how to make this good-for-nothing, who got in through connections give up. Lin Xiao seemed to see through her intentions and responded calmly. Actually, there's no need. I believe no one in the freshman class can beat me. The atmosphere in the car shifted dramatically. Qin Peng glanced in the rearview mirror, surprised, thinking the boy might be bluffing. Qin Ruodong didn't hold back her ridicule. You're full of hot air. Do you think the Beast Tamer Academy is your backyard? Just don't come crying to your mom later. Lin Xiao remained unfazed, secretly amused. As the master of Dinosaur Island, he feared no one. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at the expansive Beast Tamer Academy. Qin Peng arranged for Qin Ruodong to show Lin Xiao around, but his previously reluctant daughter suddenly changed her demeanor and eagerly suggested taking Lin Xiao to a nice place. Lin Xiao felt a sense of caution but outwardly agreed without showing it. The two bypassed the main building of the academy and headed straight toward the back mountain. Aren't you supposed to show me the academy? We haven't even entered the main gate. Where are we going? Lin Xiao asked, feigning confusion while keeping a wary eye on their surroundings. You'll know when we get there, Qin Ruodong replied nonchalantly, a hint of mischief flickering briefly in her eyes. Before long, the two of them traversed the academy grounds and arrived at a lush, dense forest at the back. Lin Xiao suddenly halted, looking at Qin Ruodong in confusion. We're going in? Of course, Qin Ruodong answered casually. There's something valuable in this forest, something I don't usually share with others. Let's go. With that, she stepped into the woods first. Lin Xiao followed silently, his guard up, curious to see what this scorpion woman was really planning. The forest was dimly lit, branches and leaves interwoven above, and the ground was piled high with dead branches and leaves. They trudged on for about 10 minutes, venturing deeper into the woods. The further they went, the more uneasy Lin Xiao felt, until he finally couldn't help but ask, what's so special about all these dead branches and leaves? Just as he spoke, Lin Xiao suddenly realized that Qin Ruodong had vanished without a trace. A projection? His face darkened instantly. This projection technique was a capability of beast control devices, able to create decoys using miniature projectors, originally intended for escaping and diverting the attention of exotic beasts in battle. He hadn't expected her to use it on him. Meanwhile, standing outside the forest, Qin Ruodong turned off her beast control device, a smug smile playing on her lips. There's a high-level exotic beast in that forest, she muttered to herself. Lin, I'd love to see how you come out crying later. This forest, known as the Trial Forest, indeed housed a high-level exotic beast, specially captured by the Academy. It had a limiter installed, significantly weakening its power and preventing it from leaving the forest, used to show new students what a real exotic beast was like. Qin Ruodong's aim was simple: to make this arrogant rich kid realize that exotic beasts don't care about your status or background. In her mind, she could already picture Lin Xiao rolling on the ground, crying for his mother in a panic when faced with a real exotic beast. But would things really unfold as she imagined? At that moment, Lin Xiao was scanning his surroundings warily when suddenly, the rustling of bushes came from a distance. Then, a deafening roar echoed through the forest. Roar! A massive beast, the size of a car and surrounded by a yellowish aura, burst forth. It resembled a gigantic black bear with 3 heads. Lin Xiao's expression darkened as he cursed under his breath. Damn scorpion woman, was it necessary to go this far, just because of a dispute over an exotic beast core? As Lin Xiao's mind conjured a holographic display, information about the 3-headed beast appeared in his mind. 3-headed beast. Quality: high level. Skill: shock strike. Attribute: earth. State: weakened. Ah, a high-level exotic beast, and it's weakened? Lin Xiao sneered. Alright then, let's see how the demon horned dragon fares in battle. Lin Xiao was never one to shy away from a challenge, especially since he needed a high-level exotic beast core. This 3-headed beast's core was his for the taking. With a thought, Lin Xiao raised his wrist. Roar! An ear-splitting roar shook the ground as a metallic-looking demon-horned dragon emerged, standing imposingly in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao cracked his knuckles, a faint smile playing on his lips as he faced the 3-headed beast. The exotic beast, long confined to this place, was clearly enraged, charging at the human intruder with the intent to shred him to pieces. Fearless charge! Lin Xiao commanded, activating the beast's skill. In an instant, the demon-horned dragon's horns were enveloped in a golden aura, its hooves digging into the ground before it charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! The 2 massive creatures collided with a force that fractured the ground. The metallic demon-horned dragon's attack was indeed formidable. With a single fearless charge, its sharp horns pierced through the body of the 3-headed beast. Blood splattered, and the 3-headed beast let out a howl of pain. It desperately raised its sharp claws, swiping at the demon-horned dragon's skin, but the claws merely sparked against the metal-like surface, failing to breach its defense. In the first round of the battle, the 3-headed beast was already at a disadvantage. The demon-horned dragon, with its indestructible metallic body and highly penetrating horn, was overwhelmingly powerful. Although the 3-headed beast was a high-level creature, its strength was suppressed by a restrainer and was at best only mid-level, not to mention its lack of size advantage. However, the 3-headed beast's survival instinct was not to be underestimated. While being suppressed by the demon horn, it let out a mournful roar and, with a powerful kick from its hind legs, managed to push the demon-horned dragon away. Immediately, the yellowish-brown gas surrounding it rapidly contracted and then exploded outward. Boom! The 3-headed beast launched a shockwave attack. The intense vibration cracked the ground like a spider web, and Lin Xiao's black coat flapped wildly in the wind, yet he stood firm. After all, he had witnessed the cataclysmic battles between Lan Weiwei and the cataclysmic beasts, so this was nothing to him. The demon-horned dragon was knocked over, but quickly got back on its feet, pawing the ground and snorting white steam, clearly unwilling to concede. Lin Xiao noticed that the 3-headed beast was at its limit and immediately gave the order. Don't give it a chance to breathe, finish it off. The demon-horned dragon responded with a low roar and charged forward. Boom! Another heavy blow sent the massive body of the 3-headed beast flying over 10 meters, rolling into the nearby bushes. Its 3 heads lay weakly on the ground, gasping heavily, covered in bloody wounds. It didn't take long for it to die from blood loss. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, walked over to the demon-horned dragon, and patted its huge head. Well done. The demon-horned dragon, like a horse receiving praise, lifted its hooves and let out a low roar before being returned to Dinosaur Island. Lin Xiao noticed an irregular oval stone protruding from the 3-headed beast's abdominal wound. It was the high-level creature core he sought. Without hesitation, he retrieved the still warm core and tossed it into Dinosaur Island. Although he also needed the creature's bones, he wouldn't personally strip them, as bones were cheap and common in the creature market, making it unnecessary to go to the trouble. After adjusting his black coat, Lin Xiao nonchalantly walked out, imagining the expressions of those at the academy when they discovered the high-level creature meant for display had been killed. Meanwhile, outside, Qin Ruodong was checking the time repeatedly, looking exasperated. It's been 20 minutes, she muttered to herself. Could that guy be dead in there? If he really is, won't I be held accountable? She then reassured herself. Probably not. Even if he's a fool, he'd definitely run back if something went wrong. How can there be such a useless person in the world? It's driving me crazy. Qin Ruodong stomped her foot and muttered through gritted teeth. She took a deep breath and reluctantly decided to go in and find the person who had infuriated her. As Qin Ruodong was about to step further into the dense forest, a young figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. The person walked with a calm demeanor and a gentle smile, completely different from the disheveled appearance Qin Ruodong had imagined. This unexpected contrast left her stunned, and she instinctively blurted out, "Are you all right?" The young man, Lin Xiao, squinted slightly and calmly replied, "Is there supposed to be something wrong?" Qin Ruodong was momentarily speechless, then quickly asked, "Didn't you notice anything in there?" "Like what?" Lin Xiao asked calmly, looking at her. "Like a beast with 3 heads," Qin Ruodong said urgently, with a hint of expectation and doubt in her eyes. Lin Xiao nonchalantly responded, "Didn't see it." With that, he ignored Qin Ruodong and walked away. This bizarre scene left Qin Ruodong completely bewildered. She murmured to herself, "Impossible. The spot I took him to is where the 3-headed beast resides. How could he not have encountered it?" She racked her brain, trying to find a reasonable explanation. Or maybe he did see it, got scared, ran out, and is now pretending to be calm? Yes, that must be it. Regaining her composure, Qin Ruodong quickly caught up with Lin Xiao, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Lin Xiao, go ahead and pretend, you." However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xiao suddenly turned around and slapped her hard across the face. The unexpected blow made Qin Ruodong stagger backward, and a bright red handprint quickly appeared on her pale cheek. Qin Ruodong stared wide-eyed at Lin Xiao in disbelief. She had never been humiliated like this in her life. Her voice trembled as she asked incredulously, "Lin Xiao, did you just hit me?" Lin Xiao looked at her coldly, a dangerous glint in his eyes. His voice was as chilling as ice. "Qin Ruodong, do you find this amusing? Do you enjoy seeing me humiliated in front of you? I don't understand why you're so petty. Remember this slap, because if there's a next time, it won't just be a slap." With that, Lin Xiao turned and left, leaving Qin Ruodong standing there as if in a dream. For a moment, she actually felt a tangible sense of menace from Lin Xiao, as if she might be killed the next instant. Her mind in turmoil, Qin Ruodong couldn't accept that she had been hit by a muggle who didn't even have a mythical beast. The thought made her furious, and she shouted at Lin Xiao's retreating figure, "Lin Xiao, do you think I'm afraid of you just because your parents are high-ranking officials? How dare a muggle like you hit me?" But her angry shout did nothing to slow Lin Xiao's steps. Qin Ruodong was nearly driven mad with rage, her eyes filled with even more malice. She silently vowed to have the beast tamers at the academy who were pursuing her teach this arrogant official's son a lesson. Lin Xiao left the forest, feeling utterly fed up with Qin Ruodong's behavior. Were it not for Qin Shu's warm hospitality, he wouldn't have let her off with just a slap. Just as Lin Xiao reached the academy gates, his phone rang. He took it out and saw it was his sister, Lin Xiao, calling. "Hey, little brother, how's everything going?" "Smoothly," Lin Xiao asked with concern. "Smooth, very smooth," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. "That's good," Lin Xiao said with relief, then added excitedly, "Oh, by the way, Mom and Dad are coming back tonight to celebrate for you." "Celebrate?" Lin Xiao was speechless. "What's there to celebrate about me being a level 2 beast tamer? Come on, you know how Mom and Dad are," Lin Xiao laughed. "They've been hoping for this for years, and now that you've become a beast tamer, how could they not celebrate? They're even planning a banquet at home." Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. Is this their way of letting the whole world know that the Lin family has produced a level 2 beast tamer? After a phone call with Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao felt a bit helpless. His parents had always dreamed of having a beastmaster in the family, and now that it had finally come true, they were overjoyed. As Lin Xiao wandered alone through the academy, he witnessed firsthand the incredible power of the Beastmaster Academy. Everywhere on campus, there were new students proudly wearing level 4 and 5 badges on their chests. These badges were not only symbols of identity, but also proof of their talent. In contrast, the senior students who had been in the inner academy for 3 years were the more prestigious Divine Beast badges. These badges, crafted from precious metals, had stars beneath the beast heads that directly corresponded to the level of divine beasts the Beastmaster could summon, ranging from basic to divine level, with a total of 8 stars. Lin Xiao recalled seeing the 4-star divine beast badge worn by Lan Weiwei, which signified that she had reached the level of a beast king. In this academy, anyone wearing a divine beast badge was a true beastmaster, admired by all and enjoying high status and privileges. Just as Lin Xiao was absorbed in observing the academy's environment, his thoughts were interrupted by a call from Qin Peng. Although he was worried it might be Qin Ruodong complaining, the situation was quite unexpected when he arrived at the director's office. Qin Peng warmly welcomed Lin Xiao and informed him that he didn't need to participate in the afternoon's talent test or the distribution of the Beastmaster equipment. Qin Peng then took out a level 3 Beastmaster badge from the drawer and placed a Beastmaster device resembling a wrist guard on the table. Put on the Beastmaster device and see if it fits, Qin Peng said with a smile. Lin Xiao put the device on his wrist, conveniently covering a dragon head tattoo. Although he had little interest in what might be a purely decorative item, he still politely thanked Qin Peng. Qin Peng instructed Lin Xiao to wait in the office while he attended to other matters. Time quietly passed, and Lin Xiao dozed off. It wasn't until 1 in the afternoon that the noise outside woke him up. Through the window, Lin Xiao saw 200 to 300 new students gathered in the square for the talent test. The examiner was Guodong, the same middle-aged man with sparse stubble who had previously tested Lin Xiao. Bored, Lin Xiao watched the tedious testing process, nearly falling asleep again. After about 2 hours, the testing finally ended. Throughout the entire process, Lin Xiao leisurely sat in the office, in stark contrast to the bustling activity outside. I must admit, the elimination rate was astonishingly high. Out of the original 200 to 300 people, only around 40 remained. It was at this moment that Lin Xiao emerged from the office and quietly joined the end of the line. Just then, a young man standing next to Lin Xiao curiously glanced at him. "Hey, classmate, why didn't I see you during the assessment?" Lin Xiao glanced at the young man, who also wore a level 3 badge, and casually replied, "I arrived early and did the assessment beforehand." The young man suddenly understood. "Oh, so that's possible." He extended his hand and introduced himself enthusiastically. "Hi, I'm Lu Yong." "Lin Xiao," Lin replied, shaking his hand briefly. Lu Yong grinned. "Lin, we'll be classmates from now on. Let's look out for each other." Lin Xiao nodded politely. "Sure, let's support each other." He looked around, thinking to himself that this must be what they call sheep huddling together for warmth. Among the 40 or so people present, most were level 4 beast tamers, and 3 top students had reached level 5. There were only a few level 3s. At that moment, a distinguished-looking middle-aged man stepped forward. It was Guodong. As the most authoritative beast examiner in the Thousand Nations Alliance, he was a decisive figure at the academy, except when it came to Lin Ener, where he would have to appease her. Guodong spoke with a commanding presence. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Beast Tamer Academy. I assume you've already familiarized yourselves with the Academy's rules and regulations before coming here. I won't waste any more words. A specialized beast tamer will guide you through the Academy and introduce you to the exotic beasts." Lu Yong suddenly leaned closer to Lin Xiao, his eyes gleaming with excitement, whispering, "Huh, Qin Ruodong should be coming soon. She's the class leader for us newbies, and she's really pretty." Hearing this, Lin Xiao's lips curled slightly, thinking, probably not so pretty now, considering that slap won't be easy to conceal. While Lu Yong was still lost in his fantasy about the class leader, 2 figures approached from a distance. Leading them was Qin Ruodong, wearing a baseball cap, her long hair draping over her shoulders, deliberately covering the left side of her face, clearly to hide the slap mark. Beside her was a handsome young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, exuding a proud demeanor. Most striking was the beast head 3-star badge on his chest was actually a senior beast tamer. The appearance of this handsome senior beast tamer immediately drew admiring glances from many of the girls around. After all, achieving such a rank at a young age and having fought real exotic beasts made him highly desirable. As soon as Qin Ruodong arrived, her cold eyes scanned the 40-some students. She lingered only briefly on the few level 5 students, barely acknowledging the level 3s and 4s. Of course, there was one exception, Lin Xiao, who had slapped her. When her gaze fell on him, it turned venomous. Lin Xiao, however, remained as composed as ever, with a gentle smile, seemingly unfazed. Qin Ruodong whispered a few words to the handsome man beside her. Whatever she said made the senior beast tamer's gaze fix on Lin Xiao at the back of the crowd. Under the senior beast tamer's scrutiny, Lin Xiao remained calm and unflustered. The senior beast tamer cleared his throat and spoke. "Hello everyone, my name is Ning Yi, and I'm a senior beast tamer from the Inner Academy. I've heard that among you, some have entered through the back door." His gaze never left Lin Xiao. "I don't care what your status is outside. Here at the Beast Tamer Academy, your true abilities will be revealed. I hope anyone who entered through the back door will step forward so I can give you special attention, as exotic beasts won't show you any mercy." Ning Yi's words were clearly directed at Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, Qin Ruodong wore a smug smile, as if anticipating a show. Ning Yi's words pierced through the air like a sharp sword aimed directly at Lin Xiao. Among everyone present, only Lin Xiao had entered through the back door. However, he maintained his gentle and refined smile. To him, being a high-level beast tamer was not a big deal. With the advanced beast core he possessed, he could reach that level in a day if he wished. Ning Yi's sharp gaze swept over Lin Xiao again, his tone taunting. "It seems you're not planning to step forward." The day after tomorrow is the selection of divine beasts in the divine beast forest. I'll see how you plan to hide then. This statement immediately stirred up a commotion among the crowd. Someone exclaimed, "Wow, isn't this courting death? Entering through the back door means he's a second-level beast tamer at best. Wouldn't he just hold the team back during the allocation?" Others cursed, "Damn, who is it? So shameless." The scene descended into chaos, with everyone warily eyeing their companions. Qin Ruodong watched this unfold, a smug smile tugging at her lips. She was already plotting to make Lin Xiao pay 100-fold for slapping her, wondering how he would maintain his footing at the Beast Tamer Academy. Ning Yi raised his hand to silence the noisy crowd and announced, "All right, next I'll be taking you to the trial forest to witness real high-level beasts." This news immediately ignited the group's enthusiasm. Someone said excitedly, "We're about to see a live beast. I wonder what it looks like." Another added, "I heard they're really strong, only high-level beast tamers can barely handle them." Lu Yong's eyes lit up as he turned to Lin Xiao, saying, "Lin, we're about to see high-level beasts. Are you excited? I once went to the wilderness and saw mid-level beasts, but I've never seen high-level ones." Lin Xiao politely replied, "Yes, very excited," while inwardly shaking his head, knowing that his new friend might be disappointed since those three-headed beasts had already been reduced to a pile of flesh. At Ning Yi's command, over 40 people set off towards the trial forest. Everyone was trembling with excitement, as the last large-scale skyfall had occurred over 20 years ago. Although there were occasional skyfall disasters during this period, most were ordinary wolf level and were quickly cleared by beast tamers from the Thousand Nations Alliance, rarely seen by ordinary people, especially in safe zones. Disaster levels were divided into 5: wolf, tiger, ghost, dragon, and god. The higher the level, the more terrifying the disaster, especially ghost level and above, which could almost destroy everything. Qin Ruodong followed the group, filled with curiosity. She wanted to see what had happened to the high-level beast. Was it possible that when she brought Lin Xiao in, the beast was asleep and didn't notice him? Otherwise, how could Lin Xiao have walked out unscathed? Upon reaching the trial forest, Ning Yi halted and solemnly warned, "Everyone, this beast is a high-level, three-headed beast. Although it is controlled by a suppressor, its combat power remains formidable. When you see it, do not panic. Follow my instructions, and I will protect you." Over 40 people nodded nervously, sticking close behind Ning Yi, ready to face the thrilling experience ahead. Ning Yi stepped forward and gently touched his beast control device. In an instant, an ear-piercing wolf howl echoed through the surroundings, and a massive wolf, crackling with blue electricity, materialized before everyone. This enormous wolf, standing as tall as a person, was interwoven with silver and blue stripes, its fangs bared, exuding an intimidating presence. It was unmistakably a high-level divine beast, a gale wolf. "Oh my god, Senior Ning Yi's divine beast is win a tribute," gasped the crowd in amazement. Following closely, Qin Ruodong also touched her beast control device. Instantly, a snow-white leopard, as if sculpted from ice, elegantly leaped out, emitting a low growl. Its appearance caused the surrounding temperature to plummet, revealing itself as an ice attribute mid-level divine beast, the frost leopard. Even the class president is so impressive, truly a genius freshman. The crowd marveled once more. Qin Ruodong seemed to relish the admiration from those around her, gently stroking the head of the frost leopard. The leopard, as if sensing something, fixed its glowing white eyes on Lin Xiao, emitting a cautious growl. With these two powerful divine beasts leading the way, everyone felt a bit more at ease and continued to follow Ning Yi. However, a few minutes later, Ning Yi frowned and murmured, "Something's not right. Those three wild beasts should have appeared by now." Qin Ruodong also showed a puzzled expression. A brave student couldn't help but ask, "Senior, where are those high-level beasts?" "Don't worry, they're nearby," Ning Yi replied with a hint of concern, wondering if the beasts were hiding somewhere asleep. He waved his hand and commanded, "Gale Wolf, search for the beasts." The Gale Wolf obeyed, sprinting away at an astonishing speed. But just then, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd. Ning Yi's face changed abruptly. "What happened? Are we under attack?" Qin Ruodong quickly directed the frost leopard towards the source of the scream. "Beast, beast!" A girl of about 16 or 17 sat on the ground, pale-faced, trembling as she pointed toward a nearby thicket, unable to speak clearly. When Ning Yi and Qin Ruodong arrived with their divine beasts at the thicket, the scene before them left them utterly stunned. 3 massive wild beasts lay dead amidst the dense bushes, blood soaking the ground. Judging by the state of their bodies, they seemed to have died only a few hours ago. What happened here? Ning Yi stood frozen in disbelief. Qin Ruodong examined the beasts closely and found their bodies riddled with bloodied holes, as if repeatedly pierced by something sharp. What kind of powerful entity could inflict such damage? A terrifying thought crossed Qin Ruodong's mind as she involuntarily glanced at Lin Xiao, who stood calmly among the crowd. As if sensing her gaze, Lin Xiao looked back, wearing a polite, yet eerily unsettling smile. Their eyes locked, and a chill swept over Qin Ruodong. She suddenly realized that these three high-level beasts were alive and well in the morning, and their time of death coincided with when she brought Lin Xiao into the area. A chilling idea took root in her mind. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary guy had killed these three wild beasts? A gentle breeze swept across, brushing against everyone's cheeks, followed by a chilling gust that sent shivers down their spines. Their attention was drawn to the scene before a trio of wild beasts lay dead on the ground, their bodies riddled with ghastly wounds. It was evident that they had been repeatedly pierced by some formidable force during a fierce battle, ultimately succumbing to blood loss. Ning Yi, sensing danger, shouted, "Gale Wolf, on guard!" No sooner had he spoken than the Gale Wolf darted to the front of the group, baring its teeth and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Newcomer Lu Yong stood frozen, his camera hanging limply by his side. "Oh my god, high-level beasts were killed," he murmured, staring in disbelief at the gruesome sight. The other 40 or so onlookers were equally stunned, as if frozen in place. Only Lin Xiao, the true protagonist of this event, maintained a calm demeanor, a faint smile playing on his lips. His unusual reaction did not escape the sharp eyes of Qin Ruodong. As she recalled, the time of the beast's deaths coincided precisely with when she had brought Lin Xiao into the trial forest. This realization sent a chill down her spine. Could Lin Xiao be connected to the demise of these beasts? After all, he was the only one who had entered this area in the past few hours. The more Qin Ruodong thought about it, the more unsettled she became, realizing she could no longer see through the person she once considered a muggle. Ning Yi quickly reported this startling discovery to the Beast Taming Academy. Within 10 minutes, 4 or 5 forensic experts in hazmat suits, led by several academy officials, arrived hastily, setting up a perimeter around the area. The scene was tense and serious. The forensic team immediately began dissecting the three beasts. Half an hour later, one of them removed his mask and approached Zhang Li, the vice dean of the academy's external college. Zhang Li was a 60-year-old man with white hair, still robust despite his age. A terrifying scar stretched from his left eye to his right cheek and neck, silently narrating his past battles. As a survivor of the cataclysmic Skyfall War 2 decades ago that nearly destroyed Earth, Zhang Li's presence exuded an intangible pressure. The forensic expert respectfully handed over the report. "Vice Dean, the autopsy results are in. These three beasts suffered 8 lethal puncture wounds. The degree of tearing suggests it was caused by a metal element spirit beast. Additionally, the core of the high-level beasts has been removed." Zhang Li took the report, thoughtfully stroking the small tuft of beard on his chin. "Strange. Only 2 or 3 people in the external college possess metal element spirit beasts, and theirs are all canine, unlikely to cause such piercing wounds. Who could have done this?" Despite his inner shock, his expression remained composed. At this moment, Ning Yi stepped forward and solemnly suggested, "Vice Dean, I strongly recommend sealing off the trial forest and conducting a Class B class investigation in the external college. We should review the footage to see who entered here during this period." Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing that the footage would be reviewed and everyone would be questioned. If his identity as the owner of Dinosaur Island were exposed, he might end up as a research specimen preserved in formalin. Qin Ruodong, standing beside him, was even more anxious. Bringing freshmen for a trial without permission was against the rules, and even though her father was the head of the teaching department, she couldn't escape punishment. Zhang Li calmly gave the order, "Don't spread this matter for now. Let the freshmen leave and call them back when we go to the Divine Beast Forest the day after tomorrow." It seemed he wanted to use this time to thoroughly investigate the situation. Ning Yi nodded in agreement and then gestured for the 40 or so freshmen to leave. These students had hoped to witness the grandeur of high-level exotic beasts, only to be met with disappointment at the sight of a corpse. Lin Xiao silently prayed that the matter wouldn't be exposed, though he wasn't really afraid of trouble. As the students gradually left, Qin Ruodong quickly caught up to Lin Xiao, demanding sharply, "Lin Xiao, was it you?" Lin Xiao turned around and admitted calmly, "Yes, it was me." Qin Ruodong was taken aback and incredulously asked, "Lin Xiao, are you kidding? How could someone who hasn't even been to the Divine Beast Forest kill a high-level exotic beast that even I fear?" Lin Xiao's expression changed, his tone turning cold. "If you don't believe me, why bother asking? And are we that close? Don't overestimate your importance. You have no idea who you're talking to." His aura suddenly overshadowed all the prodigious talents, leaving Qin Ruodong stunned and speechless. At that moment, the silence was broken by applause. Ning Yi approached slowly, eyes filled with disdain. "So, the guy who got in through connections has quite the temper. Was it you who slapped Ruodong?" Lin Xiao smiled calmly. "Yes, it was me." Qin Ruodong immediately exaggerated. "Senior, this guy, just because his parents have some connections in the Thousand Nations Alliance, acts so arrogantly. Look at what he did to my face. It's still swollen." She covered her slightly red cheek, feigning grievance. Ning Yi sneered. "Kid, how do you want to settle this slap? Are you going to kneel down and slap yourself 10 times to admit your mistake, or let Ruodong slap you back herself? He was secretly pleased, seeing this as a chance to stand up for the one he admired. Lin Xiao maintained his graceful smile. What if I choose neither? Ning Yi's eyes turned cold. Fine. While fighting is prohibited in the academy, you won't be so lucky in the divine beast forest the day after tomorrow. Lin Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. All right, see you in the divine beast forest then. Both Ning Yi and Qin Ruodong were stunned by Lin Xiao's attitude. Before they could react, Lin Xiao had already turned and left, leaving them looking at each other, unsure of what to do. Lin Xiao has always disliked trouble, especially the kind that comes out of nowhere. However, he's not one to shy away from challenges. Faced with Qin Ruodong, a persistent young lady who keeps pestering him over the mid-level exotic beast core, and Ning Yi, who seems to be looking for a fight, Lin Xiao knows one thing for sure. To live peacefully at the Beastmaster Academy, he must deal with these two issues. As a time traveler, Lin Xiao is all too familiar with school bullying. His approach has always been to confront it head-on. The word cowardice simply doesn't exist in his vocabulary. But this time, the situation is indeed tricky. Ning Yi, a senior beastmaster from the Inner Academy, has a Gale Wolf that has clearly been through real exotic beast battles, making it far more formidable than an ordinary high-level exotic beast. Lin Xiao calmly analyzes the situation. His mid-level demon horn dragon, while possessing a metallic body with high defense and attack power, has a critical weakness: its speed. To stand a chance against Ning Yi, he must at least advance the demon horn dragon to the same level. More importantly, Lin Xiao needs to master the assimilation skill, a prerequisite for advancing to the Inner Academy. His plan is clear. Not only elevate the demon horn dragon to a high level, but also research the assimilation skill on Dinosaur Island. By then, leveraging the demon horn dragon's metallic abilities, he could arm himself like a real Iron Man, completely turning the tide. He glanced at the time: 4 p.m., still ample. Taking advantage of the early dismissal due to a trial forest incident, Lin Xiao headed to the exotic beast market in Aronia City. An hour later, he went straight to a specialty store and spent 1,000 alliance coins without hesitation to purchase a complete set of high-level exotic beast bones. With the bones in hand, Lin Xiao found a secluded corner and teleported directly to Dinosaur Island. The familiar sunny island came into view, and the majestic demon horned dragon immediately caught his eye. Its fully metallic body and terrifying horns clearly showcased its immense power. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, the demon horned dragon let out a cheerful hum and trotted over happily. Lin Xiao had an idea and decided to give it a name. Watching its humming during battles, inspiration struck. From now on, you'll be called Xiaoheng, he said with a smile, patting its head. Xiaoheng seemed to love its new name, excitedly circling Lin Xiao like a happy Threaten giant. Lin Xiao carefully directed Xiaoheng to lift its massive foot and gently crush the high-level exotic beast core shell. He wasn't worried about damaging the core, knowing that the hardness of a high-level exotic beast core is several times that of a mid-level one. With a crack, the shell of the high-level beast core shattered under Lin Xiao's foot, revealing a core that shimmered with white light. He carefully placed the core next to the skeleton, and instantly, it seemed as if a remarkable chemical reaction occurred among the three. Lin Xiao watched intently as Xiaoheng absorbed both the core and the skeleton into its body. The system notifications soon chimed. Congratulations to the island owner on completing the mythical beast upgrade, rewarding 1,000 reputation points. Total reputation points, 2,000. Demon horn dragon quality, advanced. New skills: fearless charge, strong magnetic storm. Attribute: metal attribute upgraded. Lin Xiao smiled subtly, feeling a surge of joy. The high-level beast not only gained significant strength, but also acquired new skills. He didn't rush to test them, instead focusing on completing assimilation. With a tap on the dinosaur's head, a virtual interface popped up, displaying the store system of Dinosaur Island. Lin Xiao quickly browsed through the various functions and finally selected assimilation research. Congratulations to the island owner for acquiring the demon horn dragon assimilation ability. Reputation points, 0. The system notification sounded again, updating the information on the demon horn dragon. Assimilation preparation complete. Haha, now I am truly perfect, Lin Xiao grinned, proud of mastering all the abilities of a conventional beastmaster. Exiting the Dinosaur Island space, Lin Xiao adjusted his black trench coat and walked briskly out of the alley. He planned to return to Millennium City, eager to reunite with his long-unseen parents. However, the streets suddenly filled with a large number of armed forces heading out of Aronia City. This scene puzzled Lin Xiao. Just as he was wondering, a familiar voice called out to him. Turning around, he saw Lu Yong, a fellow level 3 beastmaster. After a brief exchange, Lin Xiao inquired about the unusual situation on the street. Lu Yong explained. A skyfall occurred at the border of Aronia City, disaster level, wolf. It said that several Beast King level beasts have appeared. The Thousand Nations Alliance is urgently dispatching beast masters to hunt them down and Erroneous City is about to go into lockdown. Skyfall, Beast King level. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with intensity. Lu Yong flashed an excited smile and suggested, Lin, want to check it out? We didn't see a high-level beast today, but catching a glimpse of a Beast King level would be hitting the jackpot. Lin Xiao grinned. Haha, that's exactly what I was thinking. Having just upgraded the Demon Horn Dragon to a high level, an unexpected celestial event occurred. Lin Xiao and Lu Yong decided to take immediate action, quickly boarding the subway to head straight to the outskirts of Erroneous City. Inside the subway car, Lu Yong sat beside Lin Xiao, his expression serious as he spoke. Lin, with this celestial event, it's likely the alliance of 1,000 nations will send a Beast King level Beastmaster. Do you know who the Beast King level war god of Erroneous City is? Beast King level war god. Lin Xiao repeated quietly, frowning slightly. Lu Yong explained excitedly. This person is the pride of Erroneous City, a genius Beastmaster from the Inner Academy of the Beastmaster Institute. Although only a Beast King level, she can contend with Calamity level beasts. I heard she's gathering materials to advance to a Calamity level Beastmaster. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a meaningful smile. There could only be one person with such titles as Savior, who once risked her life to rescue him from the jaws of a beast. Lan Weiwei, Lin Xiao blurted out. Wow, you know her, Lin? Lu Yong looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Lin Xiao thought to himself, he more than just knows her. Without Lan Weiwei, he would probably be long gone. As the subway arrived at the border station, Lin Xiao and Lu Yong quickly exited the car, crossed the platform, and headed outside the city. Just then, a deafening roar pierced through the air from the wild forest outside the city, as if it could shatter their eardrums. It's indeed a Beast King level beast. Lu Yong exclaimed in shock. Lin Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. The roar sounded eerily familiar, pulling him back to memories from 2 years ago. His pupils contracted, his heartbeat quickening. That's right. This roar belongs to a venomous dragon lizard. Lin Xiao said gravely. This isn't a Beast King level beast. This is clearly the roar of a Calamity level beast. The intelligence was wrong. This is definitely not just a Beast King level. No way. The city said it was Beast King level. Lu Yong said, bewildered. We'll know for sure when we get closer, Lin Xiao replied, sprinting towards the wild forest without hesitation. Lin, are you crazy? Even a low-level one could kill us. Come back, Lu Yong shouted, panic-stricken by Lin Xiao's actions. However, Lin Xiao ignored him, focused solely on confirming one thing. Whether it was the same Calamity level beast that nearly took his life before. If it was, the disaster level wasn't just wolf level, but more dangerously tiger level. Lin Xiao sprinted through the wild forest, eventually stopping about 200 meters away from a massive beast facing off with a group of beastmasters. This creature resembled a Komodo dragon but was much larger, 3 to 4 times the size of a tank. Its body was covered in green glowing scales, and a long, sharp tail dripped with a menacing poison. Lin Xiao quickly analyzed the beast's information. Venomous dragon lizard. Quality, Calamity. Skills, venomous spray, venomous tail spike, venomous ray. Attribute, poison. Status, healthy. As the information emerged, Lin Xiao's expression turned cold. There was no doubt this was the same beast that nearly ended his life 2 years ago. He was astonished that this terrifying creature was still alive after all this time. While Lin Xiao hid behind some fallen trees, observing carefully, his attention was drawn to a group of beastmasters ahead. Among them, one woman's presence was particularly striking. She stood at the forefront, commanding the other beastmasters, clearly the leader of the team. A stunning woman in a beast tamer's uniform stood in the wilderness. Her white blouse accentuated her impressive figure, with a slender waist and long legs perfectly complemented by her boots. This woman, whose beauty and physique were unmatched, was none other than Lan Weiwei, someone Lin Xiao was all too familiar with. Lan Weiwei was currently facing off against a massive, venomous dragon lizard, yet her expression remained unusually calm. She angrily rebuked into her beast control device. Can your intelligence department be more careful? This isn't some Beast King level creature. It's clearly a Calamity level beast. You idiots, send reinforcements quickly. A voice full of apology came from the intelligence department through the device. Sorry, our intel was wrong. We're dispatching reinforcements immediately. Lan Weiwei said helplessly. Please hurry. Honestly, I can't take it down. Her thoughts drifted back to 2 years ago when she had almost died from the sting of this venomous dragon lizard's tail. If not for that little rascal, who helped suck the poison from her chest, she might have been dead. She couldn't help but wonder about the young man she had saved back then and how he was doing now. As Lan Weiwei pondered, the venomous dragon lizard's small, green eyes were fixed on her, seemingly recognizing the woman. Its scales bristled, and it let out a series of roars. A senior beast tamer, controlling a fire attribute 8-legged wolf spider, asked nervously, Captain, this beast looks like it's about to attack. What should we do? The other beast tamers were also sweating, ready for action. Lan Weiwei, with a valiant gesture, said, Hold on until reinforcements arrive. Just as she finished speaking, a thunderous tiger roar echoed through the sky, and a purple thunder tiger was released. The tiger, wrapped in purple lightning and as large as a tank, was imposing. Lin Xiao casually checked the purple thunder tiger's information. Quality Beast King. Skills include Thunder Spear and Heavenly Thunder Strike. Attribute Lightning. Status Healthy. Seeing this information, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel as if he had traveled back in time to 2 years ago. However, the once weak young man was no longer the same. Suddenly, the venomous dragon lizard became frenzied and charged at Lan Weiwei and her team with heavy strides. Its massive jaws opened, releasing a large cloud of toxic mist, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake as everything was corroded. Scatter! Lan Weiwei sensed danger and immediately gave the order. The four beast tamers cursed their luck while retreating swiftly. They had initially thought they were dealing with a few beast king-level creatures, assuming that with Lan Weiwei, the undefeated war goddess among sub-calamity-level beast tamers, it would be manageable. Little did they know they were up against a calamity-level monster. Lin Xiao watched the venomous dragon lizard launch its attack, struggling to contain his agitation. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for this creature, recalling the scene from 2 years ago when it had terrified him, fueling his anger even further. The venomous dragon lizard, a catastrophic-level beast, is terrifying in its combat ability, ranking among the top 5 of all beasts. Its most deadly weapon is its poison-based attacks, which even divine beasts struggle to resist. With a roar, the venomous dragon lizard instantly delineated a toxic domain within a 500 square meter radius. Thick poisonous mist surged out like a tide, spreading everywhere. This mist not only blocked vision but was lethal upon contact, putting Lan Weiwei's Beastmaster team in a dire situation. Damn it! Cursed the Beastmaster controlling the Octospider, his face pale. The intelligence department messed up again. They're getting us killed. Although he was a seasoned veteran, he couldn't help but feel fear in the face of a catastrophic-level beast. Stop complaining and follow the captain's orders, another Beastmaster shouted sternly. He commanded a wind attribute giant scythe mantis, ready for action. Lan Weiwei, having faced the venomous dragon lizard before, knew its power well. She decisively ordered, spread out and use ranged attacks to pin it down. She recalled her last battle when she was forced to use assimilation, hoping for a close-range kill, only to be injured instead. Assimilation is a special ability of Beastmasters that allows them to add the attributes and powers of divine beasts to themselves. However, this ability is mainly for self-defense rather than offense. No matter what, human physical capabilities can't compare to divine beasts born for hunting. Therefore, the primary rule for Beastmasters is, unless a divine beast is dead or incapacitated, never use assimilation lightly. Following Lan Weiwei's command, four Beastmasters swiftly took action. They controlled their respective divine beasts: a fire attribute Octospider, 2 ice attribute ice-breathing turtles, and a wind attribute giant scythe mantis, and began their ranged assault. Boom, boom, boom. Flames and frost intertwined, sweeping toward the area shrouded in poisonous mist like a storm. The deafening explosions echoed all around, and even Lin Xiao in the distance could feel the ground tremble. But he didn't dare approach, knowing well the gap in power between him and this catastrophic-level beast. However, this fierce attack not only failed to weaken the toxic mist, but the mist began to expand and contract, as if undergoing some eerie form of breathing. Danger! Lan Weiwei keenly sensed something was wrong and immediately shouted a warning. At that moment, with each breath of the venomous dragon lizard, a blinding green beam suddenly shot out from the poisonous mist. Assimilate! The Beastmaster controlling the Octospider reacted instantly, using the assimilation ability. In an instant, he was enveloped in a layer of flame armor. Yet, this flame armor was as fragile as paper against the catastrophic beast's toxic beam. With a squelch, the senior Beastmaster was pierced through in an instant, life extinguished. Incredible! As the exclamation echoed, the Beastmaster who was struck fell heavily to the ground, his life force dissipating instantly. With the fall of its master, the 8-legged wolf spider beside him vanished like smoke, forcibly retracted into the beast-controlling device. This was the fate of Beastmasters once their life ended. The mythical creatures they controlled would disappear as well. Thick poisonous mist enveloped the battlefield, obstructing vision. Another Beastmaster, controlling a giant scythe mantis, cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, this poison fog is so dense, I can't see a thing inside. Lan Weiwei gazed at her fallen comrade, her brows furrowed. She had no time to mourn. Swiftly raising her hand, she commanded, Thunder Spear. At her command, the purple thunder tiger roared to the sky, a ball of crackling purple lightning forming in its mouth. With a flash, the ball transformed into a spear enveloped in purple lightning, piercing the depths of the poison fog. Boom! With a loud crash, the powerful thrust of the thunder spear tore through the poisonous mist, revealing a large gap. Through this opening, everyone could clearly see the wounded venomous dragon lizard. In the distance, Lin Xiao, who was watching with keen interest, couldn't help but express his astonishment. Did it get hurt? He marveled inwardly, acknowledging Lan Weiwei's formidable strength, truly deserving of her reputation as a beast master on the verge of reaching the calamity level. However, the strike didn't inflict a fatal wound on the venomous dragon lizard. As large swathes of poison mist were absorbed, the massive creature once again became visible to all. Lan Weiwei calmly instructed, "You three, get ready. After I use the heavenly thunder strike, attack its poison sac. That's its weakest spot." Her voice remained steady, unaffected by her comrade's death. The other three beast masters, hearing this, immediately readied themselves for battle. Heavenly thunder strike. At Lan Weiwei's command, the purple thunder tiger leaped forward, its fur crackling with purple electricity. When the lightning reached its peak, the purple thunder tiger shot like an arrow towards the venomous dragon lizard's head. Crackling, blinding purple lightning struck the dragon lizard's head, leaving scorched craters in the ground. However, the dragon lizard's skin was as tough as armor, merely pushing it back a few steps as it shook off the dizziness. Now's our chance. Attack. The three beast masters saw the opportunity and immediately charged with their mythical creatures. Just then, the dragon lizard's tail stinger lashed out like lightning, targeting one of the beast masters. Assimilate. The three of them simultaneously activated their defensive abilities, but it was too late. The beast master controlling the giant scythe mantis was instantly pierced through the brain by the venomous stinger, dying on the spot. Clearly, the venomous dragon lizard had precisely chosen the weakest target. If it had attacked the two beast masters with the ice breath turtle, it might not have been a fatal blow. The dragon lizard's tail swept across, sending the remaining two beast masters flying like kites with broken strings, crashing through dozens of dead trees before finally coming to a stop, severely injured and unconscious. Having dealt with the three opponents, the venomous dragon lizard let out a triumphant roar, as if declaring victory, before locking its gaze onto Lan Weiwei. This scene left Lin Xiao in the distance dumbfounded. Wow, this is the power of a calamity-level beast, terrifying indeed, he thought to himself. It seems that high-level beast masters are no match, almost certain death upon close encounter. Only a beast king like Lan Weiwei can barely hold her ground. At this moment, Lan Weiwei had no choice. Alone, facing this terrifying beast, she had nowhere to retreat, only to fight. Why aren't the reinforcements here yet? Damn it! Lan Weiwei watched as her four teammates were taken down in the blink of an eye, a trace of anxiety creeping across her delicate face. While she was skilled enough to contend with the venomous dragon lizard, facing it head-on was a daunting challenge. This creature, whose age was unknown, had already bested her once 2 years ago. Lan Weiwei couldn't help but recall that failure. As a beastmaster who had never tasted defeat, the setback lingered with her. What remained unforgettable was meeting a 16-year-old boy named Lin Xiao during that mission. His calm and composed demeanor in the face of the venomous dragon lizard deeply impressed Lan Weiwei. Without hesitation, she rushed forward to rescue him. However, she was unaware that Lin Xiao was actually terrified at the time. Damn, I'm going to die? Damn it. 16 years of life, and I haven't even held a girl's hand. Is this the end? Whatever, if I die, I die? Lin Xiao's face was frozen with fear, but to Lan Weiwei, this calmness appeared particularly heroic. What a real man, she silently praised him in her heart. Back in the present, a glint of determination flashed in Lan Weiwei's eyes. 2 years ago, I lost to you. Today, that won't happen. As she spoke, she raised her hand abruptly. A thunderous roar echoed through the forest as the purple thunder tiger leapt at the venomous dragon lizard. The massive lizard retaliated with a roar of its own, its throat pouch contracting rapidly to unleash a cloud of toxic mist. The two colossal beasts collided violently on the ground, purple lightning intertwining with green poisonous mist, spreading in all directions. With a deafening boom, thunder cracked in the air. The Beast King and the Calamity Beast unleashed terrifying power, neither willing to back down. Lan Weiwei focused intently, not daring to let her concentration slip. With the experience from their first battle, she managed to hold her own against the venomous dragon lizard. However, as the fight continued, the purple thunder tiger's disadvantages became apparent. The gap between their levels was like a chasm. The difference between a beast king and a calamity beast was significant. A few minutes later, the purple thunder tiger was clearly struggling. Its lightning spears were either dodged by the lizard or blocked by its tough scales. The lizard's throat pouch was well protected, making it difficult to attack. From a distance, Lin Xiao watched with a frown. He knew Lan Weiwei's personality well. Once she started a fight, she wouldn't stop until one side was defeated. If reinforcements didn't arrive soon, things could turn dire. Amidst the intense battle with the venomous dragon lizard, a voice suddenly came from Lan Weiwei's Beastmaster device. Captain Lan, reinforcements will arrive in 5 minutes. Please hold on. This sudden message momentarily distracted Lan Weiwei. In that split second, the venomous dragon lizard seized the opportunity, its thick tail sweeping across and sending the purple thunder tiger flying. There's no more time. If help doesn't arrive in a minute, I'm done for. Lan Weiwei shouted at the beast control device, simultaneously activating her assimilation skill. In an instant, purple lightning coiled around her body like snakes, granting her extraordinary speed. The venomous dragon lizard shot its poisonous spikes through the air, but Lan Weiwei, empowered by the lightning, dodged in a flash. Yet, before she could regain her footing, a massive, toxin-laden tail swung towards her. Thud! She crossed her arms to shield her chest, but the blow still sent her flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The searing pain of broken bones and dizziness almost made her black out. The venomous dragon lizard stomped closer, its tail spike raised high, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Damn, I can't believe I'm losing to this beast again, Lan Weiwei thought, despair washing over her as she watched the massive creature charging. 20 years, and I've never even been in love. Is this really how it ends? In the distance, Lin Xiao heard the familiar cries and instantly became alert. He hadn't expected Lan Weiwei to be defeated so quickly, but against a calamity-class beast, it was understandable. Remembering how she had saved his life 2 years ago, Lin Xiao knew it was time to return the favor. Xiaohong, charge with all your might. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao unleashed the demon horned dragon. This advanced beast, as large as a big box truck, was covered in metallic scales and surrounded by a faint golden aura. The demon horned dragon barreled toward the venomous dragon lizard, threatening Lan Weiwei like a high-speed train. In her daze, Lan Weiwei opened her eyes to see the massive beast intercepting the dragon lizard, sending it flying with a powerful headbutt. Thud! With a dull crash, the dragon lizard let out a shriek. The demon horned dragon's sharp horns pierced its venom sac, releasing a flood of thick green poison that hissed with corrosive fumes. The dragon lizard reacted swiftly, raising its tail spike to strike the demon horned dragon. However, the spike merely sparked against the metallic scales, failing to penetrate. Lin Xiao approached with a slight smile. His gamble had paid off. The metallic body not only resisted the poison, but the sharp tail spike also had little effect on the metal. Perfect chance to test the new skill. Strong magnetic storm. Lin Xiao commanded. Immediately, the demon-horned dragon's metallic scales began to vibrate intensely, unleashing powerful magnetic fields that connected to the ground, absorbing all nearby metal elements. With a roar, a massive metal storm swept toward the venomous dragon lizard. Caught in the strong magnetic storm, the dragon lizard seemed to turn into a giant magnet, drawing in the buried metal elements around it, which formed a heavy iron crust on its body, greatly hindering its movement. A powerful magnetic storm howled out, instantly slowing the speed of the venomous dragon lizard. The iron scabs attached to its massive body seemed to transform into heavy metal shackles. The dragon lizard struggled desperately, trying to shake off these burdens, but under the influence of the strong magnetism, the iron scabs it managed to fling off reattached themselves immediately, making the beast even more furious. Fearless charge, Lin Xiao commanded, as Xiaohang's horns burst forth with dazzling golden light. The demon-horned dragon, like a heavy tank, launched another fierce assault. With a thunderous crash, the venomous dragon lizard was knocked back several meters, shedding large patches of iron scabs. Lin Xiao, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be amazed by Xiaohang's strength. However, he quickly realized that this venomous dragon lizard's power far exceeded his expectations and was beyond what he could handle at the moment. As the dragon lizard seethed with rage from the collision, the roar of armored vehicle engines could be heard in the distance, even from afar. As an intelligent creature, the dragon lizard seemed to sense the arrival of human reinforcements. It weighed the situation and realized that continuing to fight would be highly risky. Reluctantly, the dragon lizard roared angrily in Lin Xiao's direction before turning to flee. Xiaohong stood its ground, snorting white vapor, also showing its dissatisfaction. Leaning against a tree, Lan Weiwei stared blankly at the giant beast in the distance, its body shimmering with a metallic sheen, too stunned to speak. Well done, Xiaohong. Come back. Lin Xiao gestured, and Xiaohong vanished on the spot, teleported back to Dinosaur Island. Lin Xiao turned and walked toward Lan Weiwei, a faint smile on his face. Do you still recognize me? Lan Weiwei stared at the young man standing before her with a bright smile, momentarily taken aback. After a while, her eyes misted over, and she softly said, "You've grown up." Hearing this, Lin Xiao paused for a moment as memories from 2 years ago flooded back. He then smiled and said, "Yeah, I've grown up. Now it's my turn to protect you." Blushing slightly at Lin Xiao's words, Lan Weiwei recalled that memory from 2 years ago. She had been pierced in the chest by the dragon lizard's venomous sting, and it was this young man who repeatedly pressed against her chest, extracting the poison. He kept shouting, urging her not to fall asleep and to stay alive. These memories made her heart race. "Hurry! Captain Lan is in danger!" Urgent voices called out from the distance. Lin Xiao glanced over and said, "Reinforcements are here. You'll be okay. How are you here? How do you have the strength to fight a venomous dragon lizard? And what is your spirit beast?" I've never seen anything like it. Lan Weiwei started to ask, but Lin Xiao suddenly gestured for silence. Shoo, keep it a secret for me. We'll meet again. With that, Lin Xiao didn't linger. Being a newcomer who hadn't yet visited the Spirit Beast Forest, if discovered by the Beastmaster Academy, trouble would surely follow. Lin Xiao had no desire to be taken away for research. Even though there were many types of spirit beasts, including animals, insects, and plants, in over a century of human and exotic beast conflict, no one had ever heard of a beastmaster who could summon dinosaurs as spirit beasts. To this world, Lin Xiao was an anomaly. Don't go. It's been 2 years, and you're leaving as soon as we meet? I still don't know your name. Lan Weiwei tried to get up to chase after him, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. Clearly, old wounds combined with new ones were causing her immense pain. She never expected that the young man she saved 2 years ago would now display such astonishing strength. Lan Weiwei was filled with shock, as if the scene before her paused for a moment. Captain Lan, are you okay? Where are you hurt? The surrounding beast tamers asked anxiously. Quick, get a stretcher, shouted one of the medical staff. In an instant, 7 or 8 beast tamers and 4 medical personnel rushed to the scene to begin emergency aid. Lan Weiwei gritted her teeth against the pain, her gaze firmly fixed in the direction he had left. Don't worry about me. Go after him. Bring him back, she urged, her voice filled with barely concealed urgency. One of the beast tamers was stunned and asked in confusion. Chase? Chase who? The beast. Not the beast, Lan Weiwei shouted anxiously. The one who saved me. About 6 feet tall, short hair, wearing a black trench coat, with a delicate appearance. He ran in your direction. The beast tamer shook his head in confusion. Captain Lan, are you hallucinating from poison? We didn't see anyone when we arrived. Impossible, Lan Weiwei insisted, her voice trembling slightly. I wouldn't mistake him for anyone else. I've been looking for him for 2 years. I still don't know his name. Please go find him. Though puzzled, the beast tamers dared not disobey Lan Weiwei's orders and split up to search the area. Meanwhile, the medical staff began to bandage Lan Weiwei's wounds and stabilize her fractured arm. About 10 minutes later, the beast tamers returned one by one. Lan Weiwei immediately looked up, her eyes filled with hope. Captain, we caught him. This kid was still trying to run, a beast tamer said, dragging back a terrified young man. Upon hearing this, Lan Weiwei's delicate face seemed to forget the pain as she eagerly looked at the person brought back. However, when she saw his face, the light in her eyes dimmed instantly. Lan, Sister Lan Weiwei, I was wrong. The young man, Lu Yong, pleaded, his face ashen with fear. I didn't mean to hide nearby and watch you fight. Please don't tell the academy, or I'll be punished. The beast tamer, holding Lu Yong, paused and looked at Lan Weiwei. Captain? It's not him, Lan Weiwei said, full of disappointment, shaking her head slightly. Let him go. Hearing this, the beast tamer released Lu Yong, warning him. Kid, stay in the city and stop wandering around. Next time we catch you, we'll report you to the academy's disciplinary office. Yes, I won't dare again, Lu Yong said, legs weak, ready to flee. Wait. Lan Weiwei suddenly called out to him, a cold glint in her eyes. Who did you come with? Lu Yong, having narrowly escaped the wild forest, stood anxiously pacing back and forth at the gates of Aronia City. His eyes kept darting towards the distant forest, worried that something might have happened to his classmate Lin. However, his concerns soon proved unnecessary. Before long, Lin Xiao appeared in the distance, walking leisurely towards the city. Lu Yong let out a sigh of relief and quickly went to meet him. Lin, are you alright? Lu Yong asked urgently, looking Lin Xiao up and down. Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. I'm fine, nothing happened. Relieved, Lu Yong began animatedly recounting his recent ordeal. You wouldn't believe it, I was just caught by the beast masters. They scared the life out of me. They threatened and coaxed me to give you up, or they'd report me to the academy's disciplinary office. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and jokingly asked, So, did you sell me out? Lu Yong quickly waved his hands, patting Lin Xiao on the shoulder with a look of camaraderie. Come on, don't say that. We're classmates, after all. And given our levels, we're likely to be in the same team. How could I betray you? Lin Xiao smiled faintly and turned to walk into the city, with Lu Yong following closely behind. Lin, Lu Yong asked as they walked. Did you get close enough to see it? Was it a calamity-level beast? Even the ward goddess Lan Weiwei got injured. Lin Xiao remained composed and replied calmly. Yes, it was indeed strong. I exchanged a few blows with it. If the reinforcements hadn't arrived in time to drive it away, I wouldn't have been able to defeat it. Lu Yong was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Lin, you're hilarious. Clearly, he took Lin Xiao's words as a joke. Lin Xiao simply smiled lightly at Lu Yong's skeptical expression and didn't offer further explanation. As night fell, the two parted ways, and Lin Xiao boarded the subway back to Millennium City. Exhausted, he dozed off briefly in the carriage. After all, controlling the divine beast had drained a lot of his energy. As the subway reached Millennium Station, Lin Xiao groggily woke up and headed home. Lin Xiao lived in Minghu Community, a high-end villa area. This villa was allocated to the Lin family by the Union of Thousand Nations in recognition of their significant contributions. When Lin Xiao opened the door, a warm scene greeted him. The whole family was rarely gathered together. His father, Lin Jun, nearing 40, was dressed in a black suit, focused on the evening news. His mother, Li, though over 40, was well-maintained and still looked young and beautiful. In Lin Xiao's memory, she had always been a gentle and intellectual woman, caring deeply for him and his sister, Lin Yiner. Ah, our great beast master is back. Lin Yiner, sharp-eyed, was the first to notice Lin Xiao's entrance and teased him with a smile. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. Sis, stop teasing me. Hearing this, Lin Jun turned his head, his face breaking into a smile. Yiner's right. Aren't you the great beast master of our family? Son, how is it? Are you adjusting well at school? Yes, I'm quite comfortable with it. Lin Xiao responded with a bright smile, glancing around to take in the charm of the younger students, the friendliness of the older ones, the care from his seniors, and the affection from the teachers, feeling a warmth in his heart. Lin Yiner couldn't help but laugh softly at her brother's words. Turning to their father, she joked, Dad, even if Xiao gets into trouble at school, he wouldn't say a word. But don't worry, I've already talked to Uncle Qin. His daughter will look after Xiao, so no one will bully him at school. Lin Jun laughed heartily, his eyes shining with satisfaction. Haha, that's good to hear. Hearing his sister's words, Lin Xiao's face was filled with exasperation. Thanks a lot, sis, he said with a hint of helplessness and teasing in his voice. Lin Yiner's charming smile remained as she gently replied, No need to thank me. You're the treasure of our family. After all, we can't let anything happen to you. At that moment, Li's voice interrupted their conversation. Stop chatting and eat before the food gets cold. Xiao, you must be starving. Let's eat first. She quickly set the table, and the family of four sat down to enjoy their dinner together. Lin Xiao deeply cherished this rare family warmth. Such moments with all four of them together usually only happened during holidays. As someone who was an orphan in his past life, he especially valued the family bonds he now had, feeling that the emptiness in his heart was filled. As the family was enjoying their meal, Lin Jun's phone suddenly rang. He got up and went to the balcony to talk quietly. Li watched her husband and said with a sigh, Your dad can't even have a meal in peace. Lin Yiner glanced toward the balcony and reassured her mother, Mom, Dad has a lot on his plate. It's normal for him to be busy. Soon, Lin Jun returned to the table with a troubled expression. Lin Xiao, having caught snippets of the conversation, cautiously asked, Dad, is it because of the incident this afternoon? Lin Jun nodded, speaking heavily. Yes, you must have heard about it in Aronia City. That damned creature, the toxic dragon lizard, injured Blue Weiwei. And it escaped, went to a military base on the outskirts of Aronia City, destroyed a lot of military facilities, and killed many beast tamers and civilians. His face was filled with sorrow as he continued. Now the High Command of the Thousand Nations Alliance is pressuring me to resolve it within 2 months. We've been trying to catch this monster for 4 or 5 years without success. It's no easy task. Hearing this, Lin Xiao suddenly looked up from his meal, speaking with determination. Dad, you don't need to worry so much. Within a month, the next time I encounter it, I'll make sure to take it down. Lin Yiner nearly choked on her juice at his words, quickly setting down her glass and looking at her brother in shock. Are you crazy, little brother? Or is something wrong with your head? That toxic dragon lizard is a calamity-class beast. Even Blue Weiwei from Ironia City couldn't defeat it. Let me tell you, if you ever come across it, run as far as you can and don't try to be a hero. Despite his sister's obvious concern, Lin Xiao merely smiled calmly. Lin Jun patted his son's shoulder and said earnestly, Xiao, I don't expect you to become a hero beast tamer. Just focus on completing your tasks safely at the Beast Tamer Academy. Leave the task of dealing with the beasts to the real beast tamers. Although proud to have a beast tamer in the family, he was cautious about expecting too much from his son's mere second-level beast taming skills. Lin Xiao replied with a resigned, I understand. Suddenly, Lin Jun changed the subject. By the way, you're free tomorrow, right? Come with me to the war zone hospital. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, puzzled. Why are we going to the hospital? While having dinner, Lin Jun unexpectedly suggested to his son, Lin Xiao, go and visit Lan Weiwei. She's the leader of the Ironia City Battle Group and the captain of the city defense team, and she's injured now. As the Minister of Defense, I have the responsibility to visit her personally. Lin Xiao was taken aback and asked, Dad, why do you want me to go? I'm not familiar with her. Lin Jun, with a serious expression, replied frankly, Actually, I want you to become her apprentice. That way, no matter what danger you might face in the future, she'll protect you. This statement was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Lin Xiao stunned. Dad, there's really no need for that. I haven't even been to the Divine Beast Forest yet. Besides, the Beastmaster Academy will assign me to a team, and I. Lin Jun raised his hand to interrupt his son, his tone filled with concern. Xiao, you need to understand that you only have a level 2 talent, and you pretended to be level 3 to get into the Beastmaster Academy. You might not know this, but once new Beastmasters find their divine beasts in the forest, they quickly join real battles. Although I'm not a Beastmaster, as the Minister of Defense, I'm aware of how many freshmen die in these battles each year. The death rate is as high as 30%. Do you know what that means? Out of 100 freshmen, 30 lose their lives in combat. Hearing his father's words, Lin Xiao was stunned. It became clear that his father was worried about his insufficient strength and the life-threatening risks of participating in real battles. Indeed, with his current level 2 capability, he couldn't even obtain a divine beast with an attribute, making participation in real battles akin to courting death. Having a war god-level protector like Lan Weiwei would greatly increase his safety if he had to fight. Lin Xiao wanted to tell his father that he had already reached the level of an advanced beastmaster. But seeing the anxious look on his father's face, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. It seemed he would have to find the right opportunity to honestly explain everything to his father. "Xiao, you must know how important you are to us," Lin Jin said, patting Lin Xiao's shoulder with a heartfelt tone. "If anything happens to you, how can your mother and I go on?" "I understand," Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. After dinner, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Lin Xiao returned to his room, took off his Beastmaster device, and gently touched the dragon head tattoo on his wrist. He pondered whether he should summon another dragon. Currently, his main force was the demon horn dragon. Although the gold attribute was the most versatile among all attributes, adaptable to most battlefields and fights, its comprehensive nature meant it was relatively weaker in some combat aspects. He needed a strong, offensive dinosaur, perhaps a carnivorous one like the Tyrannosaurus rex, ruler of the Cretaceous period. This would better equip him for various battlefields. Lin Xiao thought that if he had faced the poison dragon lizard with a Trex instead of the demon horn dragon, he would have been confident enough to at least severely wound it, if not kill it. After all, a Trex with attribute attacks would be incredibly powerful. However, the problem was that his current reputation points were 0, and a single draw required 1,000 reputation points. This meant he needed to upgrade the demon horn dragon to the Beast King level before he could have another chance at selection. Acquiring a Beast King level beast core had become a pressing need. As Lin Xiao contemplated these issues, he unknowingly drifted into sleep. The next morning, at 7:30, Lin Xiao woke up early to wash up as the sunlight streamed warmly through the bedroom window. In the kitchen, Lili had already laid out breakfast, and the aroma filled the entire house. After washing up, Lin Xiao headed to the dining room, sat down, and began enjoying the sumptuous breakfast. As he ate, Lin Xiao thought about his plans for the day. Lin Einer had already hurriedly finished her breakfast and left for the research institute, leaving behind a quick goodbye. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xiao put on his coat, picked up a prepared fruit basket, and got into his father Lin Jun's car, heading to the military hospital. The scenery outside the car window rushed by as Lin Xiao's thoughts drifted to Lan Weiwei. He indeed had a fondness for this girl. She was not only beautiful and intelligent, but also exceptionally capable. Lin Xiao thought to himself that no normal man could resist such a girl, especially since they had known each other for a long time. Lin Xiao never liked complicated emotional games. His principle was simply liked what he liked and didn't like what he didn't. Living life straightforwardly and simply was Lin Xiao's nature, whether in the past or present. The corridors of the military hospital were quiet and bright. In a solitary room in the corner, Lan Weiwei sat idly on the edge of her bed, lost in thought. She wore a light blue hospital gown, her hands resting on the bed, her gaze unfocused on the white wall opposite. Her thoughts drifted, and every few seconds, an image of a person in a black trench coat with a handsome face flashed in her mind. That figure wasn't particularly strong, nor had broad shoulders, yet it exuded an indescribable sense of grandeur. This feeling made Lan Weiwei think of him repeatedly. As someone equally straightforward and uncomplicated, Lan Weiwei wasn't adept at playing mind games. Her feelings were pure. If she liked someone, she liked them without reason. If she didn't, no one could force anything upon her. Yet, this young man, 2 years her junior, had firmly captured her heart. It seemed that in a fleeting moment of their meeting, his maturity beyond his years made her feel he was someone with many stories. Just as Lan Weiwei was lost in thought, a figure quietly entered the room. "Captain Lan, how's your recovery going?" The visitor was a young man in his 20s, dressed in a neat Beastmaster uniform, with a badge on his chest displaying 3 stars, a mark of a senior Beastmaster, clearly one of Lan Weiwei's subordinates. "Not bad, what's up?" Lan Weiwei remained seated by the bed, not turning back, her tone calm. The young Beastmaster stood straight and reported, "Minister of Defense Lin Jun and his son are on their way here to see you." "Oh," Lan Weiwei responded casually, her gaze still fixed on the white wall. Noticing Lan Weiwei's obvious distraction, the young man awkwardly scratched his head and tentatively said, "Captain, are you still thinking about yesterday's incident? There wasn't any strong person who came to rescue you. Maybe you were hallucinating from the poison. Think about it. In the entire city of Aronia, there are only a handful of Beastmaster-level Beastmasters, and you know all of them. How could anyone drive away the venomous dragon lizard to the point it couldn't approach you? Lan Weiwei suddenly turned her head, a flash of anger in her eyes. Hey, are you just meddling for no reason? Got nothing to do? Go away, don't bother me while I'm thinking about my idol. Idol? The young man was puzzled. I apologize. He left the room sheepishly. As he stepped out, he saw Lin Jun and a young man approaching with a fruit basket. The young man immediately stood at attention and respectfully greeted. Hello, Minister Lin. Lin Jun nodded. I could hear Captain Lan's voice from afar. What's going on? Who upset her? He asked curiously. The captain's infatuated, thinking about her idol. Minister, maybe you should try to talk to her. The young man said, saluted again, and then left the corridor. Thinking about her idol? Who's the idol? Lin Jun muttered curiously. Lan Weiwei, the most promising beast tamer in the Alliance of Thousand Nations, is renowned for her incredible talent and strength. As a young girl, she excelled at the Beast Tamer Academy with her exceptional level 7 talent, and later tamed the Zile tiger, known as one of the strongest thunder-type beasts in the sacred beast forest. In just a few years, Lan Weiwei has made remarkable progress, becoming a Beast King level tamer and now advancing towards the Calamity level. Lin Jun, the Minister of Defense, holds great admiration for this talented subordinate. At this moment, he opens the door to the hospital room, places a fruit basket gently on the table, and his gaze falls on Lan Weiwei, who is sitting by the bed, lost in thought. Despite wearing a simple hospital gown, her exceptional presence is undeniable. Captain Lan, are you feeling better? Lin Jun asked with concern. Without turning her head, Lan Weiwei replied in a tired voice. Thank you for your concern, Minister. I'm fine now, just a bit clumsy with my hands and feet, so I can't stand up to salute. Lin Jun waved his hand with a smile. No need, sitting is fine. His son, Lin Xiao, stood quietly by his side, observing Lan Weiwei. 2 years had passed, yet her determined nature remained unchanged. Lan Weiwei seemed distracted, lightly swinging her legs as she said, Minister Lin, if there's nothing else, please leave. I'd like to be alone for a while. Lin Jun, unfazed, kindly replied. I just heard about your situation from Xiao Wang. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Perhaps I can help. With a sigh, Lan Weiwei said in frustration. Sigh, you can't help with this. I don't even know the name of that guy. She regretted not asking for the young man's name when she had the chance. Momentarily at a loss for words, Lin Jun then changed the topic. Captain Lan, I have a small request. My son has joined the Beast Tamer Academy, but his talent isn't outstanding. Could you take him as your apprentice and guide him well? All right, Lan Weiwei replied briefly. Lin Jun, pleased, said, Thank you, Captain Lan. Xiao, go ahead and pay your respects. Captain Lan is the pride of Aronia City. Feeling a bit awkward, Lin Xiao said. Ahem, Captain Lan, please take care of me in the future. Your apprentice is here to pay respects. This statement struck Lan Weiwei like a bolt of lightning, instantly waking her up. She looked up sharply at the polite young man before her. The face that had been etched in her memory was right in front of her, with a gentle smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. You. Lan Weiwei was so shocked she couldn't speak, her mind blank. Lin Jun asked in confusion. Captain Lan. Lan Weiwei suddenly stood up, exclaiming excitedly. Minister Lin, he's your son. Yes, is there a problem? Lin Jun asked, puzzled. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lan Weiwei was almost frantic. The person she'd been searching for over 2 years was actually her superior's son. The young man who had once leaned on her chest, helping to draw out poison bit by bit, had been right under her nose for 2 whole years. Lin Jun, perplexed, replied, I didn't mention it. I'm sure I've mentioned Xiao in front of you more than once. Lin Jun stood at the hospital room door, looking perplexed at the scene before him. Lan Weiwei, who previously had difficulty walking, was now moving with ease, leaving him completely baffled. Even more surprising was Lan Weiwei's apparent unusual interest in his son. Why are you so excited? Is there something wrong with my son? Lin Jun couldn't help but ask. No problem at all. I'm willing to take him as my apprentice, Lan Weiwei answered without hesitation, her tone carrying a hint of eager excitement. Just as Lin Jun was about to burst into laughter, his phone rang unexpectedly. After the call, he said to Lin Xiao, Shower, have a good chat with Captain Lan. She'll be looking after you from now on. I have something to attend to, and we'll pick you up later. After watching his father leave, Lin Xiao turned to Lan Weiwei with a gentle smile. I told you, we'd meet again. Lan Weiwei gazed at the young man in front of her, eyes full of curiosity. Lin Xiao, why did you run yesterday? And how did you become so strong in just 2 years? What should I call you now? Captain Lan, Master or Weiwei? Lin Xiao maintained his calm demeanor. Just call me Weiwei, Lan Weiwei replied, her cheeks slightly reddening, and then she pressed on. Minister Lin told me the other day that you only had a level 2 aptitude, yet you can take on a cataclysm level beast heathen. It's unbelievable. Lin Xiao chuckled helplessly. Weiwei, it's been 2 years, don't bombard me with so many questions at once. I don't even know where to start. As they continued their conversation, Lin Jun reappeared at the door. Shower, the Alliance needs me back. I'll drop you home on the way. As they parted, Lan Weiwei softly said, take care on the road. After Lin Xiao left, Lan Weiwei immediately called out, Doctor, I want to be discharged. On the way back, Lin Zhun reminded, Shower, tomorrow you need to go to the Divine Beast Forest. It's divided into 4 regions, each corresponding to different Beastmaster aptitude levels. Choose wisely. Angering a divine beast is no joke. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, though his mind was occupied with another problem he needed to solve. Qin Ruodo. After a day of rest at home, the third morning arrived as scheduled. Lin Xiao prepared himself to head to the Beastmaster Academy, where the second phase of the freshman assessment choosing a mythical beast in the mythical beast forest was about to take place. On the training ground, 43 freshmen who had passed the aptitude test stood in neat rows, their expressions solemn. In front of them were 8 key figures from the academy. Vice Dean Zhang Li of the Outer Academy, Director of Education Qin Peng, Freshman Class Leader Qin Ruodong, Inner Academy Student Ning Yi, and 4 members of the combat unit. This combat unit, much like the team led by Lan Weiwei, was always on standby to handle any emergencies. Zhang Li, clad in his black dean's robe, regarded the new students with authority. Students, due to the unexpected death of the advanced beast, the 3-headed brute, we postponed the mythical beast forest selection to today. This day is of great significance to you. You will find your lifelong partner in the mythical beast forest. He emphasized, remember, your mythical beast is your life, your most crucial ally in future battles against exotic beasts. Once you find a suitable mythical beast, establish a connection, capture it with your beast control device, and return safely. Be mindful of your limits and do not exceed your capabilities in pursuit of power. Understood, the 43 students responded in unison. Several jeeps then drove onto the training ground, and the freshmen boarded in an orderly fashion. As Lin Xiao sat in the vehicle, he pondered to himself. The academy seems to have downplayed the death of the 3-headed brute. Have they not identified the intruder in the trial forest? This question lingered in his mind, but there were clearly more pressing matters to focus on now. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the military base on the outskirts of the city. This was the location of the mythical beast forest, spanning over 5,000 square kilometers. The forest was home to various peculiar creatures, all of which had mutated after being infected by the dark dimension. Unlike the exotic beasts that descended from outer star realms, these mythical beasts were native mutated organisms. Within this vast woodland, some mythical beasts possessed extraordinary attributes. Establishing a connection with such a beast could make one a key candidate for the Academy's focused training. Each freshman would be assigned to a team of 4 to 5 members based on their individual talents. After all, in the League of 1,000 Nations, Beastmasters are the most valuable combat resource. However, the law of survival of the fittest has never changed. Only a few freshmen managed to survive the brutal real-world combat for 3 years. This harsh reality lay before them. Some people could only find weaker mythical beasts, ending up as ordinary beast tamers, living mundane lives. This place truly tests the skills of a beast tamer. Lin, with our level 3 skills, we can probably only explore the outer layer, Lu Yong said, glancing at Lin Xiao, who was sitting next to him with his eyes closed, a hint of resignation in his eyes. The beast forest is divided into 4 layers, the outer, inner, deep, and center layers, each progressively more challenging. With Lin Xiao's abilities, he naturally couldn't venture into the inner areas and could only linger in the outer layer. However, Lin Xiao was unfazed by these limitations, as he owned an entire island of dinosaurs and had little interest in the so-called mythical beasts in the forest. Once the vehicle stopped, over 40 students disembarked, their faces filled with anticipation. Zhang Li stood in front, his voice booming as he gave instructions. Your beast-taming devices are activated. If you encounter danger, call for help immediately, and the combat team will rescue you. You only have 3 hours. Off you go, and good luck. With Zhang Li's command, the students were filled with excitement. After all, attending the Beast Tamer Academy was for moments like this. Except for Lin Xiao, who remained calm and indifferent, the other students eagerly rushed into the beast forest. Lin Xiao and Lu Yong walked leisurely toward the outer layer. Just as Lin Xiao was about to step into the beast forest, he noticed Qin Ruodong and Ning Yi watching him intently from a distance. Ning Yi's gaze was particularly hostile, even making a throat-slitting gesture, while Qin Ruodong smirked coldly, her eyes full of animosity. Unfazed, Lin Xiao confidently returned the gesture with an international friendly hand sign, and then ignored them, striding into the beast forest. This action left Ning Yi, standing beside Qin Ruodong, with a face as dark as thunder, clearly marking the beginning of their rivalry with Lin Xiao. Among the 40-plus participants entering the beast forest, only 7 were level 3, most were level 4, and a few were level 5 beast tamers. Lin, we'll have to split up once we're inside the beast forest. I hope you find a powerful mythical beast that suits you, Lu Yong said, giving Lin Xiao a thumbs up and a toothy grin, his eyes filled with sincere wishes. Thanks, you too, Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile, watching Lu Yong sprint into the dense forest. As Lu Yong's figure disappeared into the thicket, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Since he was already here, it would be a waste not to explore. However, the outer layer didn't offer any noteworthy mythical beasts, just some weaker creatures. Lin Xiao planned to casually find a mythical beast to complete the task. He wandered aimlessly in the outer layer for about half an hour, encountering a few common mythical beasts. A giant scythe mantis waving its sharp forelimbs, several flame beetles crawling through the bushes, and a few would attribute carnivorous flowers with gaping maws. After bonding with a mythical beast, regardless of its original strength, it would revert to a low level, requiring the beast tamer to nurture and enhance it gradually. Lin Xiao had no interest in these lesser creatures and continued on. Roar! Boom! Suddenly, Lin Xiao heard a deafening beast roar and the sounds of intense fighting not far away, the ground trembling from the commotion. This immediately piqued his interest. It seems there's a fight between mythical beasts ahead, Lin Xiao thought, quickly heading toward the noise. After pushing through several bushes, he arrived at a clearing. In the center of the clearing, a giant wolf engulfed in blazing red flames was fiercely battling a similarly sized, attributeless black dog. Lin Xiao promptly activated his beast-taming device to analyze the attributes of these two mythical beasts. Flame Giant Wolf. Quality low. Skill, Flame Breath. Attribute, Fire. Status, Healthy. Mutant Black Dog. Quality low. Skill, None. Attribute, None. Status, Critically Injured. The two mythical beasts were similar in size, but the difference in attributes was apparent. The mutant black dog's fur was scorched and curled, its body covered with several fatal wounds, blood dripping continuously, and its life force fading quickly, likely beyond saving. Meanwhile, the flame giant wolf, enveloped in roaring flames, remained lively and dominant. Boom! A dull thud shattered the silence. The flaming giant wolf lunged like an arrow at the big black dog, pinning it to the ground. The wolf's massive jaws opened wide, unleashing a torrent of searing flames directly at the black dog's head. Under the fiery assault, the black dog struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. Ultimately, it collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. The victorious flaming giant wolf howled triumphantly, its voice filled with excitement. Lin Xiao watched the brutal fight coldly, thinking to himself, survival of the fittest, a natural law that requires no sympathy. After the battle, the flaming giant wolf began sniffing around as if searching for something, ignoring its dying opponent on the ground. Suddenly, it caught the scent of a human. The wolf whipped its head around, locking eyes with Lin Xiao in the distance, baring its teeth and letting out a threatening growl. Lin Xiao assessed the situation inwardly. This flaming giant wolf is strong, though not as powerful as his demon horn dragon, but still a decent target. He activated his beast control device, preparing to capture it. However, the device suddenly issued a warning. Talent level mismatch. Capture not possible. Please select another target. Lin Xiao's expression changed instantly, and he couldn't help but curse. How could he fail to capture this mere flaming giant wolf? Someone who could easily control a high-level demon horn dragon was being dismissed by this worthless device? It seemed the rule, level 2 can only select non-attribute divine beasts, was indeed true. At that moment, the flaming giant wolf roared angrily, seemingly provoked by Lin Xiao's reaction. It poised to leap. Lin Xiao scoffed. What are you roaring about? Get lost. He placed his hand on his wrist, ready to respond at any moment. Sensing Lin Xiao's movement, the giant wolf halted abruptly. It seemed to realize something and turned to flee. Lin Xiao snorted. Smart move, or I'd have crushed you. Just as Lin Xiao was about to continue on his way, the dying black dog let out a faint woof. To Lin Xiao's surprise, tears started to flow from the black dog's eyes. Lin Xiao sighed. Crying won't help. I can't save you. You're at death's door. At that moment, a 3-to-4-month-old black puppy emerged from a tree hollow behind the black dog. The little one stumbled over to its side, nudging it with its head and whimpering as if pleading for the black dog to stand up. Lin Xiao suddenly realized why the black dog dared to challenge an elemental beast. He noticed several small black dog carcasses around the tree hollow, indicating this was a desperate fight to protect its young. Lin Xiao crouched slowly beside the black dog. The little black puppy immediately ran over to him, barking incessantly. Lin Xiao gently stroked the puppy's head, saying, Little black dog, staying here means certain death for you. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, the little black puppy wagged its tail and licked Lin Xiao's hand with its pink tongue. Lin Xiao smiled knowingly and picked up the furry little creature. He turned to the big black dog and gently reassured it. Don't worry, the little one will be safe with me. The big black dog seemed to understand Lin Xiao's words, its eyes showing a hint of relief before it slowly closed them and passed away. Just then, Lin Xiao's beast-taming device beeped with a notification. Match successful. Would you like to establish a connection? Lin Xiao was instantly furious, cursing. Damn it. Don't make me curse you. I won't connect. However, The device ignored his protest and announced on its own, "Connection successful." Lin Xiao sighed in resignation, thinking, "Well, it seems my beast-taming device has found a divine beast, and I've gained a little black puppy." But he didn't really care, seeing the puppy as just a sidekick to his demonic horned dragon. As Lin Xiao was about to leave, a grating voice suddenly rang out. From not far away, Ningyi approached with a smug grin, taunting, "Ha! Lin Xiao, you really surprised me. I thought you would choose a non-elemental tiger or lion. At least they have some combat power. But you chose a worthless dog, truly eye-opening. Trash dogs suit trash people, it really suits you." Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and retorted coldly, "I think you're the dog here, with a nose so keen you tracked me all the way. You're quite something." Ning Yi's face darkened, and he spoke with a threatening tone. "Lin Xiao, remember what happened the day before yesterday?" "What did I say?" At this moment, the little black puppy seemed to sense danger and immediately bared its tiny teeth, barking at Ning Yi. Annoyed, Ning Yi cursed, "Damn dog, what are you barking for? I'll make sure you're dead soon." Lin Xiao chuckled dismissively. Why bother arguing with a dog? Seeing Lin Xiao's indifferent attitude, Ning Yi was secretly shocked. This guy is still so nonchalant, even in this situation? Could it be that he's really not afraid of death? Ning Yi pulled out his phone and threatened, "Lin Xiao, it seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Kneel now, look at the camera, and apologize to Qin Ruodong, and I'll let you go today." Lin Xiao still wore a faint smile and asked, "And if I don't?" Ning Yi sneered, You privileged kids really have no fear. Do you know how many beast tamers die in the divine beast forest every year due to accidents? If you die here, it will just be ruled as a beast attack. No one will know it was me, especially for someone like you who got in through connections as a level 2 beast tamer." With that, Ning Yi suddenly raised his hand, releasing a swift wind wolf. Lin Xiao glanced at the wolf's attributes. Advanced skill wind blade. For symbols, gale attribute, wind attribute, health status good. Lin Xiao's gaze grew cold. "You've even released your divine beast. Looks like you're really itching for a fight. Just a warning, I have a bad temper, and if you push me, people might get hurt." Ningyi scoffed, Really? I'm so scared. Your little dog is terrifying too." "Windwolf, swallow that trash dog first." Following the command, the wind wolf transformed into a gust of wind, charging towards the snarling little puppy in front of Lin Xiao. Despite its size, the little black dog was fearless, barking loudly in the wolf's direction. Lin Xiao chuckled softly. "Little hum, someone's bullying your new little brother. How can you, as the big brother, not stand up for him?" With that, he raised his hand sharply. Boom! Just as the wind wolf lunged, a demon-horned dragon, as imposing as a tank, was released with a powerful sense of pressure. It landed right in front of the little black dog. The impact of the demon-horned dragon's landing seemed to shake the ground. Ning Yi was left speechless, utterly stunned by the sight. Just as the swift wind wolf was about to pounce on Xiao He, a massive creature crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. This sudden beast was more than 3 times the size of the swift wind wolf, covered in scales with a black metallic sheen, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. The swift wind wolf was caught off guard, skidding to a halt and leaving deep claw marks in the ground. Ning Yi was dumbfounded, stammering, "What kind of monster is this? A high-level divine beast." His eyes were wide with disbelief as he stared at the enormous creature in front of him. Lin Xiao smirked coldly and pointed at the swift wind wolf, mocking with Ning Yi's earlier words, "Xiao Hong, crush this worthless dog." The beast, called Xiao Hong, snorted out 2 streams of white air and scraped the ground fiercely with its hooves, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the next moment, it charged forward like a heavy tank, causing the ground to quiver under its assault. Damn, this monster, it's a dinosaur. Ning Yi finally recognized the true nature of the beast, and his hair stood on end. The opponent he had always mocked as useless trash could summon such a terrifying creature. This realization hit Ning Yi like a heavy blow, leaving him momentarily panicked. However, there was no time to think. Xiao Hong was already barreling towards him like an out-of-control truck. In desperation, Ning Yi commanded the swift wind wolf to dodge and shouted, "Windblade." The swift wind wolf leapt agilely, opening its maw wide. Whoosh, 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 several sharp, circular wind blades shot from its mouth, heading straight for Xiao Hong. Yet, when these blades, capable of slicing through boulders, struck Xiao Hong's scales, they only sparked harmlessly off, causing no damage whatsoever. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly amused. Xiao Hong's metallic skin could withstand the poisonous tail spikes of a dragon lizard, so the wind blades from the swift wind wolf were laughably ineffective. Seeing the wind blade attack fail, Ning Yi was completely flustered. His mind raced, and suddenly, a thought struck him. He shouted angrily, "You killed the 3-headed beast." "Correct. Well done," Lin Xiao replied with a faint smile. "Here's your reward, a fearless charge." Before he finished speaking, the 2 sharp demon horns on Xiao Hong's head burst with dazzling golden light. In the next second, it charged towards the swift wind wolf like a speeding locomotive. With the advantage of wind speed, the battle-hardened Ning Yi reacted swiftly, commanding the swift-winged wolf to dodge. However, Xiaohang's impact was far greater than Ning Yi had anticipated. With a thunderous crash, Xiaohang knocked down several towering trees, which toppled like dominoes, instantly turning to dust. The astounding destructive power made Ning Yi gasp. He thought to himself, being hit by such a beast would be fatal, or at least crippling. But he quickly calmed down and smiled. It's a pity, though your size and strength are impressive, your speed is lacking, nowhere near my wind attribute. Swift Wind Wolf, for symbols gale. With Ning Yi's command, the swift wind wolf moved at high speed, leaving afterimages in the air. In the blink of an eye, 4 identical swift wind wolves appeared in the 4 cardinal directions, simultaneously launching a vortex of wind blades at Xiaohang. Clang, clang, clang. Countless wind blades rained down like a storm, concentrating on Xiaohang. Yet, Xiaohang's metallic scales were impenetrable, sparking with each hit, but suffering no real harm. Despite this, the fierce wind blade attack kept Xiaohang momentarily immobilized. Seeing this, Ning Yi grinned wickedly. Haha, Lin Xiao, a divine beast of this level is wasted on you. I've got my eyes on your dinosaur. If I kill you, it'll be mine. Ning Yi's gaze was as piercing as a viper's, fixated on Lin Xiao's beast control device, as if it held an unimaginable treasure. He clearly mistook Lin Xiao's dinosaur as something released from the device. Faced with this blatant threat, Lin Xiao remained unusually calm. He quietly commanded, Magnetic Storm. No sooner had he spoken than Xiaohang's imposing demon-horned dragon began to stir. Its metallic scales quivered as if alive, vibrating intensely. Countless tiny scales fluttered like butterfly wings, creating a relentless metallic friction sound. This peculiar sight generated a powerful magnetic field, causing iron filings on the ground to rise as if summoned. Whoosh! A black storm swept the area, gathering more and more iron filings. Ning Yi's swift wind wolf was soon encased in a thick layer of iron scabs, stripping away its speed advantage and even nullifying its ability to create duplicates. Ning Yi was dumbfounded, clearly not expecting his prized speed advantage to be so easily neutralized. Lin Xiao gave his opponent no time to recover, issuing a new command. Fearless Charge. At the command, Xiaohang charged forward without hesitation. Its massive body was like an out-of-control truck, crashing into the immobilized swift wind wolf. Boom! With a deafening crash, the swift wind wolf flew out like a kite with a broken string, smashing through several trees before slamming heavily to the ground. The iron scabs not only restricted its movements, but now also contributed to its injuries. Unable to withstand the brutal impact, the swift wind wolf passed out on the spot. Seeing his prized beast defeated so effortlessly, Ning Yi's eyes began to dart nervously. Realizing that killing Lin Xiao was now an impossible task, he suddenly raised a hand and shouted, Assimilate. With this low shout, Ning Yi's robes began to flutter as if imbued with wind attributes. He turned to flee, but Lin Xiao calmly called out, Xiaohang. Xiaohang's scales vibrated even more fiercely, and with a whoosh, a storm of iron scabs blocked Ning Yi's escape. Some scabs even attached to his legs, making him feel as if he were trapped in a swamp, unable to move. At this moment, Lin Xiao leisurely approached the frantically struggling Ning Yi. Senior Ning, how about it? Do you think your junior's skills are up to par? Lin Xiao stood beside Ning Yi, wearing a refined smile, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Lin Xiao, I was just messing around. Look at you, taking it seriously. Ning Yi's expression turned awkward, his smile forced. Oh, just messing around. Lin Xiao paced around Ning Yi, his tone light. So, in Senior Ning's eyes, messing around involves summoning a beast and trying to kill me. Misunderstanding. Ning Yi hurriedly explained. Lin Xiao, no, brother Lin, we're both students at the Beast Tamer Academy. I was tricked by Qin Ruodong. I didn't mean to cause trouble for you. Please let me go. At this point, Ning Yi's eyes were filled with fear, especially when facing the menacing demon-horned dragon. He had completely lost the will to resist. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. You know, I hate trouble the most. The best way to deal with trouble is to eliminate the source. From Lin Xiao's gaze, Ning Yi saw a clear intent to kill, as if his life could be taken at any moment. Brother Lin, Ning Yi called out in despair. Lin Xiao walked up to Ning Yi and suddenly reached for the beast control device on Ning Yi's wrist. What are you doing? Give me back my beast control device. Ning Yi exclaimed in shock, his assimilation ability vanishing instantly without the device. Lin Xiao toyed with the device in his hand before casually tossing it next to Xiaohang. With a crack, Xiaohang mercilessly crushed the device underfoot. Senior Ning, have a safe journey, Lin Xiao said, raising his hand in a slight gesture. Damn it, Lin Xiao, you dare kill me. If you kill me here, the academy will hunt you down. Ning Yi shouted frantically, panicked. Lin Xiao coldly replied. That's what you say? Every year, many beast tamers die here. I'll make sure the scene is set up perfectly, and no one will know it was me. With that, he turned and walked away. Boom! With a savage charge from Xiao Hong, Ning Yi's chest was torn open, leaving a gaping, bloody wound. Ning Yi stared blankly at the golden dragon horn piercing through his chest, his pupils gradually turning white. With great difficulty, he lifted his head to look again at the young man before him, Lin Xiao. In his eyes, Lin Xiao was no longer an ordinary boy, but a grim reaper wielding a scythe. Lin Xiao, do you really dare to kill me? Ning Yi's voice was filled with disbelief. Lin Xiao's lips curled slightly, his gaze chillingly calm. Did you think I was bluffing? Don't worry, you won't feel the pain for long. With a wound like this, you'll be dead in 30 seconds. His tone was as if he were merely stating an obvious fact. A sharp sound accompanied the withdrawal of the dragon horn. Ning Yi's knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from the gaping wound in his chest, his life ebbing away like a receding tide. In these final moments, a torrent of emotions surged through him: regret, frustration, despair. He wanted to say something, but could only open his mouth in vain. Unable to draw another breath, he closed his eyes forever. Lin Xiao raised his hand to store the dragon horn in Dino Island, watching the corpse on the ground with cold eyes. This was his first kill since arriving in this world, yet he felt no inner turmoil. Perhaps this outcome was inevitable. Without the help of the dragon horn today, Ning Yi would have humiliated him. Even if today was just a lesson, someone like Ning Yi would continue to harass him endlessly at the academy. Killing him was indeed the most straightforward solution. As Lin Xiao prepared to leave, he heard chaotic footsteps approaching from afar. He quickly realized that the commotion of breaking Ning Yi's beast controller had alerted Zhang Li and others guarding outside the sacred beast forest. Swiftly, he found a hidden corner to conceal himself and deleted all battle records from the beast controller. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Vice President Zhang Li arrived at the scene with Qin Ruodong and 4 senior beast controllers. The signal from Ning Yi's beast controller disappeared around here. Search and find out what happened, Zhang Li ordered, and the 4 senior beast controllers immediately spread out. Lin Xiao silently rejoiced at having destroyed the evidence in time. The beast controller was like a personal recorder, and without destroying it, the murder would surely be exposed. Now, with no evidence, no one would suspect a level 2 beast controller of being capable of such an act. Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence. Qin Ruodong, who had accompanied them, discovered Ning Yi's body. She was as if she had seen a ghost, covering her mouth and trembling all over. Zhang Li rushed over upon hearing the scream, and his face instantly darkened when he saw Ning Yi lying in a pool of blood. She had Ning Yi secretly follow Lin Xiao, hoping to find an opportunity to teach that arrogant boy a lesson. But now, Ning Yi lay dead here. Qin Ruodong stood before the pool of blood, her eyes fixed on the blood-soaked ground, her mind blank. Her breath caught in her throat, unable to comprehend the scene before her. How could a senior beastmaster die like this? What on earth happened? Qin Ruodong murmured, her fingertips trembling slightly. Why is Ning Yi dead? He was a senior beastmaster. In this forest of divine beasts, all the divine beasts not yet captured by humans, no matter how powerful, were considered low-level. How could a battle-hardened senior beastmaster meet his end in such a place? If it were an inexperienced new student who died here, it might be understandable, but Ning Yi? It was utterly absurd. Qin Ruodong snapped back to reality, her voice tearing through the air as she shouted, "Dean, save him!" Zhang Li walked slowly to Ning Yi's side, carefully turning over the fallen body. His gaze swept over the gruesome, exposed wound on Ning Yi's chest, and he shook his head gravely. He's already dead. Why? Qin Ruodong's voice was filled with disbelief. Senior Ning Yi was a senior beastmaster. Why would he die here? She stood there as if all her strength had been drained, as though everything before her was a nightmare. Zhang Li frowned deeply, his voice low. I also want to know how he died. His face was dark and his eyes showed deep concern. It seems there have been too many strange occurrences lately. First, a senior exotic beast in the trial forest was killed, and now a senior beastmaster has died here. He crouched down, examining Ning Yi's wounds closely, his fingers gently brushing over the horrific gashes. And these wounds, they're all highly lethal penetrating wounds, truly baffling. As Qin Ruodong was in a daze, a figure suddenly flashed in her mind, the seemingly harmless young man who had once brought her a naked killing intent. It's Lin Xiao. The thought struck Qin Ruodong like lightning. She could hardly believe it. She was the one who had Ning Yi follow Lin Xiao, yet there was no sign of Lin Xiao around. Soon, 4 senior beast masters briskly emerged from the nearby thicket. Vice Dean, no elemental divine beasts were found nearby. One beast master reported, standing at attention. All right, Zhang Li nodded, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. There are 20 minutes left until the end of the Divine Beast Forest session. Launch the signal flare immediately and have all the new students gather here. Zhang Li keenly sensed that today's events were likely not simple. Although new students died in the Divine Beast Forest every year, those were usually novices killed during the process of capturing divine beasts. Someone like Ning Yi, an experienced member of the Inner Academy, shouldn't have been killed here. What made Zhongli even more uneasy was the discovery that Ning Yi's Beastmaster device had been completely crushed by some force, rendering it unusable. Whoosh! The signal flare shot into the sky, followed by a deafening boom. The blue flare exploded in midair, releasing a dazzling blue halo. Soon, the freshmen who had mostly completed their divine beast capture tasks began to gather at the signal flare's location one by one. Lin Xiao waited for about 10 minutes before finally seeing Lu Yong return first. Since Lu Yong was only searching for divine beasts on the periphery, he returned faster than the others. Lin Xiao quietly rose from the bushes, lightly dusted off his sleeves, and inconspicuously followed Lu Yong. Whoa, Lin, you scared me. Lu Yong was about to head to the signal flare location when he suddenly noticed Lin Xiao beside him, startled. Lin Xiao wore a faint smile, asking, "So, did you find a suitable divine beast?" "Hee, I did, a flame giant wolf, impressive, right?" Lu Yong proudly waved his Beastmaster device, his tone filled with pride. Lin Xiao felt a bit speechless. This guy managed to capture the flame giant wolf that he himself hadn't been able to tame. Indeed, he had some skills. By the way, what happened up ahead? Lu Yong asked, puzzled. There's still time left. Why was the signal flare launched? Lin Xiao answered nonchalantly, not sure. When Lin Xiao and Lu Yong hurried to the scene, 7 or 8 beast tamers had already gathered, with more arriving continuously. The sight before them left the two in shock. Senior Ning Yi's body lay on the ground, covered in blood. What the heck happened here? How did Senior Ning Yi end up dead? Lu Yong exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. Lin Xiao was equally stunned, muttering to himself. Yeah, how could Senior Ning Yi be dead? Damn it, who did this? The surrounding freshmen were also staring at the body in shock, whispering among themselves. Oh my god, Senior Ning Yi was a high-level beast tamer. What happened? Yeah, in this sacred beast forest, what kind of beast could kill a high-level tamer? Amidst the discussions, Qin Ruodong, who had been standing dazed by Ning Yi's body, suddenly snapped back to reality. Her gaze swept across the crowd, finally locking onto Lin Xiao. Her eyes flared with anger and hatred. It was him. He killed Senior Ning Yi. Qin Ruodong suddenly pointed at Lin Xiao, shouting hoarsely. This accusation was like a bolt of lightning, instantly focusing everyone's attention on Lin Xiao. Even Vice Dean Zhongli frowned and looked in the direction Qin Ruodong was pointing. Lu Yong immediately defended Lin Xiao. Class monitor, how could Lin be the murderer? He's just a level 3 beast tamer. Plus, he just arrived at the sacred beast forest and can only summon low-level beasts at most. That's nonsense. Qin Ruodong retorted sharply. Senior Ning, he came to the forest to find him, and now he's dead here for no reason. How could it not be related to him? Vice Dean Zhongli scrutinized Lin Xiao, who stood bewildered among the crowd, and cautiously asked, Qin, don't make accusations lightly. Do you have any evidence? I have evidence, Qin Ruodong said through gritted teeth. On the first day of school, Senior Ning, he had a conflict with him. He must have harbored a grudge and killed Senior Ning Yi. Faced with such a serious accusation, Lin Xiao remained unusually calm. He said calmly, Qin, you shouldn't make baseless accusations. How can you wrong an innocent person? Lin Xiao's composed response only fueled Qin Ruodong's anger. She turned to Vice Dean Zhongli and insisted, Vice Dean, I demand to check Lin Xiao's beast-taming device. Vice Dean Zhongli frowned, pondering for a moment, then suddenly asked, Is your father Lin Jin? Yes, Lin Xiao replied succinctly. This answer made Vice Dean Zhongli pause. Lin Jun was the Minister of Defense of the Thousand Nations Alliance, a figure of immense power. If his son was wrongfully accused, it could cause a huge uproar. Vice Dean Zhongli cautiously said to Qin Ruodong, Qin, making a false murder accusation is serious. If you're wrong, you'll be held accountable. Qin Ruodong was undeterred, convinced that Lin Xiao was the murderer. Recalling the unusual events in the trial forest 2 days ago, she was even more certain that Lin Xiao was involved. Although she didn't know how he did it, he was the only one with a motive. I'm willing to take responsibility, Qin Ruodong declared firmly, her eyes shining with determination. Lin Xiao calmly took off the beast controller from his wrist and handed it to Zhongli. Since Qin has accused me, please have the Vice Dean check it. Zhongli carefully inspected the device and found no record of contact with Ning Yi. Upon opening the internal compartment, he discovered an unexpected presence: a small black puppy, about 3 to 4 months old, blinking its big, innocent eyes at him. Wow, an attributeless mutant black dog? That's a level 2 talent, Zhongli remarked. Considering Lin Xiao's family background, his parents and sister were prominent figures in the alliance of 1,000 nations. He decided not to press further. Well, is it him? Qin Ruodong asked anxiously, staring at Zhongli. No, it's not, Zhongli replied curtly. Impossible, Qin Ruodong insisted, unwilling to relent. Enough, Zhongli shouted angrily. A level 2 beast tamer with a divine beast that's a low combat power mutant black puppy? Even if Ning Yi stood still, Lin Xiao couldn't kill him. Qin Ruodong was silenced, stunned by the sudden outburst. Zhongli motioned with his hand. Take Ningyi's body and his divine beast back for investigation. Rest assured, the Academy will thoroughly investigate today's events. Please, everyone, return to your activities. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Lin Xiao passed by Qin Ruotong, who clenched her fists in frustration. Once Zhang Li and others were out of earshot, she exploded. Lin Xiao, are you even a man? You have the guts to kill, but not to admit it. Lin Xiao stopped and abruptly turned around, shouting, yes, it was me. I killed Ningyi. I'm the murderer. The surrounding people looked at him as if he were crazy, leaving Qin Ruotong momentarily stunned. Qin, what does your belief matter if they don't believe it? Lin Xiao tilted his head with a light smile. Qin Ruotong deflated, unable to speak. Lin Xiao approached her, his long fingers adjusting her collar as he spoke softly, with an icy undertone. Honestly, Qin, the help you found was really pathetic. Too weak, too easy to defeat. Qin Ruotong shivered, unable to move. Lin Xiao patted her shoulder, a chilling smile on his lips. What a pity. A shame you didn't come with Ningyi. Otherwise, there would have been a pair of bodies here, not just one. But no matter, you'll have your time walking in the dark. I will kill you. His words struck Qin Ruotong like a heavy blow, leaving her soul-stricken. She realized Lin Xiao wasn't joking, truly intended to kill her. Locking eyes with his calm gaze, waves of regret washed over her for provoking this demon cloaked in a gentle facade. Lin Xiao cast a final glance at the now terrified Qin Ruotong, a faint smile on his lips, and then walked away confidently with Lu Yong, leaving her standing there, unable to regain her composure for a long time. Today's expedition to the mythical beast forest went smoothly overall, except for Ning Yi's unfortunate sacrifice. All 43 new students successfully secured their mythical beasts, with no casualties. This marks the beginning of their journey to become true warriors, tasked with defending against the invasion from the Dark Dimension. On the way back to the Beastmaster Academy, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle as he recalled the vice principal's shocked expression when inspecting his beast-handling device. He knew that the old man probably recognized his identity and tacitly accepted his backdoor entry, which saved him quite a bit of trouble. Upon returning to the academy, the new students lined up neatly on the field, awaiting team assignments. Lu Yong eagerly approached Lin Xiao, inquiring about his mythical beast. Lin Xiao gave a vague response, while in his mind, he thought of his little black puppy, just a few months old, wondering what the vice principal would think upon seeing it. Vice Principal Zhang Li stood on the podium, delivering a passionate speech about the importance of teamwork. His words fired up the new students, each eager to begin their journey as beast masters. Over the next half hour, Zhang Li systematically organized the teams. For students formed a squad, 80 made up a battalion, and a total of 160 composed a regiment. This was the structure of the beast master teams, the basic units for their future battles. As he waited for his name to be called, Lin Xiao's thoughts drifted to the broader world. Beast masters, as the core force resisting the invasion from the Dark Dimension, held a prestigious status in society. The entire Blue Star was under the unified command of the Thousand Nations Alliance, with over 2,000 human cities scattered across the land, forming humanity's last line of defense. In over a century of struggle, humanity not only trained beast masters, but also developed numerous advanced technological weapons. However, these weapons could only play a supporting role. Large-scale advanced weapons, though powerful, lacked mobility and struggled to adapt to rapidly changing battlefields. Lin Xiao thought of the cities severely polluted and uninhabitable due to nuclear weapon use. In contrast, those mythical beasts with the power to scorch the sky and boil the sea were the true main force. As Zhang Li continued to call out names, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, ready to face the challenges ahead. He knew what it meant to become a true beast master: arduous missions, high mortality rates, and the mission to fight for all of humanity. Yet, at this moment, he felt only excitement and anticipation. The squad follows the orders of the main team. The main team follows the orders of the headquarters, and the headquarters directly follows the directives of the Thousand Nations Alliance. Generally, the headquarters leader is a Beast King-level Beastmaster, while the main team leader is a senior Beastmaster. The 7th squad, Lin Xiao, Lu Yong, Sun Qi, Ding Letong. The Vice Dean read out the names of Lin Xiao's squad from the list. 4 young individuals walked out of the crowd. Lu Yong enthusiastically spoke first. Hello, I'm Lu Yong, and this is Lin Xiao. We're teammates from now on. Hello, I'm Sun Qi. I'm Ding Letong. The other 2 youths also shook hands with Lin Xiao and Lu Yong amicably. Sun Qi had an ordinary appearance and a slender build, but always wore a smile, making him seem approachable. Ding Letong appeared somewhat aloof, but didn't seem difficult to get along with. Lu Yong glanced around and suddenly joked, Lin, did you notice? There are no girls in our squad. Lin Xiao calmly replied, that's even better. Lu Yong immediately agreed. Exactly, women are such a hassle. They scream at the slightest danger. It's so annoying. As the allocation of over 40 new students concluded, the Vice Dean continued. You will temporarily be incorporated into the Ironia team as a subsidiary squad with your status as new students. The main team leader and headquarters leader will come to claim you shortly. This news was like a bombshell, igniting excitement among the crowd. The new students were overjoyed, cheering, "Oh my God, we're really joining the Ironia team? I've dreamed of joining the Ironia team, and now it's come true. Mom, Dad, I've made it into the Ironia team." Lin Xiao was puzzled by this reaction and turned to Lu Yong, asking, "Lu, what's so special about the Ironia team?" Lu Yong's eyes lit up as he excitedly explained, "Lin, don't you know? The Ironia team is ranked in the top 10 of the Thousand Nations Alliance headquarters. Do you know who the headquarters leader is? It's Lan Weiwei. You didn't know?" Lin Xiao was stunned to hear this, not expecting to be assigned to the team of his future wife. Lan Weiwei, as the leader of the Ironia team, held multiple roles and was a star in the Thousand Nations Alliance. Almost every Beastmaster had heard of her. At that moment, two figures slowly approached. A woman in a Beastmaster's uniform, with a stunning appearance and perfect figure, appeared before the crowd. Her regal aura instantly captured the attention of all the new students. It was Lan Weiwei, accompanied by a senior Beastmaster whom Lin Xiao recognized as the one who had saluted his father at the hospital earlier. As soon as Lan Weiwei arrived, her eyes, as gentle as autumn water, locked onto Lin Xiao in the crowd, giving him a tender gaze. "Lan Weiwei is looking at me," Lu Yong whispered in surprise. "Nonsense. The Ironia squad is a true fighting force. Since Lan Weiwei took over as the captain, her management of the team has become increasingly strict. There is no room for the weak here, and a high casualty rate has become the norm. Yet, this doesn't dampen the enthusiasm of the beast tamers who wish to join, despite the arduous process." At this moment, Lin Xiao's new team has been temporarily assigned as a subsidiary to the Ironia squad. Their role is not even considered as backups, but rather as support staff. Their main task is to handle small-scale invasions by low-level beasts. To be promoted to a full-fledged member, one must endure at least 20 battles filled with blood and fire. Lin Xiao looked around, his gaze sweeping over the 40-plus members around him. He knew all too well that fewer than 10 would survive to become official members. It was a harsh, undeniable reality. Lan Weiwei stood on the podium, exuding an air of confidence. "Beast tamers, I am Lan Weiwei, the captain of the Ironia squad, and this is Guotong, the captain of the second team. From now on, you are under my command. Let me reiterate, Ironia squad does not need the weak. If anyone cannot handle high-intensity tasks, you can voluntarily transfer to the logistics department to wash dishes. Do you understand?" "Yes." More than 40 voices responded in unison, filled with fervor. "Good. Now, head to the logistics department to receive your uniforms, and you will also be assigned your first task," Lan Weiwei said. Then turned to salute Zhang Li, the deputy dean. "Deputy dean, I'm done." Zhang Li looked puzzled. "Captain Lan, these new recruits don't seem to have any particularly outstanding beast tamers. Why include them in your subsidiary team?" Lan Weiwei's lips curled into a slight smile. "There are outstanding beast tamers among them. You just haven't noticed yet, Deputy Dean." Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "All right, I'll leave it to you." With that, he casually saluted and left the scene. The new members excitedly rushed to the logistics department to collect their exclusive Ironia squad uniforms. Lan Weiwei's gaze searched the crowd and eventually settled on Lin Xiao. Sensing her eyes on him, Lin Xiao waved slightly. "Lin, don't flatter yourself. Why would the captain know you?" "She was clearly looking at me." Lu Yong grinned. Lin Xiao ignored him and headed straight for the logistics department, with Lu Yong and the other two following closely behind. At the logistics department, the four of them successfully received their uniforms. The khaki uniforms featured 2 pockets on the chest and were emblazoned with the emblem of a lightning tiger, symbolizing the might of the Ironia squad. Lin Xiao and his 3 companions donned the brand new Ironia team uniforms. Although slightly different from those of the official members, these uniforms marked their official status as structured trainees. Lu Yong touched the team emblem on his chest, feeling emotional. "From today, we're part of the Ironia team." However, their excitement was soon overshadowed by the task ahead. Unlike traditional 3-year training programs, the Thousand Nations Alliance Beastmaster Academy requires new students to participate in real combat immediately. This approach stems from past lessons where Beastmasters, despite having high-level divine beasts, suffered heavy casualties due to a lack of combat experience. While the 4 were still reveling in their new identity, their Beastmaster devices vibrated simultaneously, displaying a new mission. Ding! New task. Please proceed immediately to the eastern outskirts of Ironia City and eliminate the intermediate beast, Ghost Flame Beast. Upon completion, each team member will receive a reward of 2,000 Alliance coins. Lu Yong's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Wow, our first task is this intense." Sun Qi frowned. "An intermediate beast? Our divine beasts are still low level. This is going to be tough." Lin Xiao sighed helplessly. "Let's go. Even though this task is a bit much for us, We have to start from the bottom if we want to take on higher-level missions. The four took a jeep sent by the academy to the eastern outskirts of the city. Once they got off, they faced a forest infected by the dark dimension. The twisted trees swayed in the breeze, resembling giant beasts with gaping maws, awaiting prey. Lu Yong and the others shivered but steeled themselves as they ventured into the eerie woods. Meanwhile, in the office of Vice Principal Zhang Li, Lan Weiwei, Guotong, Qin Peng, and Qin Ruodong sat attentively. A projector in the office displayed live footage of Lin Xiao's team entering the forest, evidently tracked by a miniature reconnaissance device. Lan Weiwei couldn't help but stand up and question, "Vice Principal, what is the meaning of this? Lin Xiao's team is on their first mission. Shouldn't they be hunting low-level beasts? Why were they assigned a task with an intermediate beast?" Zhang Li explained apologetically, "Captain Lan, please don't be upset. This isn't directed at your team. There's just something we need to clarify." "What is it?" Lan Weiwei pressed. Zhang Li slowly raised his head, meeting Lan Weiwei's gaze, and said gravely, "I suspect that the three wild beasts and Ning Yi in the trial forest were killed by Lin Xiao." Zhang Li, who managed to secure the position of vice president, was undoubtedly a shrewd individual. Although he hadn't found direct evidence of Lin Xiao killing Ning Yi in the sacred beast forest, he did something unexpected upon his return. He meticulously examined the footage outside the trial forest, watching it countless times. In his office, Zhang Li sat with his hands clasped on the table, his gaze piercing as he looked at Lan Weiwei and Qin Peng. During this period, only Lin Xiao and Qin Ruodong went in, and the time of the three savage beasts' deaths coincides perfectly with Lin Xiao's entry. He stated in a low, firm voice, "There's a saying, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth." Lan Weiwei paused, frowning slightly. "Is that why you called me here?" Zhang Li nodded. "Yes. I didn't expect you to recruit these freshmen into your subordinate team, and originally this had nothing to do with you. But now it's different, since the person I suspect is under your command, so I wanted you to witness this." Lan Weiwei looked puzzled. She wondered how Lin Xiao could have killed the three beasts and Ning Yi. What really happened? Zhang Li then turned his attention to Qin Peng. "Qin Peng, it was your daughter who reported that Lin Xiao killed Ning Yi, which is why I called you here as well." Qin Peng's face turned ashen. "Vice President, this is a misunderstanding. Lin Xiao can't be the murderer of Ning Yi. Ruodong must be mistaken." He turned to his daughter, scolding her harshly. "Ruodong, don't cause trouble. Tell the Vice President you were wrong." But Qin Ruodong stood her ground, stubbornly saying, "Dad, it was Lin Xiao. I'm not mistaken. I don't know how he did it, but with the Vice President here, and once Lin Xiao encounters a beast, he'll have to act. Then we'll know if it's true or not." "You." Qin Peng was speechless with anger. Zhang Li raised a hand to stop their argument. "Enough. Whether he's the culprit will soon be clear. Until then, let's just wait and see." The office fell silent as everyone's eyes were fixed on the monitor. Although Lan Weiwei appeared calm, she was inwardly vigilant. Regardless of whether Lin Xiao had killed anyone, if anyone dared to move against him, they would have to contend with her, a beast king-level beastmaster. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, who had entered the dense forest, keenly sensed something unusual around him. His gaze swept the surroundings, quickly spotting a dragonfly perched on a branch behind him. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "Why is there a dragonfly in April? That's unusual." Suddenly, a smile tugged at the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth as he murmured to himself, "Interesting. Zhang Li, you really are a sly old fox. You say I couldn't have killed Ning Yi, yet you're secretly investigating me." Lin Xiao had anticipated that things wouldn't be so straightforward. Having killed the three savage beasts, it would be easy to trace who had been to the trial forest through the footage. Zhang Li hadn't mentioned this, clearly investigating in the background. "If you're so interested in watching, then I'll let you see what I'm capable of," Lin Xiao thought decisively. As the saying goes, the truth will come to light sooner or later. There's no point in hiding anymore. Since Zhang Lei was so eager to know, Lin Xiao wasn't going to hold back. After all, in the mythical beast forest, he had already discovered that he was Lin Zhen's son. Even if it was revealed that he had killed the three wild beasts and Ning Yi, Zhang Lei wouldn't be able to do anything to him. That was the source of Lin Xiao's confidence. As Lin Xiao was pondering, a deafening beast roar suddenly erupted ahead. Lu Yong's face turned ashen, and he exclaimed in horror, "Damn it! We just got here and already ran into one, with no time to prepare." Sun Qi immediately barked, "Stop talking and get ready for battle." The three of them simultaneously released their mythical beasts. Lu Yong's was a massive low-level flame giant wolf, its body ablaze with crimson fire. Sun Qi's was a muscular low-level ice attribute giant ape, exuding a chilling aura. Ding Litong's was a nimble and agile low-level wind attribute leopard, with long limbs and a light build. Lu Yong turned to Lin Xiao, urgently asking, "Lin, why aren't you releasing your beast?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked back, "Are you sure you want me to?" Lu Yong was about to lose it, shouting, "Come on, this is serious. A mid-level beast is strong, We need all four of us to ensure victory. Lin Xiao shrugged and calmly said, All right, watch closely and don't blink. With that, he suddenly raised his hand and called out, Xiaohei. Oh whoa, as Lin Xiao lifted the beast control device, a pitifully small black puppy appeared before them. As soon as Xiaohei appeared, it assumed a battle stance, crouching with its tail wagging and baring its teeth, looking quite the part. Lu Yong, Sun Qi, and Ding Letong stared at the tiny black dog, barely reaching their knees, and were dumbfounded. Lu Yong shouted incredulously, What? Lin, are you kidding? Is this what you got from the mythical beast forest? Sun Qi was equally shocked, muttering to himself, Oh my god, so you're the one Ning Yi was talking about, the guy who got in through connections. Ding Letong couldn't help but comment, Lin, you never cease to amaze me. Lin Xiao crouched down, gently stroking Xiaohei's head, and asked proudly, Hee, how about it? Isn't my Xiaohei impressive? Lu Yong was on the verge of tears, despairingly saying, Impressive my foot, we're doomed now. Meanwhile, in the vice dean's office at the academy, Zhang Lei and others were watching the scene through a video feed. Qin Ruotong stared at the screen in disbelief at the insignificant little puppy, feeling utterly bewildered. She began to question if she had been wrong all along. Could it be that Lin Xiao really didn't have any strength? Qin Peng, looking resigned, said, Vice Dean, I think this is indeed a misunderstanding. How could a juvenile mutant black dog possibly kill Ningyi? Zhang Lei raised a hand to signal for patience. Don't rush. Initially, I thought the same, but the fight hasn't started yet, has it? As the three of them wore bitter expressions, a massive beast suddenly appeared in the distance. This beast was entirely red, with a terrifyingly fierce face, resembling a demon from hell. The system immediately displayed the beast's information. Ghost Flame Beast. Quality, mid-level. Skill, Flame Arrow. Attribute, Fire. Status, Healthy. Upon seeing this information, Lu Yong and the others' faces turned pale. The Ghost Flame Beast not only had a high level, but its skill was a widespread damage flame arrow, making it difficult for them to ensure their own safety during the battle. Lin Xiao glanced at the miniature detector closely monitoring him and smiled slightly. He thought to himself, let them have some fun first. There's no rush to reveal my true abilities just yet. Lin Xiao raised his hand and released Xiaohei, a move that took everyone by surprise. Lu Yong and the others were puzzled. They had expected that even if someone had gotten in through connections, they would at least bring a grown mutant black dog to provide some support. But Lin Xiao brought a little puppy, seemingly just for cuteness. However, the current crisis left them no time to ponder. Lu Yong kindly reminded him, Lin, when the fight starts, we won't have time to look after you. You should stay back. Lin Xiao replied casually, All right, I'll watch you guys perform. If you can't handle it, just call me. With that, he picked up the little black puppy and leisurely walked over to a nearby tree, sitting down to calmly pet the dog. Lu Yong muttered helplessly, Call you to collect our bodies, maybe? At that moment, the Ghost Flame Beast let out a deafening roar, glaring menacingly at Lu Yong and his team. Despite their fear, the three of them adopted a combat-ready stance, knowing they had no choice but to face the challenge. Lu Yong was the first to act, shouting, Flame Wolf, Inferno Howl. The Flame Wolf let out a thunderous howl and charged at the Ghost Flame Beast, its mouth wide open as it unleashed a stream of intense flames. Boom! The fireball struck the Ghost Flame Beast, but only sparked harmlessly on its surface. Lu Yong was on the verge of tears. Guys, I can't help it. I'm fire attribute, and so is the beast. I can't hurt it. This elemental disadvantage only worsened the already unfavorable situation for the team. Seeing this, Sun Qi took on the responsibility of the battle. No worries, I've got this. As an ice attribute user, he countered the fire attribute. Icefall. With a fierce shout, the ice ape roared and pounded its chest, its massive arms slamming the ground. Bang! The ground shattered under the ape's blow, sending waves of cold air towards the Ghost Flame Beast. In the blink of an eye, the beast was enveloped in ice, turning into an ice sculpture. Lu Yong was ecstatic. Awesome. We can still fight this. However, his joy was short-lived. With a loud bang, the frozen Ghost Flame Beast broke free from its icy prison and charged at the trio in a fury. Sun Qi cursed. Damn it, we're lower level than it is. Our attacks aren't effective. He quickly retreated. Seeing this, Ding Letong immediately commanded his wind attribute leopard to attack. Wind Scythe. Howling wind blades formed in midair and swiftly sliced towards the Ghost Flame Beast. With a few shhh sounds, the wind blades left shallow cuts on the beast's back, causing blood to flow. But these minor wounds only served to anger the beast further. The fiery scales atop the Ghost Flame Beast's head began to vibrate, and it launched a counterattack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 or 8 fire arrows shot from its head, aiming straight for the trio. Ding Letong made a quick decision. Damn it, dodge. Don't engage it, Hedon. The three nodded in unison, each maneuvering their mythical beasts to evade while continuously launching attacks. The battle quickly reached a stalemate. with both sides exchanging blows in a fierce and relentless struggle. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao remained seated under the tree, calmly and contentedly watching the intense battle unfold. At the same time, in the vice principal's office of the academy, Zhang Li and others were intently observing every move on the battlefield. Their brows were furrowed, bewildered by Lin Xiao's behavior. In such a critical moment, Lin Xiao remained composed and unruffled, sitting under a tree with his dog, a level of calmness that left everyone in the room utterly perplexed. Vice Principal Zhang Li's assignment of a mid-level beast task to the freshmen raised Lan Weiwei's concerns. She stood up and questioned, "They're all freshmen. If you assign them a mid-level beast task and something goes wrong, how will you handle it?" Zhang Li calmly replied, "Captain Lan, don't worry. I've sent 2 mid-level beast tamers to the area. If there's any danger to their lives, they'll intervene." Internally, however, he was puzzled, wondering why Lin Xiao hadn't acted yet. Could he have misjudged the situation? Qin Ruodong was even more anxious than Zhang Li, as Lin Xiao's calm demeanor made her uneasy. Lan Weiwei knew Lin Xiao's true abilities, as he could confront disaster-level beasts heat. She worriedly asked, "Vice Principal, if Lin Xiao really is the murderer, how do you plan to deal with him?" Zhang Li just smiled and didn't answer. On the battlefield, Lu Yong and his team were in dire straits. Facing the mid-level beast, coupled with Lin Xiao's apparent absence, they felt unprecedented pressure. Sun Qi struggled to control his beast, barely deflecting the fiery arrows, his face ashen. Lu Yong suggested retreat, but Ding Letong pointed out that they were surrounded, making escape impossible. The ghost flame beast, its body engulfed in flames, moved faster and was about to launch a lethal strike. In despair, Lu Yong shouted, "Lin, you should run. We can't escape. Damn it. Our first mission and we're going to die here. I'm not willing to accept this." At this critical moment, Lin Xiao finally acted. He put down the little black creature he was holding, stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and calmly said, "All right, stop crying. With me here, no one's dying." In the office, Zhang Li and the others held their breath. Seeing Lin Xiao rise, they realized he was finally going to show his true abilities. Just as the ghost flame beast was about to attack, a low hum sounded. Following that, the deafening bang 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 of impacts echoed. A massive beast, gleaming with a metallic black sheen, suddenly charged out, directly colliding with the ghost flame beast. Under the stunned gaze of Lu Yong and his team, the beast Lin Xiao called Little Hum displayed astounding power. Its 2 sharp demon horns pierced through the ghost flame beast's skull, sending it flying. Blood and brain matter splattered as the ghost flame beast fell dead, unable to withstand even a single blow. Lin Xiao gently patted Little Hum and smiled lightly, saying, "Job done." He then turned to look at the mini detector behind him, imagining Zhang Li's expression must be quite something. Regardless of how Zhang Li would deal with him, Lin Xiao had already decided. He would not back down. In its final moments, the ghost flame beast didn't even have time to comprehend what it had experienced. Xiao Heng's body shimmered with a metallic sheen, a perfect fusion of technology and raw nature, elevating its combat prowess to the level of a high-tier mythical beast. This ancient giant once dominated the earth for millions of years alongside its kind, evolving its genes through ruthless natural selection to achieve unparalleled destructive power and combat instincts. In that primordial era, perhaps only the meteorite that altered Earth's fate could end their reign. Lu Yong and his companions were frozen in place, their jaws almost dropping in disbelief. Just a second ago, they were teetering on the brink of death, and in the blink of an eye, they were given a new lease on life. The stark contrast was overwhelming. Lin Xiao casually walked over to the ghost flame beast's corpse and deftly extracted the exotic beast core from its body. Although Xiao Heng didn't need this mid-level beast core, it might come in handy later. After storing Xiao Heng and the beast core in Dinosaur Island, Lin Xiao turned to the 3 who were still in shock and calmly said, "Let's go. The mission is complete." "Lin, am I dreaming? What kind of creature was that big black rat?" Lu Yong asked, barely suppressing his inner shock. "Big black rat. That was clearly a dinosaur," Sun Qi said, his Adam's apple bobbing, leaving Lu Yong and Ding Lu even more astounded. Lin Xiao gestured for silence. "Shoo, don't be too surprised. The strong must remain humble." The 3 nodded in unison, saying, "Understood, understood. Yeah, good to know you understand. Stick with me, and you'll live a good life. Let's go." Lin Xiao waved them to follow him out of the forest. The trio exchanged a look of disbelief but followed along. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, Zhang Li and the others who had witnessed everything were in stunned silence. Zhang Li's eyes were wide with disbelief, not even noticing the cigar burning out in his hand until it scorched him awake. Qin Peng and his daughter, sitting on the sofa, were completely dazed, especially Qin Ruodong, who was nearly drowning in regret. The second-rate talent waste she once aimed to deal with turned out to be a powerful figure capable of controlling high-level mythical beasts, a rarity in the entire Thousand Nations Alliance. The most ironic part was that she had once had the opportunity to build a good relationship with Lin Xiao, but had destroyed that potential with her arrogance and malice. With such incredible strength, why did he need to take a backdoor route? Qin Peng broke the silence in the office. At this point, Lan Weiwei appeared relatively calm, as she had been the first to witness Lin Xiao's strength. If I had his kind of power, I would choose to hide it too. A flicker of shock passed through Dean Zhongli's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He was now certain that the murderer was Lin Xiao. Lan Weiwei slowly stood up, her expression stern as she looked directly at Zhongli. Since you've determined that Lin Xiao killed Ningyi, what does the Vice Dean intend to do about it? Zhongli shook his head with a wry smile. When did I ever say I was going to deal with him? This statement left Lan Weiwei momentarily speechless, her anger halted. Zhongli calmly explained. Lin Xiao entered the trial forest due to Qin Ruodong's arrangements, intending only to scare him, but he ended up killing 3 savage beasts in self-defense. Ning Yi entered the mythical beast forest illegally to provoke him and was killed by Lin Xiao, also in self-defense. Lin Xiao has never initiated a fight. He is innocent. As the vice dean, Zhongli had to maintain fairness. Moreover, Lin Xiao's status and potential made him a person Zhongli couldn't afford to offend lightly. Lan Weiwei turned to Qin Peng, speaking with a hint of threat. Director Qin, you better manage your daughter. Otherwise, someone else will. Qin Peng, filled with shame, sternly addressed Qin Ruodong. Ruodong, is this how you look after Lin Xiao? You must apologize to him properly when you see him. Qin Ruodong sat on the sofa, feeling conflicted and unable to respond. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, about to leave the forest, noticed the disappearance of the tracking microdetector. He guessed that Zhongli had already discovered his identity, but he wasn't concerned. Suddenly, a loud, dull noise came from the forest behind him, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Lu Yong and the others felt a chill run down their spines and exclaimed, "Could there be another strange beast?" Sun Qi quickly suggested, "The mission is complete, let's hurry back." Lin Xiao frowned in thought. Judging by the intensity of the tremor, the beast was at least of Beast King level, about 10 miles away. An idea sparked in his mind, recalling that Xiaoheng needed Beast King level materials for an upgrade. After battling the venomous dragon lizard, Lin Xiao understood Xiaoheng's strength. With its metal attribute, it could potentially stand a chance against a Beast King level creature. Lin Xiao calculated silently. The core of a Beast King level creature was incredibly valuable, and he could only acquire it from these wild beasts. His gaze gradually became resolute, as if he had already made a decision. After much hesitation, Lin Xiao couldn't suppress his curiosity. If the loud noise was indeed caused by a Beast King level creature, he decided to play it by ear. If he could defeat it, he would kill it. If not, he would retreat. He turned to his companions with determination in his eyes. "You 3 head back first. I'll go deeper to investigate." Lu Yong was taken aback and said worriedly, "Lin, this tremor was at least caused by a Beast King level creature. Are you sure you want to go in?" Lin Xiao looked firmly towards the depths of the forest and nodded. "Yes, I'll go take a look." Lu Yong, seeing no other option, advised, "All right then, be careful. We can't help much, given our strength." Although he wanted to follow, he knew the gap in their abilities was too large, so he hesitated. Lin Xiao nodded simply, hesitated no more, and strode into the dense forest. The 3 companions watched his silhouette disappear into the thick foliage, exchanging puzzled glances. Lu Yong wondered aloud, "Who exactly is this Lin? Why does he have the skills of an advanced beast tamer, yet chooses to team up with us? He's quite a peculiar person." Sun Qi shrugged, "I wish I knew." After the trio left, Lin Xiao ventured deeper into the forest alone. The rumbling grew louder, indicating he was nearing the source. Pushing aside the last cluster of shrubs, the sight before him was shocking. A massive Beast King level creature lay dead in a pool of blood. Surprisingly, there were 8 advanced beast tamers in Aronia team uniforms present, evidently the ones who had taken down the beast. However, 6 of them were severely injured, and the situation was grim. As Lin Xiao pondered, he noticed 5 mysterious figures in black clothing and masks nearby. Their attire was unfamiliar, lacking any team insignia. At that moment, one of the masked men spoke coldly. "Kill all the beast tamers and take their divine beasts." The besieged beast tamers were ashen-faced. Having just fought a fierce battle with the Beast King, they were heavily injured and now found themselves ambushed. 2 uninjured beast tamers immediately summoned their divine beasts, with one shouting angrily, "You bastards! How long have you been following us? Attacking while we fought the Beast King? How despicable!" A masked man ignored the question and walked straight towards the speaking beast tamer. The tamer, enraged, commanded his earth element hyena to attack. However, a shadowy panther, an attribute of darkness, leapt from behind the masked man and swiftly pinned the hyena to the ground. What shocked Lin Xiao even more was that as the beast tamer prepared to initiate assimilation, the man in the black robe moved like a phantom, swiftly grabbing the beast master's throat before anyone could react. He didn't give his opponent any chance to retaliate. quickly dismantling the beast-controlling device from the Beastmaster's hand and crushing it underfoot. Damn you! You bastards! The Beastmaster cursed angrily, his voice filled with fury and frustration. However, before he could finish his curse, the man in black drew a steel blade. With a flash of cold light, the blade pierced from the Beastmaster's chin straight through to the top of his head. Blood gushed out, and the Beastmaster was killed instantly. Lin Xiao witnessed the scene, frowning deeply. These mysterious individuals were ruthless, their identities unknown. He had never seen Beastmasters turn on each other like this before. Everyone, stay alert. We've sent a distress signal to headquarters. Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements are on the way, shouted an injured Beastmaster, struggling to stand and trying to rally his companions. The wounded around him struggled to their feet, summoning their already battered beasts. However, the remaining 7 Beastmasters were sweating profusely in the face of the situation. Despite being high-level Beastmasters, among the 5 men in black, one was of Beast King level. The overwhelming disparity in strength made it difficult to hold out until help arrived. Kill them, the leader of the black-robed men ordered coldly, signaling with a wave of his hand. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the other 4 men in black shot forward like arrows, lunging at the 7 Beastmasters. Their beasts, fierce as wolves and tigers, swiftly overpowered the severely injured opponents. The sound of blades slicing through flesh was accompanied by agonizing screams that echoed through the forest. In the blink of an eye, the 7 Beastmasters were slaughtered. Lin Xiao witnessed the bloody scene, yet dared not act rashly. Facing 5 formidable opponents, one of whom was a Beast King-level Beastmaster, making a move would be suicidal. He could only remain hidden, watching and waiting. The men in black did not stop there. They made sure none survived by finishing off the fallen bodies. Then a black truck arrived via a forest path, and they quickly subdued the beasts of the 8 Beastmasters, loading them into the truck before driving away. Curiously, they ignored the corpse of the Beast King-level creature. Once Lin Xiao confirmed that the 5 had left, he emerged from his hiding place and approached the scattered bodies. After a careful check, he confirmed there were no survivors. He then approached the corpse of the Beast King-level creature, raising his hand to store the massive body in Dinosaur Island. The Beast King-level creature's tough hide was beyond his ability to penetrate at the moment, so he would have to take it back for further examination. Moreover, the bones and blood of a Beast King-level creature were valuable upgrade materials, and Lin Xiao wasn't about to let them go to waste. Just as Lin Xiao finished storing the creature's corpse, he heard a voice calling from behind. Turning around, he saw Lu Yong and 2 others approaching cautiously. I told you to leave. Why did you come back? Lin Xiao asked, somewhat exasperated. We were worried about you, so we came to check, Lu Yong explained, his gaze sweeping over the carnage with shock. What the hell happened here? The toll was this heavy fighting a Beast King-level creature. Lin Xiao shook his head and said gravely, it wasn't the Beast King-level creature. Then who? Lu Yong asked, his voice tinged with unease and confusion as he looked at the bloody scene. Lin Xiao and his 3 companions ventured deep into the forest, only to be met with a chilling sight. The bodies of 8 elite beast tamers from the Eronia team lay scattered, their deaths gruesome. Such violent losses were rare, even in encounters with catastrophic-level beasts. Lu Yong and the others turned pale at the bloody scene, while Lin Xiao frowned in thought, pondering the identities of the 5 mysterious figures responsible. What kind of deep-seated grudge do they have against the beast tamers to act so brutally? Lin Xiao murmured, a flash of caution in his eyes. If we encounter them, we might not escape unscathed. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's go. Yes, it's terrifying. Let's get out of here. Lu Yong agreed, his voice noticeably shaky. As they left the forest, Lin Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He began to suspect that besides battling beasts, they might also have to deal with these suspicious killers. The attackers were ruthless, clearly not their first time committing such acts. Yet, there was no record of these mysterious people at the Beast Tamer Academy, and even his parents and sister had never mentioned them. Lin Xiao resolved to investigate this matter thoroughly when the time was right. It was late by the time they returned to the Beast Tamer Academy. Vice Principal Zhang Li was already waiting at the gate, a curious smile on his face as he saw them return safely, his gaze lingering on Lin Xiao. Congratulations on successfully completing the mission, Zhang Li said with a smile. It's getting late. You should all head back. Lin, come with me to the office. Lin Xiao nodded and followed Zhang Li to the office, where Lan Weiwei was also present. Please, have a seat, Lin, Zhang Li gestured. Lin Xiao sat calmly on the sofa, crossing his legs, his expression serene. Thank you for your hard work, Lan Weiwei said gently. It was nothing, just a small task, Lin Xiao replied with a courteous smile. You've been keeping quite a secret, Lin, Zhang Li suddenly remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Lin Xiao smirked slightly. And you've been hiding things yourself, Vice Principal. After watching me fight, I'm sure you have some idea of my capabilities. Zhang Li was taken aback. You knew? How did you find out? That's not important, Lin Xiao said, meeting Zhang Li's gaze. I could have kept it hidden, but I chose to be honest. I prefer to do things openly. So, what do you plan to do with me? Lin Xiao's composed demeanor was strikingly mature for someone his age, more akin to a seasoned adult. His words left Zhang Li deeply impressed, internally acknowledging the young man's formidable nature. You're taking this too seriously, Zhang Li replied slowly. This matter isn't your fault, and I have no intention of punishing you. As soon as Zhang Li finished speaking, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of surprise. However, he quickly returned to his usual calm demeanor, understanding that such an arrangement was reasonable since none of this was his fault from the beginning. Oh, is there anything else? If not, I'll head back now. I'm a bit tired, Lin Xiao said, getting ready to leave, his tone carrying a hint of exhaustion. Zhang Li's gaze flickered, as if he was pondering how to continue. Actually, there is one more thing, he said slowly, his voice tinged with gravity. Things have been a bit unstable outside lately, and your mythical beast is quite unique. I don't know how you managed to get it, but it's a great asset to the Alliance of Thousand Nations. So, Captain Lon and I have discussed transferring you back to Millennium City. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's brows furrowed. He was not willing to be transferred just like that. He was still eager to level up by fighting monsters. Being sent to Millennium City would mean living a life of leisure, which he wasn't interested in. No need, Lin Xiao shook his head decisively. I got in through the back door in the first place, and if I keep getting special treatment, people will despise me. Zhang Li's expression grew more serious. This concerns your personal safety. Things are a bit chaotic outside right now. The repeated mention of unrest outside caught Lin Xiao's attention. He couldn't help but recall the mysterious figures he had encountered in the forest earlier, feeling there must be a connection. By a bit chaotic outside, do you mean those mysterious people in black uniforms? Lin Xiao asked, looking directly into Zhang Li's eyes, his tone calm. They are indeed quite ruthless. If I were to face them head-on, I wouldn't stand a chance at the moment. This statement was like a bombshell, instantly exploding in the office. Zhang Li and Lan Weiwei's faces showed disbelief, as if they had witnessed something incredible. How do you know about this? Who are you really? Zhang Li exclaimed, standing up abruptly, his face full of shock. Lan Weiwei was also taken aback, hurriedly asking, Lin Xiao, did you encounter them? Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, just now, they killed 8 high-level beast tamers in the eastern suburbs. I was planning to ask you about it. Zhang Li was dumbfounded, incredulously asking, are you kidding? They didn't notice you? No one has ever escaped from under their noses before. How did you manage it? Did you fight them? Lin Xiao's answer was unexpectedly calm. No, I hid. So who are they? Only then did Zhang Li sit down slowly, taking a deep breath. They are from the church. The church. Lin Xiao was momentarily confused. Wait, what era is this? There's still a church. Zhang Li's expression grew even more serious. You may not know, but this group worships a dark god. They believe the arrival of the dark dimension is meant to save Blue Star. They are fervent followers of the dark dimension, and they're very powerful. The Alliance of Thousand Nations has been trying to eliminate them, but as you can see, it's been ineffective. These scums specifically target beast tamers after battles with exotic beasts. Out of every 10 beast tamers, 3 are killed by them. After hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Every world has its share of fools worshipping so-called deities whenever disaster strikes. It's hopeless. He thought of Earth, where he lived, which also had evil organizations emerging after major disasters, causing chaos under the guise of divine punishment. It seemed Blue Star was no exception. This conversation made Lin Xiao more vigilant. He realized he needed to quickly return home to upgrade Xiaohong and draw a new dinosaur. Only by strengthening himself swiftly could he survive in this perilous world. As night fell, the coolness of April quietly arrived. Lin Xiao stepped out of the vice dean's office, hands in his pockets, strolling along the academy's path. At 7 o'clock, the campus was already shrouded in twilight, yet still vibrant with life. Lin Xiao took a deep breath of the slightly cool air, feeling cheerful. On either side of the path, groups of residential students wandered leisurely. Among them were beautiful, lively women. Lin Xiao couldn't help but grin, muttering to himself. Seeing such a beautiful sight every day isn't bad at all. Really? Am I as pleasing to the eye? A familiar voice came from behind. Lin Xiao turned to see Lan Weiwei approaching, her silver hair particularly striking in the dusk. She was dressed in the exclusive uniform of a beast tamer, her tall frame and long legs exuding both innocence and a hint of heroism. Lin Xiao paused, waiting for Lan Weiwei to catch up, and smiled. Definitely not as pleasing as you. They're not even in the same league as you. Lan Weiwei walked alongside Lin Xiao, a hint of amusement in her eyes. I didn't realize you could be so charming, just as I imagined. Lin Xiao turned his head, showing a gentle smile. Haha, everyone who meets me says that. You really are shameless. Lan Weiwei rolled her eyes, unable to hide the smile in her eyes. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, changing the subject. By the way, how's your old injury? I noticed during your fight with the venomous dragon lizard, it seemed to affect you. Lan Weiwei shook her head, her expression slightly serious. It's okay. Being injured by a calamity-level beast means I can't fully recover. Hearing this, Lin Xiao frowned slightly, his voice tinged with guilt. It's all my fault. If I could have absorbed more at the time, maybe it wouldn't be like this. Lan Weiwei shuddered at his words, instinctively covering her chest, exclaiming, "You fool! Are you addicted or something?" Seeing Lan Weiwei's startled expression, Lin Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. I have to admit, that stuff is quite addictive. The spot where it struck was rather tricky. Lan Weiwei, infected by Lin Xiao's laughter, couldn't help but chuckle. The two walked side by side, like a picturesque couple on this youthful campus. Before they knew it, they had walked out of the academy. Lan Weiwei suddenly said, "I have to go on a trip tomorrow. I might not be back for 2 days." Curious, Lin Xiao asked, "Oh, a trip? Where to?" Lan Weiwei slowly revealed a shocking piece of news. "I've received orders to go to Cassilia City for reinforcement. There was a massive skyfall there last night, with a disaster level reaching Tiger class." Lin Xiao frowned slightly upon hearing this. A Tiger class disaster level? Does that mean there are calamity level beasts roaming around? Lan Weiwei nodded in confirmation, adding, "That's right, 1 calamity level beast, 3 beast king level ones, and around 30 to 40 lower level ones. It's quite a large scale. However, the Thousand Nations Alliance did a good job with the early warning measures this time, preventing a greater catastrophe. Otherwise, the level would be much higher than Tiger class." She took a deep breath of the cool air, her tone carrying a hint of gravity. Lin Xiao suddenly stopped, turned around, and patted Lan Weiwei's shoulder, his voice full of concern. "Your old injury hasn't healed yet. Don't push yourself too hard. It's okay to step back when you need to. It's not a sign of weakness." The cool breeze brushed past, and Lan Weiwei paused slightly, pouting as she complained, "You're so young. Why do you always act like an old man? How old are you really?" Lin Xiao grinned without answering, simply putting his hands in his pockets and continuing to walk forward. Suddenly, he stopped again, a spark of excitement in his eyes. "Wait a minute. Cassilia City experiencing a massive skyfall is a perfect place to train by fighting monsters, isn't it? How could I be so oblivious? Can I come with you?" Lan Weiwei was taken aback. "Huh? You want to go too? But you have your own team now, and the academy will assign you tasks." Lin Xiao shrugged it off. "Oh, come on. Fighting small monsters with 3 weaklings won't make me stronger anytime soon. I need to face truly powerful beasts." A flicker of battle intent appeared in his eyes. Lan Weiwei was surprised by Lin Xiao's words and couldn't help but take another look at him. She realized that the person standing next to her was someone who could contend with calamity-level beasts. Indeed, those mid-level and high-level beasts wouldn't be much of a challenge for him. "All right then," Lan Weiwei relented. "But you have to stick by my side and not act on your own. By the way, your sister is going too. Her research institute needs to collect beast genetic data." Lin Xiao nodded. "My sister is going too? Perfect, it's quite dangerous there, so I can protect her as well." "That's settled then," Lan Weiwei said. "I'll inform the academy in advance. We'll meet at the academy at 8 in the morning." "No problem." Lin Xiao raised his hand slightly in acknowledgement. "I'm off. No need to see me out." With that, he turned and headed towards the subway station. Lan Weiwei stood at the subway entrance, watching Lin Xiao leave, a charming smile unconsciously appearing on her lips, and she felt quite happy inside. When Lin Xiao returned home, it was close to 9 in the evening. Lin Ener had already gone to bed. He casually grabbed some frozen food from the fridge to fill his stomach, then went back to his room and locked the door. Lin Xiao plunged into Dinosaur Island, ready to embark on his path to becoming stronger. He originally planned to upgrade Xiaohong to Beast King level and perhaps acquire some new dinosaurs. However, when he entered Dinosaur Island, the scene before him left him completely dumbfounded. The massive Beast King level beast he had previously tamed was now in pieces, with limbs scattered all over the place. Turning his head, he saw a colossal creature, as big as a heavy truck and glowing with golden light. Standing there it was none other than Xiaohong. Xiaohong's black scales had shed, replaced by golden scales that looked like meticulously assembled mechanical armor, exuding a sense of advanced technology. Humph humph, Xiaohong, upon seeing its master, immediately lifted its large head, releasing 2 streams of white steam from its nostrils, appearing extremely excited. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "Wow, it evolved on its own." He was utterly shocked. Lin Xiao gazed at Xiaohong, his eyes sparkling with delight. The once high-level mythical creature had now become even more powerful, evolving into a Beast King-level creature in just a few days. Lin Xiao was thrilled. This was his first Beast King-level mythical creature. Eagerly, he checked Xiaohong's details. Golden Demon Horn Dragon quality, with Beast King skills including Fearless Charge, Strong Magnetic Storm, and Golden Body. In terms of attributes, the metal attribute had been upgraded, and it had also integrated 2 disaster-level exotic beast cores, a set of disaster-level exotic beast bones, and disaster-level exotic beast genes. Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised to discover that Xiaohong had gained a new skill. He was secretly delighted, knowing this was a stroke of incredible luck. The skills of mythical creatures have a probability of appearing at each level, and the higher the level, the lower the probability. This explained why many Beast King level Beast Masters mythical creatures only had 2 skills. Checking his reputation points, Lin Xiao found he had gained an extra 1,000 points, just enough to draw a new dinosaur. He grinned, thinking that tomorrow's trip to the city of Cassilia would be well supported. With Xiao Heng's current power, he was confident that, barring unforeseen circumstances, it could easily dominate its peers. Even against disaster-level opponents, it might not lose. After calming his excitement, Lin Xiao immediately opened the carnivorous dinosaur drawing page. He wasn't worried about the new dinosaur going hungry, since Xiao Heng still had an unfinished Beast King level exotic beast rib, enough to feed the carnivorous dinosaur for several days. As the drawing began, a virtual screen appeared before Lin Xiao. Dozens of carnivorous dinosaurs spun rapidly like a giant wheel. He felt anxious, hoping to draw a mythical creature like an attribute Tyrannosaurus. After all, the initial combat power of large carnivorous dinosaurs was quite impressive. Congratulations to the island owner for obtaining a rare attribute carnivorous dinosaur Carcharodontosaurus, the system prompt announced. A massive carnivorous dinosaur appeared before Lin Xiao. Although it wasn't as large as a Tyrannosaurus in overall size and length, it was still a significant asset. Lin Xiao carefully examined the Carcharodontosaurus's information. Its basic skill was Tremor Thunderstrike, and it could unlock a Thunder attribute upon reaching mid-level quality, requiring assimilation with a mid-level exotic beast core for upgrading. Lin Xiao was quite satisfied with this outcome, as he considered himself lucky compared to those who drew smaller carnivorous dinosaurs. Suddenly, Lin Xiao remembered he had a mid-level exotic beast core from a mission he completed with Lu Yong and the others. He immediately took out this core, preparing to upgrade the Carcharodontosaurus. Congratulations to the island owner on upgrading the mythical beast, earning a reward of 1,000 prestige points. Lin Xiao looked at the shark-toothed dragon in front of him with satisfaction. This mid-grade mythical beast had just undergone a significant transformation. Its once rough skin now shimmered with faint electric light, and it seemed that pure thunder, rather than blood, coursed through its veins. The shark-toothed dragon had also grown noticeably larger, exuding an even more formidable presence. Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. If he could train the shark-toothed dragon to the level of Beast King, its combat power would surely surpass that of Xiao Heng. With one beast attacking and the other defending, who in the world could stand against Lin Xiao? The upcoming trip to Cassilia City presented a perfect opportunity for him to seize the throne. From today on, your name is Xiao Xia, Lin Xiao said with a grin to the shark-toothed dragon. As if understanding its master's words, the shark-toothed dragon raised its head and let out a thunderous roar, displaying its majestic and imposing nature. Satisfied, Lin Xiao exited Dinosaur Island, ending a wonderful day. The next morning at 6:30, Lin Xiao got up early. Lin Yiner had already prepared breakfast, and the two sat at the dining table. Lin Xiao took a few bites and then looked up at his sister, saying, "I'm going to Cassilia City. It might take 2 or 3 days before I return." Lin Yiner cautioned him with concern, "Make sure to stay safe at the academy. If you encounter a task you can't handle, don't take it on. Can I go with you?" Lin Xiao asked tentatively. Lin Yiner was taken aback and immediately refused. "No way. I was just asking." "No need to react so strongly," Lin Xiao said helplessly. Lin Yiner explained seriously, "The situation in Cassilia City is severe this time. It's a large-scale celestial fall. They've assigned over 20 advanced beast tamers to protect me, which shows the level of danger. Don't sneak off like you did 2 years ago." Thinking back to 2 years ago, Lin Xiao had nearly been killed by a venomous dragon lizard because he snuck out to find Lin Yiner. "It's so dangerous, yet you're going. What if something happens?" "I think I could protect you if I went along," Lin Xiao insisted. Lin Yiner almost choked on her bread. "Oh please. Qin Peng said your mythical beast is a mutated black dog, and a tame one at that. Just take care of yourself." Lin Xiao looked at his sister earnestly. "Sis, we're so close, I'll be honest. I'm a Beast King level beast tamer. With me by your side, I can handle even a catastrophe level beast. Trust me." Lin Yiner paused, then burst out laughing. "Haha, little brother, look outside." Lin Xiao turned to look out the window. "What's out there?" "Nothing but bull." Lin Yiner muttered in exasperation. "All right, it's getting late. I need to go meet up," Lin Yiner said, giving him a warning. "Finish your breakfast and head to the academy. Don't go anywhere else. Behave, or your sister won't be so nice to you anymore." With that, she affectionately patted Lin Xiao's head like an elder, grabbed her coat, and rushed out the door. Lin Xiao let out a long sigh as he sat there, then got up to tidy the dishes. He picked up his coat and followed her out the door, clearly not planning to obediently follow Lin Yiner's instructions. Lin Xiao left home and headed straight for the academy. Despite Lin Yiner's repeated reminders, his mind was made up. This trip to Cassilia City had a clear purpose: to find exotic beast cores, enhance his combat experience, and test the abilities of Xiao Heng and Xiao Xia. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had to evade Lin Yiner's watchful eyes. Upon arriving at the academy, Lin Xiao found Lan Weiwei already waiting outside. Beside her was a formidable team of 60 elite beast tamers, 20 of whom were specifically assigned to protect Lin Yiner. Several trucks, ready to go, lined the entrance, creating an impressive scene. Weiwei, are we ready to depart? Lin Xiao asked, glancing at the poised beast tamers. Yes, just waiting on you, Lan Weiwei replied, handing him an official team uniform. Change into this first. Lin Xiao nodded, quickly putting it on. Lan Weiwei carefully adjusted his collar and whispered, Lin Xiao, we just received a notice that the disaster level has been upgraded to ghost level. It's very serious. Once we're there, you must stick close to me. I'll protect you. All right, you protect me, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Their close interaction drew the attention of the surrounding beast tamers. Many began to whisper, speculating about Lin Xiao's identity and his relationship with Captain Lan. Just then, Lin Yiner's voice came from afar. Captain Lan, are we ready to move? She called from a military Humvee. Lin Xiao wasn't worried about being spotted, knowing his sister's nearsightedness. Get in the vehicles, prepare to move out. Lan Weiwei ordered the group. The convoy set off towards Cassilia City. 3 hours later, they reached the city limits. Through the window, Lin Xiao could see flames rising high and hear the occasional beast roar from within the city. Suddenly, 3 dust-covered figures appeared on the road ahead, staggering towards Ironia City, supporting each other. Upon seeing the approaching convoy, they waved frantically, as if they had found their saviors. As the vehicle came to a stop, several ragged beast tamers stumbled out. Lan Weiwei immediately approached them, handing over a few bottles of water, and asked with a serious look, what's the situation in Cassilia City now? The lead beast tamer gulped down most of a bottle and, panting heavily, replied, the Cassilia team is nearly wiped out. Not only are there rampaging beasts, but the church has also taken advantage of the chaos. With just your small group, going there is a death sentence. Lan Weiwei frowned. The church is involved too. That's right, the beast tamer said, still with terror in his eyes. I advise you to turn back. Cassilia City is already a ghost town. As Lan Weiwei found herself in a dilemma, Guotong approached. Captain, what do we do now? Orders are orders, Lan Weiwei glanced at him. Defying the reinforcements command from the Thousand Nations Alliance means facing a military tribunal. Guotong awkwardly scratched his head, well aware of a soldier's duty. Lan Weiwei turned to the 3 survivors. Either join us, or take these supplies and head to Ironia City on your own. The lead beast tamer said helplessly, Captain Lan, didn't I make it clear? Going there is suicide. Lan Weiwei cursed inwardly, knowing full well it was a death trap. But with orders in hand, she couldn't retreat. Besides, Ironia City also needed defense, and bringing this many people was already the limit. She glanced at Lin Xiao by the car window, hesitated no more, and decisively ordered to move forward. The 3 survivors watched the convoy drive off, shaking their heads with bitter smiles. Captain Lan is the strongest captain in the Thousand Nations Alliance, but this time, she might not escape. Our captain didn't make it either, and even the divine beast was captured by the church. If only a calamity-level beast tamer was still guarding the desert, the church wouldn't be so brazen. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building in Cassilia City, 5 masked figures in black were observing the approaching convoy through binoculars. The leader's eyes glinted with malice. The Ironia team's insignia, Lan Weiwei, has finally arrived. I've coveted her purple thunder tiger for a long time. There's more. Another person smirked. Lin Yiner's vehicle is among them too. She has more beast genes than any of us. Once they and the beasts in the city weaken each other, we can catch them all in one go. We've caught quite a few big fish this time. As the convoy slowly entered the city of Cassilia, Lin Xiao peered through the car window, witnessing a heartbreaking scene. A third of the city's structures lay in ruins, and the streets were strewn with bodies, silently narrating the brutal battles of the past 2 days. Although the Thousand Nations Alliance's warning had spared most civilians, the shadow of war still loomed over this once thriving city. Suddenly, Guotong, sitting in the passenger seat, received a phone call. After a brief exchange, he turned to Lan Weiwei in the back seat and reported, Captain, Vice Dean Lin plans to search for beast corpses to extract genetic data. He'll be acting separately from us. Hearing this, Lan Weiwei nodded gravely and said, inform the accompanying beast tamers to ensure Vice Dean Lin's safety. If there's any danger, call for backup immediately. Guotong responded respectfully and quickly made the necessary arrangements. Shortly after, 2 trucks and a Humvee separated from the convoy, heading down a different main road, carrying Vice Dean Lin on his research mission. The remaining vehicles entered an abandoned building, converting it into a temporary command center. 40 beast tamers swiftly disembarked, forming 4 rows, ready and waiting for Lan Weiwei's instructions. As soon as she got out of the vehicle, she began methodically assigning tasks, while Lin Xiao stood by, listening quietly and gradually grasping the direction of their mission. The main objectives comprised 3 aspects: searching for any surviving members of the Cassilia team, eliminating the remaining beasts, and the most challenging task dealing with the church's people. Lan Weiwei was well aware of the church members' cunning nature, and her plan was to send a 10-person team to hunt high-level beasts, thereby luring out the church's people and then concentrating their forces to eliminate them. With the orders given, 10 of the 40 people immediately set off to combat in areas likely to have beast activity. Another 10 were tasked with searching for survivors, while the remaining 20 stood by as reinforcements, ready to respond to any appearance of the church's formidable members. Watching the busy beast tamers, Lin Xiao felt a stirring within. He realized that if he stayed by Lan Weiwei's side, he would hardly have the chance to act himself. Taking advantage of Lan Weiwei's preoccupation with directing operations, he quietly slipped out of the command center. Standing on the intersecting streets, Lin Xiao keenly identified a path marked by signs of beast activity. Hands in pockets, he strolled along as if he were merely an ordinary tourist. About 20 minutes later, his beast-taming device suddenly went off. Lin Xiao, where did you run off to? I took my eyes off you for a second, and you slipped away? Lan Weiwei's voice came through the device, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Lin Xiao chuckled softly and said, just taking a stroll since there's nothing else to do. All right, just make sure you stay safe, Lan Weiwei advised, concerned but aware of Lin Xiao's ability to protect himself, so she didn't press further. As they spoke, a distant, dull boom echoed through the air. Lin Xiao looked up alertly to see a high-level beast at the end of the street, its body shimmering with dazzling lights. This beast was enormous, resembling a gargoyle from Western mythology, with a pair of stone wings that couldn't fly, exuding an intimidating aura. Information about the gargoyle flooded into Lin Xiao's mind. Advanced skills, meteor shower attribute, earth attribute status. A smile appeared on his lips as he thought, just what I needed. Suddenly, a voice came from the beast control device. It was Lan Weiwei. What was that noise? Lin Xiao casually replied, nothing, just a pile of broken rocks. With that, he ended the call. Not far away, the massive gargoyle detected a human presence. To it, Lin Xiao seemed as insignificant as a kitten facing a tiger. Roar! The gargoyle let out a thunderous roar. Its sole mission on Earth was to purge humanity. Without hesitation, it charged at Lin Xiao, causing the ground to tremble beneath its feet. Facing the oncoming gargoyle, Lin Xiao remained calm and slowly raised his hand, saying, Xiao Heng, it's your turn. Boom! With a deafening crash, Xiao Heng's enormous body landed, shaking the ground. Its whole body shimmered with a dazzling metallic sheen, like it was forged from gold, delivering a powerful visual impact. Sensing the divine beast's formidable aura, a flicker of fear passed through the gargoyle's otherwise dull eyes. Yet, it still roared and charged toward Xiao Heng. Lin Xiao, hands in his pockets, stood calmly and ordered, Xiao Heng, take it down. Xiao Heng obeyed, unleashing its mighty power. Each step of its charge caused the earth to quake. Boom! In an instant, the two behemoths collided fiercely not far from Lin Xiao. In terms of brute strength, Xiao Heng was unparalleled. In their first clash, the gargoyle was forcefully knocked back. Crash! With a dull thud, the gargoyle's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a nearby building. Seeing this, Lin Xiao grinned. A beast king like Xiao Heng, its combat power is unmatched. Taking down a high-level beast is a piece of cake. He then issued a decisive order. Xiao Heng, finish it quickly. Fearless charge. Xiao Heng snorted, releasing 2 streams of white vapor from its nostrils. Its horns erupted with brilliant golden light as it charged into the building. However, just as Xiao Heng charged, the gargoyle inside the building suddenly activated its meteor shower skill. Rumble! In an instant, a barrage of stones shot out from the building like a rainstorm. Surprisingly, these stones were not aimed at Xiao Heng, but at Lin Xiao. Faced with the incoming barrage of stones, Lin Xiao's expression changed. Looks like these beasts know how to target the leader first. Assimilate. Lin Xiao quickly decided, raising his hand to activate his skill. In a flash, his skin transformed into golden scales, enveloping him like a golden dragon. Crack! The stones pelted Lin Xiao like a storm, shredding his beast master uniform and revealing his skin covered in golden scales. The ground was left with numerous craters, but Lin Xiao remained unscathed. This was his first real battle using the assimilation skill, and its effectiveness was astonishing. With this golden scale armor, he could defend against any attack. Casually tearing off his tattered shirt, Lin Xiao revealed his muscular chest, and with a hint of regret, said, Ah, this was the outfit Weiwei got for me, and now it's ruined. Boom! Meanwhile, Xiao Heng had already breached the building, piercing through the gargoyle's chest, killing it instantly. After effortlessly dealing with the gargoyle, Lin Xiao deactivated the assimilation and recalled Xiao Heng. He stepped into the building and stored the gargoyle's body into Dinosaur Island. Great! Today's first high-level beast is secured, and I have the upgrade material for the shark-toothed dragon. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Next up, a beast king-level creature. He grinned, a hint of madness in his eyes, eager for a more formidable challenge. Lin Xiao stored the gargoyle's corpse in his beast-controlling device, and then took out a spare team uniform to change into. He was relieved that he no longer had to fight shirtless. Once fully dressed, he exited the building and wound his way through the labyrinthine streets. About 30 minutes later, Lin Xiao suddenly realized he might be lost. Regretting not bringing a map, he found himself standing helplessly at a busy intersection, completely at a loss. Just then, a sweet female voice came from behind him. "Hey there, little guy. I've been following you for 10 minutes, and you've got me all turned around." Lin Xiao turned to see a striking blonde woman approaching. She wore a sleek black uniform, exuding charm with every step. "Are you with the church?" Lin Xiao blurted out, slightly surprised. The woman chuckled. "Huh. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Judging by your looks, you're a new student at the Beastmaster Academy, right? My luck is just terrible. It's my first mission, and I was hoping to catch a big fish, but I ended up with a small fry." She glanced at the Eronia team's auxiliary uniform Lin Xiao was wearing, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Lin Xiao asked expressionlessly, "Why aren't you wearing a mask? And you seem different from the others I've met before. Are you new to the church too?" The woman smiled lightly. "Yes, but don't compare me to you. Although I joined the church not long ago, I'm a senior beastmaster." She was secretly surprised at how calm this young man was in the presence of a church member. Did he have backup nearby? She glanced around warily. "Don't bother looking. It's just me." Lin Xiao maintained his polite smile. The woman relaxed slightly, guessing he might have been separated from his group. She swayed her hips as she walked to within 10 paces of Lin Xiao and said, "Hey, come over here. I've got something to ask you." "Ask away," Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. "Do you know the whereabouts of Lan Weiwei and Lin Ina? If you tell me, I'll let you go," she asked with a playful smile. Lin Xiao casually pointed. "Oh, they're probably in that direction." The woman was surprised by his straightforwardness and asked suspiciously, "You're not tricking me, are you?" "No need to trick you. Even if I tell you, you won't reach them." Lin Xiao maintained his harmless expression. "Why not?" The woman was puzzled by Lin Xiao's strange demeanor. Lin Xiao suddenly flashed a gentle smile and softly said, "Because dead people can't go anywhere." The smile sent a chill down her spine, and her face turned serious. "Are you saying you intend to kill me?" "Yes," Lin Xiao replied softly. The woman laughed as if she had heard the most ridiculous joke, her laughter ringing like bells. Then she composed herself and said, "Do you know what it takes to join the church? At least 10 intermediate beastmasters and 5 senior beastmasters must be killed. Don't be fooled by the fact that I'm just a senior beastmaster. I've already got 15 lives on my hands." "Aren't you afraid?" Lin Xiao responded calmly. "In that case, you're quite formidable. My sister has even more impressive skills." Before the words had fully left her lips, a flash of cold light gleamed from the woman's waist as a short blade sliced through the air towards Lin Xiao's head like a bolt of lightning. Lin Xiao, quick on his feet, instantly activated his assimilation ability. With a sharp crack, the short blade was crushed to pieces in his mouth. The woman's expression shifted dramatically as she leaped back. "Metal assimilation? How can a freshman like you possess assimilation?" she exclaimed, clearly astonished, as this was a skill typically mastered only by advanced beast tamers. Lin Xiao deactivated his assimilation, raised his hand slightly, and tauntingly beckoned with his finger. Veins bulged on the woman's forehead, a sign of her rising anger. She lifted her hand, and with a thunderous wolf howl, a massive ice wolf appeared out of thin air. Lin Xiao quickly analyzed the ice wolf's data. Advanced skill, Icefall, winter snow transforming into rain attribute, ice attribute state, healthy. "Brat, let me entertain you properly. Kill him," the woman commanded furiously. The ice wolf, entirely white, froze the ground with each step, exuding an intense chill. Faced with this threat, Lin Xiao calmly waved his hand. With a loud boom, Xiaohong made a dazzling entrance. Its innate aura, reminiscent of a king of the earth, intimidated the ice wolf into retreating a few steps. The woman stared in shock at the colossal creature and exclaimed, "Beast King level? How can this be? The intel only mentioned Lan Weiwei as the sole Beast King level tamer. Damn it, the intel was wrong." After her initial shock, the woman instead displayed a sinister smile. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you afraid now? Huh? Is being a Beast King level so impressive? Let me show you the might of the church." "Icefall," she shouted excitedly, seemingly undaunted by the Beast King level tamer. The ice wolf leaped up, its massive jaws wide open. In an instant, a torrent of white ice mist mixed with sharp ice blades cascaded down like a waterfall. From a distance, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be slightly impressed by the woman's extraordinary combat prowess. Clang, clang, clang. Xiaohong was enveloped by the ice mist, enduring a barrage of ice blade attacks. Sparks flew from its golden body, and the ground was littered with embedded ice blades. Winter snow turning into rain. Without hesitation, the woman unleashed her second move. The ice blades on the ground melted instantly, turning into streams of water that flowed backward, spreading over Xiaohong. "Seal." At the woman's command, Xiaoheng was encased in a massive ice sculpture within seconds. Watching this unfold, Lin Xiao repeatedly marveled. Not bad, not bad, impressive indeed. The woman's combination of moves flowed like water, leaving Lin Xiao in awe. Her strength was formidable enough to easily defeat the senior beast tamers at the academy, and even an ordinary beast king level tamer would struggle against her. With a casual gesture, she froze Lin Xiao's divine beast, a slight smile playing on her lips. Now do you see how powerful I am? She taunted. Lin Xiao clapped his hands calmly. Impressive, truly impressive. With such combat prowess, even a beast king level tamer would have a hard time against you. How did you achieve this? I'm quite curious. Facing Lin Xiao's calm, yet inquisitive gaze, the woman smiled slightly. Do you really want to know? It's quite simple. The church captures your divine beasts to raise our own. The more divine beasts we absorb, the stronger ours become. If I could absorb your beast, I might just advance to a beast king level tamer. Lin Xiao suddenly understood why the church was so intent on capturing the divine beasts of tamers. The power gained from absorbing a tamer's divine beast far exceeded that from ordinary beasts. As for the divine beast forest, although it housed many divine beasts, they were all in their initial low-level state, naturally not piquing the church's interest. What's your name? Lin Xiao asked slowly. Lu. The woman replied. Well, you're quite remarkable. If it were me from a day ago, defeating you would indeed take some effort. Lin Xiao smiled suddenly. But unfortunately for you, you're facing me today. Golden body. With Lin Xiao's whisper, the golden scales on Xiaoheng, which had been sealed, suddenly burst into dazzling light. A pure golden radiance enveloped its streamlined body. As the core temperature within Xiaoheng rapidly rose, the thick layer of ice encasing it cracked and shattered explosively, sending shards flying in every direction. Humph! Xiaoheng pawed the ground angrily, clearly displeased with having been sealed earlier. Lu stared in shock at the scene before her, not expecting her opponent to be someone who had unlocked a third-level skill. This level of gold attribute beast king level divine beast was something she had never encountered before. What puzzled her even more was why the church had no information on this person. As Lu stood in shock, Xiaoheng suddenly charged forward. Lu immediately activated her second-level skill, Icefall. The ice wolf soared into the air once more, releasing a larger waterfall-like mist, showing she was now serious. Magnetic Storm. Lin Xiao also went all out. Xiaoheng's golden scales vibrated intensely, the ground cracked, and an endless stream of gold elements was drawn from the earth, forming a metallic storm around Xiaoheng, sweeping upwards into the air. The two forces collided fiercely in midair, a storm of sharp ice blades and metal fragments exploded outward, shooting in all directions. The battlefield was now a scene of devastation, with the ground scarred and dust swirling through the air. At that moment, the ice wolf landed, and as its four paws touched the ground, it revealed a momentary vulnerability. Lin Xiao's eyes sharpened, instantly seizing this barely perceptible opportunity, and he immediately ordered, Xiaoheng, fearless charge. With a low growl, Xiaoheng's powerful hooves struck the ground, propelling its body like an arrow straight towards the ice wolf. The terror of the fearless charge lay in its tremendous impact force derived from high speed. Unless the opponent possessed extreme agility like wind or lightning attributes, evading this strike in a straight line was nearly impossible. Boom! The dull thud echoed across the battlefield as Xiaoheng's hooves, precisely as Lin Xiao calculated, struck the ice wolf's head with unerring accuracy. The ice wolf let out a piercing wail. Its massive body flung dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. If it hadn't absorbed a substantial amount of divine beast essence, giving it a tough hide, this blow would have been fatal. Though not dead, it lay incapacitated on the ground, its eyes glazed, clearly unable to continue fighting. Lu watched in shock as her ice wolf was effortlessly crippled, her expression shifting from surprise to disbelief, her eyes widening and lips trembling, evidently unable to accept the reality. After a moment, she managed to stammer, Impossible. How can the Thousand Nations Alliance have a beast king level beast master like you? Who are you? Lin Zhao's gaze remained calm, a slight smile playing on his lips. Instead of worrying about who I am, perhaps you should be more concerned about your own life. At these words, Lu's body tensed, instinctively wanting to turn and flee. But as soon as she lifted her right leg, she realized it was too late. To her horror, the ground had somehow been quietly covered with iron filings, rapidly spreading towards her. Assimilation. Lu exclaimed in panic, immediately activating a life-saving skill that encased her body in a layer of crystalline ice. Crack! Just as the ice layer formed, the iron filings enveloped her from the waist down with lightning speed, even securing her hands firmly. A crisp sound echoed at the junction of ice and iron filings, thoroughly sealing her assimilation ability. Lu was filled with terror, struggling desperately, only to find the iron filings as immovable as if welded to her. Lin Xiao approached her unhurriedly, His steps relaxed and his gaze serene. Standing before AI Lu, he gently brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, his voice gentle. Such a pretty girl. Why join the church? AI Lu was momentarily stunned by the young man's courteous gesture, as if seeing a glimmer of hope for survival. She quickly adjusted her expression, a hint of allure flashing in her eyes. Little brother, I know I was wrong. They forced me into the church. I was compelled. Let me go, and I promise not to do any more harm. Hearing her plea, Lin Xiao responded with a gentle smile, not answering her directly. That smile was as warm as a spring breeze, giving AI Lu hope. She immediately began to display her charms, deliberately making her voice soft and seductive, thinking that if he were captivated by her beauty, he likely wouldn't kill her. After all, since the beginning of their encounter, she hadn't sensed any intense killing intent from the young man, only that gentle, spring-like smile. But just as AI Lu held onto the hope of survival, bang! A sturdy hoof suddenly descended from above, landing precisely on AI Lu's head, instantly crushing her into a bloody pulp. Lin Xiao looked calmly at the body on the ground, speaking softly. From the moment you tried to ambush me with a knife, you were doomed. After dispatching AI Lu, Lin Xiao raised his hand slightly, and Xiao Heng was returned to the Dinosaur Island. This confrontation gave Lin Xiao a rough understanding of the church's strength. They were generally much more powerful than ordinary beastmasters. Even a high-ranking church beastmaster could exchange a few blows with him, a beast king-level master, which was indeed formidable. Lin Xiao mused. No wonder Zhang Li and Lan Weiwei reacted so strongly when I mentioned the church at the academy. These guys are indeed quite skilled. Once again at a crossroads, Lin Xiao stood in the center of the bustling streets, his brow furrowed. Nightfall was approaching, and the time left to find the beast king-level creature was running out. He took a deep breath, decided not to hesitate any longer, and randomly chose a direction to continue. While Lin Xiao accidentally encountered and killed AI Lu, Lan Weiwei in the temporary command center began executing her meticulously planned operation. She dispatched 10 beast tamers to engage in a fierce battle with 6 high-level beasts just 4 streets away from Lin Xiao. This battle was deliberately staged to appear perilous, with the beast tamers feigning retreat. Meanwhile, 5 men dressed in elaborate black robes appeared on the rooftop of a nearby building. Their attire was more exquisite than AI Lu's, clearly marking them as elite members of the church. One of them smirked. Heh, Lan Weiwei thinks we're fools? This is obviously a ploy to lure us out. Interesting. The leader stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the streets below, and said calmly. Then we'll play along and capture them all. I must have Lan Weiwei's divine beast. Boss, give the order. Another man said, licking his crimson lips and revealing a bloodthirsty smile beneath his mask. Just as the leader was about to give the command, his beast control device suddenly issued a warning. The other 4 received the same alert, their faces full of shock. AI Lu is dead. That's impossible. Although she just joined the church, her strength couldn't be matched by a few high-level beast tamers. And the main force of the Eronia team is with us. What happened? One man exclaimed. The leader scanned the surroundings again, his expression uncertain, and finally ordered, let's go. The 5 of them vanished instantly, heading towards the last known location of AI Lu's signal. Meanwhile, Lan Weiwei left the temporary command center and casually walked into a corner cafe, selecting a window seat. Guotong respectfully brought her a cup of coffee and cautiously asked, Captain, are we overacting? The church's people haven't shown up yet. Lan Weiwei elegantly sipped her coffee and calmly replied, let's wait a bit longer. They noticed us when we entered the city. They won't stay hidden. The Thousand Nations Alliance is very serious about this mission and insists we take down the church members, even if it's just one. Guotong paused, then asked, why is the Alliance so eager to deal with these fanatics? Lan Weiwei set down her coffee cup and explained, recently, 30% of the beast tamers sent by the Thousand Nations Alliance have died at the hands of the church. This has severely impacted overall morale, and even Minister Lin was reprimanded by his superiors. So that's why they sent you? Guotong realized. Lan Weiwei slammed the coffee cup onto the table with a fierce determination in her eyes. No matter the cost, we must eliminate these beasts. Her voice was low and resolute. Guotong immediately straightened his posture, his expression serious. Understood, he replied succinctly, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. Lan Weiwei slowly stood up, her gaze sweeping the room. It seems staying here won't draw them out. We need to change locations, she ordered, her tone tinged with impatience. Guotong nodded in agreement and turned to inform the 10 actors playing beast tamers to relocate. Meanwhile, as Lan Weiwei meticulously planned to eliminate the church's henchmen, 5 mysterious men had already crossed several streets, arriving at the scene of AI Lu's murder. The 5 figures moved like phantoms, appearing instantly beside AI Lu's body. Upon seeing AI Lu's corpse, crushed beyond recognition, their faces turned grim beneath their masks. Who did this? One man exclaimed in anger, his voice filled with rage and sorrow. AI Lu had just joined them, Her talent and strength were exceptional, with a promising future ahead. Yet, on her first mission, she met a brutal end on the street, unable even to send a distress signal. The leader crouched down to examine the body closely, his eyes growing cold. This wasn't done by Lan Weiwei's purple thunder tiger. There's someone else involved, he said in a low, dangerous voice. Boss, even if it wasn't Lan Weiwei, it must have been one of her beast tamers. We must avenge this, another man said passionately. The leader stood up, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yes, go back and kill Lan Weiwei and all her beast tamers. The 5 men, burning with rage, turned back, intent on annihilating Lan Weiwei and her group. However, when they hurried back to the original street, the scene before them left them stunned. Where are the 10 beast tamers? We've only been gone for half an hour, and they're already gone. One man exclaimed in surprise, looking around to find the street deserted, with even the corpses of the 6 high-level beasts nowhere in sight. The leader's face darkened, feeling as though they had been played. Second and third brothers, search the east. Fourth and fifth, go west. I'll go south. If anyone spots Lan Weiwei, notify the others immediately. He ordered quickly, with a hint of unease in his voice. The 5 men dispersed instantly, starting a tense search. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was aimlessly wandering the streets of Cassilia City. Damn it! How did I end up here? He muttered, realizing he had walked several streets and arrived near a shopping mall. Every street looked the same, leaving him completely disoriented. Lin Xiao wasn't worried about not finding his way back. He knew that in the worst-case scenario, Lan Weiwei would come looking for him. However, after wandering for so long, apart from encountering a high-level beast and a church member, he hadn't met anyone else, which was quite frustrating. Just then, Lin Xiao felt a sudden rumble in his stomach. Forget it, better find a restroom first, he said to himself, turning to enter the mall's restroom. However, just minutes after Lin Xiao entered the mall, 2 figures suddenly appeared near the mall. It's empty here too. We've searched 6 streets already. This is so damn frustrating. One man cursed angrily. Let's take a break. If we keep searching, we'll wear ourselves out first, the other man suggested. As the 2 were about to find a place to rest, a young figure suddenly emerged from the mall. It was Lin Xiao, just out of the restroom. The 3 collided unexpectedly, eyes meeting in surprise. Lin Xiao looked at the 2 stunned men and, without thinking, asked, "Are you guys here for the restroom too?" The 2 were momentarily speechless, exchanging bewildered glances. Lin Xiao stood on the steps outside the mall, looking at the 2 men in front of him with a bemused expression. A faint smile played on his lips as he said softly, "If that's the case, go ahead. I won't take advantage of the situation, I'll wait at the door." These inexplicable words left the 2 men utterly confused. They exchanged glances, but there was a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. They had been struggling to find Lan Weiwei's whereabouts, and unexpectedly, they stumbled upon this guy. If they could capture him, a bit of torture and intimidation might force him to reveal Lan Weiwei's hiding place. Lin Xiao keenly noticed the malicious glint in their eyes and understood their intentions. He slowly descended the steps and moved onto the road, flexing his wrists as he taunted. "Are you coming at me one by one, or do you plan to attack together?" At that moment, Lin Xiao was seething with anger, ready to vent his frustration on these 2 oblivious guys. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 men were stunned once again. One of them, looking incredulous, asked, "Wow, are rookie beast tamers this formidable now? Kid, are you messing with us? Do you even know who we are?" Lin Xiao, unfazed, rolled up his sleeves and replied, "I do know. It's clear you're a bit stronger than that one called Ilu. But that's fine. Life needs some challenges, or else what's the fun in it?" Upon hearing this, the 2 men's pupils contracted sharply. "You killed Ilu?" One of them realized belatedly, shocked. Lin Xiao calmly raised his eyes to meet theirs and said, "Yes, she was pretty good, had some strength." "You're asking for it." The 2 men erupted in fury, simultaneously summoning their mythical beasts. A venomous black python and a fiery beetle appeared on the street, and their information immediately flashed in Lin Xiao's sight. Lin Xiao grinned. He had lived by one principle: never back down. Even knowing these 2 were formidable, he wouldn't retreat. He thought that his little hum had always had it easy and had never been tested to the limit. This was a perfect opportunity to hone its skills. With this in mind, Lin Xiao raised his hand to release Little Hum. Accompanied by a low growl, the massive, golden-glowing Little Hum appeared on the street, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The 2 men instantly sensed the fierce pressure emanating from Little Hum. "Beast King level." One of the men murmured with a grim expression. "No wonder Ilu fell at your hands." Lin Xiao looked at the 2 men and said calmly, "Gentlemen, give me your names so I know who it is that's entertaining me next." "Elite Church Disciple, Wang Xian," one of the masked men declared. "Elite Church Disciple, Chun Fengmao," the other followed suit. "Arionia Team, Auxiliary 7th Squad, Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao introduced himself without hesitation. Hearing this, the 2 men were clearly taken aback. "Auxiliary Squad? Isn't that the rookie squad?" they exclaimed incredulously. "Is the Arionia team so strong now?" Even a member of an auxiliary squad is a Beast King level tamer? What kind of global joke is this? While the two men were still in shock, Lin Xiao's beast taming device suddenly went off. Lin Xiao was engaged in a fierce battle with two formidable enemies when suddenly his phone rang, interrupting the tense atmosphere. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Lan Weiwei. "Give me a minute, gentlemen," Lin Xiao said calmly, as if this wasn't a life-or-death situation. His composure unsettled his opponents, making them feel somewhat underestimated. Answering the call, Lan Weiwei's worried voice came through. "Lin Xiao, why aren't you back yet?" "Ran into some trouble. I'll head back once it's resolved," Lin Xiao replied briefly. "Need help?" Lan Weiwei speculated he might have encountered some exotic beasts. "No need," Lin Xiao responded curtly. Lan Weiwei cautioned. "Be careful. There are more than 5 members of the Order in Cassilia City. If you encounter them, just run. Don't engage." "Got it. You be careful too." With that, Lin Xiao ended the call. Opposite him, Wang Xian was furious, roaring, "Run? There's no running. Do you think we're easy to deal with? Killing Ailu made you arrogant? Who do you think you're looking down on?" Chun Fengmao impatiently shouted. "Stop wasting time with him. Kill him. Tear him to shreds." As he spoke, he controlled his fiery beetle to charge at Xiaohong. Lin Xiao simply raised his hand, and Xiaohong roared, its metallic scales glowing brightly as it shot forward like an arrow. Boom! The fiery beetle and Xiaohong collided fiercely, sending waves of energy that tore up the ground around them. Despite its natural defenses, the fiery beetle managed to withstand Xiaohong's assault for the moment. Wang Xian, aware he was facing a Beast King-level Beast Master, dared not underestimate the situation. He immediately commanded his venomous black python to join the fray, its massive body twisting into action. "Fearless charge," Lin Xiao ordered in a low voice. Xiaohong's horns shone with golden light as it charged violently, knocking the fiery beetle aside. It lifted its massive hoof and stomped down toward the venomous python's head. Thud! The ground was cratered by the impact, but the agile python managed to evade the deadly strike. Death Coil. Wang Xian immediately activated his skill. The venomous python flicked its tongue, raising its head abruptly and snaking through under Xiaohong's belly, its massive body wrapping tightly around Xiaohong. The sound of metal grinding was sharp and piercing as Xiaohong was squeezed tightly. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, acknowledging that these two opponents were indeed formidable, with impressive strength. Wang Xian boasted, "Even as a Beast King-level Beast Master, you're doomed against us. Soon, I'll make you wish for death." Unfazed, Lin Xiao whispered, "Golden body." Xiaohong's body glowed even more intensely, transforming into a radiant spectacle. The venomous python's death coil suddenly faltered, unable to exert any more pressure. Lin Xiao touched the tattoo on his wrist, contemplating whether to summon the shark-toothed dragon. Given the situation, Xiaohong alone might not be enough to handle these two strong adversaries. He began seriously considering unleashing the shark-toothed dragon. At this point, Xiaohong's defense is unbeatable after using his third skill. The possibility of the venomous black python and the fiery beetle breaking through it is extremely slim. Lin Xiao lightly touched the dinosaur tattoo to check the quality of the shark-toothed dragon. Intermediate. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched as he cursed inwardly. "Xiao Sha, the corpse of a high-level beast is right in front of you. Are you waiting for me to feed you? You lazy creature." Feeling annoyed, Lin Xiao glanced at the shark-toothed dragon, which was snoozing under the shade on Dinosaur Island. As if sensing its master's dissatisfaction, the shark-toothed dragon reluctantly got up and slowly approached the gargoyle's corpse. Lin Xiao refocused his attention on Xiaohong, who was still entangled in a stalemate with the venomous black python. "This won't do," Lin Xiao thought to himself. Relying on that lazy shark-toothed dragon might take over 10 minutes for it to evolve. "Xiaohong, you're strong. Show your Beast King-level skills." Lin Xiao suddenly became serious and shouted encouragement. Roar! Xiaohong seemed to understand its master's call. It loved praise, and Lin Xiao's words, "You're strong," instantly ignited its fighting spirit. In an instant, Xiaohong's whole body glowed with a golden light, accompanied by a burst of steam. Boom! With its metallic scales vibrating violently, the venomous black python was forcibly shaken off. Wang Xian and Chun Fengmao's expressions changed slightly at the sight. This kid's mythical beast is much stronger than a regular Beast King level 1, at least on par with Lan Weiwei's. Wang Xian looked at Lin Xiao in shock. Could he be a captain transferred from another city? That's possible. Chen Fengmao nodded solemnly. The Thousand Nations Alliance's hatred for us has reached its peak. Secretly dispatching a captain wouldn't be surprising. It seems we can't hold back anymore. Permeating poison mist. Fiery prison. Almost simultaneously, the two launched their skills. The venomous black python opened its blood-red mouth, spewing out billowing black poison mist towards Xiaohong. At the same time, the fiery beetle fired several fireballs from its slender mouth. The fireballs hit the ground and transformed into towering fire pillars, encircling Xiaohong. However, what happened next left the two in shock. Trapped in the fiery prison, Xiaohang's metallic scales vibrated rapidly, drawing out hidden iron filings from the ground. Utilizing the high temperature of the fiery prison, the iron filings quickly melted into molten iron. Suddenly, a scorching stream of iron broke through the fiery prison, pouring over the venomous black python like a pot of boiling hot oil. Hiss! The venomous black python was engulfed by the searing molten iron, writhing in agony. Seeing this, Xiaohang immediately went on the offensive. Unafraid of the surrounding intense heat, it broke through the flames and charged straight at the venomous black python. With a dull thud, Xiaohang's demon horn pierced directly through the venomous black python's vital spot, leaving a terrifying wound nearly half a meter long. A large amount of blood sprayed out, and the venomous black python collapsed, completely losing its ability to fight. This astonishing scene left Wang Xian dumbfounded. They had clearly underestimated the strength of a Beast King-level Beastmaster. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao stood in the distance, hands in his pockets, looking composed and confident as if victory was assured. Wang Xian and Chun Fengmao's faces turned ashen, their fleeting hope crushed by the Beast King-level Divine Beast. They had been confident they could heavily injure an ordinary Beast King-level Beastmaster, but they couldn't even break through its defense. Wang Xian lamented internally. When did the Eronia team produce such a monster? Lin Xiao stood calmly and said, "Aren't you going to call for backup?" His words hit them like a sledgehammer, darkening their expressions instantly. Wang Xian shouted angrily, "Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think that severely injuring my venomous black python means you can kill it?" As he spoke, he forcefully raised his Beastmaster device, reviving the incapacitated venomous black python. Surprisingly, the python's wound at its critical spot began to visibly heal. It seemed to have absorbed so much from the divine beast that it gained some would attribute healing abilities. Wang Xian smirked, his eyes filled with mockery. "Stunned, aren't you, kid?" Lin Xiao remained as calm as ever. "All right, let's see whether I can chop off its head faster than it can heal." Hearing this and meeting Lin Xiao's composed gaze, Wang Xian felt a chill run down his spine, as if plunged into a winter cold. The boy's eyes carried a fierce determination. Although they acknowledged the Beast King-level Divine Beast's incredible defense, its offensive power seemed limited. They appeared to be at a stalemate. However, Lin Xiao was confident because he had the means to break the deadlock. Lin Xiao slowly raised his hand, making a gesture to release another divine beast. The two men caught this action, their faces filling with astonishment. They thought, could this guy really control two divine beasts at once? But they dismissed the idea, believing no beastmaster, however strong, could handle more than one divine beast. Yet, what happened next completely shattered their assumptions. "Xiao Xia, it's your turn," Lin Xiao said softly. With a thunderous boom, a massive creature with lightning streaks across its body was Releasida, shark-toothed dragon. It let out a terrifying roar mixed with thunder that echoed around them. Shark-toothed dragon quality, advanced skill, lightning breath, tremor thunder strike attribute, lightning attribute upgrade, Beast King level Beast Core Beast King level Beast Bones Beast King Blood Assimilation, ready. Wang Xian and Chen Fengmao stood there as if struck by lightning, utterly stunned. They never expected that he could truly release two divine beasts. Damn it, what kind of joke is this? Wang Xian's pupils constricted, his heart filled with dread. Lin Xiao grinned. "Only two, and you're reacting like this? After all, it might be 3, 4, or 10 in the future, though you may never see it." His words hit them like thunder from the heavens, leaving them speechless for a moment. At that moment, they had only one thought in their minds: run. One Beast King level Divine Beast was already overwhelming. Now there was an advanced lightning attribute Divine Beast, a giant they had never seen before. How could they possibly fight this battle? Not everyone has seen dinosaurs, like the followers of the church. Many of them were raised as warriors within the church and know very little about the ancient history of the Blue Planet. At this moment, Wang Xian and Chen Fengmao were filled with fear. The scene before them was terrifying. A Beast King level Divine Beast with metallic defenses, coupled with a high-level lightning attribute Divine Beast focused on attack. This brutal monster duo was beyond their ability to contend with. In an instant, both of them activated their assimilation abilities, readying their divine beasts to flee for their lives. Wang Xian was enveloped in a green mist, while Chen Fengmao was surrounded by flames, their frantic escape looking rather comical. Lin Xiao smirked coldly and raised his hand. "Thunder breath," he commanded, his voice calm and icy. The shark-toothed dragon took a step forward, its entire body crackling with blue lightning that started at the tip of its tail and gathered towards its head. Accompanied by a deafening buzz, the shark-toothed dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a blue lightning bolt that transformed into a thunderous beam aimed directly at the two. Where the blue beam passed, the ground was instantly scarred with charred craters. In a flash, Wang Xian and Chen Fengmao were engulfed by the beam, their agonized screams piercing the air. Lin Xiao stood calmly, a hint of disdain on his lips. "I was hoping for a more evenly matched battle with you." It seems I overestimated you. Honestly, I didn't even use 2/3 of my strength against you. The two, struck by the thunder breath, were left smoking and fell heavily to the ground, their assimilation state shattered by the lightning. Wang Xian struggled to raise his wrist, attempting to send a distress signal. Damn it. Who would have thought we'd fall to this guy today? Quick, notify the boss. There's a strong enemy here. However, before he could complete the action, a massive hoof came down hard. Wang Xian's head was crushed instantly, brain matter and blood splattering, some landing on Chun Fengmao's face beside him. Trembling, Chen Fengmao wiped his face, his hands covered in warm, sticky gore. This elite of the church, hardened by countless battles, was terrified beyond measure by the gruesome scene, involuntarily letting out a blood-curdling scream. Lin Xiao, hands in his pockets, looked down at the frantically screaming Chen Fengmao. Chen Fengmao, I'm giving you a chance to die like a man, not to grovel on the ground screaming like a woman. Treasure this opportunity, because I, Lin, am not always so merciful. Chen Fengmao, completely terrified, began to curse hysterically. Damn you. You devil. You're the demon. Though church members were notorious for their brutality, mercilessly killing beast masters during missions, and Chen Fengmao himself had the blood of dozens on his hands, their cruelty paled in comparison to this young man's malevolence, leaving not even a whole body. The beautiful Ailu was crushed into a pulp with a single stomp. At this moment, Chen Fengmao was utterly broken, plunged into the depths of despair. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, barking at the still-grounded Chen Fengmao. Can't you understand human language? Damn it. I'll fight you to the death, you bastard. Chen Fengmao roared, his eyes filled with a mad gleam. He jumped to his feet, swiping his fingers across the beast control device, and a flaming beetle appeared instantly in the air. Firefall. With Chen Fengmao's shout, the flaming beetle's mandibles contracted and expanded rapidly, launching a scorching fireball straight at Lin Xiao. Just as the fireball was about to hit, Xiao deftly sidestepped, causing the fireball to scatter into a shower of sparks. Immediately, the shark-toothed dragon charged toward the flaming beetle with heavy steps, opening its massive jaws to unleash a blinding bolt of lightning. The lightning pierced through the beetle's hardened shell like a sword, creating a massive crater on the ground. The flaming beetle didn't even have a chance to struggle before it was killed instantly. Before Chen Fengmao could react, the enormous body of the shark-toothed dragon was already looming over him. It opened its massive jaws and, with a swift motion, bit Chen Fengmao in half, killing him on the spot. The two giant beasts roared triumphantly to the sky, as if celebrating their victory. Lin Xiao raised his hand slightly, and both beasts vanished, absorbed back into Dinosaur Island. The sun has set, and Wei Wei is probably getting anxious by now. I should find a way back, Lin Xiao muttered to himself as he left the scene without hesitation. However, not long after Lin Xiao departed, a menacing figure appeared silently at the site of the battle. This man was the leader of the elite forces of the church. He looked at the two mangled bodies on the ground, his fists clenched tightly. I, Zhuetian, have never faced such a setback since joining the church, he growled through gritted teeth. Lan Weiwei, it seems I've underestimated you. If I don't tear you to pieces today, I, Zhuetian, am not worthy of being called a man. With those words, Zhuetian's figure vanished instantly. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, Lan Weiwei was anxiously waiting for the church's people to appear. The 10 beast tamers she had arranged had already staged being defeated by high-level beasts 6 times, yet the church's people had not shown up. Damn it. It's already dark, and those church bastards haven't shown up yet, one of the beast tamers complained, while the others sat exhausted on the ground. Lan Weiwei watched the scene from a distance, her brows furrowed. Strange, have the church's people changed their ways? Or is my allure not enough? Beside her, Guotong looked equally embarrassed. Captain, could the intel be wrong? Those church lackeys should have made a move on us by now. The sun has set, and we haven't seen a single shadow. Lan Weiwei sighed in frustration. Forget it, stop the act. Give the order to send out 20 people in teams to search everywhere. We have to find them. At this rate, we'll have nothing to report back. What puzzled Lan Weiwei even more was that things were going unusually smoothly on Lin Yiner's side. She had just received a call from Lin Yiner, who reported that the collection of beast genes was progressing well and that they hadn't encountered any church members or beast king-level creatures. By all rights, the church had sent 2 big targets this time. The captain of the Eronia team and the vice president of the Beast Gene Research Institute of the Thousand Nations Alliance. Capturing either would deal a significant blow to the alliance. Yet, everything was eerily quiet, leading Lan Weiwei to wonder. Could someone else have intercepted them halfway? Lan Weiwei pondered with a slight frown. She decisively shook her head, dismissing her suspicions. The 5 members of the church were exceptionally powerful. Even the captain of the Cassilia team couldn't escape their grasp. Now, in this city, besides them, there were almost no survivors. What was even more perplexing was that the Beast King and the disaster-level beast seemed to have vanished into thin air, not seen for an entire day. Under Lan Weiwei's orders, 20 beast tamers quickly dispersed to search for the whereabouts of the church followers throughout the city. Captain, Guotong slowly spoke. This mission feels like the easiest one we've ever had. Lan Weiwei nodded in agreement. It's good that it was easy. It proves our strength. With no casualties, we shouldn't face any repercussions when we return. She then ordered. Have the remaining 20 beast tamers gather and prepare to return to the temporary command post. Yes. Guotong immediately executed the order, rallying the beast tamers to assemble. Just as Lan Weiwei was about to leave, a strange figure suddenly emerged from the darkness, appearing before them like a phantom. The newcomer, dressed in black, blended into the night. Who goes there? Guotong exclaimed, as the surrounding 20 beast tamers immediately went on alert, summoning their respective divine beasts. The man in black scanned the group coldly, unfazed by their numbers. His gaze finally settled on Lan Weiwei, and he slowly removed his mask, revealing a face covered in horrific scars. There was hardly a patch of unmarked skin, each scar seemingly telling the tale of a brutal battle. Lan Weiwei instantly recognized the figure and exclaimed, Zhuotian. Lan Weiwei, Zhuotian spoke icily. As expected of the renowned beast tamer of Alonia City, your methods are truly ruthless. Indeed, the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. I admit, your way of killing is more vicious than mine. Lan Weiwei frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Zhuotian, seething with anger, retorted, what do I mean? You killed 3 of my subordinates with brutal methods, and you ask what I mean. Since I joined the church, I've never faced such a setback. Lan Weiwei, if I don't disembowel you today, I'm not Zhuotian. Before his words faded, Zhuotian waved his hand, and a pitch-black panther appeared instantly. The dark panther exuded an overwhelming aura, its terrifying presence causing the faces of over 20 beast tamers to turn pale. Damn it! Just how many divine beasts has this monster absorbed? Someone exclaimed. How can it exert such intense pressure? Its beast king level power seems even stronger than the captain's purple thunder tiger. The beast tamers instinctively retreated. Even their divine beasts hesitated in fear. The air was thick with tension, everyone holding their breath, bracing for the fierce battle about to unfold. It was as if they were intimidated by the pressure in their bloodline. Everyone dared not act rashly in front of this king-like presence. Lan Weiwei gazed at the divine beast released by Zhuotian, her expression grave. She had thought Zhuotian's beast king-level power was on par with hers, which is why she had laid an ambush here, intending to capture all 5 of them at once. However, the aura emitted by the opponent's divine beast had unexpectedly reached a cataclysmic level, far beyond her expectations. Zhuotian, you say I killed your 3 subordinates? Lan Weiwei met his gaze, her tone firm. I wish I had, but unfortunately, it wasn't me. Her character was always straightforward. If she hadn't done it, there was no need to take the blame. Zhuotian slowly raised his hand, and the images from the beast control device appeared before everyone. 3 corpses flashed by like a slideshow. AI Lu crushed to a pulp, Wang Xian's head exploded, and Shen Fengmao bitten in half. The horrific deaths left everyone present in shock. Zhuotian's group of 5 had always been a major threat to the Thousand Nation Alliance, and now 3 of them had perished at once? Lan Weiwei's pupils contracted as her mind raced. Of the 60 people she brought, 20 were protecting Lin Xiao on a mission, 20 were scattered throughout Cassilia City searching, and the remaining 20 were with her. These 3 deceased were strong, and the squads she dispatched couldn't possibly be their match. So who was the killer? Suddenly, a thought struck her like lightning. Lin Xiao. Lan Weiwei cursed herself for forgetting about Lin Xiao, who had gone out for a stroll. If Lin Xiao claimed this was just something he did casually during his stroll, everyone present might go mad. Killing 3 elite church members on a whim? It was sheer madness. Enough. I'm done with your nonsense, Zhuotian said coldly. None of you will leave here alive today. You'll all go down with me. As he finished speaking, he raised his hand sharply. Darkness of the pure world. Immediately, the shadowy Black Panther dashed forward, appearing in front of everyone. A bizarre scene unfolded. The already dim sky seemed to be covered with a black veil, blinding the vision of everyone and every divine beast. Prepare for battle. Lan Weiwei ordered immediately. Zhuotian's divine beast is of the dark element, and although it has only 1 skill, it's one of the strongest among dark types. The 20 beast masters around her swallowed hard, seemingly stripped of all sense of security. Under this dark veil, being targeted by a beast king level shadow panther was almost a death sentence. Divine beasts of the beast king level typically possess 2 skills, with only a select few chosen ones able to acquire a 3rd, indicating extraordinary potential. However, Zhuotian's shadow panther has only 1 skill, which is not a sign of weakness but rather a testament to its strength. In the world of beast tamers, the ability to deliver a fatal blow often surpasses flashy techniques. Zhuotian joined the church from a young age and endured grueling training unimaginable to most. His own prowess is exceptional, and his divine beast is a standout among its peers. Each year, As many as 5 Beast King-level beast tamers of the Thousand Nations Alliance fall at his hands, not to mention countless high and mid-level tamers. As a key figure nurtured by the church, Zhuotian is on the brink of becoming a catastrophe-level beast tamer, standing at the pinnacle of power. Yet, this nearly invincible warrior now stands alone before Lan Weiwei and her team. The mere sight of Zhuotian's menacing scar sends shivers down the spines of the 20 or so beast tamers, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Against such an opponent, is there any chance of victory? As the team captain, Lan Weiwei fully comprehends the terror of the monster before her. With Zhuotian unleashing his world's darkest skill, the vision of the 20 tamers is instantly stripped away, casting them into a perpetual abyss. They are powerless, left to quietly await the coming of death. Zhuotian's cold voice pierces the darkness. To die under my world's darkest is an honor for you. Now let's enjoy a hunting game together. With those words, Zhuotian and his shadow panther vanish into the darkness. Chaos erupts. Damn it, I can't see anything. Where is he? One tamer shouts in terror. Over here. Fireball, another voice calls out, followed by a loud explosion. Damn it, it's me. Who the hell is throwing skills randomly? Another tamer roars angrily. Who touched my back? Stay away from me. The group of over 20 advanced tamers descends into chaos, even starting to attack each other. Guotong clings to Lan Weiwei, not daring to move an inch. Captain, this guy's beast ability can trap all of us, he exclaims in fear. Lan Weiwei, with a grave expression, summons her purple thunder tiger and scans the surroundings cautiously. Zhuotian is being trained by the church as a faceless. His strength is immense. It seems we're in big trouble this time. Faceless? What's that? Guotong asks, perplexed. Lan Weiwei briefly explains. Faceless are a group of super beast tamers trained by the church, each possessing catastrophe-level abilities or higher. I witnessed a faceless in action years ago. He wore a white mask and effortlessly killed 6 Beast King-level captains from the Thousand Nations Alliance. It took 2 catastrophe-level tamers from the Alliance to barely stop him. Recalling that brutal battle, Lan Weiwei reflects inwardly. At that time, she was just a freshman at the Beast Tamer Academy, and the incident solidified her resolve to surpass the Faceless. Yet, fate has brought her face-to-face with a monster on the verge of becoming Faceless Zhuotian. Faced with this uncertain battle, Lan Weiwei has no confidence. She realizes that the people she brought with her today might all meet their end here. In the darkness, the shadow of death looms over everyone, fear surging like a tide, while Zhuotian's hunting game has only just begun. After all, Zhuotian was incredibly powerful. In the darkness, a shadowy black panther moved silently, its figure like ink, its steps soundless. Within a radius of 200 to 300 meters, it seemed to have claimed its own hunting ground, with every inch of shadow becoming its hiding place. Fear, despair, and pain surged like a tide into the hearts of over 20 beast tamers, their faces twisted in the darkness. A visible enemy was terrifying enough, but an invisible one lurking in the shadows was truly heart-stopping. Captain, you have to make a decision. One beast tamer's voice trembled, gripping his weapon tightly. Otherwise, we'll die here without even seeing our opponent. Sweat trickled down his face, glinting faintly in the darkness. Lan Weiwei's gaze was sharp. As an experienced Beast King-level tamer, she quickly weighed the pros and cons and made a decision. I will continuously release Thunderstrike to make the mist visible and buy you time to fight. But by doing so, I won't be able to join the battle. She turned to Guotong beside her, her voice firm. Guotong, send out a distress signal immediately and call back the 20 beast tamers who are out for reinforcements. Yes. Guotong didn't dare delay, quickly operating the communication device to send an urgent recall command. Lan Weiwei waved her arm and murmured, Heavenly Thunderstrike. The purple thunder tiger beside her immediately assumed an attack stance, its fur bristling with crackling purple electricity, like a thunderstorm ready to unleash. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, bolts of purple lightning erupted from the purple thunder tiger, illuminating the surrounding mist with a blinding effect. The darkness was no longer so impenetrable, and the beast tamers could at least see about 8 meters around them. I can see. We can see. Many beast tamers showed expressions of surprise, their tense nerves slightly relaxing. But they knew in their hearts that although no one was injured yet, this situation couldn't last long. Heh, Lan Weiwei, I underestimated you. Zhuotian's eerie voice echoed through the mist. But whether you can see or not won't change the fact that you will die today. The dark purge is complete. Now enjoy the despair of being hunted. Lan Weiwei's eyes were cold, her teeth clenched. She knew very well that they couldn't possibly defeat Zhuotian with just their group, and all they were doing was buying time before their inevitable deaths. I wonder how Lin Xiao is doing now, she thought to herself. Unable to warn him, she could only hope he wouldn't return to his doom. However, Lin Xiao had already followed the flickering purple lightning in the sky to find Lan Weiwei's location. To his surprise, she was just a street away from him. Lin Xiao walked steadily, soon arriving at Lan Weiwei's position. The scene before him made him frown slightly. A large mass of black fog shrouded an area of 300 meters, with bursts of purple lightning illuminating the darkness. What is this? Lin Xiao gazed at the expansive black fog, his brow furrowed in confusion. He speculated, maybe this is Lan Weiwei battling a beast king or a calamity-level beast. I might as well take advantage of the situation. With that thought, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate, stepping into the black fog. As soon as he entered, he sensed the rapidly shifting shadows around him, so fast they were nearly impossible to track. Not a beast, but a mythical creature, with a very dangerous aura. Lin Xiao squinted. Could it be those church bastards again? He murmured to himself. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, Zhuo Tian wore a sinister smile. His keen senses immediately detected the lone figure at the edge of the black fog. An unlucky beast tamer, not by Lan Weiwei's side but isolated. A cruel gleam flashed in Zhuo Tian's eyes. Then today, you'll be my first prey. He locked his gaze on Lin Xiao's position, the shadowy black panther silently closing in. Damn, I was scared out of my wits. On the battlefield shrouded in black mist, a senior beast master stood trembling, his breath rapid as if he might lose his life any second. He muttered to himself in fear. The pressure is too intense. I can't hold on. I might die here. There's no way I can defeat a beast master of the beast king level, and the captain can't even join the fight. Another beast master, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence of the creatures in the black mist, cried out, I miss my mom. I don't want to die. I'm still young. I want to live. With that, he collapsed to the ground. Stop whining, another beast master shouted angrily. A real man doesn't fear a scar the size of a bowl. Have some backbone. All of this was overheard by Guotong and Lan Weiwei. Guotong shouted in frustration. Damn it. We haven't even started fighting, and you're already like this. Are you even part of the Arania team? Lan Weiwei remained silent. As the captain, she was also filled with fear, but she knew she couldn't show it. In truth, no one could be blamed. Zhuo Tian was skilled in psychological warfare. As a dark-type beast master, they possessed a special ability not listed in their skill, tormenting one's spirit. Using invisible forces, they could push a person to the brink of despair. It was like having someone constantly whispering in your ear, telling you that you die a horrible death in a few minutes. Who could withstand such mental torture? That's exactly what Zhuo Tian wanted. Once they were suffocated by the black mist and mentally broken, the Shadow Panther could easily kill them. At this moment, Zhuo Tian had already chosen his first target, a fool who hadn't even released his divine beast. This fool was Lin Xiao, who was still curiously observing the surrounding black mist, muttering, what kind of ability is this? It's amazing. Lin Xiao's calm demeanor was in stark contrast to the beast masters who were crying and terrified in the black mist. Suddenly, Zhuo Tian made his move. The Shadow Panther charged at Lin Xiao, who was standing at the edge of the mist, with astonishing speed. As the panther moved, the surrounding black mist swirled into spiraling air currents. The Shadow Panther is attacking. Get ready, Guotong shouted in alarm. At that critical moment, a sharp metallic clash echoed. The Shadow Panther's claws sparked violently, blocked by a massive beast glowing with golden light. Lin Xiao grinned. Trying to ambush me? You think I'd walk in here so casually without being on guard? Do you really think I'm a fool? It turned out that Lin Xiao had been prepared to release Xiao Hung from the moment he entered the black mist. His vigilance paid off as he was indeed targeted. In the darkness, Zhuo Tian's previously smug expression froze in shock. Impossible. How is he not dead? In his understanding, the Shadow Panther's ambush speed in the black mist was incredibly fast. Even if the opponent reacted, a high-level beast shouldn't withstand a blow from the Shadow Panther. Yet, the scene before him defied his expectations. Zhuo Tian quickly assessed the situation, his brow furrowed. On the battlefield shrouded in black mist, only Lan Weiwei, a beast king-level beast master, was present, and she was preoccupied with clearing the view for other beast masters, leaving her unable to join the fight. The remaining 20 or so beast masters seemed insignificant to him. Shadow Panther, keep attacking. Zhuo Tian shouted angrily, incredulous at the situation before him. The Shadow Panther, enraged by its fruitless strike, suddenly increased its speed and launched another surprise attack in the direction of Xiao Hung. Lin Xiao, seeing this, was somewhat annoyed and immediately commanded Xiao Hung to counterattack. Bang! A dull thud echoed from the black mist as Xiao Hung began to charge wildly. With its invincible defense, Xiao Hung was unfazed by the attacks of a similarly ranked mythical beast. Clang! 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 The sounds of intense battle rang out, sparks flying. The Shadow Panther's claws furiously assaulted Xiao Hung's body, but had little effect. Xiao Hung, irritated by this sick cat, saw its two sharp demon horns suddenly glow with golden light and began to charge wildly. Bang! Roar! Another thud sounded as the Shadow Panther was struck by Xiao Hung's demon horns, letting out a miserable cry as it was sent flying. It quickly got up and disappeared back into the darkness. Lin Xiao was secretly relieved that Xiao Heng's erratic charging had unexpectedly worked, proving the old adage that a flurry of punches can defeat a master. Meanwhile, Guotong was extremely anxious. Their vision was limited to a range of 7 or 8 meters, while the entire area covered by the black mist spanned 2 to 300 meters, making them hesitant to act rashly and forcing them to remain on the defensive. Who's fighting out there? Are there any casualties? Report the numbers quickly. Guotong shouted loudly. 1, 2, 3, 20. The beast masters within the black mist reported back fearfully. Guotong and Lan Weiwei were shocked to hear the count. Not a single one was missing. What was going on? Who was just fighting? Lan Weiwei immediately asked, wanting to know which expert could emerge unscathed from Zhuo Tian's concentrated attacks. Even she would find it quite challenging under such an assault. It wasn't me. Not me either. Everyone shook their heads in denial. It was me, Lin Xiao responded, realizing belatedly. Who are you? Lan Weiwei asked. Lin Xiao. Before Lin Xiao could finish, the Shadow Panther attacked again. Facing the returning Shadow Panther, veins bulged on Lin Xiao's forehead as he impatiently shouted. Enough already. Strong magnetic storm. As Lin Xiao unleashed the skill, the golden scales on Xiao Heng's body began to tremble, and the metal from the surrounding earth was drawn out, forming a storm of iron filings. Crack, crack, crack. The dense destructive force of the strong magnetic storm directly immobilized the Shadow Panther. It was then that Lin Xiao finally saw the Shadow Panther in full. Shadow Panther, quality, Beast King, skill, Dark Purge, attribute, dark, status, lightly injured. As the information about the Shadow Panther appeared, Lin Xiao realized that he had been battling a Beast King level mythical beast all along. This Shadow Panther was likely the one he had encountered in the eastern suburbs that day. This meant that the person he was currently fighting against was very likely the leader of the group from the church. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly sharpened as he realized the opponent hidden in the darkness was the formidable foe he had been wary of. The power of the church's elite was extraordinary, with even high-level beast tamers able to match him. This Beast King-level adversary was undoubtedly even more formidable. Lin Xiao remained vigilant, knowing he had to give his all. However, Lin Xiao was unaware of the true terror that was Zhuo Tian. His strength lay not only in his power, but also in his ability to manipulate hearts and execute deadly ambushes. Like an assassin with explosive force, once he infiltrated enemy lines, he could move as if unchallenged. Unfortunately, his plan encountered unexpected obstacles this time. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, Zhuo Tian was furious, veins bulging on his forehead. His pride in his strength was thwarted by an unknown figure, and his meticulously planned massacre was in vain. The frustration he felt was something only he could truly understand. As Lin Xiao remained fully alert and on guard, Zhuo Tian could no longer contain his anger and revealed himself 6 meters away. The two locked eyes through the dark mist, their auras clashing like unsheathed swords. Who are you? Zhuo Tian asked coldly, his voice filled with suppressed rage. Lin Xiao maintained a calm demeanor, a faint smile on his lips. I arrived a bit late, but it seems I didn't miss much. Hearing this, Zhuo Tian's expression turned grim. Now I understand how my 3 subordinates were killed. It was you, wasn't it? Lin Xiao smiled politely and admitted, that's right. As soon as he spoke, the ground beneath Zhuo Tian silently cracked, evidence of his extreme anger. As a powerful figure who had never failed, Zhuo Tian had never encountered a beast tamer who survived under his hand. Yet this young man not only survived, but also killed his subordinates. What surprised him even more was the opponent's divine beast, which was 10 times the size of his Black Panther. No wonder he couldn't break through. Such size brought remarkable defense. The most crucial point was that this opponent was also a Beast King level tamer. Zhuo Tian believed he knew all the Beast King level tamers within the Thousand Nations Alliance. Yet this person was not on his list, leaving him both annoyed and puzzled. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Zhuo Tian spoke. Young man, you're the first to truly challenge me. I am Zhuo Tian, a candidate for the church's faceless ones. Lin Xiao responded calmly. Lin Xiao, a subordinate member of the Alonia team. A subordinate member? Zhuo Tian sneered. I've never seen a subordinate member capable of killing my 3 most capable subordinates. Prepare to die. Before finishing his sentence, Zhuo Tian commanded his Shadow Panther to charge. Lin Xiao immediately shouted, Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng exhaled 2 streams of hot white air and charged forward, wildly tossing its head. However, the Shadow Panther quickly broke through the magnetic storm's barrier, leaping onto Xiao Heng's back. Like a lion hunting an elephant, the panther began to viciously bite and claw at Xiao Heng's back. This scene undeniably demonstrated Zhuo Tian's exceptional skill as a Beast King level tamer. The intense clash between the 2 divine beasts signaled the beginning of a thrilling battle. Sparks flew as the Shadow Panther's sharp claws left marks on Xiao Heng's golden scales, causing a few scales to fall off and reveal the bleeding flesh underneath. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed as he spoke in a deep voice, golden body. As the 3rd skill was activated, golden streams of light coursed over Xiao Heng's body, forming an even stronger protective layer. In an instant, Xiao Heng counterattacked, executing a nimble kip-up that sent the Shadow Panther crashing to the ground. Fearless charge, Lin Xiao ordered calmly. Xiao Heng's massive body launched like a cannonball towards the Shadow Panther. Astonishingly, the frenzied panther chose to meet the charge head-on, only to have its hind leg broken by Xiao Heng's furious headbutt, blood gushing out. Impossible. Zhuo Tian's pupils contracted as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He had never seen a Beast King-level beast master in the Thousand Nations Alliance, nor had he ever witnessed such a divine beast. Could they have mastered genetic reshaping technology? This must be cultivated using exotic beast genes. In reality, the Thousand Nations Alliance had not fully mastered this technology. Lin Xiao had been collecting exotic beast gene data to enhance the Alliance's divine beasts, but had yet to make a breakthrough. It seems Lin Xiao must die, Zhuo Tian said with a grim face. What does this have to do with my sister? Lin Xiao sneered. The last one who tried to kill her ended up as a pile of mush. Are you tired of living? With that, he commanded Xiao Heng to continue the attack. Lin Xiao, I'll remember you. I'll kill Lin Xiao first, then you, Zhuo Tian said as he turned to flee. Nobody who has fought me has ever escaped alive. Do you think you're special? Lin Xiao spoke coldly, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Xiao Xia. From the black mist, a thunderous roar echoed as a massive shark-toothed dragon landed with a crash. Damn it! Two divine beasts. Zhuo Tian was utterly terrified. Quake strike. Lin Xiao decisively activated Xiao Xia's skill. The shark-toothed dragon's body crackled with blue lightning that gathered in its legs, and with a powerful stomp, an electric net expanded outwards. Zhuo Tian and his divine beast were immobilized on the spot, and the surrounding beast masters were caught as well, filling the air with cries of pain. How can it emit electricity? Isn't that beast supposed to be of dark attribute? The crowd exclaimed. But Lin Xiao paid no attention to their reactions. Lan Weiwei was unaffected due to her lightning attribute. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, to kill Zhuo Tian. Damn it! Assimilation. In a moment of crisis, Zhuo Tian immediately activated his assimilation skill, and in an instant, black mist engulfed his entire body like a tidal wave. Lin Xiao didn't give him a moment to breathe and decisively commanded, Xiao Xia, thunder breath. Within Xiao Xia's massive form, lightning gathered, and its blood-red mouth opened wide, unleashing a blinding thunderbolt that pierced through the black mist surrounding Zhuo Tian. Although Zhuo Tian was struck by the electricity, he didn't seem to suffer a fatal injury and was still trying to escape. Trying to capture me with just one mythical beast is indeed a challenge, Lin Xiao sneered. But, Xiao Heng, magnetic storm. Xiao Heng instantly conjured dense iron filings that swept toward Zhuo Tian like a storm, wrapping him up tightly like a bound zongzi. Yet even so, Zhuo Tian was not completely subdued. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted to the shadow black panther immobilized in place, his eyes flashing with a cold glint. Kill this mythical beast, and his assimilation mist will naturally dissipate. Xiao Heng, crush it. Xiao Heng seemed quite eager for the task, lifting its hoof and bringing it down hard on the shadow panther's spine. The force was akin to a full-grown elephant's stomp, breaking the panther's spine instantly. The second blow came down mercilessly on the panther's head, crushing it to pieces. With the loss of his mythical beast, Zhuo Tian's defenses crumbled instantly, and the black mist around him dissipated. Damn it! Damn it! He screamed in agony as the close-range electric net engulfed him with lightning, and the iron filings turned into a deadly storm, continuously piercing through him. Blood splattered, and his screams echoed like a bizarre symphony. When the magnetic storm and electric net finally ceased, Zhuo Tian fell to his knees heavily, blood gushing from his mouth. His breath rapidly weakened, his eyes losing their luster, and his entire body, including his organs, was penetrated by the iron filings, turning him into a bloodied figure. Lin Xiao walked slowly to Zhuo Tian, speaking with a calm tone. I told you, no one can escape from me. Whether it's you or anyone else, meeting me means certain death. I will not allow any defeat as the master of this Dinosaur Island. It would be a great humiliation to me. Zhuo Tian, using the last of his strength, lifted his wrist, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Heh, you are indeed strong. Unbelievably so. But your information has already been sent to the church headquarters through my beast control device. Just wait, you'll be facing Wu Mian, who is 100 times stronger than me. I won't be lonely in hell. I'll be waiting for you. Safe travels. Lin Xiao maintained his serene smile. Zhuo Tian exhaled one last breath, his arm and head falling limply, eyes wide open, dying in a kneeling position before Lin Xiao. Only then did Lin Xiao retract Xiao Heng and Xiao Xia back to Dinosaur Island. He pondered silently, acknowledging that Zhuo Tian was indeed formidable, capable of sparring with him for over an hour. This was the first time he had fought someone for so long. It seemed he was still too weak, unable to achieve a swift victory, which was truly a failure. The priority now was to enhance Xiao Xia's strength and achieve the goal of dual beast kings as soon as possible. With Shuatian's death, the tremor-inducing thunder strike Lin Xiao released disappeared, and the fearsome black mist began to gradually disperse. As the figures of more than 20 people gradually appeared, the scene before them left everyone speechless with shock. Just 100 meters ahead lay the ferocious Shadow Panther, its head crushed beyond recognition. Even more unbelievable, the once dreaded Zhuotian was now kneeling on the ground, covered in blood. In front of him stood a young man, exuding an aura of regal authority. As the dark mist dissipated completely, Lan Weiwei finally saw the astonishing scene clearly. Her mind struggled to process the information. Was it really Lin Xiao who had fought that intense battle? But he hadn't been there before. Staring at Lin Xiao's back, her heart was in turmoil. Lin Xiao turned and saw Lan Weiwei, his stern expression softening instantly into a gentle smile as he waved to her. "Captain, am I seeing things?" "How could Zhuotian?" Guotong stared at the wide-eyed corpse on the ground, his body trembling involuntarily. "We made it. We're alive." The surviving beast tamers erupted in cheers, more grateful for the gift of life than ever before after facing the threat of death. Lan Weiwei recalled her purple thunder tiger, her eyes welling up with tears, and suddenly dashed towards Lin Xiao. Before he could react, she embraced him tightly. The unexpected hug left Lin Xiao momentarily at a loss, but he gently wrapped his arms around her shoulders. Feeling the softness of her body, he softly reassured her. "It's okay now. It's all over." Thank you, thank you." Lan Weiwei choked out repeatedly. As a woman, she had always maintained a strong front before everyone. Having lost her parents in a skyfall, she had seen too much of life and death. Today, the threat of death had been so close, and the suffocating fear still lingered. Yet Zhuotian, who had terrorized everyone, was defeated by the man she admired. Nestled in his warm embrace, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. After a while, Lan Weiwei reluctantly released Lin Xiao, trying to calm her emotions. Guotong approached, giving Lin Xiao a thumbs up. "Captain, your idol is truly amazing. He hit it well. He's like a monster. Not even the faceless candidates are a match for him. Our Ironia team really hit the jackpot." Lin Xiao gently wiped the tears from Lan Weiwei's face, saying softly, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone hurt you." He knew well that Lan Weiwei was not only his savior, but also a strong female warrior. She had been fighting against exotic beasts, far from a mere vase, but a true powerhouse. Soon, when she advanced to a catastrophe-level beast tamer, she would be even more capable. This was Lan Weiwei's wish to become stronger and protect everything she cared about. The battle came to an unexpected end with Lin Xiao's return. The Ironia squad, which was expected to suffer heavy casualties, miraculously survived without any losses, marking the first victory without injuries in the century-long war between the alliance of 1,000 nations and the Church. Lin Xiao accidentally discovered Lan Weiwei's lightning signal, found his way back, and coincidentally became the main target of Zhuotian. These coincidences intertwined to create the miracle of this battle between the beast tamers and the Church. Lan Weiwei led Lin Xiao, Guotong, and others back to the temporary command center to conduct a citywide search. They discovered 3 bodies of Zhuotian's subordinates. Although they couldn't find the remaining 2, Lan Weiwei concluded that they had already fled. Lin Yiner's progress was smooth, thanks to Lin Xiao's accidental killing of the scout, Ai Lu. Without this, Lin Yiner's situation might not have been as favorable, and the same could be said for Zhuotian and his men. Beast tamers scattered across Cassilia City began to return. Had Lin Xiao not returned in time, relying solely on their reinforcements might have led to total defeat. Of the 40 beast tamers, only a few were injured, and the fact that all survived might be misinterpreted as desertion by the alliance of 1,000 nations. Fortunately, every beast tamer's device recorded the entire process, proving Lan Weiwei and her team's bravery. After a night of reorganization and searching, by sunrise the next day, the Ironia team had been stationed there for 2 days. Exhausted from continuous battles, Lin Xiao rested through the night. In the morning, after a simple meal, he sat aside, waiting for the returning beast tamers to report to Lan Weiwei. However, these beast tamers searching for injured and exotic beasts found no trace of king-level or calamity-level beasts, leaving Lin Xiao somewhat disappointed. His goal was to upgrade Xiao Xia, but it only advanced by 1 level, far from expectations. After handling her tasks, Lan Weiwei noticed Lin Xiao sitting lost in thought. She approached quietly, sat beside him, gently held his hand, and asked with concern, "What's on your mind? You seem troubled." Feeling the warmth of Lan Weiwei's delicate hand, Lin Xiao forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing major, just a bit disappointed. I wandered around like a headless chicken all day yesterday and didn't encounter a single king-level beast. It's a real pity." Hearing this, Lan Weiwei paused, then smiled charmingly and teased, "Maybe they all ran away, scared of a great beast tamer like you." "Haha, you're probably right." Lin Xiao laughed, understanding that this was quite logical. After all, it's been several days since the calamity hit Cassilia City, and it's not surprising that the powerful beasts had already left. Before the arrival of the Elonia team, the Cassilia team had already suffered a devastating blow. The combined assault of the beasts and the church had completely crushed them, leaving only a few survivors. The Beast Lord and Calamity level beasts, having completed their mission, had been recalled to the Dark Dimension, leaving only mid-level and high-level beasts on the battlefield to clean up the aftermath. Lan Weiwei curiously asked, "Why are you specifically looking for a Beast Lord level beast? With Shuatian's strength, he's much more powerful than a Beast Lord level beast." Lin Xiao explained, "It's not for fighting. I urgently need the core of a Beast Lord level beast." Lan Weiwei was taken aback for a moment, then asked, "How many do you need?" "Just one," Lin Xiao replied. To his surprise, Lan Weiwei immediately took out a Beast Lord level beast core that shimmered with pure white light from her beast control device and handed it to Lin Xiao. "Here you go." Lin Xiao was astonished, looking at the Beast Lord level beast core that suddenly appeared in front of him, momentarily at a loss. "This for me?" "Yes, don't you need it?" "I happen to have an extra," Lan Weiwei said, placing the core into Lin Xiao's hand. Though Lin Xiao verbally declined, he accepted the core honestly. "This doesn't feel right. How can I take your stuff?" Lan Weiwei explained. "I don't really have much use for so many beast cores. My purple thunder tiger is almost at the calamity level." Lin Xiao was internally shocked, not expecting Lan Weiwei to be so generous. This Beast Lord level beast core was worth at least 1,000,000 alliance coins on the black market, and even more, at a specialty store. He felt touched by Lan Weiwei's selflessness. With this core, Lin Xiao's goal of acquiring a double Beast Lord was nearly complete. He only needed to purchase some Beast Lord level bones and other materials, and his Shark-Tooth Dragon could ascend to a Beast Lord level Divine Beast. His first phase plan was about to be fully realized, and he would earn 3,000 prestige points to draw new Divine Beasts. Holding the warm core, Lin Xiao sincerely said, "I really don't know how to thank you." Lan Weiwei, blushing slightly, responded, "I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, we might not have made it today. In the future, if you need anything, just let me know. If I have it, it's yours." The two exchanged smiles, their relationship unknowingly growing closer. Just then, Guotong appeared at an inopportune moment, interrupting the warm scene. Lan Weiwei immediately released Lin Xiao's hand and stood up to ask, "What's up?" Guotong reported the results of the search and rescue and the situation with the spoils of war. He also mentioned that Vice Dean Lin's genetic data collection was almost complete and they could return by the afternoon. He jokingly added that Minister Lin and Vice Dean Zhang had already prepared a banquet to welcome them. Lan Weiwei ordered the bodies of the beasts and the church members to be brought back together. At that moment, the roar of a Humvee engine sounded outside. Shortly after, Lin Ener arrived on the scene with 20 beast tamers. Seeing Lin Ener enter, Lin Xiao suddenly panicked. He muttered to himself, "Oh no, how did she come back so soon? I'm going to be found out." After a brief consideration, Lin Xiao decided to come clean. "Well, I might as well be honest. It's about time to reveal my identity anyway." In Lin Xiao's life, aside from his parents, the most important person is his sister, Lin Ener. From a young age, due to their parents' busy work schedules, Lin Xiao's childhood was largely spent under her care. In this era invaded by the Dark Dimension, having a complete family makes Lin Xiao feel incredibly fortunate. However, Lin Xiao now finds himself in an awkward situation. Although he is grateful for his sister who considers everything for him, Lin Ener's excessive protectiveness leaves him feeling a bit overwhelmed. The thought of his secretive following being exposed makes him uneasy. No matter how brave he is in battle, he can't help but become timid in front of Lin Ener. After all, when he was naughty as a child, his bottom received quite a few loving slaps from his sister. In the command room, Lin Ener is conversing with Lan Weiwei about recent events. "Weiwei, everything has been going so smoothly these past days. Yesterday, we discovered the corpse of a beast king-level creature. Although the core was taken, the genetic data is quite intact. Today, we only encountered minor ambushes from mid-level beasts with no casualties." Lin Ener, dressed in a gray and white work uniform paired with military boots, her high ponytail and silver-framed glasses accentuating her crisp and refreshing demeanor, yet not losing her unique feminine charm. The surrounding beast tamers were captivated. Her looks and demeanor were indeed on par with Captain Lan Weiwei. "Yes, it's been very smooth," Lan Weiwei replied with a gentle smile. "I haven't had any casualties on my side either, and I managed to rescue over a dozen members of the Cassilia team, so the mission was successfully completed." After days of travel, Lin Ener approached the table, enjoying some rations and water, as she said, "I originally thought it would take at least 3 days to return, but we managed to finish early. I wonder if my brother can take care of himself alone at home. I forgot to call him." Upon hearing this, Lan Weiwei couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiao, who was trying his best to avoid eye contact, giving him a sympathetic look. Lin Ener took out her phone and dialed Lin Xiao's number. The sudden ringing broke the silence of the command room, drawing everyone's attention to the embarrassed young man. The ration in Lin Ener's hand paused midair as her gaze, through her glasses, fixed directly on the crowd. Oh, Lin Xiao's heart sank, only now realizing that his sister had put on her glasses. As Lin Yiner's stunned gaze locked onto him, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Lan Weiwei, witnessing the awkward scene, was at a loss for what to do. Smash Lin Yiner's water cup fell to the ground. However, what happened next surprised everyone. Without a word, she quickly walked over to Lin Xiao, carefully checking him over as if to ensure he wasn't injured. Sis, what are you doing? So many people are watching, stop touching me. Lin Xiao looked at his sister, Lin Yiner, checking his body in front of everyone, his face full of embarrassment. Don't move, Lin Yiner commanded sternly, her hands continuing to examine Lin Xiao. This scene left Lan Weiwei and the surrounding beast tamers dumbfounded, mouths agape. Only then did they realize that the formidable person who had saved them from the abyss was actually the brother of Minister Lin, who was rumored to have no beast tamers in the family. After thoroughly checking Lin Xiao's arms and legs, and confirming he was unharmed, Lin Yiner's tense expression relaxed slightly. But her tone quickly turned cold again. Lin Xiao, are you crazy? Do you know how dangerous this place is? Out of Cassilia's 200-plus strong squad, only about 10 remain. Didn't I tell you not to come? Did you just ignore me? Lin Xiao was about to explain, but Lin Yiner interrupted him. I know you want to gain experience, but you need to choose the right time. Your mythical beast isn't even enough to fill the gaps of low-level beast's teeth. Are you trying to worry me to death? These words left the surrounding beast tamers exchanging puzzled glances. They had witnessed Lin Xiao single-handedly take down 4 elite members of the church, a feat more terrifying than facing 5 king-level beasts, yet his sister made him sound so incapable. Seeing his sister's anxious expression, Lin Xiao couldn't help but show a warm smile. Although he said, I'm sorry, his heart was warmed by her concern. At this point, Guotong couldn't stay silent and explained, Deputy Director Lin, do you have a misunderstanding about your brother? This mission's success is all thanks to him. Without him, none of us would have survived. The surrounding beast tamers nodded in agreement. Lin Yiner cast a doubtful glance at Lan Weiwei, who nodded solemnly in confirmation. Brother, is it true? Don't lie to your sister, Lin Yiner said, her tone filled with disbelief. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it now, you'll see for yourself, Lin Xiao replied, patting his sister's shoulder with a reassuring smile. As everyone confirmed his capabilities, Lin Yiner's anger gradually faded, though her eyes remained filled with doubt. After all, she had watched Lin Xiao grow up, yet the reactions of those around them didn't seem to be lies, leaving her momentarily confused. Today, the city of Aronia was buzzing with excitement. The streets were lined with people holding Aronia team flags, who had gathered early to welcome the triumphant heroes. The air was filled with a sense of excitement and anticipation. Representatives from the Alliance of 1,000 Nations and a group of beast tamers led by Vice Dean Zhang Li were already in place, waiting for Lan Weiwei and her team's arrival. As 2 imposing Hummers and over a dozen military trucks slowly made their way into the city, cheers erupted, echoing through the skies. The Aronia team is back. Haha, truly the pride of Aronia City. Captain Lan is amazing. My dream is to one day join the Aronia team. The crowd was abuzz with admiration. Such a grand victory celebration was unprecedented in Aronia City. The beast tamers in the trucks were visibly excited, with their families standing by the roadside, eyes full of pride and relief. Unlike usual, this return saw no fallen beast tamers, only the bodies of elite members of the clergy. This detail made the victory even sweeter. Sitting in the back seat, Lan Weiwei looked at the enthusiastic streets, her feelings mixed. She softly said, this isn't my achievement, I feel undeserving. Lin Xiao, who had been pretending to nap, opened his eyes and looked directly at Lan Weiwei, saying, you've been hunting beasts and fighting the clergy for years now. The injuries you've suffered and the victories you've won are enough for you to deserve this honor. You've earned it. Lan Weiwei felt her cheeks flush slightly at his words. She understood Lin Xiao's point, but insisted, this is clearly your achievement. Lin Xiao waved his hand and closed his eyes again. Forget it. I'm not interested in being a hero. Being put on a pedestal from the start isn't necessarily a good thing. I like things the way they are now, so let's not change that. His message was clear, had no interest in accolades. Such honors were meaningless to him. Of course, if the Alliance of 1,000 Nations wanted to reward him with dozens of beast cores, he might reconsider. But a hero's title alone held no value for this pragmatist. Lan Weiwei was taken aback by Lin Xiao's words and couldn't help but remark, Lin Xiao, you're so clear-headed. If I had been half as clear-headed back then, I wouldn't have. She stopped abruptly. Indeed, she hadn't been clear-headed. After first obtaining the purple Thunder Tiger, she had quickly risen through the ranks, eventually being celebrated as the pride of Aronia City. This position carried the hopes of countless people, but also immense pressure. Difficult tasks always fell on her shoulders, and each mission was a life-or-death struggle. At this moment, Lan Weiwei regretted deeply. If she could do it all over again, she would never have showcased her powers. She knew that eventually, She would receive an unbearable mission, and her only fate would be to die in battle. Lan Weiwei sat in the car, occasionally glancing at Lin Xiao beside her. This young man left her with a conflicting impression. Sometimes he seemed unreliable, yet at other times, his strength was remarkable. What surprised her the most was Lin Xiao's ability to maintain an exceptionally clear mind at critical moments. Anyone else might find it hard to bear the aura of universal admiration, Lan Weiwei mused to herself. Is Lin Xiao really just a privileged child raised in an ivory tower? He feels more like an elder who has weathered half a century of storms. Not to what extent. Lin Xiao noticed her unusual demeanor and asked softly. Lan Weiwei shook her head. It's nothing. She covered up. Seeing this, Lin Xiao did not press further. As the vehicle approached the Beast Tamer Academy, Lin Xiao had quietly slipped out. Outside the academy, senior members of the Thousand Nations Alliance, including Zhang Li and Lin Zhan, were anxiously waiting. The moment Lan Weiwei stepped out of the car, Zhang Li was the first to greet her with flattering words. Ha ha, congratulations to Captain Lan for achieving such a great accomplishment. Killing 4 church minions is practically divine intervention. Lin Zhan, unwilling to be outdone, added with a smile. This time, we finally vented our anger. Captain Lan, it seems you're due for another promotion. We've already prepared a welcome banquet at the academy. Faced with the crowd's compliments, Lan Weiwei could only muster a forced smile and respond perfunctorily. She glanced around and saw Lin Xiao waving at her from the crowd in the distance. In the next moment, the young figure casually walked away with hands in his pockets, leaving her with a dashing and impressive silhouette. Completing the task and leaving without a trace, concealing his achievements and reputation, Lan Weiwei sighed inwardly. She knew Lin Xiao never liked such lively occasions, and probably had more important matters to attend to. Back home, Lin Xiao, as usual, casually settled his dinner and eagerly entered Dinosaur Island. The island remained sunny and breezy, seemingly unaffected by the seasons of the outside world. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on the grass, deliberately bringing Xiaowei from the beast-taming device. The little creature immediately began marking its territory and even went to compete with the shark-toothed dragon for meat, playing joyfully. The 2 giant creatures looked at this uninvited guest with puzzled expressions. Lin Xiao opened the Dinosaur Island control panel and discovered he had accumulated 3,000 reputation points, allowing him to draw a 3rd mythical creature. After pondering for a moment, he decided to continue with a herbivorous type. Xiaowei, come here, Lin Xiao called. Xiaowei eagerly ran over, affectionately rubbing against him. Picking up Xiaowei, Lin Xiao chuckled. They say stepping in dog poop brings good luck. Xiaowei, let's see how lucky you are. With that, he used Xiaowei's pink paw to click the draw button. As the large wheel in front of them began to spin, Lin Xiao held his breath. Xiaowei also became uncharacteristically quiet, seemingly sensing its owner's tension. Suddenly, the wheel stopped. Lin Xiao exclaimed with delight. Well done. Xiaowei, your luck isn't bad. Woof woof, Xiaowei barked twice, as if cheering for its own good fortune. Lin Xiao gazed in awe at the sudden appearance of the Thunder Dragon, its massive form leaving him breathless. The sheer size of the beast, comparable to 3 little hums standing side by side, was astonishing. However, upon examining the dragon's attributes, his excitement waned. Just a regular Earth attribute, Lin Xiao muttered, feeling a tinge of disappointment. While Earth attributes provided strong defense, they lacked offensive power, and he already had Little Hum, who balanced both well. He began to doubt the Thunder Dragon's usefulness. As he scrutinized the dragon's skills, Lin Xiao noticed its speed and agility were nearly non-existent, making it a sitting target in battle. Even its War Stomp skill seemed less practical than Xiao Sha's Tremor Lightning Strike. Completely useless, Lin Xiao sighed. I'd rather have a Triceratops. Turning to Xiaohei, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Xiaohei, I misjudged you. Your luck really is terrible. Xiaohei seemed to object, letting out a couple of protesting whines, as if to argue that Lin Xiao had praised its luck earlier. Just as Lin Xiao was stewing in frustration, a thought struck him. Wait, can't these attributes be reevaluated? His eyes lit up with hope. At the very least, I can swap for a more useful talent, so this Thunder Dragon won't be wasted. With this in mind, Lin Xiao decisively clicked the replace button. As the Thunder Dragon's information reappeared, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The new Thunder Dragon, though no longer Earth attribute, maintained its high defense and imposing size. More importantly, it had become a steadfast healer, capable of sustaining Little Hum and Xiao Sha in battle. Lin Xiao calculated silently, realizing his mythical beast team had grown significantly stronger. Little Hum had comprehensive strengths, Xiao Sha was a powerful attacker, and now he had an invincible healer. My combat power must be quite formidable now, he thought confidently. After completing the beast swap, Lin Xiao didn't rest. With daylight still on his side, he headed to the exotic beast market to buy materials for Xiao Sha's upgrade. He spent nearly 40,000 on Beast King-grade exotic beast bones and blood, much cheaper than beast cores. He had initially planned to buy an intermediate beast core for Xiao Lei as well, but upon seeing his dwindling funds, he had to abandon the idea. The 5,000 Lin Ener had given him was now down to just 2,000. Lin Xiao couldn't help but reflect that upgrading dinosaurs alone could bankrupt him if he didn't take matters into his own hands. Back home, Lin Xiao immediately began upgrading Xiao Xia. As the process completed, Xiao Xia was enveloped in even more radiant lightning, and Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. All right, the dual Beast King goal is finally achieved, Lin Xiao murmured, eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if he could already see the glorious victories to come. As Lin Xiao left Dinosaur Island, night had quietly fallen. Upon entering his home, he saw his father, Lin Jun, sprawled out on the couch, snoring heavily with the smell of alcohol lingering in the air. His sister, Lin Ener, was carefully draping a blanket over their father. "You're back, sis," Lin Xiao whispered, trying not to wake their sleeping father. Lin Ener turned to her brother. "Just got back. Dad drank a bit too much. Why aren't you asleep yet?" "It's only 8. I'm not tired," Lin Xiao replied as he walked to the living room to pour himself a glass of water. "I was looking for you at the academy for half the day. It was only after asking Wei Wei that I found out you had returned. Why didn't you stay a little longer?" Lin Ener asked, her voice tinged with concern. Lin Xiao shrugged. "Nah, I don't really like crowds." Hearing this, Lin Ener paused and shook her head helplessly. Just then, a phone rang from Lin Zhen's pocket, shattering the silence of the room. Lin Ener quickly retrieved the phone and answered it, her expression turning serious. "Yes, I understand. Okay, I'll take care of it as soon as possible," she said, hanging up with a furrowed brow. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiao noticed his sister's unusual demeanor and asked with concern. Lin Ener sighed. "It's the Alliance of Thousand Nations High Command. They want Dad to inform Lan Weiwei to head to the east outskirts to deal with a venomous dragon lizard. But Lan Weiwei's also been drinking and now has to go on a mission. Is there really no one else besides Lan Weiwei who can handle this?" Lin Xiao asked, frowning. "Right now, each city only has one Beast King level beast tamer. If a beast above Beast King level appears, they need to handle it," Lin Ener explained helplessly. "What are we going to do? We can't send a drunken Weiwei to fight a calamity level beast. That's a death sentence." After hearing this, a meaningful smile appeared on Lin Xiao's lips. "A calamity level beast core, huh? What a precious gift from the heavens." Lin Ener didn't notice her brother's change in demeanor and continued, "Forget it. I'll go to the Beast Tamer Academy to find someone else. Otherwise, Dad will probably face consequences when he wakes up tomorrow." She stood up, ready to head to the academy again. "Find someone else? Who are you going to find at this hour?" "I'll go," Lin Xiao said, quickly heading to the door to grab his coat. You're going? Don't joke around. That's a calamity level beast," Lin Ener said, looking at her brother in shock. Lin Xiao turned around, a confident smile on his face. "Sis, don't you want a sample of a calamity level beast's genes? You've been eyeing that for quite some time now." Lin Ener hesitated. "I do want it, but if it's just the two of us, I won't be of any help." "Do you know how to shout 666? Lin Xiao asked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I do." Lin Ener nodded, still a bit uncertain. "Then it's settled. Let's go," Lin Xiao said, slipping on his black trench coat and striding confidently out the door. "Wait, are we really going?" Lin Ener snapped back to reality, hurriedly grabbing her coat and following him out, feeling both excited and apprehensive about what adventures the night might bring. To become stronger, one must obtain the core of a catastrophe-level beast. For a fem, it's not something you can easily get your hands on. A flicker of determination crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. He would not miss any opportunity to acquire a catastrophe-level beast core. With the support of the twin Beast Kings, he no longer feared encountering the toxic dragon lizard. When Lin Ener rushed in to report the reappearance of the toxic dragon lizard, Lin Xiao stood up without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with resolve. "I'm going to get that catastrophe-level beast core," he murmured to himself, his voice brimming with confidence. Lin Xiao strode purposefully toward the garage, with the hurried footsteps of Lin Ener following behind. She jogged to catch up, hurriedly pulling on her jacket, her face full of worry. "Lin Xiao, are you really going? This isn't something to be taken lightly. We could both end up dead," she said, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Xiao turned, his gaze steady on Lin Ener. "I assure you, nothing will go wrong," he declared with unwavering confidence. Lin Ener bit her lip, her brow furrowed. She was torn between the fear of failure and being inspired by Lin Xiao's confidence. "If we fail, we can still escape from the toxic dragon lizard, but Dad and Wei Wei will face consequences," she reminded him softly, her tone filled with hesitation. Already seated in the passenger seat, Lin Xiao looked at Lin Ener and simply said, "Drive." Taking a deep breath, Lin Ener finally made up her mind. She recalled the praises Lin Xiao received from Lan Weiwei and others after their trip to Cassilia City, along with the mysterious Zhuotian incident. These memories reshaped her perception of Lin Xiao's abilities. With the engine roaring, the vehicle headed toward the eastern suburbs. Throughout the journey, Lin Ener's heart raced, her palms sweaty. She occasionally glanced at the silent Lin Xiao beside her, a mix of anxiety and regret swirling within her. After 3 hours of detours, they finally reached the eastern suburbs. In the distance, the raspy roar of the toxic dragon lizard shattered the night's silence. Lin Xiao parked the car by the roadside, taking a deep breath to calm her nerves. Lin Xiao was the first to step out, skillfully finding the path leading deeper in. His steps were resolute, as if he was unfazed by the impending danger. Lin Xiao followed closely, her heart pounding like a drum. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared in their view. The toxic dragon lizard's eerie green eyes locked onto them instantly. Lin Xiao gasped, instinctively taking a step back. Lin Xiao, it spotted us, she exclaimed, her voice quivering with fear. Lin Xiao stood his ground, meeting the toxic dragon lizard's gaze with determination. His hands slowly clenched, and the power within him began to surge. At that moment, an intense battle was about to unfold. Lin Xiao looked up at the venomous dragon lizard, a faint smile playing on his lips. Do you still recognize me, old friend? The dragon lizard raised its massive head at the sound of his voice and let out a deafening roar. The furious gusts of wind rushed towards Lin Xiao, blowing his hair back. Cough, cough. Lin Xiao coughed a couple of times, frowning. You really need to brush your teeth. It stinks. Seemingly understanding Lin Xiao's teasing, the dragon lizard suddenly opened its gaping maw, ready to strike. Lin Xiao's expression turned serious as he turned to Lin Xiao beside him. Sister, wait for me under the tree. With that, he rolled up his sleeves, his gaze fixed firmly on the dragon lizard. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Be careful. If you can't win, just run. She then hurried to a distant tree. Hachu. The dragon lizard suddenly spewed a cloud of poison directly at Lin Xiao. In that critical moment, Lin Xiao quickly summoned Xiaohong. A giant figure crashed to the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that kept the poison at bay 3 meters away. Under the tree, Lin Xiao watched the scene in astonishment. With her years of experience studying mythical beasts, she immediately recognized it as a beast king-level creature. Shocked, she covered her mouth, thinking to herself, so, everything my brother said was true. He did defeat Zhuotian. Lin Xiao knew that Xiaohong alone had at best a 50-50 chance against the dragon lizard. A disaster-level beast's power was not to be underestimated. He decisively raised his hand again, summoning the upgraded Xiaosha. In an instant, another colossal figure appeared on the battlefield. The beast king-level Xiaosha was even larger than the dragon lizard. The two giant creatures glared at the dragon lizard, creating a suffocating aura of tension. The standoff among the three beasts left Lin Xiao speechless. No words could express her inner shock. She couldn't help but think, Lin Xiao, you've hidden your strength well. In the allied nations, you'd definitely be at the commander level. At that moment, as Lin Xiao was lost in thought, the three beasts clashed with a thunderous roar. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and Lin Xiao frowned, thinking Xiaohong or Xiaosha might be hurt. But upon closer inspection, he realized the dragon lizard's left leg was fractured. Strange, a disaster-level beast shouldn't be this weak. Lin Xiao was puzzled. Lin Xiao explained. That's because this dragon lizard has lived too long. It's already old. According to my research, a mythical beast's lifespan is only 2,000 years. This dragon lizard had already lived 2,000 years before being cast to Blue Star by the Dark Dimension. It's an elderly beast. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. 2 years ago, it was still in its old age and could severely injure Wei Wei. A mature disaster-level beast must be incredibly strong. At this moment, Lin Xiao hadn't used any skills, and the dragon lizard seemed unable to either, resorting to a physical brawl with Xiaohong and Xiaosha. Lin Xiao chuckled. You two shouldn't take long to handle an old beast, right? Just then, the shark-toothed dragon turned and roared at Lin Xiao defiantly. Lin Xiao was taken aback, sensing through their connection that the creature's message was, if you think it's easy, why don't you try? Lin Xiao laughed, amused by the beast's personality. The battle continued, and he began to ponder his next move. The temper of the shark-toothed dragon was indeed fierce, but considering its lightning attribute, such a fiery temperament was not surprising. Lin Xiao smiled wryly and continued to observe the progress of the battle. As the fierce fight went on, the aging and weakened venomous dragon lizard could no longer withstand the intense attacks from Xiaohong and Xiaosha. Its massive body was covered with gruesome wounds, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Whenever it attempted to unleash its toxic ray, only a mouthful of blood came out instead. This once mighty beast was now utterly spent. Had it not been for the violent collision with two equally massive beasts, the venomous dragon lizard might have held on a little longer. However, fate seemed determined. The first collision shattered the bones in its leg, rendering it incapable of further resistance. Watching the venomous dragon lizard struggle in agony, Lin Xiao slowly raised his hand and activated the lightning breath skill. The shark-toothed dragon gathered its thunderous power, opened its gaping maw, and unleashed a blinding column of lightning at the dragon lizard's head. Boom! With a deafening explosion, a ghastly blood hole was blasted into the dragon lizard's head. Its enormous body, like a decapitated giant serpent, twitched futilely a few times before lying still. Lin Xiao examined the corpse of the venomous dragon lizard closely. Its skin and exposed bones were turning pale, riddled with holes as if eaten away by insects. Clearly, the beast was at the end of its life. Lin Xiao thought that even if he hadn't killed it today, it probably wouldn't have survived another year. At that moment, Lin Xiao realized why the Dark Dimension had been frequently unleashing this venomous dragon lizard over the years. They likely knew it was nearing its end and wanted to squeeze out its last bit of utility. However, things didn't go as planned, and the aged beast finally fell at Lin Xiao's feet. It's done, Lin Xiao said, raising his hand to recall Xiao Heng and Xiao Sha. Awesome. Lin Yiner gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Xiao laughed heartily. Great shout, I'll take you next time too. Lin Yiner rolled her eyes at Lin Xiao and quickly took out a syringe, carefully inserting it into the dragon lizard's spine to extract bone marrow for genetic analysis. However, just as she drew half a tube, an unexpected event occurred. Bang! The brain-pierced dragon lizard suddenly twitched, its massive claw slamming onto the ground. Lin Yiner was scared out of her wits, flung several meters by the shockwave, and rolled to a stop on the ground. Covered in dirt, she cried out in terror. Quick, hit it. It's still alive. Lin Xiao twitched his mouth and said helplessly, don't jab into the nerves, try another spot. Frightened by the earlier scene, Lin Yiner dared not approach again. In the end, Lin Xiao helped extract the remaining spinal marrow and then stored the dragon lizard's corpse in Dinosaur Island. Looking at the syringe Lin Xiao handed over, Lin Yiner's face lit up with joy. This is more valuable than a trip to Caesarea City. Especially with these elderly exotic beasts, their genetic data is the most complete. I'm confident that soon, we'll be able to create a hybrid of divine beasts and exotic beasts. Lin Xiao glanced at the time. It was nearing midnight. Let's go. It's getting late, he said, thinking that overall, this trip hadn't been too intense. The venomous dragon lizard, which had troubled the United Nations of 1,000 nations, had been easily taken down by Xiao Heng and Xiao Sha. At least it died with honor, as a beast in battle rather than simply succumbing to old age. Lin Yiner sat in the car on the way back, her hands still slightly trembling, and her eyes lingering with traces of fear. She occasionally glanced at Lin Xiao beside her, puzzled by the calm expression on her brother's face. When did Lin Xiao become so powerful? Had he been hiding his true strength all along? Despite her curiosity clawing at her like a cat, Lin Yiner chose to remain silent. She knew if Lin Xiao wanted to talk, he would have done so already. Being both beautiful and intelligent, she understood when to ask questions and when to keep quiet. The car interior was silent except for the roar of the engine. Lin Yiner took out her phone and skillfully dialed headquarters. Mission accomplished. The venomous dragon lizard has been dealt with, she reported succinctly, her voice tinged with fatigue. Meanwhile, Lin Jun was slowly waking from his hangover at home. He groggily noticed the blanket covering him and the glass of water on the table, feeling a quiet gratitude for his daughter's thoughtfulness. Just as he reached for the glass, his phone suddenly rang, startling him and nearly causing him to spill the water. Lin Jun reluctantly answered, and the voice of the deputy leader of the Thousand Nations Alliance came through immediately. Minister Lin. Well done. Make sure to commend Lan Weiwei. Not only did she take down 4 elite church members and return victorious, but she also eliminated the venomous dragon lizard. There's a spot for a general in the Thousand Nations Alliance, and once Lan Weiwei reaches the calamity level, she can be promoted. Lin Jun was completely baffled, his mind buzzing. I don't quite understand what you mean. What did I do? However, the call had already ended, leaving only a busy tone. Just then, the door opened, and a disheveled Lin Yiner stumbled in. Dad, you're awake? She asked, her voice sounding somewhat dazed. Lin Jun stared at his daughter's bedraggled appearance in surprise. What happened to you? Don't ask. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Yiner waved her hand, dragging her tired body towards the bathroom. Lin Xiao quietly returned to his room. Lin Jun sat on the bed, bewildered. Where did these siblings go? He picked up his phone and discovered several missed calls from the Thousand Nations Alliance headquarters from a few hours ago. Did he answer them while he was out of it? Puzzled, he called Lan Weiwei. At that moment, Lan Weiwei was also waking from a hangover, her hair a mess, eyes barely open as she answered. Hello, Minister Lin. What's up? I was going to ask you. Lin Jun's voice was filled with confusion. I just got a call from the high-ups at the Thousand Nations Alliance telling me to praise you. They said you killed the venomous dragon lizard. Are you joking? Did you kill it with your drunken fist? Lan Weiwei responded groggily. I did kill it in my dream, more than once. It seemed she battled this old adversary that had troubled her for 2 years in her dreams every night. Lin Jun sighed helplessly. All right, come to my office tomorrow. Okay, Lan Weiwei replied and hung up. Just as she was about to lie back down, she suddenly sat bolt upright, her eyes wide open. The venomous dragon lizard is dead? The next morning at 10, Lin Xiao slowly awoke from a deep sleep. The exhaustion from hunting the venomous drake last night hadn't completely faded. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, realizing he had slept in. After getting up, Lin Xiao found the house empty. Lin Yiner and Lin Jun had already left. He washed up quickly, grabbed a bottle of milk and some slices of bread from the fridge, then settled on the couch in the living room, turning on the TV as he leisurely enjoyed his simple brunch. The TV was broadcasting an interview program from the Alliance of Nations. The camera focused on the scene in front of the Alliance headquarters, where reporters from various TV stations were flocking. Lin Zhao's attention was drawn to a male reporter wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who was holding a microphone and interviewing Lin Jun. Minister Lin, regarding the incident in Cassilia City where the sky fell, it said that the Eronia team went to the rescue and killed many beasts. It's even reported that 4 elite members of the church perished. Is that true? The reporter asked, his tone full of curiosity and inquiry. Facing the camera, Lin Jun wore a slightly stiff smile and replied, that's right. My subordinate, Captain Lon, fulfilled her mission successfully. Not only that, but the catastrophic beast that appeared last night was also dealt with by Lon Weiwei, who was appointed to handle this major threat. Watching his father on TV, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He knew well that Lin Jun must be quite nervous inside, having no real knowledge of last night's events, yet having to respond to the reporter's questions with an official tone under the scrutiny of citizens from thousands of cities worldwide. The reporter continued to probe. Captain Lon is undoubtedly a hero of the Alliance of Nations. Will the Alliance be giving her a special commendation? Without hesitation, Lin Jun answered, yes. Captain Lon has successfully advanced the Purple Thunder Tiger to a catastrophic level this morning and has now been awarded the rank of general. Hearing this, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. A general is the highest combat strength in the Alliance of Nations. To become a general, a beastmaster must not only possess catastrophic level skills, but also have accomplished no fewer than 10 feats. Those who survive to become generals are invariably warriors with terrifying power. Lin Xiao knew that without his help, Lon Weiwei might have perished in this final test. Thinking about it, he felt a bit proud of his repeated coincidences that had unexpectedly propelled Weiwei to the rank of general. Just as Lin Xiao was contemplating whether to call Weiwei to congratulate her, his communicator lit up. As if by telepathy, Lon Weiwei's call came in at that very moment. Lin Xiao, why aren't you at the academy? Lon Weiwei asked directly. Overslept, so I'm not going, Lin Xiao replied casually. Lon Weiwei hesitated for a moment, then softly asked, can I come over to see you? Lin Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then replied, sure, I'll send you my location. All right, I'll be there in 2 hours, Lon Weiwei said, her voice unable to hide her joy, before hanging up. Lin Xiao glanced at the time, realizing it would be noon in 2 hours. This was Lon Weiwei's first visit to his home, and he decided to prepare properly. With that in mind, Lin Xiao stood up and began getting ready for his upcoming guest. Lin Xiao hurried to the nearby supermarket to buy some fresh ingredients, planning to properly host Lon Weiwei, who was soon to arrive. Back at the villa, he busied himself in the kitchen, and time slipped away amidst his flurry of activity. Before he knew it, it was noon. Although it was usually Lin Yiner who cooked, Lin Xiao had developed quite a decent culinary skill over the years, thanks to his past experiences. Just as he placed the last dish on the dining table, the doorbell rang. Standing in front of the villa, Lon Weiwei felt a flutter in her heart. It was her first visit to Lin Xiao's home, which was also the residence of her boss, Lin Jun. She had dressed formally today, looking poised and beautiful. Today was an extraordinary day for Lon Weiwei. She was about to be appointed as a general, becoming the only female among the 20-something generals of the Coalition of Nations. The weight of this responsibility was immense, yet standing before the villa, she felt unexpectedly at ease. Despite having known Lin Xiao for only a short time, he had already secured an irreplaceable spot in her heart. Taking a deep breath, Lon Weiwei pressed the doorbell. The door opened, and Lin Xiao appeared. Even before stepping inside, the aroma of the food greeted her. Is anyone else home? Lon Weiwei suddenly asked. No, it's just me. Come on in, Lin Xiao replied with a warm smile. Lon Weiwei hesitated for a moment, then returned the smile. She took off her coat and shoes and followed Lin Xiao into the living room. The sight that greeted her was astonishing. A table full of delicious dishes was already set. Did you make all this? Lon Weiwei asked in disbelief. Who else? Lin Xiao replied with a grin. You have this skill too? Lon Weiwei looked at Lin Xiao in shock. This son of an official was full of surprises. Hey, what's with that look? Don't tell me you really think I'm just another useless rich kid. I'm different from them, Lin Xiao said helplessly. Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, Lon Weiwei couldn't help but laugh. But as she laughed, her eyes began to mist over. A wave of warmth and gratitude filled her heart. Her parents had perished long ago in a tragic accident. For years, Lon Weiwei faced cold and lonely mornings, and a life surrounded by blood and fire. But now, she felt a touch of home warmth, something so beautiful that it deeply moved her. Lin Xiao, thank you. You remind me of my mom, Lon Weiwei said, trying to control her emotions. Lin Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words but still offered comfort. Have a seat and try it. If you like it, you're welcome anytime. Lon Weiwei nodded, sat down, and began to taste Lin Xiao's cooking. Delicious, she remarked genuinely. Lin Xiao placed a piece of braised pork in Lan Weiwei's bowl, but he didn't eat. He simply watched her enjoy his cooking. However, the smile on Lan Weiwei's face suddenly faded, and she became quiet. Lin Xiao, do you know why I insisted on seeing you today? Lan Weiwei asked, her tone calm as she looked at him. Lin Xiao was puzzled. I probably won't live past the day after tomorrow, so I wanted to see you one last time, Lan Weiwei said, putting down her chopsticks, her expression still calm. Her words left Lin Xiao completely bewildered. Lan Weiwei's sudden change caught Lin Xiao off guard. She had been chatting and laughing just moments ago, but suddenly she mentioned she might not live past the day after tomorrow. This made Lin Xiao frown and he asked, what's going on? Why are you suddenly saying something like that? Did something happen? Lan Weiwei took a deep breath and explained slowly. Last night, the highly poisonous dragon lizard died inexplicably, and the killer is unknown. This morning, before I could investigate, I was ordered to be immediately promoted to the calamity level and take on the position of general. Lin Xiao blurted out without thinking. Isn't that a good thing? Lan Weiwei shook her head with a bitter smile. If it were just that, it would indeed be a good thing. But the problem is, I've been targeted by the church's faceless. They believe I killed Zhuo Tian and his 3 subordinates, and they've put me on their must-kill list. Worse yet, they've issued a challenge to the Thousand Nations Alliance, and tomorrow morning, I must face it. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Lin Xiao finally realized the gravity of the situation. Lan Weiwei explained that she wasn't actually that powerful, and her promotion to a calamity-level beast tamer was forced. She had intended to wait until she was stronger before being promoted, but the sudden promotion by the Thousand Nations Alliance left her with no choice. Lin Xiao looked puzzled. A faceless challenge? Can't you just not fight? Lan Weiwei shook her head and explained, it's no use. A few years ago, the church deployed a faceless to kill a beast king-level beast tamer from the Thousand Nations Alliance, and several high-level battles ensued. They realized that such battles caused too many casualties and were detrimental to both sides. So they reached an agreement not to deploy generals or faceless in wars unless absolutely necessary, and if they must, to issue challenges to the opposing side's high-level forces. This left Lin Xiao stunned. He hadn't known about the agreement between the church and the Thousand Nations Alliance. Upon reflection, it made sense. Faceless and generals are the top forces on both sides, akin to god-tier levels. Ordinary beast tamers couldn't intervene in such battles. This agreement could prevent excessive casualties among ordinary members, and although it might sound odd, it was indeed a sensible solution. Lin Xiao suddenly understood, which also explained why the Thousand Nations Alliance hadn't sent a calamity-level beast tamer to deal with Zhuo Tian, despite him killing many high-level beast tamers over the years. Now that they believed Lan Weiwei had killed Zhuo Tian, it implied she possessed the strength to contend with a faceless. You were just promoted to calamity level this morning. Didn't you know in advance that they were going to challenge you? Lin Xiao asked. Lan Weiwei answered with a bitter smile. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to the promotion. It was a spy from the church planted in the Thousand Nations Alliance who learned of my promotion and immediately issued the challenge, as only calamity-level individuals can challenge each other. This string of information left Lin Xiao deep in thought. The complexity of the situation was far beyond his imagination, leaving him unsure of what to do. So, that's how it works, Lin Xiao mused, finally grasping the deep meaning behind Zhuo Tian's last words. Becoming a calamity-level beast master is incredibly dangerous. Neither the church nor the Thousand Nations Alliance wants to see a new powerhouse emerge in the other camp. The moment someone ascends to calamity level, they are immediately targeted by the strong from the opposing faction. This explains why the position of Grand Marshal remains unchallenged over the years, with new appointments being exceedingly rare. The truth is, chilling every person promoted to this rank doesn't survive 2 days. It's not a high position, it's a death sentence. You don't have to worry. I'll accompany you to the Faceless Challenge tomorrow, Lin Xiao said, looking directly into Lan Weiwei's eyes. A hint of warmth flashed in Lan Weiwei's eyes, but she still shook her head. Forget it, there's an agreement between both sides. Agreement? Lin Xiao sneered. What does it matter? The rules set by the church and the Thousand Nations Alliance. Rules are made by the strong. As long as I'm here, no one can harm you. His bold words left Lan Weiwei stunned, her heart warmed. But she quickly realized the gravity of the situation. No, you can't. Helping me like this will make you a target for other faceless. Tomorrow, the church will send 3 faceless, 1 to challenge me, 2 to monitor the battlefield. Then we'll just kill them all, Lin Xiao replied calmly. Lan Weiwei was completely taken aback. She had only intended to see Lin Xiao one last time, not expecting him to insist on getting involved. Though she had witnessed Lin Xiao's prowess in defeating Zhuo Tian, a beast king level divine beast against calamity level beasts still seemed like a long shot. She didn't want to drag Lin Xiao into this. Lin Xiao, she began to protest. Enough, Lin Xiao interrupted, his gaze unwavering. I'll handle this. You just focus on the fight tomorrow. At that moment, Lan Weiwei remembered the feeling she had in Cassilia City. Being with this young man made all challenges seem less daunting. You have a battle tomorrow. Go get some rest. Lin Xiao suddenly stood up and said. Lan Weiwei hesitated, but eventually left the Lin household in silence. Lin Xiao wasn't trying to send her away. The sudden challenge meant he needed to prepare quickly, needed to elevate the Thunder Dragon to an intermediate level to gain wide-range healing abilities. Only with 3 beasts that have defensive, offensive, and healing attributes could he stand a chance against the Faceless. Picking up his phone, Lin Xiao dialed Lin Yi's number. Sis, I need money. Lin Xiao stood in the room, his brow furrowed. He spun his phone in his palm a few times before finally dialing his sister Lin Yi's number. Although with his current abilities he could easily earn a large sum by hunting high-level beasts, time was of the essence, and this option was clearly not wise. Send money. On the other end of the line, Lin Yi, who was in a laboratory, was momentarily taken aback by these 2 simple words, but she unhesitatingly transferred 50,000 to his previous card. With the funds secured, Lin Xiao sprang into action. He headed straight to the Beast Market specialty store and purchased a mid-level beast core for 17,000. Upon returning to Dinosaur Island, he immediately began upgrading the Thunder Dragon. The system promptly notified him. Congratulations to the island owner for completing the Divine Beast upgrade. Reward, 1,000 reputation points, bringing the total to 2,000. Thunder Dragon's quality has improved, and it has gained a mid-level skill, Vigorous Life. Its attribute has upgraded to Wood, and it has acquired the ability to assimilate high-level beast cores and bones. At this point, Little Lei had grown to twice the size of Little Hum, resembling a small mountain. Though its movement speed wasn't fast, its entire body emitted a gentle green glow. Just by being near, Lin Xiao could feel a powerful healing energy coursing through him, even without Little Lei actively using its skills. After a detailed analysis, Lin Xiao was certain that unless they were instantly killed, Little Hum and Little Sha could almost immediately recover with Little Lei's healing abilities. Based on his battle experience with Zhuotian, he judged that Wu Mian couldn't possibly instantly kill these little companions. Little Lei was the perfect stationary healer. With its strong initial defense and continuous healing effects, it not only protected itself, but also offered Lin Xiao constant healing benefits. With this powerful ally, Lin Xiao felt confident in handling a prolonged battle. However, a new issue arose once he went into battle tomorrow. His identity might be exposed. But compared to protecting Lan Weiwei, these concerns seemed insignificant. By the time Lin Xiao completed all his preparations, it was already 3 in the afternoon. His father, Lin Zhun, who had just returned from the Thousand Nations Alliance, collapsed tiredly onto the sofa, lit a cigarette, and fell into silence. Lin Xiao came out of his bedroom and sat beside his father. Shower, am I too foolish? Lin Zhen spoke self-mockingly. Dad, why would you say that all of a sudden? Sigh. It's my fault for agreeing to let Wei Wei take on the role of general. Now, she's caught the attention of the church's Wu Mian, and tomorrow. Lin Zhen took a deep drag of his cigarette, speaking in a tone of self-reproach. He regretted that last night's drunkenness had clouded his judgment, leading him to carelessly promote Lan Weiwei to general and accept Wu Mian's challenge. As her superior, he felt deeply guilty. Weiwei is strong. She'll be fine, Lin Xiao reassured, patting his father's shoulder. Weiwei lost her parents when she was young. I've always treated her like my own daughter over the years. If not for the damned agreement between the Thousand Nations Alliance and the church, I could have easily summoned the general from the Great Desert to support her. Lin Zhen angrily crushed the cigarette but into the ashtray, speaking through gritted teeth. Indeed. At this moment, Lin Zhen gazed out the window, his eyes filled with sorrow. Weiwei was not only his capable subordinate, but also the goddaughter he cherished like his own. However, as a high-ranking official of the Thousand Nations Alliance, he sometimes had to prioritize the law over personal feelings, which left him feeling helpless. It seems even Dad is frustrated with these rules, Lin Xiao remarked, observing the furrowed brow of his father. Frustrated is an understatement. Lin Zhen abruptly turned around, his voice tinged with suppressed anger. I was strongly opposed to the Alliance's leadership signing any agreements with those ambitious wolves. But no one listened to me. Over the years, every newly appointed general has been challenged by the faceless ones from the church the very next day. While we've managed to protect ordinary beast tamers, we've lost so many advanced fighters. Why not just break that rule? Lin Xiao suggested casually, a faint smile playing on his lips. Lin Zhen was taken aback, then shook his head with a sigh. You don't understand. It's not something that can be broken just like that. The overall strength of the beast tamers in the Thousand Nations Alliance is already inferior to the church. Some decisions, while frustrating, are inevitable. Seeing his father's dejected expression, Lin Xiao was about to offer comfort when Lin Zhen quietly added. In recent years, 3 beast tamers destined to become generals have died in these challenges. We've lost 3 potential top-tier fighters, while the church only grows stronger. Dad, I'll go tomorrow too, Lin Xiao suddenly announced. Wei Wei is your mentor, and you two are close. Can you bear to see her die in battle? Lin Zhen asked, frowning. Leaning back on the sofa with his hands behind his head, Lin Xiao replied. It's precisely because I can't bear it that I must go. If it weren't for Wei Wei, I would have been dead 2 years ago. How could I ever repay such a debt? Hearing these inexplicable words, Lin Jun was puzzled but still nodded in agreement. Dad, just a heads up, Lin Xiao said as he stood up, leaving an enigmatic remark. No matter what you see tomorrow, don't get too worked up. Your heart isn't in the best shape. Lin Jun was left stunned. Lin Xiao had already returned to his room, thinking to himself, tomorrow is the day to break this rule. He knew very well that once he possessed absolute power, no rule or conspiracy could stand before him. Although he wasn't strong enough yet, he at least had the ability to change the course of events. Those faceless ones, the church, and the exotic beasts would all be obliterated under the iron hooves of his giant beasts. This was his confidence. Dinosaur Island was like a glitch in the system. The growth rate and combat power of the mythical beasts there far surpassed others. This might just be the sign of Lin Xiao's destined greatness. Some say that in life, you never know whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will come first. But at this moment, this saying doesn't apply to Lan Weiwei. For her, tomorrow is certain to bring the unexpected. Lin Xiao gazed into Lan Weiwei's eyes, where a longing for life was hidden, even though she tried her best to conceal her emotions. This longing was particularly ironic, yearning to live, yet unable to choose the right to live. Tomorrow would be a life-and-death battle, and the challenge from the three faceless opponents made Lin Xiao wary. After a heartfelt conversation with his father, Lin Jun, he returned to his room and chose the simplest way to prepare sleep. Only by reaching peak mental and physical condition could he gain an advantage in a prolonged battle. After all, controlling mythical beasts in combat required intense concentration, a task that was extremely physically demanding. As dawn broke, the entire Thousand Nations Alliance was already abuzz. On this day, the faceless from the church would challenge Lan Weiwei, the revered war goddess of Eronia City. The people remained confident in her, believing she would once again emerge victorious and repel the formidable foes with honor. The battlefield was chosen 100 kilometers outside Eronia City, in a desolate ghost town left barren by a nuclear war a century ago. The nuclear contamination made it the ideal setting for a decisive showdown. In the morning, Lin Xiao felt invigorated. After breakfast, he and Lin Jun boarded a business vehicle sent by the Thousand Nations Alliance. In the passenger seat sat a special individual Yun Chuan. This 24 or 25-year-old man, with slightly long black hair framing his handsome face, exuded a scholarly elegance. As the only resident general of the Thousand Nations Alliance, he was tasked with protecting important officials, and his title Emperor of the Clouds was a testament to his prowess. Yin Chuan, what do you think are Wei Wei's chances against the faceless from the church this time? Lin Jun asked as the vehicle smoothly moved along. None, Yin Chuan replied succinctly. Though this straightforward answer was expected by Lin Jun, he was still unwilling to accept it. But Wei Wei is indeed strong. She killed Zhuo Tian and the venomous dragon lizard. Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan calmly revealed a shocking fact. Zhuo Tian and that little lizard weren't killed by her. Lin Jun was taken aback, his brow furrowed as he incredulously pursued. What do you mean? Are you saying someone else killed Zhuo Tian and the venomous dragon lizard? Who was it? His voice was laced with evident shock. Yin Chuan maintained her calm demeanor as she slowly explained. I don't know, but this person is very strong and likely part of the Eronia team. At this moment, Lin Xiao, sitting next to Lin Jun, narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought to himself, this Yin Chuan is quite interesting. She doesn't speak much, but every word hits the mark. Lin Jun was left somewhat bewildered by Yin Chuan's words, momentarily unsure of how to react, so he chose not to press further. About an hour later, the convoy arrived at the deserted city in the wasteland. In the center of this abandoned city stood a dilapidated stadium. This was the battleground chosen by the church and the Thousand Nations Alliance. The location was selected because the surrounding area was open, unsuitable for ambushes, and both sides' numbers were easily visible. At this time, on the side of the Thousand Nations Alliance, not only was Lin Jun present, but there were also other officials from the Alliance, and even media reporters. A rough estimate put the total number of people at nearly 200. Lan Weiwei stood on one side of the stands, accompanied by Guotong and other subordinates. Minister Lin, General Yun, Lan Weiwei greeted as she saw Lin Jun approaching with Yin Chuan. Lin Xiao did not follow Lin Jun to meet Lan Weiwei. Instead, he stood alone on the stands with his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on the more than 30 men in black robes and masks on the opposite side. Even across the vast stadium, Lin Xiao immediately noticed 3 of them wearing white masks. These must be the so-called faceless, the high-level combatants of the church. When Lin Jun reached Lan Weiwei, he spoke apologetically. Weiwei, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Lan Weiwei maintained her bright smile, reassuring him. Minister, it's all right. Even against the faceless, I might not lose. Despite her light-hearted demeanor, Lin Jun knew that the upcoming battle would be brutal. As Lin Jun and Lan Weiwei conversed, a man wearing a red mask suddenly appeared at the center of the stadium, instantly drawing the attention of everyone on the stands. The man placed his right hand on his left chest and gave a slight, formal bow to Lin Jun on the stands, speaking, Minister Lin, we meet again. I'm pleased you could come to face us as per the agreement. On behalf of the church, I greet you. Upon seeing this man, Lin Jun's expression darkened, his fists clenching unconsciously. This man, who identified himself as Guasi, was the high priest of the church, and he was the representative for the church in every arranged confrontation. Guasi, so you're still alive, Lin Jun said coldly. Guasi slowly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with mockery beneath the mask. Heh, if anyone's going to die first, it would surely be Minister Lin. Hearing this provocation, Yun Chuan furrowed her brows, stepping forward as her battle aura surged. Guasi seemed unfazed, instead smiling. Oh, even the renowned Yun Chuan, the Emperor of the Clouds, has graced us with her presence. Truly, seeing is believing. Yun Chuan's icy gaze bore into Guasi, her voice laced with killing intent. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. Just as Yun Chuan finished speaking, three figures instantly appeared in front of Guasi, revealing themselves to be the three men in white masks. The tense atmosphere quickly enveloped the entire stadium, signaling the imminent outbreak of a fierce confrontation. Three men wearing white masks suddenly appeared in the stands, causing a wave of gasps from the surrounding audience. Each mask bore a number, 13, 12, and 11, indicating their ranks within the faceless organization. The man numbered 13 flashed a chilling smile, his gaze fixed on Yinchuan. Yinchuan, I've been looking forward to facing off against a seasoned fighter like you. That woman named Lan was too weak. Defeating her brought no satisfaction. How about this? After her fight, you and I have a real challenge. Yunchuan's face remained expressionless, but his eyes were cold with deadly intent. No need for all that trouble. If you want to die, I can oblige you right now. Arrogant. Number 13 sneered, ready to retort. Guasi interrupted abruptly. Enough with the nonsense. You're not here to challenge Yunchuan today. The man cast a reluctant glance at Yunchuan before retreating to the stands. Lin Xiao stood quietly on the platform, observing the tense standoff with a cold gaze. Guasi turned to Lin Jun, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Minister Lin, over the years, your allied nations have lost quite a few promising generals. Looks like you'll lose another one today. How does that make you feel? These words hit Lin Jun like a sledgehammer, striking a sore spot. His face darkened instantly, rage boiling in his eyes. Nearby beast tamers and high-ranking officials of the allied nations also grew visibly angry. Suppressing his fury, Lin Jun responded coldly. I will submit a document to abolish the agreement with the allied nations soon. When that happens, Guasi, you'll be the first to die. Guasi scoffed, retorting, oh really? Do you think that bunch of incompetents in the allied nations will listen to you? This was like adding fuel to the fire, deepening the gloom on Lin Jun's face and filling it with frustration. Just as he was about to retaliate, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Dad, don't get angry. Your heart can't take it, Lin Xiao said softly, appearing at his father's side. I'll give you a big gift later. Lin Jun was momentarily taken aback, confused. A big gift? Do you mean cutting off his head? Lin Xiao smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. This unexpected shift left Lin Jun feeling a bit dazed, as if his son had suddenly become a different person. Lan Weiwei glanced at Lin Xiao, a complex expression in her eyes. Lin Xiao noticed her gaze and gently advised, Weiwei, just focus on your battle and don't worry about anything else. Lan Weiwei trembled slightly, but nodded obediently. Seeing this, Guasi impatiently said, all right, the audience is getting restless. Minister Lin, stop wasting time. With that, he turned and walked toward the opposite stand. At this moment, the stadium transformed into a coliseum reminiscent of ancient Rome, tense and filled with a murderous atmosphere. Captain, are you really going? Guotong asked worriedly, watching as Lan Weiwei took deep breaths to steady herself. Lan Weiwei gave a wry smile. Do I have a choice? With that, she leaped forward, her body instantly enveloped in lightning, descending into the center of the stadium like a bolt of thunder. At that moment, more than 200 pairs of eyes in the stands focused intently on her, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Captain Lan, you have to win. You're the pride of Aronia. The stands erupted with fervent cheers. Over 200 spectators watched the center of the battlefield with intense excitement, pinning all their hopes on Lan Weiwei. Yeah, kill the faceless. Finish that bastard. You must win. Grind him to dust. That bastard is so damn hateful. The audience's roars of anger filled the air, bursting with hatred for the opponent. At that moment, Lan Weiwei darted into the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. Almost simultaneously, a man wearing a white mask numbered 13 appeared from the opposite stands, standing firmly across from Lan Weiwei. My name is Jiang Cheng, one of the 13 faceless of the church. The man smiled provocatively. Lan Weiwei wasted no time, immediately summoning her divine beast, the calamity-grade purple thunder tiger. With a deafening roar, a massive tiger entwined with purple lightning appeared on the field. The upgraded purple Thunder Tiger was even more formidable, its purple lightning more dazzling. Jiang Cheng sneered and casually released a black light. The light coalesced into a pitch-black horse, its hooves ablaze with black flames. The horse's eyes glowed crimson, surrounded by a black aura exuding a powerful sense of oppression. In the stands, Lin Jun's companion, Lin Xiao, quickly analyzed the attributes of the two divine beasts. Purple Thunder Tiger. Quality, Calamity. Skills, Thunder Spear, Lightning Flash, Purple Thunder Domain. Attribute, Thunder. Status, Healthy. Shadow Nightmare. Quality, Calamity. Skills, Heart Capture, Dark Coffin, Dance of Shadows. Attribute, Dark. Status, Healthy. Seeing the opponent's Dark-type divine beast, Lan Weiwei's expression grew serious. Lin Jin seemed to recognize Jiang Cheng and muttered, another despicable guy like Zhuo Tian, skilled in psychological warfare. Jiang Cheng stared at Lan Weiwei, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Lan Weiwei, I heard you killed Zhuo Tian. Did you know he was a friend of mine? When I heard he was killed, I was surprised. A Dark-type beast master, killed by a Thunder-type like you, truly unexpected. So, I specifically requested this challenge, to see if you really have the ability to kill a Dark-type beast master. You talk too much. Thunder Spear. Lan Weiwei acted decisively. The purple Thunder Tiger roared, opening its maw to unleash 4 or 5 purple Thunder Spears. As the Thunder Spears hurtled towards him, Jiang Qing merely raised his hand. The Shadow Nightmare neighed, raising its hooves and dodging with uncanny agility. Thud, thud, thud. The Thunder Spears pierced the ground, missing the Shadow Nightmare completely. With that level, you managed to kill Zhuo Tian? Jiang Qing sneered. Lan Weiwei gritted her teeth. Although she was also a Calamity-grade beast master, her combat experience clearly lagged behind her opponents. With your level, I can finish you with one move. Heart Capture. Jiang Cheng casually lifted his hand. A black chain shot out from the Shadow Nightmare, darting towards the purple Thunder Tiger like a venomous snake. Lan Weiwei hurriedly maneuvered the purple Thunder Tiger to evade, but the chain seemed to have a mind of its own, relentlessly pursuing. Damn! Guotong, watching from the sidelines, broke into a cold sweat. The captain's weakest against Dark-type beast masters. The audience held their breath, eyes glued to the battlefield. With a dull thud, the black chain wrapped around the purple Thunder Tiger's neck like a python constricting its prey. Black gas rapidly spread across the tiger's body. Is it over already? Jiang Cheng sounded disappointed. I really don't know how Zhuo Tian died at your hands. On the viewing platform, Lin Xiao watched the battlefield with furrowed brows and unwavering focus. Lan Weiwei's strength was undeniable, but she had one fatal flaw: she was always at a loss when facing dark attribute beast tamers. It was like pitting a fierce tiger against the world's largest crocodile in water, with little chance of victory. On the battlefield, Lan Weiwei saw her Thunder Tiger bound by black chains. Just as she was about to unleash a skill, a wave of dizziness hit her. The chains not only restrained the Thunder Tiger, but also continuously released dark energy that affected emotions. This energy seeped into Lan Weiwei's mind through her connection with the mythical beast, amplifying her negative emotions. Damn it, I'm so useless. How could I be defeated like this? Lan Weiwei clenched her fists as feelings of self-blame and guilt surged through her. This was the mental impact of dark energy, and for someone like Lan Weiwei, burdened with high expectations, it was especially hard to resist. She desperately wanted to win, but the more she desired it, the more she was affected. Such is the insidious and ruthless nature of dark attributes. What are you doing, Weiwei? Lin Jin shouted, unable to hold back as he witnessed the scene. Sitting beside Lin Jun, Yun Chuan calmly analyzed. Minister Lin, shouting won't help. Jiang Cheng's soul manipulation has already affected her. This kind of attack requires either severing the connection with the mythical beast or using brute force to break the chains. Neither is feasible in an unknown fight. The dark attribute far surpasses others in duels. The spectators in the stands were stunned, their faces filled with shock. No way. How could Captain Lan lose so easily? It's been less than a minute. Is Wumian truly unbeatable? Damn. Are we going to see her fall as easily as in the last 3 matches? At this moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly spread his arms wide, addressing over 200 high-ranking officials of the Thousand Nations Alliance in the stands. People of the Thousand Nations Alliance, take a good look. This is the so-called glory of Aronia City. Such a grand title, yet so vulnerable, like ants. You might as well join the church. Aligning with the dark dimension is humanity's only path to greatness. Lin Jun was furious. This guy, it's not enough to affect Lan Weiwei's emotions, now he wants to influence us too. With a sinister smile, Jiang Cheng faced the entire Thousand Nations Alliance stand. Next, I'll show you how this woman dies. I'll use the most brutal methods to let you witness a bloody spectacle. A gift from me to you. With that, he pointed and commanded, Nether Coffin. As Jiang Cheng's words fell, 4 black energy walls rose around the Thunder Tiger, closing in with a roar, sealing it within the Nether Coffin. After completing this, Jiangcheng nonchalantly drew a long knife from his waist and walked towards Lan Weiwei, whose eyes were glazed with a black sheen. In this critical moment, Lin Xiao quietly stood up. His action immediately drew the attention of everyone, as the 200 people around him remained seated. Xiao, what are you doing? Lin Zhun was taken aback by the sight. Yunchuan also noticed the unusual behavior of Minister Lin's son, frowning slightly, puzzled by his actions. Lin Xiao stood at the edge of the stands, his cold gaze overlooking Jiangcheng below. He didn't respond, simply observing the situation quietly. Just as Jiangcheng raised his long knife, ready to strike Lan Weiwei, Lin Zhao's icy voice came from the stands. I advise you not to make a move. Jiangcheng paused for a moment. Then a cold smile appeared under his mask as he swung the knife towards Lan Weiwei without hesitation. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. A gigantic mythical beast appeared out of nowhere, sending Jiangcheng and his knife flying. Jiangcheng spun in the air, barely landing on his feet, and spat out a mouthful of blood, shouting angrily. What the hell is going on? Lin Xiao, hands still in his pockets, looked down and said, See, I told you not to act. Why didn't you listen? Jiangcheng glared at Lin Xiao, demanding, Who the hell are you, daring to interfere in this challenge? The scene left everyone present stunned. Lin Zhun and other officials exchanged bewildered glances, completely at a loss. Lin Zhun stammered, I don't know. Lin Xiao leaped down, activating his assimilation, landing in the center of the battlefield. Jiangcheng, enraged, shouted, You dare disrupt the challenge. Do you have a death wish? Lin Xiao remained calm. So what if I disrupted it? I do have a death wish. Can you kill me? Jiangcheng suddenly laughed. Well, you've got guts. Seems today won't be so boring after all. In the distance, Guosi, furious, stood up and shouted, Minister Lin, can you explain? How is there a second person on the field? Are you breaking the agreement? Lin Xiao glanced at the two faceless opponents, frowning slightly. He turned to the dumbfounded Lin Zhun and said, Dad, I'm not strong enough to handle three faceless at once. Since Brother Yunchuan is here, lend me a hand. Lin Zhun was completely bewildered. Shower, don't scare me like this. What's going on? Is that your mythical beast? Lin Xiao reassured him. I'll explain everything later, but right now there's something more important. I know this might put you in a tough spot, but you wouldn't want to see your son fighting alone, right? Guosi pressed again. Minister Lin, you haven't answered me. I need an explanation. Lin Zhun suddenly stood up and shouted. To hell with explanations. Yunchuan, keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to touch my son, beat them to death. Yunchuan paused, then smiled and rose, his fighting spirit flaring as he faced the other two faceless. Lin Xiao chuckled. Having a father with immense power isn't so bad. Guosi exclaimed in shock. Minister Lin, what did you say? You're insulting me. Lin Zhun, furious, retorted. So what if I insult you? Damn your ancestors. I've had enough. Even if I lose my position as minister, I'm taking you down today. He turned to Yunchuan. Yunchuan, can you take them? Yunchuan, rarely smiling, replied. Minister Lin, leave it to me. I'm quite annoyed myself. Guosi was completely at a loss. You're all insane. Completely insane. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, and the situation instantly became unpredictable. The once calm battlefield turned eerie with Lin Xiao's sudden intervention. The eyes of over 200 spectators immediately focused on this young man, the air thick with confusion and surprise. Did Minister Lin just call him his son? Whispers spread through the crowd. Lin Jin stood aside, disbelief shining in his eyes. His son, the one who was tested with only a second-level talent and got into the Beastmaster Academy through favoritism, was actually a Beast King-level Beastmaster? This revelation felt surreal to Lin Zhun, as if he were in a dream. Jiangcheng squinted, scrutinizing the metallic beast beside Lin Xiao, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. Kid, I haven't seen your beast before. Its metal type must be pretty strong. Let me test you today. Lin Xiao calmly replied. Your opponent isn't me. With that, he walked straight towards the trapped purple thunder tiger. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Lin Xiao raised his fully metallic arm, slicing through the black chains binding the purple thunder tiger with a single chop. The purple thunder tiger roared in fury, shaking the ground. With a cracking sound, the pitch-black coffin began to shatter. Accompanied by a dull thud, the coffin exploded completely, and Lan Weiwei, who had been trapped in darkness, finally regained consciousness. Lan Weiwei looked at Lin Xiao in bewilderment, tears welling up in her eyes. Just as she was overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Xiao approached her, gently placing his hands on her shoulders. Listen to me, Lin Xiao said, enunciating each word. I can't be by your side every moment. You must learn to face challenges on your own. If you can't conquer fear, you'll be controlled by it. Lan Weiwei seemed to understand, nodding vigorously. Lin Xiao continued. Remember, the darkness element isn't frightening. As long as your heart is strong enough, you can easily resist any dark influence. Do you remember how Zhuotian died? He was controlled by my fear, not the other way around. Behind Lin Xiao's gentle smile lay his greatest encouragement for Lan Weiwei. He knew he couldn't protect her forever. If he killed Jiang Cheng now, the next time she faced a dark element beastmaster from the church, Lan Weiwei would still be helpless. Therefore, Lin Xiao chose to teach her how to overcome fear, which was truly the wise course of action. As Lin Xiao stepped aside, a soft smile appeared on Lan Weiwei's face, her eyes shining with determination. He remained astonishingly calm, as if nothing, not even the end of the world, could shake him. Lan Weiwei was drawn to this young man's aura and slowly lifted her gaze, looking past the arena towards the distant Jiangqing. Jiangqing sneered. Do you really think a few words from that kid can withstand my attack? Ridiculous. The gap in strength can't be bridged by mere encouragement. Just like when you watched helplessly as your parents died, now you'll watch everything you protect be destroyed. Before he could finish, Lan Weiwei interrupted. Enough with the nonsense. Thunder Spear. Her eyes suddenly turned resolute, and the massive purple thunder tiger beside her erupted with a shocking bolt of lightning. With a thunderous roar, several lightning bolts transformed into spears, shooting towards the distant Shadow Nightmare. Jiangqing's pupils narrowed as he quickly commanded the Shadow Nightmare to dodge. Despite the swift movement, one lightning spear grazed the Shadow Nightmare's side, leaving a bloody mark. The audience erupted in shock. Someone exclaimed, "What did that kid say to Lan Weiwei? How did she suddenly become so strong?" "What do you mean, become strong? Captain Lan has never been weak," another person retorted. Startled, Jiangqing quickly regained his composure. Mind capture. From within the Shadow Nightmare, a pitch-black chain shot out, racing towards the purple thunder tiger. Facing the same move, Lan Weiwei took a deep breath. Both of us are catastrophe level. There's nothing to fear. The purple thunder tiger leaped, opening its massive jaws to catch the black chain directly. Damn it! Jiangqing was stunned. The purple thunder tiger shook its head vigorously, pulling the Shadow Nightmare towards it. Sky Thunder Strike. Lan Weiwei immediately launched a second attack. The purple thunder tiger gathered a frenzy of purple lightning around itself, forming a massive circular electric field. With a loud crash, the Shadow Nightmare was pulled into it, and was immediately electrocuted, smoke rising from its body. Lin Xiao watched Lan Weiwei handle the situation with ease and smiled in satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the opposite stands, Guisi was completely bewildered. The Thousand Nations Alliance dares to break the agreement? High Priest, don't hesitate. Give the order, a faceless figure urged. Gritting his teeth, Guisi commanded, attack. Tear that kid apart. Immediately, two figures leaped down from the stands. Lin Zhen spoke gravely. Yin Xuan, don't hold back. Understood. Yin Xuan responded, instantly appearing in front of Lin Xiao, unleashing a catastrophic level of battle energy. Lin Xiao looked up, smiling lightly. 3-on-3, simpler than I expected. Well then, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohong beside him let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, with golden light shining and resounding across the sky. The battle between Lan Weiwei and Jiang Cheng raged fiercely, but Lin Xiao no longer needed to worry. With years of combat experience, Lan Weiwei's strength was formidable, and the rarity of a disaster-class mythical beast was undeniable. The unique aspect of the dark element lay in its psychological attacks, like Shuatian's ability to disrupt an opponent's mind and provoke negative emotions. However, if one could ignore such attacks from the start, the power of the dark element would be significantly reduced. Suddenly, two faceless figures appeared on the battlefield. Their white masks bore the numbers 12 and 11. Faceless 12 was Malos, a man with a hoarse voice and piercing gaze, who quickly assessed Lin Xiao and Yun Xuan. He abruptly released his mythical Biasta Purgatory Fire Ape, disaster class, possessing fire-based skills like Flame Curse, Starfire, and Flame Burst, and in healthy condition. Following closely, the slender Faceless 11, Ding Wan, also released his mythical Biasta Frost Fox, likewise disaster class, with ice-based skills like Reflective Prism, Caged Bird, and Absolute Zero, also in healthy condition. With the appearance of these two mythical beasts, the temperature on the field changed dramatically, a blend of ice and fire. At this moment, Guisi suddenly stood up in fury, shouting, Malos, Dingwan, kill these two and feed them to the dogs. I'm furious. The two faceless figures heard this, and their eyes flashed with a cold, sinister light, locking onto Lin Xiao and Yun Xuan. Lin Xiao turned to the aloof Yin Xuan beside him and smiled. Brother Yin Xuan, I've always heard my father say you're strong, and today I'm fortunate to fight alongside you. He was always straightforward, never sparing praise. Yin Xuan maintained his aloof demeanor but responded, Minister Lin flatters me. You're not bad yourself. With that, he slowly raised his beast control device. Unexpectedly, what appeared first was not a mythical beast, but a large amount of water vapor. This vapor gathered around Yin Xuan, transforming into a flowing stream, resembling a brilliant galaxy suspended in the deep space of the universe. This sight astonished Lin Xiao, as he had never seen such a unique way of releasing a mythical beast. Suddenly, a great humanoid mythical beast emerged from the water with a splash. It was a mermaid. She had long, black hair, and the stream caressed her shimmering white skin. Under the sunlight, she was like a pure, flawless white lotus, breathtakingly beautiful. However, her lower body was a dazzling fishtail. What? Is that really a mermaid? Lin Xiao's previously indifferent gaze lit up, his eyes shining. The mermaid, a disaster-class mythical beast, possessed water-based skills like rain curtain lotus, mirror flower water moon, and blue sea flow, in healthy condition. The male creatures on the field widened their eyes in amazement. Is that a 36C? Wow, Yin Chuan is so lucky, having a water-type mermaid mythical beast? Oh my god, I thought these oceanic water-type mythical beasts were extinct. Where did Yin Chuan find this? God Beast Lin doesn't have such a mythical beast. The crowd erupted into excitement, buzzing with discussions, their eyes filled with awe and envy. Malo stood on one side of the battlefield, the flames reflecting in his eyes. He looked at Dingwan and said in a deep voice, "Your fire tribute. Water overcomes fire. I'll handle Yin Chuan. You go take care of that kid." Dingwan locked his gaze on the mermaid, whose body was surrounded by streams in midair, and nodded slightly. "All right, I'll deal with that kid and then come to assist you." Malos nodded silently, fully aware of Yin Chuan's strength and knowing that Dingwan might not easily prevail. Yin Chuan glanced at Lin Xiao, his voice calm. "Let me know if you're struggling." With that, he stepped forward. Lin Xiao merely gave a faint smile at Yin Chuan's words and walked towards Malos in the distance. Xiao Hung, Lin Xiao's mount, pawed the ground and snorted out hot white steam, targeting the infernal flame ape from afar. "Go!" Malos commanded in a low voice. The infernal flame ape let out a thunderous roar, pounding its fists on the ground as it charged towards Xiao Hung. Unfazed, Xiao Hung charged forward under Lin Xiao's command. Flame curse. Malos unleashed his skill. Fiery tattoos quickly appeared on the infernal flame ape's arms. Bang! The two beasts collided. With its agile arms and fiery enhancement, the infernal flame ape grabbed Xiao Heng's demonic horns and swung it forcefully. Boom! Xiao Heng's massive body was flung through the air and crashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep crater. Without hesitation, Malos released a second skill, Starfire. The infernal flame ape spread its hands, and countless firefly-like flames swiftly surrounded Xiao Heng. Detonate. With Malos's low command, the flames around Xiao Heng exploded like a lit powder keg. Boom, boom, boom. A series of intense explosions ensued, engulfing Xiao Heng in a wave of searing flames. Malos sneered. "Humph, a beast king level, trying to show off here? Courting death." In the distance, Yin Chuan, who was engaged with Ding Wan, frowned at the scene, clearly realizing that Lin Xiao might struggle against a calamity-level opponent. "Yin Chuan, you're fighting me and still dare to be distracted?" Ding Wan sneered, commanding the Frost Fox to charge. Yin Chuan withdrew his gaze, raising his hand slightly. Rain curtain lotus. The mermaid's slender fingers tapped, causing ripples on the water's surface, as countless watercolored lotus flowers drifted towards the Frost Fox. Absolute zero. Ding Wan responded without hesitation, unleashing his ultimate move. The Frost Fox stepped forward, emitting cold air that spread rapidly, freezing the ground. The watercolored lotuses froze upon contact with the cold and then shattered. Bang, bang, bang. The lotuses exploded one after another, and the battle between the two sides quickly intensified. At this point, Xiao Heng was dazed from the infernal flame ape's relentless attacks. Lin Xiao remained expressionless, weighing the situation internally. It seems the gap between Beast King level and Calamity level is indeed significant. Relying on just Xiao Heng might not be enough. Little shop. Lin Xiao raised his hand again. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a second giant beast emerged. The shark-toothed dragon appeared with an earth-shaking roar, exuding an impressive aura. Another Beast King level divine beast joined the fray. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, "Can't handle one Beast King level, but how about two?" Malos frowned at the sudden appearance of the shark-toothed dragon, realizing the battle had just become more complicated. Minister Lin's son possesses two mythical beasts? This astonishing revelation caused an immediate uproar among the audience. People stared in disbelief at the two dinosaur-like creatures on the field, engaging in animated discussions. Even the media reporters momentarily forgot their professionalism, eagerly raising their cameras to capture this once-in-a-lifetime scene. Standing on the platform, Lin Zhen's eyes shimmered with tears of excitement. He gazed at his son, Lin Xiao, feeling both proud and amazed. "Son, how many more secrets are you hiding from your father?" he murmured to himself. "Xiao, not only have you become a beast master, but a dual beast king as well. Our Lin family has truly made a name for itself." At this moment, Lin Xiao could no longer conceal his abilities. His confidence stemmed from his powerful family background. His father held a position in the Thousand Nations Alliance second only to the leader and deputy leader, and his sister was the deputy director of the Research Institute. With such strong backing, He could fight without reservation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao shouted, "Thunder breath." As soon as he spoke, his sharp-toothed dragon gathered a massive amount of blue lightning, opened its gaping maw, and unleashed a dazzling beam towards the Inferno Fire Ape. The Inferno Fire Ape reacted swiftly, raising its arms to shield itself. Despite the impressive power of the attack, it barely managed to withstand it. Malos, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback, then sneered, "A dual beast king? That's unexpected. But no matter how many ants there are, they're still just ants." He quickly assessed the opponent's strength, not taking it too seriously. After all, their faceless organization could simultaneously handle 5 or 6 Beast King-level Beast Masters, so this level of power was naturally manageable. On the other side of the battlefield, Lan Weiwei was also showing her true abilities, continuously unleashing powerful moves that forced Jiang Cheng's Shadow Nightmare into a defensive stance. The overwhelming advantage of the Thunder attribute was fully displayed at this moment. Watching the tide of the battle gradually turn, Lin Jun felt a long-suppressed anger within him being released, filling him with immense satisfaction. However, as the battle continued, the advantage of Xiao Sha and Xiao Hung began to fade. The Inferno Fire Ape, a calamity-level mythical beast, possessed incredible agility and formidable fire attacks. Soon, with astonishing explosiveness, it sent both Xiao Hung and Xiao Sha flying, leaving them covered in wounds. Malos, seeing the battle shifting in his favor, laughed triumphantly. "Huh, caught off guard, aren't you? This is the difference between a beast king and a calamity-level beast. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how many come, it's a death sentence. Once they kill this young man, and he goes to help Ding Wan against Yin Xuan, the scales of war will quickly tip in their favor." Malos thought to himself, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Yin Xuan stood still, turning his gaze to Lin Xiao, with a hint of concern in his voice. "Need a hand?" The mermaid, locked in fierce battle with the frost fox, suddenly spoke, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "Sir, if you need help, just call me." Her face carried a charming smile, her eyes fixed directly on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao widened his eyes in surprise and blurted out, "It can talk? Yin Xuan, where did you get it? I want one." Hearing this, Yin Xuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Lin Xiao, you're getting beaten up, and you still have the mind to ask that? Do you need help?" He asked again, his tone urgent. Lin Xiao regained his composure, a confident smile curving his lips. "Haha, no need. When have I ever lost?" The mermaid perked up at his words, her big eyes blinking at Lin Xiao with admiration. "Wow, this gentleman is so domineering." Seeing this, Yin Xuan shouted angrily, "Stop daydreaming. Focus on the fight." Lin Xiao turned his gaze to Malos, who wore a crazed smile in the distance, speaking calmly and confidently. "The difference between a beast king and a calamity level is just the strength of the core. The core's strength determines a mythical beast's endurance and attack power, and of course, the speed of recovery from injuries, which is why a beast king can't defeat a calamity level." Malos was taken aback by these words, then burst into laughter. "You're quite lucid. Since you know you can't win, just wait for death." Unaffected, Lin Xiao continued. "However, if I can compensate for the weakness and injury recovery, in my eyes, you're no different from those exotic beasts I've killed with ease." As he spoke, he raised his hand again. Malos's pupils suddenly contracted, alarms blaring in his mind. This guy, is he planning to release a third giant beast? In the stands, Lin Jun was utterly dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "No way. More? How many mythical beasts does he have hidden?" Lin Xiao dramatically raised his hand and called out, "Come out, little Lei." However, what emerged from the beast-controlling device was Little Black. It dashed out instantly, barking ferociously like a mad dog at the distant Inferno Ape. This unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned. Confused expressions simultaneously appeared on the faces of Malos, Yin Xuan, and Lin Jun. Lin Xiao coughed awkwardly and explained, "Ahem, sorry, my mistake. The beast-controlling device was just above Dinosaur Island," and Little Black slipped out. He took a deep breath, raised his hand again, and shouted, "Try again." With a ground-shaking tremor, a colossal creature nearly 30 meters tall appeared instantly. This thunder dragon, approximately 35 meters long, occupied a fifth of the stadium upon its arrival. Malos looked up at the giant beast, momentarily stunned, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you kidding me?" But he quickly regained his composure, mocking, "What good is size if it sacrifices speed and reflexes? Did you bring it out to get beaten?" Lin Zhao's lips curled slightly, and he retorted, "Who said I brought it out to fight?" He then activated Little Lei's skill, Abundant Vitality. The Thunder Dragon's body immediately emitted green light points, each brimming with immense vitality. These light points quickly gathered towards Xiao Hung and Xiao Sha, then dispersed. In an instant, the severely injured Xiao Hung and Xiao Sha visibly regained their vigor. Even Lin Xiao himself absorbed some energy, feeling his body lighten as if healed. Lin Zhao's eyes sharpened as he looked at Malos, a confident smile playing on his lips. Now that the healing advantage is compensated for, let's see if you can outlast us. Upon hearing this, Malos's face darkened instantly, rendered speechless. As Xiao Lei was released, the wounds on the two divine beasts, Xiao Sha and Xiao Hong, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and in no time, they were restored as if the fierce battle had never occurred. Standing opposite Lin Xiao, Marlos was wide-eyed with shock. Controlling three divine beasts simultaneously? This shattered his understanding throughout the history of beast tamers on Blue Planet. No one had ever been able to control more than two divine beasts at once. It was a well-established fact. Marlos wasn't the only one astounded. The members of the Thousand Nations Alliance and the followers of the Church, including Guisi, stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief at this incredible scene. Even Yun Xuan, who was engaged in combat with Ding Wan, couldn't help but be distracted. The usually silent man wore an unusual expression of shock. Why has your expression changed? Are you afraid? Lin Xiao squinted, a faint smile playing on his lips as he looked at Marlos. These words acted like a fuse, instantly igniting Marlos's fury. His forehead veins bulged as he roared. So what if there are three divine beasts? So what if they can heal? Your damned expression makes me furious. Do you think I'm a joke? Infernal Fire Ape, smash these three nobodies to pieces. Marlos's anger stemmed from Lin Xiao's expression. That superior smile reminded him of the most powerful general in the Thousand Nations Alliancia, terrifying figure who once nearly wiped out the church. Now, this young man was displaying the same demeanor of looking down on everyone. Sensing its master's anger, the infernal fire ape's body was immediately covered in scorching flame tattoos, its fighting spirit soaring. Lin Xiao maintained his calm smile, gently raising his hand. The newly healed Xiao Sha and Xiao Heng shot towards the infernal fire ape like arrows released from a bow. The three colossal beasts collided with a thunderous crash, sending shockwaves that scattered stones everywhere. Explosive flame, Marlos shouted, and the infernal fire ape was instantly enveloped in crimson blood, like a bomb about to detonate. Golden body. Lin Xiao quickly activated a skill, and Xiao Heng was immediately surrounded by a dazzling golden light. With a loud boom, the surface of the infernal fire ape's body exploded, sending splatters of crimson liquid everywhere, indistinguishable as blood or lava. Lin Xiao swiftly directed the weaker Xiao Sha to take cover behind Xiao Heng, using Xiao Heng as a defensive shield to withstand the impending explosive impact. As the crimson liquid sprayed out, it seemed to corrode everything in its path as if it were a highly concentrated acid, leaving charred black marks in its wake. Amidst the sizzling sounds, Xiao Heng's proud golden body was pierced through, blood gushing out as it howled in pain. Xiao Sha, trailing behind, was not spared either, suffering significant injuries from the red splashes. Keep boasting, kid. Let's see if you can still laugh later. Malos sneered with a twisted grin at the two wounded beasts. In his eyes, even if the opponent could summon three divine beasts, the gap in their levels was an insurmountable chasm. Return, Lin Xiao commanded calmly. Xiao Heng and Xiao Sha, dragging their battered bodies, retreated into Xiao Lei's domain, where healing light quickly gathered, mending all their wounds within seconds, flesh and skin healing visibly. Fully restored, continue, Lin Xiao ordered nonchalantly. The two beasts erupted in golden light and blue electricity, charging at their opponent once more. Lin Xiao deliberately held back Xiao Sha from using its third skill, knowing that a war of attrition was the right strategy against the Hellfire Ape of Calamity level. He was waiting for the perfect moment for a decisive strike. The Hellfire Ape continued to demonstrate its formidable power, easily battering Xiao Heng and Xiao Sha until they were covered in scales and wounds. Trash, Malos spat. Lin Xiao remained unfazed, directing the two beasts in repeated charges, healing, and charging again. The spectators had become numb to the battle, while the church followers turned pale with anger, cursing the three unknown with healing as a despicable tactic. However, as the battle wore on, Xiao Heng and Xiao Sha became increasingly synchronized, moving from being severely injured to only lightly wounded, eventually able to contend with the calamity-level Hellfire Ape. Malos's maniacal laughter had long since frozen, thoroughly enraged by this war of attrition. No matter how many times you recover, this strike will kill you, he declared, deciding to take a risk by directing the Hellfire Ape to attack Lin Xiao directly. Yet, as the Hellfire Ape charged, he realized his grave mistake. The combat experience of the two divine beasts had transformed them into formidable opponents, no longer easy to overcome. Malos, that should be my line. It seems your Hellfire Ape has reached its limit. Lin Xiao smirked slightly, no longer hesitating, as he prepared to have Xiao Sha unleash its strongest attack to bring this battle to a definitive end. As Lin Xiao's cold smile reappeared, Marlos felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He realized his defeat was inevitable, not due to an overwhelming difference in strength. In this hierarchical system of divine and mythical beasts, challenging a higher-level opponent was rare. Yet, Lin Xiao possessed a terrifying trait that could wear down his opponents to death, like an indestructible ant with the persistence to ultimately bring down an elephant. This process might usually take a long time, but for an opponent just one level below Lin Xiao, it could be condensed into a mere hour. At this moment, Lin Xiao's expression turned serious. "Justice from above," he commanded, unleashing Xiao Sha's ultimate move. Xiao Sha leaped forward, letting out a deafening roar. In an instant, blue lightning surged towards its head, the dazzling light overshadowing the midday sun. With a buzz, Xiao Sha shot a terrifying lightning pillar skyward, plunging the entire stadium into silence. The infernal fire ape looked up at the sky, watching the lightning pillar coalesce and then crash down as a thunderous bolt. With a loud crack, the lightning struck the infernal fire ape directly. Having already been drained by Xiao Hum and Xiao Sha, it was unable to withstand the fatal blow and collapsed after a few staggering steps. On the other side of the battlefield, Ding Wan's Frost Fox was being relentlessly suppressed by the mermaid divine beast, its white fur stained with blood, clearly at its limit. Meanwhile, inspired by Lin Xiao, Lan Weiwei was pushing Jiang Cheng's Shadow Nightmare into retreat. Even though Jiang Cheng employed multiple skills, including the wide-ranging mind control, Dance of Darkness, he couldn't shake Lan Weiwei's unyielding determination to win. Thus, the so-called Dark Beast Master was completely defeated, and the battle was decided. Watching the incapacitated infernal fire ape, Lin Xiao calmly approached the motionless Marlos. "Marlos, I must thank you for making me realize the gap between myself and Wumian. If you were stronger, you might have been able to instantly defeat my divine beast. Unfortunately, you couldn't, and now you're the one facing defeat." At this point, Marlos felt the urge to retreat, but he knew that two divine beasts were watching him intently, ready to strike at any sign of movement. Fear consumed him. "Lin Xiao, we're just serving those in power. Why must we fight to the death? Spare me, I admit my faults. I have 3 Beast King level cores with me." Hearing this, Lin Xiao paused, then smiled. "I'm not one to kill indiscriminately. Hand over the cores." Marlos was overjoyed. "You're a good person, truly a good person." With trembling hands, Marlos slowly handed over the 3 exotic beast cores from his beast control device. Ding Wan and Jiang Cheng, who were fiercely battling in the distance, were enraged at the sight. "Useless coward," they shouted hoarsely, ignoring their own dire situation. Lin Xiao accepted the 3 glowing Beast King level exotic beast cores, a cold smile playing on his lips. "I'll take these cores, but I can't spare your life. You demon." Malos's face turned ashen. "Didn't you say?" "Oh," Lin Xiao interrupted icily. "Weren't you the one just calling me a good person? I'm curious, what part of me seems like a good person to you?" He turned to Xiao Hong. "Kill him." Xiao Hong's hoof struck like lightning, piercing Malos's chest. Blood gushed from Malos's mouth, his pupils contracting in shock. "Malos," Lin Xiao said calmly, watching him. "All those beast tamers you killed over the years, they must have begged for mercy, just like you are now. They fought bravely for Blue Star, were sons to their parents, support for their wives and children. Yet, did you ever show mercy?" Malos spat out his last breath, falling with resentment and malice. In his final moments, he recalled his years of training under the church and the countless beast tamers who died by his hand. Never did he imagine he would meet his end this way today. Almost simultaneously, without Malos's support, Ding Wan was struck down by Yunchuan's mermaid with rain lotus blossoms, dying on the spot. This wasn't due to Yunchuan being weaker than Lin Xiao, but rather because his attributes clashed with Ding Wansher's water attacks were always frozen by the opponent. Yet as the strongest water general of the Thousand Nations Alliance, Yunchuan ultimately broke through this limitation. On the battlefield, only Lan Weiwei remained locked in combat with Jiang Cheng. "Do you need help, Weiwei?" Lin Xiao asked. "No, none of you come." Lan Weiwei, controlling the purple thunder tiger, had completely suppressed Jiang Cheng. While her strength was insufficient against Ding Wan or Malos, she held the upper hand against Jiang Cheng, who excelled at psychological warfare but was weaker in actual combat. Observer Guisi, seeing that 2 of the 3 faceless ones were dead, realized the tide had turned and that staying any longer would only endanger his life. As Guisi thought of escaping, his heart was filled with helplessness and regret. Despite being the high priest of the church, a position equivalent to Lin Zhun of the Thousand Nations Alliance, he had no combat skills whatsoever. At this moment, looking at the 20 or 30 church followers around him, who were only at the intermediate to advanced level of beast taming, he knew they were no match for the 2 Calamity level and Beast King level fighters capable of killing the faceless. Where there's life, there's hope. Guisi comforted himself silently. The 3 faceless who had been killed were among the weakest of the church. The true powerhouses were ranked in the top 10. He vowed to return next time with those top faceless to tear Lin Zhun and his companions to pieces. "Lin Zhun, and all of you scum, just wait." Guisi spat out these words venomously and turned to leave. However, in the blink of an eye, a figure enveloped in blue lightning blocked his path. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Zhao's trademark innocent smile was chillingly cold. This was the power he wielded thanks to Xiao Sha's blue lightning attribute. not only packing a formidable punch, but also moving with lightning speed. You bastard, you've almost given my father a heart attack several times over the years. Think you can just leave? Not so easily. Lin Xiao grabbed Guisi by the collar. What are you all standing around for? Save me. Guisi screamed desperately at the surrounding church followers. But just as they were about to act, Xiao Hong, Xiao Sha, and Yun Chuan with his mermaid beast had already formed a tight encirclement. High Priest, sorry. We really can't win. Before the words had fully left their mouths, the church followers scattered like frightened animals, fleeing at an astonishing speed. Lin Xiao, with a cold smile, dragged the struggling Guisi before his father, Lin Jun. Seated high above, Lin Jun's eyes burned with years of pent-up fury. Guisi, weren't you quite arrogant before the battle? Lin Jun looked down coldly at the disheveled Guisi. Lin Jun, you can't kill me. I'm the high priest of the church. If you break the agreement today, the church will never let this go. Guisi shouted hoarsely. What agreement? Lin Jun's voice trembled with rage. Over the years, how many promising young generals have died at your hands? Guisi, for decades I've longed for the day I could end you myself, even if it costs me my life. Looking down at his enemy, Lin Jun recalled the countless wars orchestrated by Guisi between the church and the Thousand Nations Alliance, and the promising young generals slaughtered in so-called challenges. Every time he sat in this seat, witnessing the death of those he had personally nurtured, his heart felt as if pierced by a blade. Minister Lin, don't do anything foolish. Guisi's voice trembled with fear through the red mask. If you kill me, the top brass of the Thousand Nations Alliance and the church won't spare you. Spare my life. And I'll say it was just 3 faceless challengers who died against Yun Chuan by accident, without mentioning you broke the agreement. Lin Jun sneered and strode forward, ripping off Guisi's mask. The crowd finally saw his sharp-eared, sly, and ugly face. So this is what you really look like. Lin Jun smirked coldly and motioned to the Beastmaster beside him. The man immediately understood and respectfully handed him a gleaming long knife. No, please don't. With a swift slash, Guisi's plea was cut off. His head rolled down the steps, leaving a trail of blood on each one. This strike not only severed Guisi's head, but also the long-standing agreement between the Thousand Nations Alliance and the church. From then on, the cities of Aronia and Cassilia would know no peace. Unrestrained by the agreement, the church would surely unleash the faceless ones for endless bloody vengeance. Lin Jun knew he might face impeachment upon returning to the alliance, but he didn't care. The thrill of avenging his enemy made him howl to the sky. What a relief! His roar left the surrounding officials exchanging bewildered glances, clearly shocked by Minister Lin's uncharacteristic outburst. Once he calmed down, Lin Jun turned to Lin Xiao, his eyes full of pride. He eagerly asked, Son, tell me how you became so powerful. You must be honest. His excitement was understandable. The Lin family had never been known for beast mastery, a fact that had always been a source of shame for Lin Jun. Yet today, his own son had simultaneously summoned 3 mythical beasts, each more ferocious than the last, even killing Marlos on the spot. Even the usually silent Yun Chuan turned to Lin Xiao, curiosity glinting in his eyes. Lin Xiao glanced at Lan Weiwei, who was finishing up, and stepped to the front of the viewing platform with an enigmatic air. It all started a long time ago. I was being chased by a beast, fell off a cliff, and survived only to inherit the legacy of an ancient dragon god. That's where my strength began. Wait, Lin Jun was stunned. Yun Chuan, doesn't that sound exactly like your story? Yun Chuan coughed, looking puzzled. Minister Lin, I did fall off a cliff while being chased by a beast and encountered a surviving mermaid beast, but how could your son? Lin Xiao was taken aback. What were the odds? He had just borrowed a cliché from martial arts novels of his past life, not expecting Yun Chuan to have a similar experience. It seemed Yun Chuan was indeed destined to be a protagonist in his own right. On the battlefield, the thick smoke of war slowly dissipated. The once grand stadium was now unrecognizable, littered with debris and twisted metal wreckage. Amidst the dust, only Lan Weiwei remained standing, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath, her silver-white short hair clinging to her forehead, soaked in sweat. Opposite her stood Jiang Chong, with a horrific wound torn across his chest by the purple thunder tiger, leaving his flesh mangled and nearly exposing bone. Blood continuously gushed out, staining his black battle robe a dark red. Jiang Chong looked down at his wound, his eyes vacant, unable to come to terms with the harsh reality. Defeated? He, a highly ranked faceless, lost to a woman who had just advanced to the calamity level? To Jiang Chong, this was utterly humiliating. In this battle, Lan Weiwei indeed gave it her all, pushing herself to the brink of exhaustion, yet still persevering. Not only did she defeat the formidable Jiang Chong, but she also conquered her inner nightmare, her deep-seated fear of dark-type beast tamers. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. 3 faceless, fallen at the hands of you 3. What a disgrace. Jiang Cheng's voice was hoarse, each word seeming to drain his last bit of strength. He seemed aware that his time was short, and his words lacked their usual arrogance, finally revealing a glimpse of humanity. Lan Weiwei steadied her breathing and asked calmly, "Is that your last word?" "Last word? Huh?" Jiang Cheng let out a cold laugh, a trace of blood seeping from his mouth. "Who would leave such a thing? We faceless were born for battle. We live for the fight and die for it. I knew my rank wasn't high and that a stronger beast tamer would eventually take me down, but I never expected it to be you." He paused, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes. "Woman, don't get too complacent. The position of a general is not so easy to hold." With those words, Jiang Cheng turned with difficulty and staggered away. Lan Weiwei did not pursue, merely watching his retreating figure. Jiang Cheng had only taken a few steps when his body convulsed violently, and he suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood before collapsing, dead. His eyes remained open, filled with reluctance and confusion. "It's over." Lan Weiwei exhaled deeply, reaching out to recall the purple thunder tiger. A gentle breeze swept across the battlefield, lightly stirring her silver-white hair. She had truly given her all in this fight, several times thinking she would lose, but each time, Lin Xiao's voice echoed in her mind, giving her boundless strength. She persevered, defeating not only her opponent but also the fear within her, becoming a truly qualified general. Lan Weiwei looked up at the stands, where a young man with his hands in his pockets was standing Lin Xiao, beaming at her. In that moment, warmth flooded her heart like a spring breeze, and she raised a thumbs up towards Lin Xiao, a slight smile playing on her lips. "It's over, we can go back now." Lin Jin exhaled a long breath, the excitement in his expression now replaced by calm. Today had been immensely satisfying. Not only had his nemesis Guisi been killed, but 3 faceless had also met their end. It was one of the few victories for the Thousand Nations Alliance in recent years. However, Lin Jin also began to contemplate the challenges ahead. He had acted on his own accord, violating the agreement between the Thousand Nations Alliance and the Church. Upon returning, he would likely be invited for a chat by the members of the Council of Elders. The Thousand Nations Alliance was not merely a simple coalition of power. Since its founding, it had been divided into 3 major power structures. The first was the alliance leader and deputy leaders, who wielded the authority to allocate all resources and issue directives across the alliance. The second was the Council of Elders, composed of 6 centenarians with their roots deep in the ground. The Council of Elders held 6 votes, and if all 6 agreed, they could even replace the alliance leader. As the third most powerful institution in the Alliance of 1,000 Nations, the Department of Defense wields considerable authority. Although this privilege has never been exercised since the establishment of the Council of Elders, it remains like a sword hanging overhead. Lin Jun, the Minister of Defense, personally trained 5 Grandmaster Beast Tamers, with the latest being Lan Weiwei. This number accounts for more than a third of all Grandmasters in the Alliance, which currently has only 14 due to the shadow of war that reduced the original number from 20. Lin Jin sat beside Lin Xiao as their Hummer smoothly headed towards Millennium City. Yin Chuan, in the passenger seat, occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror. Suddenly, Lin Xiao broke the silence in the car. "Dad, can you find a way to block the news of my battle today with the Faceless?" Lin Jun raised an eyebrow, his tone curious. "Why? You defeated a Calamity-level Faceless with Beast King-level strength. It's something worth celebrating." Lin Xiao chuckled, a shrewd glint in his eyes. "The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. I don't want to die." Lin Jin immediately understood his son's intention. Although the event of unilaterally tearing up the agreement aligned with his interests, exposing Lin Xiao too early would undoubtedly attract the attention of the top-ranked Faceless from the Church. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jin nodded. "All right, I'll notify them to pixelate your fight in the media. No one will know who you are." Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He wanted to quietly grow stronger, at least to a Calamity level, before making a mark. For now, keeping a low profile was the best strategy. At that moment, Yunchuan turned around, his expression serious. "Minister Lin, the Alliance of 1,000 Nations is calling. The 3rd and 4th elders of the council request your presence at headquarters." Hearing this, Lin Jin chuckled. "Heh, those old foxes are quite well informed." Lin Xiao asked worriedly. "Dad, will this affect you?" A flash of determination crossed Lin Jin's eyes, his voice full of confidence. "Don't worry, son. I treat them with respect, but when it comes down to it, it's not clear who holds the upper hand." After a 3-hour drive, the Hummer finally entered Millennium City. In the center stood a grand hall rivaling a palace, the headquarters of the Alliance of 1,000 Nations. Armed soldiers stood on high alert, guarding this center of power. As Lin Jin got out of the car, 2 rows of soldiers immediately straightened and saluted the legendary minister. Lin Jin casually returned the salute and strode towards the grand hall. At this moment, Lan Weiwei's car also arrived. She quickly caught up with Lin Xiao, her tone filled with concern. "Lin Xiao, will Minister Lin face impeachment because of me?" Lin Xiao reassured her with a smile. "Don't worry, he won't." Despite Lin Xiao's assurance, Lan Weiwei's worries remained. At the entrance to the meeting room, Lin Jun turned to Lin Xiao. "Xiao, you and Weiwei wait here. Yun Chuan, and I will go in. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement and sat with Lan Weiwei on the bench outside the meeting room. Lin Jun adjusted his tie, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door to the meeting room. At this moment, Lan Weiwei sat on a bench in the corridor, her head lowered. Her long legs were neatly together, and her small hands twisted nervously on her knees. Although today was supposed to be her downfall, Lin Zhao's sudden appearance had completely changed the course of events. She was worried that her father, Lin Zhan, as the main culprit who ordered the tearing up of the agreement, might face severe punishment from the Thousand Nations Alliance. Lin Xiao sat beside Lan Weiwei, noticing the change in her mood. He leaned in closer, looking up at her downcast face. Caught off guard by his smiling face, Lan Weiwei blushed and stammered. What are you doing? I thought you were offline. Hee hee. I told you, there's no need to worry. Lin Xiao chuckled, naturally draping his arm over her shoulder, his fingers playing with a lock of her silvery short hair. If the Thousand Nations Alliance dares to touch my dad, they'll be in big trouble. With you and the 5 generals under my dad's command, those in power will have to think twice. Hearing this, Lan Weiwei nodded slightly, a gentle smile appearing on her face. All right, then I won't worry. Lin Xiao smiled, leaning back against the bench, his hands resting on its sides, legs crossed. From somewhere, he produced a toothpick to chew on and began to doze off. The battle had clearly exhausted him, especially the moment he retracted Xiao Lei, which took a heavy toll on his body. Although releasing Xiao Lei could heal him, the aftereffects came once it was withdrawn. Lin Xiao, do you? Lan Weiwei began, only to find him already asleep. A line of frustration appeared on her face, thinking how her father was negotiating with the Alliance's leaders while this guy could still fall asleep. But then she reconsidered. He had fought tirelessly to protect her, battling with the faceless, and was truly worn out. As a catastrophe-level warrior herself, she felt exhausted after the battle, so controlling 3 giant beasts at once must have been even more taxing for Lin Xiao. With this thought, tears welled up in Lan Weiwei's eyes as she gently rested her head on Lin Xiao's chest. Despite the bustling corridor and envious glances from passers-by, she seemed oblivious to it all. Meanwhile, inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was tense. 2 elders sat at the head of the table. One was thin and silent with his eyes closed, while the other had eyebrows longer than his hair, his hands resting on a cane. Behind them stood a graceful woman with a high ponytail, a long sword at her waist. To the side of the elders, Lin Jun sat with arms crossed, leaning back in his chair, with the aloof Yun Chuan standing behind him. One of the elders spoke. For a century, our Thousand Nations Alliance has established the Beastmaster Academy to combat the Dark Dimension. The century-long war with the mythical beasts has cost the Thousand Nations Alliance too many of its elite beast tamers. The atmosphere in the conference hall was tense. An elder with eyebrows longer than his hair leaned on his cane and broke the silence first. The war with the beasts has us stretched too thin already. Why provoke the church? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jun crossed his arms and sneered from his seat. So, are you suggesting we just let the church stab us in the back, third elder? You're nearly 100. Maybe it's time you pass the reins to the younger generation. Consider retirement. You're too old to meddle in these affairs. The third elder was furious, thumping his cane and glaring. Insolent. I was fighting the beasts before you were even born. You should learn to respect your elders. Lin Jun chuckled dismissively. I can do many things, but respecting people isn't one of them. The third elder sighed helplessly. Lin Jun seemed to have no regard for the Council of Elders. Yet, they couldn't do much about him after all. He was the Minister of Defense, one of the 3 major power structures in the Alliance. 5 of the 14 generals in the Alliance were trained by Lin Jun himself. His influence was immense. Although the Council could technically vote him out, risking a split in the Alliance was not an option if those generals followed him. However, the issue with the church needed resolution. Lin Jun looked directly at the 2 elders and got straight to the point. Just tell me, what does the Council want? The third elder calmed himself and said slowly. If possible, the Council has decided to have you represent the Thousand Nations Alliance to renegotiate with the church. Our greatest enemies are the beasts in the Dark Dimension, not the church. Bang! Lin Jun stood up abruptly, slamming his hand on the table, furious. Damn it. You 2 are over 200 combined. Don't make me dismantle you. You want me to apologize to the church and sign a new agreement? Are you dreaming? The 2 elders were taken aback by Lin Jun's aura and were momentarily stunned. The striking woman standing behind them placed her hand on the hilt of her sword. Yun Chuan noticed and narrowed his eyes. Don't move. The woman, named Shiner, locked eyes with Yun Chuan, tension crackling between them, ready to escalate. Thud. The third elder suddenly thumped his cane. Shiner, don't be disrespectful. Drawing your sword before Minister Lin is inappropriate. Yes. Shiner glanced at Yun Chuan, reluctantly releasing the sword's hilt. The third elder turned to Lin Zhan, his tone softening. Minister Lin, we're just discussing it with you. No need to be so angry. The Council is considering the bigger picture. With enemies on all sides, the Alliance will eventually be destroyed by the Church and the Beasts. Lin Zhun replied coldly. If we don't tear up this agreement, the alliance will never expand its new generals and will be devoured by the church and beasts all the same. Renegotiating is out of the question. Even if you go to the deputy leader or the leader, they'll say it again. Signing a new agreement. Not happening. With that, he picked up his coat from the chair with authority and added, and you too, at your age, shouldn't wander around aimlessly. He then left the hall with Yin Chuan. Watching Lin Zhun's defiant stance against the council, the two elders exchanged a glance and smiled bitterly. The third elder sighed. Ah, fourth brother, times have changed. These younger ones are running circles around us, and there's nothing we can do. Isn't it frustrating? The other elder shook his head. Third brother, it's not a century ago. We old bones really should step aside. As Lin Zhun stepped out of the meeting room, Lan Weiwei immediately stood up to greet him. She eagerly asked, Minister Lin, how did it go? Lin Zhun smiled confidently, his eyes gleaming with assurance. Huh, nothing to worry about. Those old folks think they can handle me. They should know who they're dealing with. Lan Weiwei was momentarily taken aback, her gaze drifting to Lin Xiao, who was still sound asleep on the bench. She realized that this father and son were remarkably alike. Both seemed carefree, yet displayed incredible strength when it mattered most. Lin Zhun called softly, Xiao. Lin Xiao lazily opened his eyes and asked, Is it over? It's over, Lin Zhun replied succinctly. Lin Xiao slowly got up, patted Lan Weiwei on the shoulder, and said with concern, Go home and get some rest. This battle took a lot out of us. Lan Weiwei nodded earnestly. All right, let's go, Lin Xiao said, then walked alongside Lin Zhun toward the headquarters exit. On the way, Lin Xiao casually asked, Dad, is Mom coming back today? Lin Zhun laughed heartily. Huh, I already told your mom and sister to come back early and prepare. A feast is waiting to welcome our hero. TSK, sounds delicious, Lin Xiao grinned. Lan Weiwei stood there, watching the father and son gradually disappear into the distance, feeling a sudden wave of loneliness. Thinking of her empty home, she felt a bit sad and was about to leave. Suddenly, Lin Xiao returned and smiled at Lan Weiwei, saying, Why don't you come to our place today and have dinner with the family? Lan Weiwei quickly shook her head. Oh, I can cook for myself. I'll just head home and not intrude on your family time. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's expression turned serious. Don't you consider me family? This question struck Lan Weiwei like a bolt of lightning, leaving her momentarily stunned and her mind blank. No, I do think of you as family. Lan Weiwei began to explain but felt a warmth as Lin Xiao took her hand and led her out. In that moment, Lan Weiwei's heart melted, enveloped in Lin Xiao's kindness. Although their relationship was yet to be revealed to Lin Zhun and Lin Xiao's mother, and despite her uncertainty about their acceptance, Lan Weiwei knew she loved Lin Xiao deeply. When they drove back home, Li Li and Lin Yiner had already prepared a sumptuous meal. As Lin Xiao and the others entered, Li Li and Lin Yiner immediately stood up to greet them. Li Li warmly took Lan Weiwei's hand. Weiwei, you're here too. Come in, I haven't seen you in a while. I've missed you. Lan Weiwei felt a bit shy but managed to smile. Vice Minister, I've missed you too. At home, there's no need for formality. Just call me Auntie, Li Li said warmly. Lan Weiwei nodded in agreement, a hint of gratitude in her eyes. The living room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Lin Zhun announced with a beaming smile. Today, we have double happiness. Xiao has greatly improved his skills, bringing honor to our family, and Weiwei has been promoted to general. Truly something to celebrate. Let's enjoy this moment together as a family. He turned to Lan Weiwei with a playful glint in his eye. Captain Lan, can you still hold your drink? Lan Weiwei's lips curled into a slight smile, a mischievous glint in her eyes. If Minister Lin wants to drink, I can certainly keep you company. Haha, great. Then tonight, we won't stop until we're thoroughly drunk. Lin Zhun laughed heartily. Lin Xiao watched the harmonious scene before him, feeling a warm current flowing through his heart. He recalled his past self in another world, yearning for such family warmth. Now, in this world, he finally had it, and he silently vowed to protect it with all his might. Once everyone was seated, Lin Zhun brought out a cherished bottle of wine he'd saved for years. As the glasses clinked, laughter and cheer echoed throughout the living room. Lan Weiwei seemed to let go of her usual reserve, blending into the cozy family atmosphere. Lin Xiao drank quite a bit, but noticed a strange change in his constitution. No matter how much he drank, he didn't feel the slightest bit intoxicated, as if he was just drinking water. He couldn't help but marvel at this, realizing that from now on, he might miss out on the pleasure of getting tipsy. After several rounds, Lin Zhun and Lan Weiwei were seeing stars, swaying unsteadily. Lan Weiwei, dropping her usual ladylike demeanor, raised her glass to challenge Lin Zhun for another drink. Minister Lin, let's go again, she slurred. Lin Zhun, dazed, raised his glass. Haha, cheers. Suddenly, Lan Weiwei stood up, staggering over to Lin Zhun, and patted him on the shoulder, her eyes bleary with drunkenness. Minister Lin, I have something to tell you, hiccup. This scene left Lin Xiao, Lin Yiner, and Li dumbfounded. Lin Xiao, surprised, pushed up her glasses, her chopsticks clattering onto the table. Is this really the Captain Lon I know? Li was equally astonished. Yes, how did Wei Wei end up like this? Lin Jun, wobbling, said, haha, Captain Lon, speak your mind. I, Lin Jun, promised to make it happen. Lon Wei Wei's delicate face was fully flushed, whether from alcohol or genuine shyness, likely a bit of both. She mustered her courage and blurted out. Then I'll say it. I've taken a liking to your son. Marry Lin Xiao to Meeps. I mean I want to marry Lin Xiao. What do you say? Give me a straight answer. Lin Jun burst into laughter. Haha, really? My son's charm is quite something. Okay, I'll make the decision. Xiao will marry you. Hearing their conversation, veins bulged on Lin Xiao's forehead as he helplessly shouted. You too. Enough already. Lin Xiao excitedly pulled out her phone to start recording. I'm going to capture their conversation. Huh. Li suddenly lit up with surprise and joy, turning to Lin Xiao. Xiao, does this mean I'm about to get a daughter-in-law? Wei Wei is beautiful, strong, and trained by your father himself. She's perfect. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Lin Xiao could only feel amused and exasperated. He looked at the drunken Lon Wei Wei, sighing inwardly. Wei Wei, the image you've carefully maintained has completely crumbled today. After several rounds of drinks, the family dinner was gradually winding down. By 8 p.m., Lin Jun and Lon Wei Wei were slumped over the table, heavily intoxicated. Li helped Lin Jun, who could barely walk on his own, back to his room to rest, while Lon Wei Wei needed both Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao to support her from either side to move. Big sis, could you help her change clothes? Lin Xiao said after bringing Lon Wei Wei to the guest room. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, then fetched her own pajamas and carefully helped Lon Wei Wei change. Lin Xiao returned to his room and had just laid down for a half-hour rest when there was a knock on the door. Come in. Lin Xiao entered, sitting by the bed with a serious expression. Little brother, I need to ask you something. Go ahead. There's a scar about 3 inches below Lon Wei Wei's chest. It looks like the remnants of a childhood tattoo removal. Do you know about it? Lin Xiao looked directly into Lin Xiao's eyes. Lin Xiao was momentarily speechless. He recalled glimpsing the scar when helping Lon Wei Wei with her detoxification, but hadn't paid attention due to the urgency at the time. Before he could explain, Lin Xiao exclaimed, So it's true. You two really had a close relationship. What exactly are you trying to say? Lin Xiao frowned. That scar looks a lot like the full moon tattoo of the church, Lin Xiao whispered. The church selects exceptionally talented children to train as assassins. They either become faceless or are executed if they lack sufficient strength. For 100 years, no one has escaped from the church, not even the generals of the Thousand Nations Alliance. Lin Xiao squinted his eyes. Are you saying Lon Wei Wei could be a spy planted by the church in the Thousand Nations Alliance? It's a possibility, Lin Xiao nodded. Although there could be other reasons for the scar, I felt it necessary to alert you to keep an eye out. Let's pretend we never had this conversation and continue as if we know nothing. After Lin Xiao left, Lin Xiao rubbed his temples, lost in thought. If Lon Wei Wei truly was a church spy, her ability to infiltrate the Thousand Nations Alliance with such skillful acting and become one of Lin Jin's top generals was indeed chilling. The origin of that scar became a mystery in Lin Xiao's mind. From what he knew about Lon Wei Wei, her gentle and charming nature seemed entirely at odds with those ruthless followers of the church. There had to be more to the story. With this puzzlement, Lin Xiao lay down and gradually fell asleep. The next morning at 6, Lin Xiao woke up on time. The house was quiet. His parents had already left for the Alliance headquarters. Standing in front of Lon Wei Wei's door, he recalled last night's conversation with Lin Xiao, and his curiosity about the scar was piqued again. Almost as if driven by some unseen force, he quietly pushed the door open. Lon Wei Wei was lying peacefully in bed, the covers pulled up snugly. Lin Xiao was torn. Peeking under a girl's blanket was certainly inappropriate, and being caught would be socially disastrous. Yet, his hands moved on their own, cautiously lifting a corner of the blanket and reaching for her pajamas. At that moment, Lin Xiao froze as if struck by lightning. Slowly looking up, he met Lon Wei Wei's puzzled gaze. Lin Xiao, she called softly, her voice barely above a whisper. You're awake. Lin Xiao quickly released his grip, trying to appear calm. What are you doing with my clothes? Lon Wei Wei asked directly. Lin Xiao's mind raced through a dozen excuses, but none could explain away the awkward situation. Lin Xiao, if you wanna. Lon Wei Wei blushed, clutching the blanket tightly. But it's not really appropriate here at your home, especially in the morning. I just wanted to see if your injury from 2 years ago has healed. Lin Xiao almost coughed up blood. I had absolutely no improper intentions. Oh, I see. Lon Wei Wei sat up, rubbing her temples. Ugh, my head hurts. How much did I drink yesterday? Enough to knock my dad out. So probably quite a bit. Lin Xiao sat elegantly in a chair by the bed. Just then, Lin Xiao peeked in. Wei Wei, you're awake? Awake, Lon Wei Wei replied eagerly. I didn't do anything too outrageous, did I? Lin Xiao gave a knowing smile and waved her phone in front of her. Lan Weiwei took the phone and opened a video that was over 2 minutes long. The footage showed her drinking with Lin Jun the previous night. As she watched, her face turned increasingly red. Oh my gosh. How embarrassing. What was I saying? Lin Xiao pondered. People often speak the truth when drunk, and while he still wasn't sure if Lan Weiwei was a spy, her drunken ramblings last night were likely truthful. I'm going to delete it. Lan Weiwei quickly operated her phone, her fingers flying across the screen. That's my phone. Don't touch it. Lin Xiao rushed forward, trying to snatch it back, but it was too late. Haha. Too late. I've already deleted it. Lan Weiwei triumphantly held up the phone, a victorious smile on her face. A flash of disappointment crossed Lin Xiao's face, but she quickly pulled a USB drive from her pocket with a smug look. Haha. Didn't expect that, did you? I've already made 100 copies. You're shameless. Lan Weiwei, ignoring her headache, leapt from the bed and lunged at Lin Xiao. They chased each other from the guest room to the living room, where Lin Xiao watched with a helpless sigh. During the chase, Lin Xiao, exhausted, stumbled onto the sofa. Lan Weiwei seized the opportunity, immediately pinning her down and grabbing the USB drive. Haha, I'm confiscating this. You, a big bully, picking on me, a weak girl. Lin Xiao protested as she sat up on the sofa. After breakfast, the three went their separate ways. Lin Xiao and Lan Weiwei drove to the Beastmaster Academy, while Lin Xiao returned to the Research Institute. On the road to Erroneous City, Lan Weiwei focused on driving, while Lin Xiao sat in the passenger seat, lost in thought. Weiwei, have you always lived in Erroneous City? Lin Xiao suddenly asked. Lan Weiwei was visibly taken aback. Yes, why? Nothing unexpected happened during that time. Lin Xiao calmly pursued. Lan Weiwei's hand trembled, causing the car to brake sharply before resuming normal speed. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, already having his answer. Why are you suddenly asking me this? Lan Weiwei's voice was tense. I'm just casually asking about your past life. Why so nervous? Lin Xiao replied with a meaningful smile. Startled by Lin Xiao's changing expression, Lan Weiwei grew more anxious. Lin Xiao, there's actually something I've been hiding from you. But I promise, I really like you. I would never do anything disloyal to you or harmful to the Thousand Nations Alliance. Everyone has secrets they can't reveal. No one has the right to demand someone to disclose them. Just focus on driving. Lin Xiao interrupted her, adjusting his seat to recline. Lan Weiwei fell silent, glancing at Lin Xiao, who had closed his eyes to rest, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. After arriving at the Beastmaster Academy, Lan Weiwei said goodbye to Lin Xiao and returned to the Erroneous City base. Lin Xiao adjusted his Beastmaster uniform and stepped into the academy. On the square, over 40 new students had gathered, with Zhongli standing on the podium, giving a speech. Lin, we're over here, come on over. Lu Yong waved to him from afar. Lin Xiao walked over to Lu Yong, who curiously asked, Lin, where have you been these past few days? You disappeared without a trace. Is something going on at home? Lin Xiao asked, noticing the rare seriousness on Zhang Li's face. The atmosphere in the office was somewhat tense. Lu Yong explained briefly, the academy is assigning us a task. All freshmen are to assemble immediately and head to Cassilia City. Cassilia City? Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Hasn't the battle there already ended? Lu Yong elaborated. While the main conflict is over, there are still scattered low and mid-level beasts around. The Academy plans to use this opportunity to send us to support post-disaster reconstruction work, mainly to protect the safety of the rebuilding personnel. Upon completing the task, everyone will have the chance to enhance their divine beasts. I see. Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly and turned to leave. I'll head back then. Wait. Lu Yong called out in surprise. You're not joining the task? Without turning back, Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Not interested. At that moment, Zhang Li's voice called from afar. Lin, could you come to the office? Though puzzled, Lin Xiao followed Zhang Li into the office with his hands in his pockets. Upon entering, he saw Qin Ruodong sitting inside. Her eyes turned complicated when she saw him, as if she was wrestling with a significant decision. Vice Dean, what's the matter? Lin Xiao asked, shifting his gaze from Qin Ruodong. Zhang Li poured him a glass of water and gestured for him to sit. Just as Lin Xiao was about to settle, Qin Ruodong suddenly stood up, bowed deeply at 90 degrees, and said stiffly, Lin, I'm sorry. Lin Xiao looked at her expressionlessly. An apology? Sorry, I don't accept it. I've apologized to you like this, what more do you want? Qin Ruodong straightened, her voice tinged with reluctance. You tried to kill me twice, and now you think an apology will fix it? Lin Xiao's eyes were cold. I'm quite vengeful, so no, I don't accept your apology. Zhang Li shook his head helplessly but didn't intervene. What will it take for you to forgive me? Qin Ruodong was filled with regret, realizing that if she hadn't been so harsh and malicious, her relationship with Lin Xiao wouldn't be so strained. Lin Xiao's voice remained icy. What will it take to forgive you? He paused. Maybe when you're dead, I'll consider it. Lin Xiao? Qin Ruodong was shocked into silence by his words. If you die, I might consider forgiving you. Lin Xiao's words hit Qin Ruodong like a heavy blow, plunging her into a bottomless abyss. She stood there, trembling uncontrollably, her mouth opening but unable to muster any defense. Indeed, her previous actions had crossed the line of humanity. First, she schemed to lure Lin Xiao into the territory of the three-headed beast, and then incited Ning Yi to provoke trouble in the sacred beast forest. Both plots were deadly traps. It's hard for anyone to forgive someone who has twice tried to take their life. Lin Xiao, though not a saint, was no villain either, just an ordinary young man. All right, you're all classmates. There's no need for such hostility, Zhongli interjected to ease the tension. Ruodong, you'll have a chance to apologize to Lin properly later. Qin Ruodong collapsed into a chair, dazed. Deputy Dean, Lin Xiao shifted the topic. With my abilities, the low-level beasts in Cassilia City hold no interest for me. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Zhongli stood up, his expression serious. Originally, the defense of Cassilia City was assigned to senior beast tamers. But as you know, the Alliance and the Church fell out yesterday, and most tamers have been sent to the front lines to guard against the Church's attack. The Alliance has no extra manpower to support Cassilia City, so we're selecting from you new students. Your skills are exceptional, and I hope you can join the team to prevent any mishaps. Oh, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow meaningfully. So, Deputy Dean, are you asking for my help? You could say that. We really have no choice, Zhongli replied with a wry smile. With a strong ally like Lin Xiao, Cassilia City could handle emergencies with ease. Let's talk about terms then, Lin Xiao smirked. I'm not greedy, nor do I take advantage of others. Just a few disaster-level beast cores will do. Damn, Zhongli almost jumped up. You call that not greedy? Asking for a few disaster-level beast cores is outrageous. Then there's nothing I can do, Lin Xiao replied coolly. Zhongli was at a loss for words. This guy had him over a barrel. All right, the mission lasts 10 days. I'll give you 1 disaster-level beast core upon completion. It's my only treasured possession. 1. Lin Xiao pondered briefly. It's a bit meager, but better than nothing. Deal. When do we depart? Get out of here. Zhongli fumed, his face red with anger. That was a priceless disaster-level beast core. This infuriating guy was squeezing him dry. But what could he do? The other not only had extraordinary skills, but was also the son of Minister Lin. Seeing Zhang Li's flushed face, Lin Xiao chuckled, turning to leave. Oh, by the way, Zhongli calmed himself. Qin Ruodong will be going too. Fine. Lin Xiao replied without looking back, and walked out of the office. Looking at Lin Xiao's indifferent expression towards her, Qin Ruodong bit her lip, feeling a mix of complex and heavy emotions. When she returned to the square, Qin Ruodong resumed her duties as class leader, leading over 40 freshmen as they prepared to set off for Cassilia City. The situation for the Thousand Nations Alliance was not looking good. They had fallen out with the Church, killed 3 faceless ones, and a high priest, something the Church would not easily swallow. Retaliation was inevitable, though the form it would take was unknown. A major conflict between the Church and the Thousand Nations Alliance seemed imminent. Sitting inside the armored vehicle, Lin Xiao was fully aware of this. After traveling for a while, the convoy of several armored vehicles finally arrived at Cassilia City. Unlike the elite, these freshmen lacked combat experience and were weak. Without reinforcements, they would surely perish in an emergency. This was precisely why Zhongli insisted on having Lin Xiao accompany them. After getting out of the vehicle, Qin Ruodong immediately distributed tasks according to Zhang Li's instructions to protect the post-disaster reconstruction workers. On the surface, it seemed like a simple task. Lin Xiao's team, consisting of Lin Xiao, Lu Yong, Sun Qi, and Ding Letong, was assigned to the 4th district. Lin Xiao scanned the deserted street and headed straight to a bus stop, where he lay down with his hands behind his head. Lin, aren't you going to patrol? Lu Yong was taken aback by Lin Xiao's lazy demeanor. I'm not interested. Unless it's a high-level beast, don't disturb my nap, Lin Xiao said, covering himself with his jacket. Lin sure has a unique style, Sun Qi said, shaking his head helplessly. Lin is our safety net, so he deserves special treatment. Let's let him rest, and we'll call him if we run into trouble, Lu Yong said, leading the other 3 away to start their patrol. This wasn't Lin Xiao being lazy. It was to ensure he remained mentally sharp, resting in preparation for any potential battle. Meanwhile, just a block away from Lin Xiao, Qin Ruodong and 3 freshmen also began their patrol. She walked down the street in a daze, replaying Lin Xiao's words in her mind. Lin Xiao, I admitted my mistake to you, yet you still won't forgive me. Is it true that once you make a mistake, you're never forgiven? Qin Ruodong murmured, her heart growing heavier with regret. Are you okay, class leader? A cute-looking girl asked with concern. I'm fine. Stay alert, there are still mid-level beasts around here, Qin Ruodong reminded them. Yes, the 3 responded in unison. As they continued, a sudden breeze swept by. The 3 freshmen at the front felt a chill and abruptly froze in place, unprepared. Why did you stop? Qin Ruodong asked, noticing the 3 had halted. With just a turn of their heads, the 3 round heads suddenly fell to the ground, blood gushing like a fountain. Witnessing this, Qin Ruodong's pupils contracted sharply, leaving her frozen in shock. With a thud, a beam of light pierced through Qin Ruodong's chest 3 inches below her right shoulder, leaving a 2-inch wide blood hole. How is this possible? Qin Ruodong stared at the wound on her ribs, her pupils contracting violently. Thought we were dealing with the elite of the Eronia team, but it's just a bunch of trash. A man in a black mask and clothes suddenly appeared not far from Qin Ruodong. Qin Ruodong stood rigidly, blood flowing from her chest. After a moment of daze, she raised her wrist, attempting to release her beast. In a flash, a blade glinting with a dark light swept across Qin Ruodong's arm, severing her arm and the beast device. Trying to release a beast? Know your level. Another masked man appeared, holding a black long knife, laughing coldly. Ah. It was only seconds after her arm was cut off that Qin Ruodong screamed, clutching her stump, and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Lin Xiao lay idly on a bench, napping. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged through him, and his eyes snapped open, a sharp glint flashing at the corner of his eye. Lin, something's happened. Lu Yong panted as he rushed to the bench, his face pale as though he had seen a ghost, even before he could speak. Sensing the urgency, Lin Xiao swiftly threw on his coat and darted towards the next block with lightning speed. Behind him, the footsteps of Sun Qi and Ding Letong could be heard chasing after him. Lu Yong, you ran too fast. Where's Lin? They called. He's already gone. Let's catch up. Lu Yong urged. Really? More running? I'm exhausted, Sun Qi complained, yet gritted his teeth and followed with Ding Letong. Meanwhile, deeper in the block, Qin Ruodong was in a precarious situation. She was kneeling on the ground, her right arm broken, ribs pierced, and her right lung fatally injured, her life slipping away rapidly. A man wielding a black knife roughly lifted her. Do you know why I left you alive? The man sneered. You bastards. Qin Ruodong glared weakly at him. Now tell me, how many of you are there? And who's the strongest? Tell me, and I'll spare you some pain. If not, a cruel glint flashed in the man's eyes. I'll break your legs, then crush your skull. Spit. You scum of humanity. The alliance of 1,000 nations will wipe you out eventually. Qin Ruodong shouted defiantly, then coughed up a mouthful of blood. Stubborn fool. The man raged, driving his long knife into Qin Ruodong's abdomen. Ah. A piercing scream echoed through the block. As the man prepared to decapitate Qin Ruodong, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure. He turned sharply to see a young man in a black trench coat, hands in pockets, standing not far away. The breeze stirred the grass, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Qin Ruodong looked towards the figure with difficulty, her gaze complex. Lin Xiao surveyed the bloody scene with an impassive expression and spoke calmly. I thought you too would be killed upon returning to the church. After all, Zhuotian is dead. Why would you go back alive? Haha, sorry to disappoint, we never went back. We've been hiding here, just to see if the alliance of 1,000 nations would send a beast master to clean up the mess, the man said, tossing Qin Ruodong aside with a mocking smile. Seems my brother and I are lucky. You've indeed come. Oh, I see, Lin Xiao frowned slightly. What? Are you curious about our appearance? The man taunted. Lin Xiao slowly approached Qin Ruodong and crouched down to examine her injuries. His gaze was calm and professional, as if he were assessing an object rather than a life. Your lung is pierced, your arm is gone, and you're losing too much blood from your abdomen. You won't make it, Lin Xiao stated with a chilling calmness. Qin Ruodong weakly responded. I know. Her expression was surprisingly serene, as if she had already accepted her fate. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. It seems you've come to terms with it too. His tone remained indifferent, as if he felt no emotion for the dying person before him. Tears welled up in Qin Ruodong's eyes as she looked at the young man. Regret surged through her like a tide. She hated her past recklessness. If not for those wrong choices, she might have had a completely different life and not faced death here. Lin Xiao, I was too willful before Qin Ruodong struggled to finish her apology, but ultimately couldn't. Her life was like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Looking at Qin Ruodong, now devoid of breath, Lin Xiao's expression remained indifferent. Whatever this girl had done in the past, her rights and wrongs were no longer his concern. He gently closed her eyes, which refused to rest in peace, and slowly stood up. At that moment, a gruff male voice shattered the silence of death. What a terrible day, sneered a man holding a long knife. Kid, how many of you came this time? Who's the strongest? Answer honestly, and I can let you die quickly, at least not as painfully as she did. He shook his long knife, laughing sinisterly. Lin Xiao walked a few steps, hands in pockets, unhurried. He looked up at the two men opposite, with a hint of mockery in his voice. Whether I talk or not, I'll die anyway. I just wonder, this condition, doesn't it seem a bit brainless? The man with the knife was visibly stunned by Lin Xiao's calm and bold response, then shouted angrily. What did you say? Are you looking for death? Don't waste time with him, just kill him. Another man suddenly attacked, pointing forward and shouting. Translucent light. A blinding beam shot out from behind the man, the same move that had severely injured Qin Ruodong. The beam headed straight for Lin Xiao's chest, seemingly about to hit its target. Surprisingly, as the beam struck Lin Xiao, there was only a clang sound, and it merely sparked before dissipating. Impossible. The man who had used the skill was shocked. He stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief, seeing him glowing with a brilliant golden light, as if clad in a thick golden armor. Metal attribute assimilation? The man exclaimed, immediately recognizing Lin Xiao's ability. Lin Xiao's gaze passed over the two men, focusing on what seemed like an empty space, a slight smile on his lips. A chameleon divine beast? I wondered why I couldn't see it. So it's using light refraction for invisibility. As Lin Xiao finished speaking, a string of information suddenly appeared in his view. Chameleon spectrum. Quality, high. Skills, stealth, translucent light, light cutting. Attribute, light. Status, healthy. Lin Xiao lightly flexed his wrist, as if preparing for the upcoming battle. Suddenly, a loud boom sounded from behind the man controlling the chameleon. He felt a chill down his spine, as if something terrifying was watching him. Light cutting. In a panic, the man unleashed his skill behind him. A sharp beam instantly sliced toward the unseen threat. With a sizzle, the beam collided with an invisible object, sparking fiercely. Damn it! Beast King level. The man's pupils contracted, finally realizing the danger of his opponent. Retreat. The other man with the knife also felt immense pressure. He didn't even have time to summon his divine beast, sprinting away. Lin Xiao calmly uttered two words, kill them. A golden behemoth Xiao hangpawed the ground and charged forward instantly. Damn it! The two men cried out in terror. With a loud bang, they only saw darkness as they were slammed to the ground by an overwhelming force. The battle ended swiftly and brutally. For someone like Lin Xiao, who can take down a calamity-level faceless, the two advanced beast tamers in front of him were hardly a challenge. With a single brutal charge, Xiao Hung flipped them to the ground, and under its iron hooves, the spectral chameleon turned to mush. The man holding the black blade didn't even have time to summon his divine beast before his heart was pierced, dying instantly. The man on the ground coughed violently, his face pale, struggling to speak. Cough, cough. Damn it. How could the Thousand Nations Alliance send a beast king to clean up this mess? We heard that all newcomers were coming this time. Just then, Lu Yong and his two companions rushed to the scene. Seeing Qin Ruodong collapsed on the ground, Lu Yong exclaimed, Captain Qin, what happened to her? He immediately knelt down, pulled out a medical kit, and began emergency CPR. Captain Qin, hang in there. I'm going to save you. Sun Qi and Ding Letong stood frozen, tears welling up in their eyes, their voices choked with emotion. Captain Qin, you can't die. Lin Xiao watched coldly and suddenly spoke. She's already gone. What's the point of saving her? You three, come over here. Lu Yong couldn't believe it and retorted. Lin, how can you be so heartless? Captain Qin can still be saved. His voice was filled with admiration for Qin Ruodong. Lin Xiao sighed in exasperation. Hopeless. The man on the ground suddenly spoke, his voice filled with anger and defiance. You brat. You haven't answered me. What is the Thousand Nations Alliance plotting? Lin Xiao shouted fiercely. Shut up. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Hung lifted its hoof and stomped down, breaking the man's leg. The man let out a piercing scream. Ah. Lin Xiao turned to the grieving trio, his tone commanding. Have you cried enough? If so, come here. Lu Yong, Sun Qi, and Ding Letong slowly stood up and walked toward Lin Xiao. Lu Yong, burning with anger, pulled out a dagger, ready to charge at the man. Damn it. He killed Captain Qin. I'll kill him. Lin Xiao grabbed Lu Yong's wrist, stopping him. Don't kill him yet. Tie him up. Confused, Lu Yong asked. Why keep him alive if he killed Captain Qin? Lin Xiao impatiently replied. Stop asking questions and just do it. With that, he turned and picked up the black blade from the ground. Lin Xiao walked to a closed shop by the roadside, kicked the door open, and ordered, bring him inside. Lu Yong twisted a bandage into a rope, tied the man's hands and feet, and with the help of the other two, carried him into the shop. Lin Xiao instructed the three, you stand guard at the door. He then entered the shop and slammed the door shut. Outside, Lu Yong was puzzled. Lin is acting so strange today, what is he up to? Sun Qi pondered aloud. I don't know, but ever since Lin went to the academy today, something seemed off. The usually silent Ding Letong said nothing, simply standing quietly by the door, carefully listening to the sounds inside the shop. Inside, Lin Xiao pulled up a chair and sat in front of the bound man. Resting his hands on the hilt of the blade, he stared intently at the terrified man. The man trembled and asked, what do you want? Lin Xiao got straight to the point. What's your name? The man suddenly erupted, shouting, damn it! What the hell do you want? With a swift motion, Lin Xiao plunged his sword mercilessly into the man's abdomen. The intense pain surged through his body, eliciting a piercing scream from him. Ah, you bastard, I'll kill you. Outside the door, three people heard the agonizing cries coming from the shop, their pupils contracting sharply as cold sweat broke out. They all thought the same thing. What on earth is Lin doing in there? Lin Xiao stared coldly at the man, his voice low and threatening. I'll ask, you answer. Don't say anything unnecessary, or you'll find out what it means to be cut to pieces. As he spoke, he slowly twisted the blade, causing the man's face to contort in agony. Under immense pressure, the man finally capitulated. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Lin Xiao withdrew the blade and leaned back in his chair, asking calmly. Good. Start by telling me your name. Lu Xing, the man replied, trembling. Lin Xiao continued his interrogation. Lu Xing, how many spies has the church planted in the Thousand Nations Alliance? What positions do they hold? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes widened in fear, and he stammered. I'm not high enough in rank to know their exact. Before he could finish, Lin Xiao drove the blade into the wound again. If you don't cooperate, you'll lose this leg, Lin Xiao said with chilling indifference. Sweating profusely from the torture, Lu Xing dared not hide anything further. There are 3 spies in total, all within the Thousand Nations Alliance. But that's all I know. I don't know their names or genders. Are there any spies among the generals? Lin Xiao pressed on. No, absolutely not. Lu Xing shook his head frantically. Lin Xiao pondered aloud. I hope you're not lying. Despite his words, he felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Lan Weiwei was not the spy Lin Ener had claimed. But who was she? Why did she have the church's full moon tattoo? Lu Xing hurried to explain. I'm not lying. The Thousand Nations Alliance is extremely rigorous in vetting generals. No matter how powerful the church is, it's impossible for them to plant a spy at the general level. That's the truth. Lin Xiao nodded and asked, 2 more questions. Has there ever been an incident where a faceless candidate escaped from the church? I mean those children taken by the church about a decade ago. No, the church never allows candidates to escape, Lu Xing answered immediately. Lin Xiao paused for a moment before asking, does the Pope have a daughter? The question caught Lu Xing off guard. In that split second of hesitation, Lin Xiao's sword sliced across his calf again. You demon. Lu Xing gasped in pain. Answer me. Lin Xiao demanded sternly. Lu Xing quickly responded. The Pope only has a son, no daughter. But he has a granddaughter. Many years ago, the Pope's son couldn't bear the Pope's cruelty and fled the church with his wife and daughter. That's all I know. Lin Xiao realized, I see. He finally understood that Lan Weiwei was indeed the Pope's granddaughter. This explained her tattoo and how she managed to escape the church. Most importantly, Lan Weiwei was not a spy. For Lin Xiao, knowing this was enough. In his heart, Lan Weiwei remained the same Lan Weiwei, pure and genuine. Lan Weiwei's emotions have always been so sincere that Lin Xiao can deeply feel her genuine care for him and his family. Although Lin Ener's words once made him doubtful, the truth is now clear, and he feels relieved. Weiwei, as the granddaughter of the Pope, might have a complicated background, and if it were known, it could cause some impact. However, Lin Xiao doesn't care about these things. As long as her intentions remain unchanged, that's enough for him. With these thoughts, Lin Xiao slowly stood up, looking down at the trembling man. The man's eyes were filled with fear as he pleaded, his voice trembling. Can you let me go? I don't want to die. I've told you everything you wanted to know. He desperately tried to seize any chance to survive. Lin Xiao gave the man a cold glance, then suddenly flicked the black knife. With a swift slash, a line of blood instantly opened up from the man's throat, and blood gushed out. The man's throat made a gurgling sound as his body convulsed, his eyes full of resentment fixed on the young man in front of him, as if looking at a demon. Yet, in those final moments, he no longer struggled, seemingly accepting that falling into the hands of such a demon, death was a relief. After killing the man, Lin Xiao deftly flicked the blood off the black knife, sheathed it, and walked out of the shop expressionlessly. He said to Lu Yong, who was waiting outside, dispose of the body. Also, return Qin Ruodong's body to the Beastmaster Academy. With that, he casually tossed the black knife to Lu Yong. Lu Yong caught the knife in a hurry, stunned like the other 2, his throat dry. Ding Letong couldn't help but remark. Lin is like an emotionless killing machine. It's terrifying. Lu Yong snapped back to reality, watching Lin Xiao walk away. He couldn't help but ask, Lin, where are you going? Without turning his head, Lin Xiao replied, to sleep. Don't disturb me unless it's necessary. He waved his hand, signaling them to start moving. Ding Letong suddenly blurted out. I wish I could be as carefree as Lin someday. Lu Yong sighed. Don't be foolish. Let's clean up the scene. With that, the 3 of them began to take action. Lin Xiao returned to his original spot, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, hands behind his head as he lay down. He thought to himself, the Tindi mission deadline is indeed a bit long, but squeezing some benefits out of that old man Zhongli wouldn't be bad. After all, he only had 1 disaster-level beast core, and he really needed it to enhance his combat power. So no matter what, he had to endure this Tindi grind. Lying on the bench, Lin Xiao unknowingly fell asleep. Meanwhile, in Erroneous City, after finishing a day's work, Lan Weiwei was driving home. She considered calling Lin Xiao, but resisted, knowing he might be on a mission. However, as she drove down an empty ramp, a faint figure suddenly appeared in front of her car. Lan Weiwei slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt. She was instantly annoyed and shouted at the figure in front of her car. Hey, standing in the middle of the road at night, do you have a death wish? Under the car's headlights, the figure gradually became clear. It was a mysterious person wearing a blue coat and a hood, with a curvaceous figure indicating a woman. She slowly raised her head, and Lan Weiwei saw a white mask on her face, instantly feeling a sense of caution. Lan Weiwei's pupils suddenly contracted as she noticed the black number printed on the masked woman's face. 7. She immediately shifted into reverse and began to back up. However, the vehicle hadn't moved far when a dull thud echoed. Turning her head, Lan Weiwei saw a lion, its body wreathed in black lightning, pressing its paw on the trunk of her business car. She cursed inwardly, regretting that she wasn't driving her more protective Hummer since it wasn't a mission day. Damn it, Lan Weiwei swore, kicking open the car door and stepping out. Can't you let it go? At this moment, the mysterious woman slowly removed her mask, revealing a face as delicate as Lan Weiwei's, with alluring phoenix eyes that seemed to sparkle with charm. Weiwei, why are you so angry with me the moment we meet? I really missed you. The woman said with a soft smile as she retracted the thunderous lion, swaying her graceful figure as she approached Lan Weiwei. Payer, what exactly do you want? This is Erroneous City, and you're running around without a face, Lan Weiwei said warily, keeping her eyes on the woman named Payer. Hee. So what if I'm running around? Is there any beast master in Erroneous City who can take me on? Payer said, twirling her slender finger in the eye hole of the mask. Lan Weiwei glanced at the number on the mask, her expression shifting slightly. The 7th Faceless, indeed a top 10 powerhouse. The strength of these top 10 Faceless was far beyond others. Even a single rank difference could mean a 100-fold disparity in combat power. How can you be so sure no one can beat you? Lan Weiwei retorted as she suddenly summoned the purple thunder tiger. Weiwei, summoning a divine beast right when we meet makes me so sad, Payer said with a coquettish smile, moving closer to Lan Weiwei and gently caressing her cheek with her left index finger. But do you think reaching the calamity level and killing that Jiang City loser means you can beat me? You won't know unless you try, Lan Weiwei replied cautiously. Let's not. I'm not here to fight you, Payer said, suddenly resting her delicate wrist on Lan Weiwei's shoulder, her breath like orchids. I'm here under your grandfather's orders to take you back. Come with me. My grandfather? Lan Weiwei said coldly. Ever since he killed my parents, I have no family. What grandfather? Payer leaned closer to Lan Weiwei's face and whispered, Weiwei, they say there's a special bond across generations. The Pope, despite killing his own son, dotes on you so much that I'm envious. You should learn to be content. If you return, the Pope will be very pleased. Besides, you know the Dark Dimension is descending, and the world will eventually be ruled by the Dark God. The resistance of the Thousand Nations Alliance is just a futile struggle. Get lost. Lan Weiwei snapped, sharply brushing Payer's hand away, her expression gradually hardening. Seeing Lan Weiwei's cold demeanor, Payer's lips immediately pouted, and a hint of hurt flashed in her eyes. She was the 7th-ranked Faceless in the church, and the only female among the top 10 Faceless. Taken by the church from infancy, she grew up with Lan Weiwei, and they were once as close as sisters. Recalling the past, Payer's tone softened. Weiwei, I'm not joking with you. I'm speaking seriously. The Pope has sent me to find you more than once. Why are you being so stubborn? A flash of pain crossed Lan Weiwei's eyes as she remembered her father fleeing the church with their family. She gritted her teeth and said, Go back and tell your Pope that I will return one day, but it will be with an army of beast masters. A sly glint suddenly appeared in Payer's eyes as she changed the subject. Weiwei, I've been watching your every move lately. I hear you've been getting close to someone named Lin Xiao. He's quite handsome and charming. Lan Weiwei's pupils contracted suddenly, and she asked warily, What are you planning? Payer smiled dangerously. I just want to meet the guy who's captured your heart. Lan Weiwei immediately defended protectively. Don't use Lin Xiao to threaten me. You might not even be able to beat him. He's not someone to be trifled with. Payer challenged. Really? A mere boy, and I can't handle him? What? Lan Weiwei stubbornly replied. Because he's the man I, Lan Weiwei, have chosen. She then firmly added, Go back. I'm not going with you. Payer suddenly laughed more brightly. All right, since you say he's so formidable, I can't go alone. I'll bring all the Faceless with me. I wonder if by then, he'll be so scared he wets his pants. Lan Weiwei panicked instantly, knowing that even if Lin Xiao was strong, he stood no chance against 10 Faceless. Payer said smugly, I should thank him. If he hadn't captured your heart, I really wouldn't know how to deal with you. Weiwei, I'm giving you 10 more days. If you don't return to the church by then, don't blame me for being ruthless. Before she finished speaking, Payer's figure had already vanished into the air. Lan Weiwei shouted into the empty corridor. You Payer? If you dare lay a finger on Lin Xiao, I will kill you. She trembled, filled with both anger and worry. Suddenly recalling something, she hurriedly raised her wrist to contact Lin Xiao with her Beast Master device. At that moment, Lin Xiao was still sound asleep on a bench, nearly 4 hours having passed. At first glance, Lin Xiao looked like a homeless wanderer, curled up asleep on a bench. If it weren't for the conspicuous Beastmaster team uniform he wore, he might have been mistaken for just another down-and-out person on the street. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the ringing of his phone. Lin Xiao groggily fumbled to answer it, mumbling, "Hello? Who is it?" "Lin Xiao, where are you?" Lan Weiwei's anxious voice came through. Lin Xiao rubbed his sleepy eyes, gradually coming to his senses. "I'm in Cassilia City, on a mission. Are you alone?" Lan Weiwei pressed on, her tone filled with concern. Lin Xiao replied bluntly, "No, there's a bunch of weaklings with me." Lan Weiwei paused for a moment, then cautiously said, "Can you come back? Stay by Minister Lin's side, or with Yun Chuan." Her voice carried an unspeakable burden. Lan Weiwei harbored a secret she couldn't reveal. She was the granddaughter of the church's pope. This identity was like a sword hanging over her head, making her afraid to lose Lin Xiao or reveal the truth. Lin Xiao was baffled by this sudden request. "Why? I'm not a child. Please, come back soon." Lan Weiwei continued to plead, her voice choking slightly. Lin Xiao stood up, looking at the sky that had already turned dark, and said firmly, "It's okay, don't worry. Cassilia City is safe now." He had a reason. He couldn't return the precious core of the calamity-level beast required him to honor his commitment and stay for 10 days. "Oh, Lin Xiao, please listen to me and come back." Lan Weiwei was almost in tears. Sensing her unease, Lin Xiao remained calm and said, "Weiwei, I have my reasons for not returning. Trust me, it's just 10 days, it'll pass quickly." Lan Weiwei bit her lip, realizing she couldn't convince him. She finally urged, "Please be careful." With that, she reluctantly hung up. Lin Xiao stared at the abruptly ended call, his brow furrowed. His intuition told him this wasn't simple. He vowed to stay vigilant. Just then, Lu Yong approached. "Lin, the temporary command post is set up. We can go eat now. We'll have patrols tonight." Lin Xiao nodded. "All right, let's go." He then followed Lu Yong back to the temporary command post. Cassilia City was no longer the deserted place it once was. Earlier, residents who had fled to other cities began to return, and the city was slowly coming back to life. After a period of repair and reconstruction, it remained a vital hub for humanity. The reorganization of the Cassilia team was also underway, and everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. The temporary command post was set up inside a football stadium, constructed from military tents. With Qin Ruodong having been fatally attacked, all orders were issued remotely by Zhang Li, which kept things running smoothly. Lin Xiao entered the spacious tent, where over 40 new recruits were having their meal, chatting and laughing as if the day's dangers had never happened. This contrast left Lin Xiao with mixed feelings, relieved by their optimism, yet worried if they truly grasped the seriousness of the situation. After dinner, the various teams went their separate ways, beginning their individual evening patrols. The team of Lin Xiao, Lu Yong, Sun Qi, and Ding Letong was currently strolling down the deserted road of the 4th District. The streetlights on either side cast a dim yellow glow, adding an eerie atmosphere to the quiet night. As they walked, the four chatted about everything from childhood embarrassments to future aspirations. This wasn't just a way to pass the time. It was crucial for building team rapport. Lu Yong occasionally glanced at Lin Xiao with admiration in his eyes. "Lin, you've been with us for 3 hours now. If you're tired, you should head back to the camp and rest. The three of us can handle the patrol," Lu Yong said with concern, his tone revealing his reliance on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, with his hands in his pockets and a toothpick in his mouth, replied nonchalantly, "I'm not sleeping yet. There's no big battle going on, just strolling around." Hearing this, Lu Yong's face lit up with a bright smile. "Hee, being with Lin makes me feel incredibly safe. If I were a girl, I'd definitely marry you." Lin Xiao rolled his eyes and replied, "No thanks, I'm not blind." Lu Yong let out an awkward laugh, while Sun Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes, silently cursing Lu Yong's flattery. As they continued walking, Lu Yong's gaze accidentally swept over a distant streetlight. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and he began to tremble slightly. He opened his mouth to shout, only to find the eerie figure had vanished. "Damn, seeing ghosts at night. There was a female ghost under that streetlight. I saw it." Lu Yong pointed at the streetlight, his voice sharp with fear. Sun Qi angrily scolded, "Damn it, you're scaring us at night. We're the only ones in the 4th District. There aren't even any refugees back yet." "I'm serious. I really saw it right there." Lu Yong insisted, quickly hiding behind Lin Xiao as if seeking protection. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, his eyes cautiously scanning in the direction Lu Yong pointed. At the exact moment they all looked, an overwhelming aura of pressure hit them, as if the air had solidified. "Scatter!" Lin Xiao barked, grabbing Lu Yong by the collar and pulling him aside. Sun Qi and Ding Letong quickly jumped away at Lin Xiao's warning. Boom! A bolt of black lightning struck where they had just been standing, leaving a charred crater in the ground and filling the air with the acrid smell of burnt earth. "What the hell was that?" Lu Yong shouted in terror, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. His voice was relaxed with a hint of mockery. Come out. I've seen you. Your alertness is commendable, worthy of a beast king-level beast master. I was going to give you a scare, but it's no fun, really. As soon as he finished speaking, a sweet voice drifted from the shadows behind the street lamp. A woman in a blue coat and wearing a mask elegantly stepped out of the darkness, exuding an air of mystery. Damn it, there really is a ghost. Sun Qi's face turned pale instantly, his voice trembling noticeably. Ding Letong, however, was much calmer. His sharp gaze swept over the woman's attire, and he murmured, "What ghost? She's wearing a mask, she's from the church." Lin Xiao's smile faded when he saw her mask. It was marked with the number 7. He sighed lightly. Oh, this is a big problem now. The number 7 meant she was among the top 10 faceless, indicating immense strength. Ding Letong looked around warily, clearly worried there might be other powerful church members lurking. Lin Xiao knew well that with Lu Yong and the others' level of strength, knowing too much would only increase their fear. That's reality when your strength is lacking. The less you know, the better. Unaware of the danger, Lu Yong, emboldened by Lin Xiao's aura, pointed at the woman and shouted, "Humph. So what if you're from the church? Brother Lin is awesome. He took down 2 of your trash today. I bet you're here to meet your end too." The woman chuckled, amused. Interesting, interesting. Lu Yong turned to Lin Xiao, with a hint of anticipation in his voice. Brother Lin, can you take her down? Lin Xiao replied calmly. No, I can't beat her. Lu Yong deflated instantly, shrinking back and falling silent. Sun Qi and Ding Letong were already stunned, feeling the overwhelming presence emanating from the woman like a primordial beast. The woman's voice was gentle yet commanding. Don't be afraid, little ones, I won't harm you. Her gaze settled on Lin Xiao. And you're called Lin Xiao, right? Yes, that's me, Lin Xiao replied. The woman smiled. Oh, not bad looking, but your beast king level strength is lacking. Lin Xiao suddenly laughed. Haha, boasting before the fight even begins. How did you decide my strength is lacking? She pointed to Lu Yong and the others, explaining. From those 3. Usually, the weak huddle together, whereas someone strong like me tends to work alone. Lin Xiao nodded. You're not wrong there. Lu Yong was dumbfounded. Brother, we're your teammates. You can't say that. Ding Letong lowered his head, dejected. Lin's right. We're too weak. We struggle with even mid-level beasts. We can't really help. Lu Yong and Sun Qi exchanged helpless glances. Lin Xiao's expression grew serious as he looked directly at the woman, a hint of challenge in his voice. So, are we going to fight? The top 10 faceless ones are the backbone of the church, each a formidable force. They are akin to the great generals of the alliance of 1,000 nations, representing high-level combat power. Whenever they appear on the battlefield, they inevitably become the center of attention. Over the years, numerous high-level warriors of the alliance have fallen at their hands. Lin Xiao couldn't help but lament his bad luck today, encountering one of the top 10 faceless ones. He knew that with his current strength, defeating one of them would be quite challenging. However, given his character, running away was never an option. So, are we going to fight? Lin Xiao asked nonchalantly, with a hint of provocation in his voice. This question made Pei Er burst into laughter, a playful glint in her eyes. Little brother, do you really want to fight me? Lin Xiao shrugged, wearing a faint smile. I really don't want to fight. But since you're here, you won't leave without a bout, will you? Hee indeed. Pei Er chuckled. I came all this way, so let me test you on behalf of my sister. As she spoke, she slowly raised her hand, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Don't blink. As soon as she finished speaking, a deafening roar echoed around them. A massive lion, shrouded in pitch-black lightning, appeared beside Pei Er, exuding the aura of a king among beasts. The sudden spectacle left everyone present stunned. What the hell? What level of monster is that? Lu Yong stared in shock at the enormous beast, feeling rooted to the spot. The mere aura it emitted made his breathing become labored. Sun Qi, also intimidated by the beast, wanted to retreat, but found his legs unresponsive. I can't move. The space seemed to tremble, the pressure threatening to crush one's heart. Lin Xiao's sight was immediately filled with information about the Black Prison Thunder Lion. Quality, Calamity. Skills, Black Thunder, Reversal Thunder, Heaven-Shaking Thunder Roar, Millennium Thunder Prison. Attribute, Thunder. Status, Healthy. Seeing this attribute panel, Lin Xiao's smile remained, but his eyes grew more serious. For skills? Damn. A Calamity-level beast with 4 skills, he thought. Does this mean this Black Prison Thunder Lion unlocked a new skill at every level from intermediate onwards? Truly a monster-level creature. Lin Xiao casually placed his hands in his pockets, speaking calmly. When facing a beast master, there are only 2 things to fear. Either they have only 1 skill, or they have too many. It's the ones with mediocre skills that aren't as dangerous. This woman has 4 skills, and she's only ranked 7th. So does that mean the 6 ranked above her are even stronger? Truly, each faceless one is a monster. I wonder how the generals even fight against you all. Pei Er's eyes sparkled with amusement as she said, I thought you'd be more surprised to see my beast. Aren't you going to show a bit of shock? Lin Xiao pulled his right hand from his pocket, removing the toothpick from his mouth, and replied calmly, even though I seem laid back, I've always been contemplating the level of the top 10 faceless ones. You're just a bit stronger than I anticipated, so there's nothing to be shocked about. Little brother, you'll be eating those words soon enough. Pei Er suddenly pointed her delicate finger at Lin Xiao. Black thunder. Boom. A bolt of black lightning struck down from the sky, aiming directly at Lin Xiao. At the critical moment, a giant beast, shimmering with radiant light, appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Xiao and took the deadly black lightning heat. The beast, Xiao Hung, snorted 2 streams of white air from its nostrils, glaring fiercely at the black prison thunder tiger not far away. Lin Xiao stood calmly under Xiao Hang's protection, composed and unfazed. Beast King level? What kind of mythical creature is this? I've never seen anything like it, Pei Er remarked in surprise, frowning as she examined Xiao Hang's data. Lin Xiao smiled lightly. Thank you for the compliment. Compliment? Don't get it twisted, Pei Er replied with a sweet voice laced with menace. Do you believe I could take you down in one move? Oh, then go ahead and try, Lin Xiao responded with a faint smile. How do you plan to take me down in one move? Pei Er suddenly pointed. Black Prison Thunder Lion, attack. With the command, the Black Prison Thunder Lion leapt forward, charging at Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiao raised his hand and commanded, go. Xiao Hung roared towards the sky, its hooves stamping heavily on the ground as it charged towards the Black Prison Thunder Lion. But in that split second, Pei Er revealed a confident smile from a distance. Such a novice in battle, Pei Er scoffed. Well, sorry about this. Black thunder. Boom. A continuous stream of black lightning erupted from the Black Prison Thunder Lion, aimed directly at Lin Xiao. Realizing the danger, Lin Xiao quickly attempted to recall Xiao Hong, but it was too late. Crack. The lightning struck the path of Xiao Hang's retreat, creating a cloud of thick smoke. More critically, 2 additional bolts branched out from the original, one targeting Lin Xiao's forehead, the other aiming for the beast control device in his hand. Boom. The 2 bolts exploded simultaneously, causing dust to fly and smoke to billow. Lin, Lu Yong exclaimed from afar, his face turning pale at the sight. Pei Er, observing the smoke-covered battlefield, spoke with a hint of disappointment. I thought you were stronger. How boring. This was just my first skill, and you couldn't withstand it. However, just as Pei Er finished speaking, Lin Xiao's calm voice emerged from the smoke. Interesting, interesting. In an instant, you split the lightning into 3 parts, one to block Xiao Hong, the second aimed at me, and the third at the beast control device. You really didn't need to do that, because even without attacking my device, I wouldn't have had time to activate assimilation at your speed. But you didn't expect this. I have another mythical beast, and releasing it doesn't take any time. As the smoke cleared, Lin Xiao stood in the same spot, looking as composed as ever. Beside him was another colossal creature, crackling with blue lightning. Xiao Sha steadily guarding him. What the second mythical beast? Lightning type. Pei Er was stunned, staring at the unfamiliar mythical creature. Is it possible for someone to control 2 mythical beasts at once? And I've never seen a beast like this before. Lin Xiao found himself increasingly intrigued by this unexpected adversary. He had to admit, Pei Er's combat experience was vastly superior to any elite he had faced before. She wasn't attacking mindlessly. She accounted for every detail in the battle. This was an incredibly daunting realization. In the duel between powerful opponents, even a fraction of a second could determine the outcome. An opponent already immensely strong, combined with such meticulous combat strategy, was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary. Lin Xiao understood that this battle had only just begun. Lin Xiao was reluctant to admit it, but he had to face a harsh reality. The woman before him possessed combat skills far beyond his expectations. Every move she made was as precise as a blade, and each decision was steeped in extensive battle experience. Clearly, she had faced numerous top-tier beast tamers and had mastered the art of assimilation. The moment Lin Xiao unleashed his metal-attributed divine beast, she had already seen through his strategy. Even though Lin Xiao initiated assimilation, the golden scales required time to cover his entire body. She exploited this time lapse to test Lin Xiao's reaction speed. During this process, she gathered a wealth of information, either to analyze the timing of Lin Xiao's assimilation or to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Either outcome would secure her victory. However, she underestimated Lin Xiao's adaptability. The instant she made her move, Lin Xiao was prepared to release Xiao Sha. He neither assimilated nor was injured, perfectly deflecting the lethal strike. Regardless of how you acquired 2 divine beasts, the fact that you can deduce all my intentions in a split second is impressive. Lin Xiao couldn't help but silently marvel. It seems my sister's judgment is indeed remarkable. Your sister? Lin Xiao asked tentatively. Is it Lan Weiwei? Pei Er smiled subtly, a meaningful expression on her face. Looks like you figured it out. Yes, I just found out recently, Lin Xiao replied briefly. Pei suddenly turned her attention to Lu Yong and the other two in the distance, her tone tinged with impatience. Hey, you three over there. Can you move farther away? I'm getting serious. Lu Yong snapped back to reality and quickly retreated with Sun Qi and Ding Letong, putting a considerable distance between them. They understood well the saying, when gods fight, mortals suffer, and had no desire to be caught in the crossfire. Watching Pei's actions, Lin Xiao furrowed his brows, puzzled. Pei seemed to read Lin Xiao's thoughts and explained, curious, aren't you, about why I want them to move away? It's because I'm not interested in weaklings. Since I became faceless, the weakest I've killed was at the Beast King level. So, don't mistake me for being kind. What's your name, woman? Lin Xiao asked in a deep voice. Faceless number 7, you Pei. Pei answered calmly. Erroneous squad, Lin Xiao. He introduced himself while rolling up his sleeves, preparing for battle. Pei suddenly flashed a charming smile and tossed Lin Xiao a flirtatious glance. Next, I'll be using my second skill, and it's not as gentle as the first. All right, bring it on, Lin Xiao replied, his expression serious, his focus entirely on Pei. Facing an opponent of such unfathomable strength, he couldn't afford any negligence. Reverse thunder, Pei softly uttered. The tremor strike released by Xiao Sha suddenly changed direction, winding its way skyward like a serpent of lightning. With a thunderous roar, the area effect lightning attack missed its mark. In the distance, Lu Yong and his companions were left speechless, utterly taken aback by Pei's lightning that could change course. In an instant, the vanished black lightning seemed to descend like divine retribution, aiming directly at Lin Xiao's head. Lin Xiao chuckled coldly. It's not that simple. But who do you think you're underestimating? Before he finished speaking, his body was enveloped in golden scales as he activated his assimilation ability. However, the next moment astonished Lin Xiao. The black lightning didn't strike him. Instead, it vanished into thin air. In the blink of an eye, Pei, who had been several meters away, appeared as if by teleportation, landing directly on Lin Xiao's shoulders. His feet sank into the ground, and before he could react, he heard Pei's triumphant voice. Little brother, reverse lightning isn't an attack skill, it's a teleportation. With a smile, Pei drew a black blade and unhesitatingly aimed it at Lin Xiao's head. Lin Xiao responded quickly, grabbing the blade and teasing, I didn't realize you had such weight. Pei froze for a moment, then retorted angrily. Don't you think that's rude to say to a lady? She tightened her legs around Lin Xiao's neck and drove the black blade down again. With a tearing sound, even with his assimilation activated, Lin Xiao's palm was cut. He roared, get off me, and grabbed Pei's wrist, hurling her away. Pei gracefully spun in midair, landing perfectly. She flicked the blood off her blade, seemingly surprised it hadn't pierced Lin Xiao's hand, and chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so tough. Lin Xiao suddenly smirked wickedly. Tough? I've got something tougher. Want to try? From a distance, Lu Yong's cheeks turned red at their banter, and he couldn't help but shout, Big brother, can you stop flirting? We're in a battle here. Pei was unfazed, taunting. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. As her words fell, she pointed and shouted, Black Thunder. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately commanded, Xiao Heng, fearless charge. The golden flash of Xiao Heng shot forward. With a resounding boom, Xiao Heng's charge was abruptly halted. Pei quickly launched a second skill, Reverse Thunder. As the black lightning snaked toward Lin Xiao, a soft voice suddenly intoned, Rain Curtain Lotus. Instantly, raindrops transformed into icy lotus flowers, forming a solid wall of ice that blocked Pei's reverse lightning. Lin brother, I've come to save you, chimed a sweet voice, as a mermaid surrounded by streams appeared out of thin air. Following her was Yin Xuan, walking at a leisurely pace. Lin Xiao looked back at the man, momentarily stunned. Yin Xianghuang? Pei also noticed Yin Xuan, showing a hint of surprise. Yin Xuan gazed coldly at Pei, his tone brooking no argument. You Pei, Cassilia City is not a place for you to cause trouble. Leave. TSK. Yin Xuan, you're as unfriendly as ever. Pei pouted in complaint. Can't even let me have a little fun. How annoying. Yin Xuan activated his skill again. Rain Curtain Lotus. Pei quickly called out. Stop. Yin Xuan, I'm not here to fight you. We will battle one day, but not today. She swiftly withdrew her black prison thunder lion, leapt back several times, and vanished into the night. Watching Pei's figure vanish in the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao furrowed his brows slightly. This brief encounter felt more like a test, with neither side fully committing to the fight. Especially Pei, who hadn't even used a third of her strength, clearly not intending to take his life. If she had been serious, even Lin Xiao would have struggled to win easily. As he pondered this, Yin Xuan's sudden appearance caught him by surprise. In midair, the mermaid beast called out softly, Brother Lin. Lin Xiao's lips curved into a gentle smile as he waved to the mermaid. In just a few encounters, the mermaid had changed from calling him Sir to Brother Lin. In the distance, Lu Yong and his friends stared in disbelief. Yin Xuan. The great general of the Thousand Nations Alliance, Yun Shanghuan. Lu Yong's voice trembled with excitement. Is that really the legendary mermaid beast? Yun Xuan is recognized as the strongest water beast master. The mermaid floated in the air, her smile radiant. Brother Lin, I like boys who smile the most, much more pleasant than Yun Xuan's stern face. Can I become your beast? Lin Xiao laughed heartily. Haha, if Brother Yun Xuan agrees, I have no objections. You talk too much, go back, Yun Xuan interrupted, cutting the mermaid off before she could finish, and returned her to the beast device. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. He really is an unsociable fellow. My task is complete, Yin Chuan said, turning aside. Lan Weiwei was worried you might be in danger, so she asked me to check on you. Now that you're safe, I should be going. Before he finished speaking, he had already vanished. Lin Xiao looked in the direction Yin Chuan had disappeared, checked the time, and said, Let's go, time to rest. This area should be safe now. Lu Yong was still anxious, fearing the mysterious woman might return. Back at the camp, Lin Xiao lay on the bed in the temporary tent, reflecting on the day's battle with the 7th-ranked Faceless. Analyzing experiences had become his habit. With his current strength, facing the top 10 Faceless was indeed challenging. Even a playful payer could unleash such sharp attacks. Facing other top 10 Faceless would be daunting. This strengthened his resolve to enhance his strength quickly. Once he acquired the Calamity-level Beast Core from Zhongli, he planned to gather materials immediately to elevate Xiaosha to the Calamity level. He chose not to upgrade Xiaohong because he needed to boost his offensive power rather than defense. Of course, upgrading Xiao Lei was also in his plans, as an additional recovery skill would improve his odds. Lin Xiao silently planned to search for remaining high-level beasts nearby the next day, aiming to obtain a high-level beast core. His thoughts gradually blurred as he drifted into sleep. The next morning, Lin Xiao washed up and had breakfast before stepping out of the tent, where he saw a jeep carrying a vacuum coffin. Lin Xiao stood in front of the transport vehicle, his gaze fixed on the sealed vacuum coffin inside. Through the glass lid, he could clearly see the woman lying peacefully within. What is this? Lin Xiao asked. It's Squad Leader Qin, Lu Yong explained. There was a beast attack outside the city yesterday. We're preparing to take her back today. Lin Xiao slowly approached the vacuum coffin, gazing at Qin Ruotong, who appeared to be merely asleep. His voice was deep and calm. In the apocalypse, everyone struggles to survive. The weak perish. It's an eternal truth. He paused before continuing. I have no reason to hate someone who has passed. Qin Ruotong, I forgive you. Perhaps in another world, you can find peace away from pain. Rest in peace. Lu Yong and his companions were taken aback by these words, their faces showing surprise. At that moment, something eerie happened. A single, clear tear rolled down from the corner of Qin Ruotong's eye, as if she had truly heard Lin Xiao's words. Lin. Lu Yong looked at Lin Xiao, momentarily speechless. Lin Xiao turned to the three, his gaze sharp. You two hiding behind the strong won't allow you to control your fate. Only by becoming stronger can you deserve to live. Remember that. The three stood frozen for a moment before nodding in agreement. In this world invaded by the dark dimension, with beasts running rampant and the church's tyranny, as beast tamers, they faced death daily. Indeed, the weak had no right to survive. This was the harsh reality. Take her back, Lin Xiao said simply. Lu Yong signaled, and the transport vehicle started, carrying the vacuum coffin away from Cassilia City. Lu Yong, you three continue patrolling the city. I have something to attend to outside. I'll be back by evening, Lin Xiao instructed them. All right, there are many beasts outside, Lin. Be careful, Lu Yong reminded. You be careful too. Contact me with the beast taming device if needed, Lin Xiao replied, putting on his jacket and heading out of the city. He planned to hunt high-level beasts to enhance his companion, Little Thunder. Meanwhile, in the Millennium City, the headquarters of the Thousand Nations Alliance was bustling. Senior officials gathered in the conference hall. Lin Zhun, Li Li, Zhang Li, and 2 elder council members sat at the head, with Yun Chuan, Lan Weiwei, and other Beast King-level commanders present. This was an emergency meeting called by Lin Zhun. Zhang Li, report the situation, Lin Zhun said. Zhang Li stood, holding a stack of documents. According to the Beast Tamer Academy's recent 3-day external detection, the dimensional rift above Aronia City is experiencing unusually strong fluctuations, far exceeding previous levels. I predict a possible ghost level or higher celestial fall within the next month. I recommend deploying the Beast Tamer Corps to reinforce Aronia City immediately to prevent any mishaps. Elder Longyu, with eyebrows longer than his hair, opened his eyes. When you say within the next month, do you mean exactly 1 month from now or any time within the month? Any time within the month, a celestial fall could occur, Zhang Li replied. Moreover, this situation is special. It might be a man-made celestial fall triggered by the church, rather than a natural dark dimension occurrence. There could even be berserker-level beasts involved, though this is speculative and not entirely certain. The appearance of a berserk-level beast is possible. This statement was like a heavy blow. instantly freezing the atmosphere in the conference room. Everyone's expressions turned rigid, except for Yun Chuan, whose cold face remained unchanged. Lin Zhen sat at the head of the table, arms crossed, his gaze sharp and focused. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and resolute. The Beastmaster Academy's external detectors rarely make mistakes. This matter must be taken seriously. Since we've already fallen out with the church, there's no need to hide anything. If a ghost-level cataclysm occurs, combined with the church's faceless assault, the city of Aronia might not escape becoming a ruin. Long Yu frowned and said, but the cataclysms in the desert are more severe than in other cities. Rashly recalling the generals might cause even greater trouble. Lin Zhen nodded slightly in agreement. That's true. The desert is the gateway to the Thousand Nations Alliance, vast and connected to hundreds of cities. That's why we've stationed the generals there. If we recall them all, the desert will be left unguarded. Zhongli suggested. We don't need to recall them all, for will suffice. With Yun Chuan and Lan Weiwei here, 6 generals should be enough to handle it. Lin Zhen pondered for a moment and agreed. Let's do that. Although it will put some pressure on the desert, the defense should hold. With that, he abruptly stood up, his voice booming. I declare that Aronia City will enter a month-long lockdown effective immediately, and civilians will be evacuated to surrounding cities. Also, send orders to the desert for Generals Fu Yong, Nightingale, Mu Feng, and Ling Ling to arrive in Aronia City within 3 days. Understood. The response was unanimous and strong from everyone except the 2 members of the Elders' Council. Meeting adjourned. Lin Zhen gestured with his hand and led the way out of the room. Zhongli followed closely, walking alongside him. Minister Lin, Zhongli spoke cautiously. I took the liberty of transferring your son to Cassilia City. I hope you won't mind. Lin Zhen's expression remained unchanged. It's fine. Xiao is quite capable and can take care of himself. Besides, with the potential ghost-level cataclysm, I wouldn't want him involved. Placing him in Cassilia City is a form of protection. Zhongli smiled slightly at this and continued. This cataclysm is coming in faster and more fierce than any before. I mentioned a month to calm the public, but according to the external detector's data, it will likely erupt within 2 weeks. Coupled with the church's schemers, the situation is indeed tricky. Lin Zhen raised his hand to signal, his tone steady. We'll face whatever comes. There's no need to worry. As someone who has weathered countless storms, even a cataclysm couldn't shake Minister Lin's composure. Meanwhile, Lan Weiwei walked alongside Yun Chuan as they left the conference room. Looking at Yun Chuan, a hint of concern flashed in her eyes. Brother Yun Chuan, did Pei go to find Lin Xiao? Yun Chuan answered briefly. Yes, she did. Damn it. Lan Weiwei suddenly clenched her fist, anger flickering in her eyes. Yun Chuan stopped, turned to look directly into Lan Weiwei's eyes, and spoke seriously. Lan Weiwei, as long as you're part of the Thousand Nations Alliance, Lin Xiao can never truly be safe. Your identity is unique, and Lin Xiao is the only one who can stir your heart. Do you understand what I mean? Yun Chuan's words seemed to hint that he was aware of Lan Weiwei's mysterious identity, casting a shadow of intrigue over their conversation. Lan Weiwei lowered her head, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Her heart was torn with conflict and struggle, unable to make a decision. Yun Chuan looked directly at her and asked bluntly, do you like Lin Xiao? Lan Weiwei quickly lifted her head and answered urgently. I like him. I really like him. That's why I can't leave him. Her voice trembled slightly, as if she was defending her feelings. Yun Chuan said in a deep voice, his strength is indeed impressive, growing faster than any general in the Thousand Nations Alliance. But now, the most important thing you can do is give him the chance to grow. Otherwise, the next time he encounters the Faceless, I might not be there to save him. These words hit Lan Weiwei like a sledgehammer, breaking down her emotional defenses. Her eyes turned red, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. She had never opened her heart to any man before, yet Lin Xiao had quietly found his way in. Lan Weiwei couldn't let go, nor did she want to. However, life is often cruel. Meeting the right person at the wrong time and place leaves you feeling powerless. Regardless of the world, maintaining a difficult relationship comes with a high cost. Love isn't something that lasts simply because both parties wish it to. Lan Weiwei hated her lack of strength. Why wasn't she a berserker-level beastmaster? Why couldn't she control her own destiny? Even loving someone had become a luxury. Indeed, for her, it was a luxury. As the granddaughter of the Pope, her status was comparable to that of a saintess. Her different background meant a different fate. Although she acknowledged Lin Xiao's strength, this was the church a formidable entity that even the Thousand Nations Alliance struggled to contend with, a force capable of manipulating the heavens. Even if Lin Xiao could control 3 divine beasts, he faced the church's 10 faceless and countless elite warriors. An individual's strength is ultimately limited by their beast-controlling device, which can only hold 1 divine beast. Lan Weiwei didn't know how Lin Xiao managed to house 3, but she knew it wasn't enough. Of course, Lan Weiwei wasn't aware that Lin Xiao had an island, and if he wished, he could command 100 beasts. After a long silence, Lan Weiwei finally lifted her head, her eyes filled with determination. Brother Yinchuan, thank you. I know what I need to do now. Yinchuan nodded. Good. It's best you've come to understand. Return to where you belong. Just remember not to become an enemy of the Thousand Nations Alliance. With that, he turned and left the scene. Lan Weiwei watched Yinchuan's departing figure, tears streaming down her face. Lin Xiao, I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Her voice was filled with pain and reluctance. Just then, a graceful silhouette appeared beside Lan Weiwei. Sister Weiwei, it seems you are ready. I'm glad you made this choice. Startled, Lan Weiwei turned to see a woman in military attire, disguised, standing next to her. It was Pei'er. This is the headquarters of the Thousand Nations Alliance. Are you looking to die? Lan Weiwei wiped her tears and said angrily. Pei'er shrugged it off. Don't be so dramatic. I haven't harmed anyone. Besides, I came in disguise. Who would recognize me? But what about you, sister? When do you plan to leave? Lan Weiwei hesitated for a moment and softly said, I want to see Lin Xiao one last time. Then I'll go back with you. Is that all right? Of course, Pei'er replied, taking Lan Weiwei's hand. Let's hurry. If I stay too long, I might be discovered. The two quickly headed out of the city. Clearly, even as a faceless, Pei'er dared not linger in Millennium City for too long. If discovered, even a human wave tactic could prove fatal for her. Boom. A deep thud resonated across the wasteland outside the city of Cassilia. Lin Xiao sat astride Xiao Sha, his gaze sharp and fixed on the massive beast ahead, which resembled a giant rhinoceros. Xiao Sha continuously spewed lightning from its mouth, striking the path of the beast's wild charge, filling the air with sparks and leaving scorched earth in its wake. I've been hunting you for almost 4 hours. You've been hiding well, Lin Xiao smirked slightly. But now, let's see where you run. His eyes gleamed with the intensity of a hunter, relentlessly pursuing his prey. Ever since leaving Cassilia, Lin Xiao had been scouring the wasteland for beasts. Although he encountered a few low-level beasts along the way, they held no value for him. Finally spotting a high-level beast, he was determined not to let it escape. Suddenly, the beast, having been chased for miles, seemed to realize that running was futile. It abruptly halted, snorting hot steam from its nostrils, and turned back with eyes blazing with fury. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately activated his assimilation ability. He leaped off Xiao Sha's back with a shout. Thunder strike. Crackle. Sparks flew as a web of electricity erupted from Xiao Sha, immobilizing the earth element high-level beast where it stood. Finish it, Lin Xiao ordered coldly. At his command, Xiao Sha charged forward with heavy steps. Its massive jaws clamped down on the beast's neck, tearing away a large chunk of flesh with its saw-like teeth. Thud. Blood sprayed as the beast's enormous body collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiao approached the fallen creature with an expressionless face, raising his hand to absorb it into Dinosaur Island. Now I've got all the materials needed for Xiao Lei's upgrade, Lin Xiao thought with satisfaction. Once Xiao Lei reaches a high level, its recovery ability will significantly improve. He looked forward to unlocking new recovery skills, but decided to wait until he returned to the camp for the upgrade. Xiao Sha, come back, Lin Xiao gestured slightly. Xiao Sha let out a triumphant roar before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, on a hill 100 meters away, two figures stood quietly. Pei'er glanced at Lan Weiwei beside her and said with a smile, Sister, you've got a good eye. He's strong, charming, and mysterious. Lan Weiwei reminded her sternly. Pei'er, don't forget our agreement. Don't worry, sister. Pei'er assured with a grin. Once you return with me, I promise not to bother him again. Wait here and don't let him notice you. I'll be back soon, Lan Weiwei instructed before heading toward Lin Xiao. Pei'er kept her mysterious smile as she vanished from the spot. Lin Xiao was about to head back when he noticed a familiar figure approaching slowly from the front. He paused in surprise and blurted out, Weiwei. Lin Xiao's effortless defeat of the high-level beast brought a familiar bright smile to Lan Weiwei's face. She teased, not bad, huh? You've made killing high-level beasts look easy now. Lin Xiao grinned and humbly replied, not as easy as a disaster-level beast tamer like you. He then asked, what brings you here all of a sudden? With her hands behind her back, Lan Weiwei walked up to Lin Xiao and explained with a smile, leadership inspection. As your superior, I have the right to supervise. Lin Xiao seized the moment to invite her. All right, since the big boss is here, why not walk with me? With that, he started walking, and Lan Weiwei jogged a couple of steps to catch up. As they strolled and chatted, Lin Xiao suddenly asked, any news from the Alliance of 1,000 Nations lately? Lan Weiwei paused momentarily, then shook her head and said, no. This answer made Lin Xiao frown slightly. Although he didn't show it, he felt a sense of doubt. He thought to himself, no news? That's impossible. They just broke ties with the church. Wouldn't the church retaliate? He didn't believe the church would be so kind. Weiwei must be hiding something from him. But Lin Xiao decided not to press the issue. Suddenly, Lan Weiwei stopped and called out, Lin Xiao. What's up? Lin Xiao observed Lan Weiwei's expression with slightly furrowed brows. He noticed she had been acting strangely lately. Lan Weiwei stood still, took a deep breath, and said, I want to tell you something. I've been secretly assigned a top-secret mission, and I might have to leave the alliance of 1,000 nations for a while. A top-secret mission? Did my dad assign it to you? Lin Xiao inquired. No, I can't say. Lan Weiwei shook her head. So I'm here to say goodbye. But don't worry, I won't be gone for long. As she spoke, her eyes reddened slightly, but she tried hard to control her emotions. Lin Xiao remained silent for a moment, then suddenly reached out to gently touch Lan Weiwei's delicate face and softly said, if you run into trouble, just let me know. Don't shoulder everything alone. Lan Weiwei shook her head, insisting. It's really nothing, just a temporary leave. For how long? Lin Xiao pressed. Lan Weiwei hesitated before giving an uncertain answer. About a month, I think. Okay. Lin Xiao didn't push further. Although he had his suspicions, he chose to respect Lan Weiwei's decision. At that moment, Lin Xiao, usually composed, felt an involuntary tremor in his heart. Hearing Lin Xiao's response, Lan Weiwei beamed with a radiant smile. Suddenly, Lin Xiao extended his arms and pulled Lan Weiwei into an embrace. Feeling the familiar warmth, Lan Weiwei looked up at the man who stirred her heart, and his gentle eyes made her burst into tears. She sobbed softly in Lin Xiao's arms, her cries growing louder. In that moment, she felt immense happiness, even though it might be fleeting. Lin Xiao silently patted her back, offering wordless comfort. Yet his heart ached. He knew some things were beyond his ability, at least for now. In the desolate land, the couple shared a deep, passionate kiss, as if to immortalize the moment. In the distance, Pei watched the scene with a peculiar glint in her eyes, unconsciously licking her red lips, murmuring to herself, so romantic. I wish I could have that. Should have just kissed that guy yesterday to see what it's like. The embrace between the two lasted a long time, as if time itself had paused. When they finally parted with reluctance, a rare blush appeared on Lan Weiwei's delicate face. This was her first kiss, a precious gift she willingly gave to this man. Lan Weiwei gazed deeply into Lin Xiao's eyes, silently vowing to give everything for him, even her life. However, harsh reality did not allow her to fulfill this wish. For Lin Xiao's safety, she had to make the difficult decision to leave. Lin Xiao, it's getting late. I have to go. Please take care of yourself, Lan Weiwei said, forcing a bright smile, hoping to etch this moment into Lin Xiao's memory forever. Lin Xiao, abandoning his usual carefree demeanor, became unusually serious. He gently caressed Lan Weiwei's cheek, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Can you stay a little longer? Lan Weiwei shook her head slightly, her heart filled with conflict. She wanted so much to say. I won't go, I want to stay by your side. But reality wouldn't allow it. In the distance, Pei watched silently. Lan Weiwei worried that staying longer might cause more trouble for Lin Xiao, or even attract the attention of other faceless ones. With Lin Xiao's current strength, he stood little chance against the top 10 faceless. At that moment, the previously clear sky began to drizzle, as if mourning the lovers' parting. Lin Xiao sighed deeply. I'll see you off. No need. You should go. I want to watch you leave first. Lan Weiwei gently declined Lin Xiao's offer. Nodding, Lin Xiao turned and walked towards Cassilia City. Yet, as he turned, a volcano of anger erupted within him, making each step feel exceptionally heavy. The ground seemed to silently crack beneath his feet. This young man, who rarely lost his temper, now wore a face of iron determination, muttering through gritted teeth. The church, huh? Very well. You've really pissed me off. Only when Lin Xiao's figure vanished from sight did Lan Weiwei's strong facade crumble. She collapsed to the ground, covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Why? She cried out in agony, fully aware that the 1-month deadline was just self-deception. Once she entered the church, leaving again would be nearly impossible. At this moment, Pei quietly appeared beside Lan Weiwei, crouching down to offer her a handkerchief. Her usual mischievousness replaced by a serious tone, she said, Sister Weiwei, let's go. Everything will be okay once we return to the church. Lan Weiwei stood up in a daze, and after a fierce internal struggle, finally followed Pei's footsteps, gradually disappearing into the vast wilderness. At dusk, around 5:30 in the afternoon, back at the camp, Lin Xiao barely contained his inner rage. He knew well that while Weiwei's return to the church posed no immediate threat to her life, her freedom would be severely restricted. Though they might not meet again for some time, Lin Xiao was convinced that nothing was set in stone. As long as he became strong enough, he could change everything. As the ancient saying goes, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are nothing more than the laughable antics of clowns. His Dinosaur Island could now accommodate 100 giant beasts. A flicker of ambition crossed Lin Xiao's eyes as he imagined the future. When the iron hooves of these beasts flatten the church, how will those high and mighty people respond? He secretly vowed that one day he would personally lead an army to crush the church and bring Lan Weiwei back to his side. That day might come sooner than expected. Lin, your expression looks a bit scary. What's going on? Lu Yong asked with a hint of curiosity and concern as he looked at Lin Xiao, who had just returned. Snapping back to reality, Lin Xiao focused on Lu Yong. Nothing. he replied, then recalled something. By the way, where's the black knife I gave you the other day? Lu Yong immediately retrieved the black knife from beside him and handed it to Lin Xiao. Here it is, he explained. This knife is very sharp, crafted with advanced technology. Lin Xiao took the black knife, his fingers gently caressing the blade, feeling the power within. He slowly walked towards his tent, leaving a last remark. I'm going to rest for a bit. Don't disturb me unless necessary. Understood. Lu Yong nodded in agreement, watching Lin Xiao leave. As soon as he entered the tent, Lin Xiao activated the portal to Dinosaur Island. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in that eternally tranquil paradise. The weather was perfect, as if isolated from the storms of the outside world. Xiao Hum, Xiao Sha, and Xiao Lei, these three colossal creatures, each occupied their own territory, resting. Lin Xiao's gaze fell on the carcass of a high-level exotic beast on the ground. He walked over slowly, the black knife in his hand glinting faintly. With a swift stroke, the beast's abdomen was precisely cut open. Lin Xiao skillfully extracted the beast's core, then sliced through the keratin layer, revealing the core's white glow. Xiao Lei, it's time to evolve, Lin Xiao murmured, offering the core to the Thunder Dragon. The system's notification sounded immediately. Congratulations to the Island Master for completing the Divine Beast upgrade, earning 1,000 reputation points. Total reputation 3,000. Thunder Dragon quality, advanced. Skills, Vitality Surge, Courage Blessing. Attribute, would attribute upgrade. Lin Xiao carefully examined the newly unlocked skill information. Courage Blessing is a buff-type skill that increases the Divine Beast's strength, agility, and skill attributes. At that moment, Xiao Lei appeared even larger, with green luminescent lines forming across its body, significantly enhancing its skin toughness and various attributes. Despite sacrificing some speed and agility, Xiao Lei's overall defense was slightly higher than Xiao Hum's. This beast, with its formidable recovery abilities, would undoubtedly become the most solid support for Xiao Hum and Xiao Sha in battle. However, Lin Xiao also noticed that using Courage Blessing would place a significant burden on Xiao Lei. He decided to reserve this skill as a last resort, only to be used in dire situations. After all, if Xiao Lei were to suddenly vanish during a fight, it would be a fatal blow to Xiao Hum and Xiao Sha. After closing the system notification, Lin Xiao fell into contemplation. He still had 3 Beast King-level exotic beast cores, but without the necessary bones and blood, he couldn't proceed with the next evolution immediately. It seemed he would have to wait until the current mission ended to handle it. He calculated silently that perhaps he could also collect the reward from Zhongli by then and elevate Xiao Sha to the calamity level. That was his current top priority. In the following days, Lin Xiao's life fell into a monotonous routine. During the day, he went on missions, and at night, he rested at the temporary camp, day after day. Before he knew it, he had been stationed in the city of Cassilia for 6 days. As time passed, this once devastated city was gradually recovering. The streets were bustling again, shops were reopening, and repair work was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Residents who had fled to other cities for refuge were returning, breathing new life into the city. At this moment, Cassilia was beginning to show a level of prosperity comparable to that of Aronia. Just as Lin Xiao was dozing off on his bed in the temporary camp, a sudden urgent shout broke the silence. Lin, there's urgent news. Lin Xiao sat up groggily, only to see Lu Yong rushing into the tent, sweat pouring down his face and looking flustered as he said, "We've been kicked out of the Aronia team. Damn it, we were finally chosen, and now we're like homeless kids again." Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao didn't react much to this news. He calmly said, "Don't make a fuss." With that, he lay back down, hands behind his head, looking unconcerned. Lu Yong was a bit puzzled and asked, "Lin, aren't you worried at all? This is a big deal, and all the freshmen are in an uproar." Lin Xiao nonchalantly asked, "Is there any other news besides this?" Lu Yong sighed and said, "Yes, we might be assigned to the Cassilia team." This finally caught Lin Xiao's attention. He frowned and gestured for Lu Yong to sit down and explained slowly. Lu Yong sat on a nearby chair and explained, "Due to a previous Skyfall event, the Cassilia team was almost wiped out. Now, Cassilia is in an awkward position without any Beastmasters. I heard a rumor that a new Beast King-level chief might arrive today to take over as the chief of Cassilia City, and we will be assigned under his command as the first batch of new team members." After hearing this, Lin Xiao frowned even more. Although he wasn't in the Thousand Nations Alliance, he could roughly guess the situation. First, it's illogical for a city's main team to be guarded by a group of low to mid-level Beastmasters. Second, the fact that the Thousand Nations Alliance was assigning them as official members of the Cassilia team could only mean one thing. The Alliance was undergoing some large-scale personnel movements, urgently needing to consolidate forces and relocate high-level Beastmasters elsewhere. A thought crossed Lin Xiao's mind. What on earth is happening outside that the Thousand Nations Alliance has no choice but to leave an entire city in the hands of these inexperienced rookies? It seemed necessary to call his father and find out what was going on. "Get out here, you slackers." How long do you plan to sleep? A sharp, angry shout pierced the tranquility of the camp, jolting Lin Xiao from his thoughts. Damn, just like I said, the Qianghua Alliance has sent people again, Lu Yong muttered under his breath, his face instantly turning grim. Lin Xiao and Lu Yong quickly emerged from their tent, followed by other resting beast tamers. Originally a team of over 40, their numbers had dwindled to 38 due to recent casualties. They lined up neatly, all eyes fixed outside the camp. Standing there was Guotong, a former subordinate of Lan Weiwei, alongside a tall, handsome woman. This woman, in her mid-20s, exuded a somewhat androgynous aura and stood with a commanding presence, her voice loud and clear, making her almost appear male at first glance. What's going on? Yeah, why is there suddenly a Beast King level tamer here? Are we really going to be assigned to the Cassilia team? The beast tamers whispered among themselves, speculating. Guotong stepped forward, surveying the group, and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, I am your former captain, Guotong. Today, I have an announcement. You have been withdrawn from the Alonia team and are now officially part of the Cassilia team. Congratulations, you're no longer a subsidiary team, but full members. Guotong expected this news to elicit excitement, but instead, they all looked dejected. He coughed lightly and continued. I know joining the Alonia team was your dream, but Captain Lan had some issues, and now another captain is in charge. This is beyond my control, sorry. Hearing this, their expressions grew even darker, clearly feeling abandoned. At that moment, the woman next to Guotong suddenly shouted, Get it together. I didn't travel thousands of miles to cater to your feelings. Guotong was evidently exasperated by this fiery-tempered woman and continued introducing. Everyone, this is Xiaoyu, the former captain of Hawknose City, with Beast King level strength. She is now the captain of Cassilia City, your direct superior. That's all I have to say. The mention of Xiaoyu sent a jolt through the 30-some beast tamers, a flicker of fear crossing their eyes. This left Lin Xiao puzzled, wondering just how formidable this woman was. Xiaoyu stepped forward, her sharp gaze sweeping over them, and asked in a firm voice. Now, tell me, who among you is the strongest? They exchanged glances, hesitant to respond, as they were all newcomers with similar strengths. However, Lu Yong, Sun Qi, and Ding Letong seemed to have a different opinion. Reporting to the captain, Lin's strength is the greatest. Lu Yong suddenly announced loudly. Lin Xiao felt resigned, silently cursing Lu Yong for being meddlesome. Which one is Lin? Xiaoyu pressed further. Only then did Guotong look at Lin Xiao, breaking into a cold sweat. He knew of Lin Xiao's prowess, a formidable figure who could even take down Wumian. But since Lin Zhun had kept Lin Xiao's battle with Wumian under wraps, Guotong refrained from saying more. Him. Lu Yong unhesitatingly pointed to Lin Xiao. Xiaoyu's gaze locked onto Lin Xiao. Kid, what's your name? Before Lin Xiao could answer, Lu Yong chimed in again. His name is Lin Xiao. Hey kid, did I ask you? Xiaoyu glared at Lu Yong, her tone unfriendly. Lu Yong was immediately embarrassed, stepping back and murmuring, sorry. Xiaoyu slowly walked up to Lin Xiao, her hands clasped behind her back as she scrutinized the young man with sharp eyes. Suddenly, she spoke in a rough tone, her fingers rubbing her chin. Kid, I don't have time to test you or dig into your background. We're short on people right now, so let's cut to the chase. What do you want to say? Lin Xiao squinted slightly, his voice calm, yet edged with a hint of sharpness. Can you get straight to the point? This unexpected assertiveness momentarily stunned Xiaoyu, but then she showed a trace of interest. Haha, interesting. I guess you've reached an intermediate level. Lin Xiao remained silent, his gaze steady. A glint of sharpness flickered in Xiaoyu's eyes. Advanced? Whether you're a prodigy or not, reaching this level at such a young age means nothing to me. Remember, when you talk to me, address me as commander or squad leader. Standing nearby, Guotong wiped cold sweat from his forehead. He knew Lin Xiao's abilities far exceeded expectations, even surpassing Lan Weiwei's disaster-level strength. Xiaoyu was clearly unaware of the situation, and such confrontation could lead to unimaginable consequences. Lin Xiao spoke calmly. So, why did you call me here? Xiaoyu abruptly announced. I hereby appoint you as the deputy leader, to follow me and handle some matters. Kid, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, don't let it slip away. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, puzzled. Lu Yong and Sun Qi urgently urged. Classmate Lin, quickly agree. If you become the deputy leader, our lives will be easier. Otherwise, she'll really make our lives miserable. Seeing his companion's earnest expressions, Lin Xiao considered briefly and nodded. All right. Lu Yong and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoyu turned to Guotong. All right, Guotong, you can return to Alonia City. Guotong nodded in agreement, but whispered a warning to Xiaoyu before leaving. Commander, I know you have a fiery temper, but don't provoke Lin Xiao. This remark surprised Xiaoyu greatly. As the former commander of Hawknose City, she was notorious throughout the alliance of 1,000 nations. She had been dismissed for 2 years for abusing her subordinates, and there were even rumors of team members being beaten to the point of being unable to care for themselves. As a result, Over 2,000 cities refused to accept her. Now, with a shortage of personnel in Cassilia City, she was able to resume her role as commander. Xiaoyu frowned and asked, "Why? Is he special?" Huatong's tone was grave. "Don't ask, just don't provoke him. Remember my words." With that, he waved goodbye to the others and left gracefully. Xiaoyu glanced at Lin Xiao with a hint of surprise, her brows slightly furrowed. What was so special about this seemingly ordinary guy? However, she clearly didn't care about his background. Even if he had connections, if he crossed her, he wouldn't escape a lesson. Standing tall and proud, her gaze swept over the team before her like a hawk. "As your new captain," Xiaoyu's voice was cold and resolute. "I see our team is too weak, with only 38 members. But that won't stop me. I'll train you into the strongest beast tamers in no time." She paced forward, continuing, "To be a powerful beast tamer, it's not just about upgrading your beasts. Your physical fitness is crucial. Mental state, stamina, these are fundamental in battle. So, I will conduct special training for you." Xiaoyu abruptly stopped, her eyes like daggers scanning each face. "Starting now, run 100 laps around the stadium. No food until you finish." As soon as she finished speaking, the team erupted. Some cried out for their mothers, lamenting, "I don't want to be a beast tamer. I want to go home," while others whimpered, "I regret becoming a beast tamer." A few frail girls even fainted on the spot. Xiaoyu ignored the commotion, turning to Lin Xiao, and said coldly, "Vice Captain, you supervise. Anyone who doesn't complete it, deal with them as you see fit. If they're hurt, I'll take the blame." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked, "Then I don't have to run, right?" Xiaoyu nodded slightly. "Yes, if you think you're strong enough, you don't have to run. But if you fail in battle, I won't be lenient." Lin Xiao gave a faint smile, not responding. He now understood why everyone looked like they'd seen a ghost earlier. This woman was ruthless. Xiaoyu swaggered off to the temporary command post, leaving the team in shock. Lin Xiao looked at the 30-plus members and shouted, "What are you standing around for? Start running." Lu Yong immediately sidled up, blinking his eyes. "Lin, we three." Lin Xiao cut him off coldly. "Are you three asking for special treatment? Remember what I told you a few days ago. Hurry up." Lu Yong, Sun Qi, and Ding Letong, faces ashen, had no choice but to obediently join the others in running around the football field. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao leisurely pulled over a lounge chair, lay down comfortably, and closed his eyes to relax. Though the weather wasn't scorching, the sun was still intense. Running 100 laps around the football field was a training intensity that could break anyone. After only 4 laps, many were already stumbling from exhaustion. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, watching the beast tamers who looked like they'd lost their souls, grateful he had escaped this ordeal. However, his luck didn't last long. Xiaoyu suddenly emerged from the command post, calling out, "Vice Captain, come in here for a moment and massage my shoulders. I'm a bit tired." Lin Xiao's smile froze, and he turned incredulously. "What did you say?" Xiaoyu repeated impatiently. "Didn't you understand? I flew thousands of miles and I'm tired. Come in and massage my shoulders. Hurry up." Lin Xiao stood there, silently cursing, wondering if this woman was crazy. Just then, Lu Yong and his 2 companions, running nearby, witnessed the scene and gleefully taunted, "Haha. Lin, go on in and keep the captain company. Serve her well. Yeah, serve her well, and you'll be rewarded. Lin, I deeply sympathize with your situation." Lin Zhao's face turned a shade of steel, and he gritted his teeth. Another 100 laps. The 3 were instantly speechless, on the verge of tears. Asking him to give a back massage to a Beast King-level Beastmaster? Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. In his eyes, even a Calamity-level Beastmaster was insignificant, making this woman's request rather amusing. He slowly stood up and walked lightly towards Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu saw Lin Xiao enter, she turned and went into the command center. Without any hesitation, she removed her top, revealing a back as smooth as jade, and laid down on the bed. "Massage my back, need my legs, boy," she said playfully. "You seem like a youngster. I'm giving you a chance to touch my body. Consider it a gift." Lin Xiao stood beside Xiaoyu and suddenly drew a black blade from his beast-controlling device. The blade gleamed menacingly as he pointed it at Xiaoyu's neck. "I think you've misunderstood," he said coldly. "I'm not your servant and have no obligation to serve you. Also, don't treat me as someone you can summon and dismiss at will. In the Thousand Nations Alliance, no one dares to treat me like this." Xiaoyu was taken aback by his words and slowly got up. She stood there unabashedly before Lin Xiao, showing no embarrassment. She easily pinched the black blade out of his hand, a flicker of anger in her eyes. "What did you say? You think being offered the position of vice captain is too much for you? Are you dissatisfied? Want to have a fight?" Lin Zhao's lips curled slightly. "If a fight is what it takes to make you behave, I don't mind." Xiaoyu leisurely put on her t-shirt and smiled. "You've got spirit, kid. But this is Cassilia City. If you want to fight, you can only use assimilation, no releasing divine beasts. Of course, if you can't even assimilate, don't blame me." Lin Xiao sheathed his blade. "I'm happy to oblige." Xiaoyu was surprised. This kid can assimilate. She instantly activated her assimilation, her hair moving without wind, and the tables and chairs around her toppled in the fierce wind. Seeing this, Lin Xiao also activated his assimilation. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped in blue lightning. Lightning attribute. Xiaoyu was startled by the lightning covering Lin Xiao's body. Captain, I tend to not hold back, so don't blame me if you get hurt, Lin Xiao said, putting his black blade back into the beast-controlling device with a smile. You brat. So what if you have a lightning attribute? Xiaoyu's anger surged, feeling this guy was seriously underestimating her. She charged at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao raised his fist, covered in lightning, and collided with Xiaoyu's fist. Boom! A dull thud echoed, causing the entire temporary command center to tremble slightly. Without releasing divine beasts, it was impossible to determine someone's level unless they wore a badge indicating their rank. Assimilation could be used by advanced beastmasters. Xiaoyu guessed Lin Xiao might be the only advanced beastmaster in the team, explaining his boldness to challenge her. Wow! Look, the captain and vice captain are fighting. No way, really. At that moment, the beastmasters who were still running saw the commotion in the tent and were all shocked. Lu Yong shouted excitedly. Ha! That annoying woman seems to have provoked Lin. Interesting, interesting. There's no way she can beat Lin. Guys, stop running, sit down, and watch the show. He was so excited that he instantly forgot his fatigue. How could anyone miss such a spectacle? Lin Xiao versus Xia Yuan opportunity like this is once in a lifetime. Sun Shi was so excited he almost jumped up, shouting, Lin, take her down. Seize the position of the team captain. Beside him, Ding Letong remained silent, but the intense gleam in his eyes revealed his anticipation for the showdown. The other squad members, unaware of Lin Xiao's true strength, wore expressions of shock. Some whispered, how is Lin Xiao so powerful? Yeah, does he really dare to go head-to-head with Xiaoyu? Suddenly, as Lin Xiao and Xiaoyu clashed violently, the makeshift command center constructed from tents was instantly torn apart, with pieces of fabric and frames scattering everywhere. As the dust settled, Xiaoyu stood there, breathing heavily, her face dark with disbelief. She was stunned. How could this kid, after activating assimilation, match her strength? It was unbelievable. Even though the lightning attribute was known for its strong offense, she was a beast king-level beast tamer, and her assimilated wind attribute boasted formidable speed and attack power. What went wrong? Lin Xiao cracked his neck, a sharp glint in his eyes, and taunted, Captain, why are you out of breath? I'm just getting warmed up. You brat. How dare you? Xiaoyu, furious, clenched her fists and charged forward. Seeing this, Lin Xiao instantly stepped forward, pointing his index finger ahead, and shouted, lightning breath. In an instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning shot from Lin Xiao's fingertip, emitting a harsh buzzing sound. Xiaoyu crashed into the lightning, her body convulsing violently as she let out a painful scream. The beast tamers present were dumbfounded. Someone quietly explained, after activating assimilation, a beast tamer inherits the skills and attributes of the mythical beast. However, they don't need to use their mouth to unleash skills like the mythical beast, they can do it with a finger. Another added, but the downside is that no matter how strong a beast tamer is, they can't match the power of the mythical beast itself. That's an insurmountable gap. So, beast tamers ultimately have to rely on their mythical beasts in battle. Watching Xiaoyu, stunned by the electric shock, Lin Xiao swiftly closed in, delivering a fierce kick. Xiaoyu barely managed to protect her chest with her hands, but the impact sent her flying like a broken kite, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. Seizing the advantage, Lin Xiao dashed to Xiaoyu, looking down at her with disdain. Captain, is this all you've got? Is this the extent of your strength? He mocked, raising his foot for another kick. Stop! Xiaoyu hurriedly cried out, but Lin Xiao's attack showed no hesitation. Boom! Another heavy blow sent Xiaoyu flying once more, leaving a long trail on the ground. The surrounding beast tamers were left speechless, some exclaiming, damn, Lin is really ruthless. I've never seen anything like this before. After being kicked twice, Xiaoyu seemed to be truly enraged. She shouted, Moon Assault. Instantly, her form transformed into a gust of wind, her speed increasing dramatically. Facing Xiaoyu's sudden attack, Lin Xiao remained calm, stomping hard on the ground and shouting, Thunderquake strike. In a flash, a wave of lightning spread from Lin Xiao's feet, enveloping Xiaoyu, who was rushing forward, in a field of thunder. She was stunned, hurriedly using her speed to dodge, but still occasionally hit by lightning, letting out pained groans. At that moment, Xiaoyu felt thunderstruck not just physically, but mentally as well. She finally realized that this guy's combat skills and rhythm in releasing abilities were far beyond a new advanced beast tamer. Guotong's previous warning echoed in her mind. Never provoke Lin Xiao. Now, she truly understood the weight of those words. It was too late to heed Guotong's warning. Lin Xiao unleashed his thunderous attack attribute, charging forward with lightning speed, surrounded by crackling electricity as he expanded his thunder domain. Sizzle. Caught off guard, Xiaoyu was immobilized by the tremor and lightning strike. Her pride and her speed seemed fragile against the pure force of thunder. Lin Xiao seized this fleeting opportunity, closing the distance in a flash. His right fist, charged with streaks of lightning, smashed into Xiaoyu's chest with immense force. Crack! The sound of thunder clashing with flesh echoed as Xiaoyu spat out a mouthful of blood, her body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the fence surrounding the soccer field. Cough, cough. Damn it, how is this possible? Xiaoyu clutched her chest, her muscles stinging intensely from the electric shock. Before she could regain her footing, Lin Zhao's figure approached again, a faint smile on his face, yet his fist showed no mercy. Stop! No more! Xiaoyu finally conceded, but Lin Zhao's onslaught didn't waver. In a desperate moment, Xiaoyu was forced to release her assimilation state. Lin Zhao's fist stopped just 3 inches from her face, the force of it making her hair dance wildly. Had she not released her defense, this punch would have been merciless. Without her defenses, it would have been devastating. Seeing this, Lin Xiao also released his assimilation. 30 or so students sat on the ground in a daze, utterly speechless by the astonishing scene they had just witnessed. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyu finally backed down. Lin is amazing. Lu Yong was the first to applaud, relieved that if it weren't for Lin Xiao, they might still be running laps. Are you really an advanced beast tamer? Xiaoyu asked incredulously, slumped against the fence. Don't worry about my level, Lin Xiao replied calmly. Just speak respectfully in the future and don't order me around. Otherwise, I'll keep fighting until you submit. With that, he turned to the group of students still sitting on the ground. Seen enough? Get up and keep running. Puffed. Lu Yong almost choked on his laughter. Lin was even stricter than Xiaoyu. The 30 or so students, no longer afraid of Xiaoyu, now held Lin Xiao in greater reverence and quickly resumed their laps. Lin Xiao leisurely walked over to the lounge chair, lay down with a toothpick in his mouth, as if defeating a team captain was a trivial matter. It made sense his strength came from the enormous size and ancient dinosaur bloodline of his mythical beast, Xiao Sha. These advantages gave Xiao Sha's basic attributes a significant edge over ordinary mythical beasts. The energy feedback during assimilation was naturally stronger, which was the key to Lin Xiao's ability to defeat opponents of the same level. Xiaoyu slowly got up, clutching her aching chest, muttering to herself, that guy really hits hard. Clearly, she had forgotten her own reputation for ruthlessness. Yet, Xiaoyu wasn't one to hold grudges. In her eyes, only the strong were worthy of her respect. Lin Xiao's display of ruthlessness and strength indeed made Xiaoyu see the new deputy captain in a different light. Over the next hour, sweat flew across the training field as more than 30 team members ran tirelessly under Lin Xiao's strict supervision. Even so, they only managed to complete a little over 20 laps, and by now, everyone was utterly exhausted, collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Lu Yong lay on the ground, his breathing erratic, saliva uncontrollably pooling beneath him. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao stretched lazily and said casually, all right, go back and rest. However, the 30-odd people remained sprawled on the ground, clearly wishing for nothing more than to rest right where they were. From a distance, Xiaoyu observed the entire training process, her gaze constantly following Lin Xiao. This wasn't out of any improper intentions, but rather a genuine curiosity about this mysterious figure. Captain, training isn't achieved in a day. 20 laps today are more than enough, Lin Xiao said as he approached Xiaoyu. Fine, you're the one with the authority, you decide. Xiaoyu replied helplessly, a stark contrast to the authority she exuded upon arrival. By the way, why did the Thousand Nations Alliance send you here? Did something happen? Lin Xiao asked. Xiaoyu paused. You don't know? How would I know? The city of Alonia detected a potential ghost level or higher skyfall. Surrounding cities are mobilizing beastmasters, so I was temporarily reinstated as the captain of Cassilia City. Ghost level or higher. So that means a berserker level beast might appear? The specifics aren't clear, but it's definitely troublesome. Xiaoyu shook her head. Our task is to protect Cassilia City, but with such limited forces, we probably can't even handle a single disaster-level beast. Cassilia City isn't far from Alonia City. If a large-scale skyfall happens there, this place won't escape the impact. I suggest you issue an order to prepare to abandon the city if necessary, Lin Xiao stated bluntly. Abandon the city? Are you kidding? Cassilia City has just begun to recover. Our mission is... Hold out, Lin Xiao interrupted. Don't be foolish. Out of 30-some people, how many can actually fight? With such limited forces, how do you plan to defend? Wait to die? Shouldn't we notify the returning citizens to evacuate to other cities for refuge? That's not my concern. You'll have to decide that yourself, Lin Xiao said before heading back to his quarters. As Lin Xiao pondered alone, he realized this was exactly as he had anticipated. The church was beginning its retaliation. If a ghost level or higher skyfall occurred, Alonia City would face its most brutal battle in years. Countless civilians and beastmasters would perish in this catastrophe. But in a post-apocalyptic world, how can one hope for peace? Lan Weiwei being suddenly taken back to the church by the Pope was likely to prevent her from getting caught in this disaster. At this moment, Lin Xiao wasn't worried about others. His only concern was for his parents and sister. As high-ranking officials, they would undoubtedly be at the forefront once the battle commenced. On the morning of April 24th, 2150, as dawn broke, Lin Xiao had been in the city of Cassilia for 7 days. The city, which had just regained its calm, was once again plunged into turmoil. In the broadcasting hall of the city center, Xiaoyu stood before the microphone, her voice echoing through the speakers in every corner of the city. Attention all residents of Cassilia City, please evacuate the urban area by 6 p.m. today. A large-scale meteor shower is expected soon. To avoid unnecessary casualties, please act immediately. Her voice resonated through the streets, and residents emerged from their homes, their expressions filled with shock. Discontented murmurs arose from the crowd. Damn it, we just got back, and now we have to leave again. We have to work and support our families. This is going to ruin us. Meanwhile, the security team quickly mobilized, assisting the citizens in their evacuation according to Xiaoyu's instructions. This group of ordinary people acted as the city's guardians, maintaining order. Half an hour later, Xiaoyu wearily exited the broadcasting room. Lin Xiao leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, and asked, "Is it over?" Xiaoyu sighed. "Yes, but I don't know if they'll follow the instructions. After all, this is the second evacuation." Lin Xiao spoke frankly, "We've done our duty. Their choices are their own responsibility. We can't stay here much longer." Xiaoyu pondered, frowning. "But where can we go? Alonia City is on lockdown, and to reach Millennium City, we have to pass through there. Should we evacuate with the citizens?" Lin Xiao firmly rejected the idea. "No. A mass migration of 2 million people will attract monsters. Following them would be a death sentence." Xiaoyu realized, "You're right. So what do we do?" Lin Xiao suggested. "Take essential supplies and tents, and find a secluded spot to set up a temporary camp. Let's observe for a few days before making any decisions. After all, the meteor shower hasn't happened yet, and the situation is unclear." Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Although the future was uncertain, the atmosphere had not yet reached a critical point. The two began preparing for the impending unknown challenges, though a sense of unease lingered in their hearts. Even though the catastrophe hasn't occurred yet, and the church remains silent, everything seems harmonious. However, this tranquility is merely the calm before the storm. After Xiaoyu and Lin Xiao returned to their base, they immediately began planning. A group of 30 to 40 people swiftly packed the tents and loaded them onto trucks, with the convoy heading out of the city. After carefully examining the map, Lin Xiao chose a hilly area 30 kilometers from the city of Aeronia as their new base. The elevated terrain allowed them to use long-range drones to clearly observe the situation in Aeronia. Upon arrival, everyone got to work. Lin Xiao stood atop a hill, hands in his pockets, calmly gazing into the distance. Xiaoyu walked over to stand beside him. "This place is great. It really gives you a commanding view," Xiaoyu remarked. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. "It is indeed." Xiaoyu curiously asked, "Which city do you live in?" "Millennium City," Lin Xiao replied succinctly. Xiaoyu was surprised. "Millennium City? That's the headquarters of the United Nations. Only the wealthy and influential live there. What does your family do?" Lin Xiao casually replied. "My family works for the Union." Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully. Coming from the border city of Hawknos, she had longed to see Millennium City. Now, being in Cassilia City, she felt a step closer to her dream. Yet, Lin Xiao, a privileged child from Millennium City, had chosen to be in this perilous place, which genuinely surprised her. At that moment, Lu Yong hurried over to report, "Captain, Vice Captain, all 40 tents have been set up." Xiaoyu immediately ordered, "Good. Now deploy 2 long-range drones, one to Aeronia City and one to Cassilia City. Keep a close watch on both cities. I have a feeling the catastrophe might erupt soon." Lu Yong respectfully complied and left. Xiaoyu turned to Lin Xiao and suggested, "Vice Captain, let's take a walk and familiarize ourselves with the surrounding terrain." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, and they headed down the hill. Xiaoyu watched Lin Xiao's back, puzzled. What is this guy worried about? Meanwhile, a black armored vehicle was slowly approaching Aeronia City. In the backseat sat 2 men wearing white masks, known as Number 9 and Number 10. Number 9 was short and slight, while Number 10 was muscular, with a fierce dragon tattooed on his arm. Number 10 impatiently asked, "How much further to Aeronia City?" The driver, wearing a black mask, responded, 30 kilometers more, Master Faceless." Number 10 barked, "Too slow. The catastrophe is about to erupt in 30 minutes. Speed up." The driver complied by pressing the accelerator. Number 10 sneered, "I haven't killed anyone in 10 days. I'm itching for a fight. Once we reach Aeronia City, I'm going to have a good brawl." Number 9 coolly commented, "Brute. Suhai, do you think we'll encounter those generals on their mission in the desert when we reach Aeronia City?" Kuei Shan's rough voice boomed from the back seat. His massive frame nearly filled the entire space, arms crossed over his chest, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "We should. replied Suhai calmly, his face hidden behind a mask labeled number 9. The alliance of 1,000 nations has dispatched 4 generals, including Yin Chuan. That makes 5. Kuei Shan suddenly grew excited, clenching his fists unconsciously. Haha, that's great. I can't wait to have a little fun with those 5. His gaze pierced through his mask, burning with a fierce fighting spirit. Suhai's tone carried a hint of warning. Kuei Shan, remember, our mission is to guide the beasts to attack Eronia City, not to engage directly. Those generals are as powerful as we are, especially Yun Chuan, known as the Emperor above the clouds. His strength is unfathomable. Don't be reckless. Stop nagging. Kuei Shan interrupted impatiently. I hate going on missions with you. My mountain-shaking ape has been itching to smash Yun Chuan's head. Don't get in my way this time. Suhai, unwilling to argue further, closed his eyes and fell silent. Suddenly, Kuei Shan's attention shifted to the view outside the window. Huh? Why are there so many mounds on the hills ahead? He squinted, inspecting the 40 tents in the distance. Those are low-level beast tamers retreating from Caesarea City. Ignore them. Keep driving, Suhai said nonchalantly. But Kuei Shan laughed excitedly. Haha, I feel like killing someone. Who cares what they are? Stop the car. The driver hesitated but didn't slow down. Kuei Shan immediately flew into a rage, raising his fist like a sledgehammer towards the driver's head. Damn it, I said stop the car, are you deaf? With a dull thud, the driver's head was crushed before he could even react. The vehicle spiraled out of control, swerving wildly for over 100 meters. Suhai swiftly grabbed the steering wheel, steadying the car, and brought it to a slow halt. Damn it, Kuei Shan, you're a madman. You killed one of our own. Suhai seethed with anger, tossing the driver's corpse out of the car and taking the wheel himself. Kuei Shan showed no remorse, merely flexing his fists. Damn, the guy couldn't even take a hit. I didn't even use my full strength, and he's dead. Do you think everyone can withstand your punches? The driver's gone. Who's going to drive? Suhai asked through gritted teeth. Haha, you drive yourself. I'll go deal with the trash on the hill and catch up with you later. Kuei Shan kicked open the car door and stepped out. You've got half an hour. Hurry up, Suhai reminded him. Don't worry, it won't take more than 3 minutes. Kuei Shan cracked his neck, like a beast ready to pounce, and charged towards the hill. Suhai, uninterested in dealing with the brute any longer, hit the gas and drove toward Eronia City. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Xiaoyu were making their way down a slope. Lin Xiao's attention was suddenly drawn to a black armored vehicle in the distance. Why is there a car here? He watched as it kicked up dust and disappeared from view. Xiaoyu's face changed instantly. That's a vehicle from the church. The church. Lin Xiao frowned deeply. Is the heavenly fall about to begin? I didn't expect the church to arrive so soon. Before they could react, a maniacal laugh erupted behind them. Ahaha. Looks like my luck's not bad, running into beast king level tamers. Mountain shaking ape. Charge. A massive earth-colored ape charged towards Lin Xiao and Xiaoyu with incredible speed, the ground trembling beneath its feet. Get out of the way, Xiaoyu cried out, instinctively pushing Lin Xiao aside. Boom. A loud, dull explosion reverberated through the air. Xiaoyu quickly activated her assimilation skill, yet was still hit squarely on the left shoulder by the mountain-shaking ape. The sound of bones shattering was unmistakable, and her entire left arm was instantly pulverized. Her body was flung backward like a kite with a broken string. Blood gushed from her mouth as the Beast King badge on her chest glinted in the sunlight. This was precisely why Kuei Shan had deliberately avoided striking lethal areas. What a useless piece of trash, so disappointing. Kuei Shan sighed disdainfully as he looked at the gravely injured Xiaoyu. Faceless, number 10. Xiaoyu's trembling voice was filled with deep fear. Nearby, Lin Xiao frowned, thinking to himself, what rotten luck to run into one of the top 10 faceless. Lin Xiao, go back and tell them to retreat. Xiaoyu struggled to shout. Kuei Shan smirked coldly. Retreat? Huh, that kid's already scared stiff. Where's he gonna run? I thought you could entertain me for a few minutes, but you were taken down in one blow. My mistake, it's been too long since I killed anyone. Got too excited, should have held back. Lin Xiao, are you paralyzed with fear? Don't just stand there, go. If you don't, we're all dead. Xiaoyu looked at the motionless Lin Xiao, nearly in despair. She thought, this guy was so fierce when we fought. Why is he frozen now? Probably intimidated by this brutal mountain-shaking ape. As the team leader, Xiaoyu reacted swiftly. Seeing Lin Xiao unresponsive, she immediately raised her right hand, ready to release a divine beast to hold off Kuei Shan. But suddenly, a warm, strong hand pressed down on her wrist. You focus on your injuries, I'll handle him, Lin Xiao said with a determined gaze fixed on Kuei Shan. Are you insane? He's one of the top 10 faceless. Even I can't last 10 moves against him, Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Oh, kid, trying to play hero to impress the lady? You don't even have a proper Beastmaster badge. Get lost, I'll kill you later. Kuei Shan sneered dismissively. Lin Xiao ignored Kuei Shan's taunts and calmly told Xiaoyu. Captain, I'm not a senior Beastmaster. Like you, I'm at the Beast King level. This statement struck Xiaoyu like a bolt of lightning, leaving her stunned. I knew it. But that doesn't change anything. Turning to Kuei Shan, Lin Xiao spoke calmly. That faceless. How do you compare to Yu Pei'er in strength? Kuei Shan was visibly taken aback. You know that woman? Yes, so? You haven't answered my question. Haha, I'll surpass that woman sooner or later. Kuei Shan laughed heartily. Oh, so you're not her equal, but I suppose you'll do. Lin Zhao's words trailed off as he raised his right hand. Boom. With a thunderous sound, Xiaoheng suddenly appeared before everyone. When Lin Xiao released the gigantic creature, Kuei Shan's movements froze instantly. The rugged face beneath his mask twisted before he burst into a fit of wild laughter. Not far away, Xiaoyu stared at the divine beast Lin Xiao summoned, momentarily stunned. This isn't right. Aren't you supposed to have lightning attributes? How did you suddenly switch to metal attributes? She recalled their previous sparring sessions, where Lin Xiao clearly used lightning assimilation, yet now he summoned a metal attribute divine beast, leaving her utterly confused. Lin Xiao ignored Xiaoyu's confusion, focusing intently on analyzing Kuei Shan's information. The quality of the mountain-shaking ape, its disaster skills, the giant rock crash, stone giant, earth burst attribute status, and health condition. As these data points surfaced in his mind, a slight smile formed on Lin Zhao's lips, indicating he had already devised a strategy. Kid, done with your analysis? Kuei Shan impatiently shouted. All set, bring it on. Lin Xiao took a step forward, directing Xiaoheng to prepare for the attack. Kuei Shan grinned. Giant rock crash. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the mountain-shaking ape was instantly clad in a thick, earth-yellow armor, charging fiercely at Xiaoheng. At the moment of collision, the air tore apart, and the ground scattered in every direction. Xiaoheng hit the ground hard. Yet Lin Xiao remained unfazed, had gained experience in dealing with ape-type divine beasts during his battle with Malos Inferno Ape. It still doesn't work, Xiaoyu murmured, her face filled with worry as she clutched her injured arm. You're quite resilient. Seems I won't finish you in 3 minutes, Kuei Shan remarked, showing a hint of admiration at the giant beast getting back on its feet. Finish me in 3 minutes? You're dreaming, Lin Xiao retorted with a cold smile. In fact, it's I who will finish you in 3 minutes. Kuei Shan was momentarily taken aback before he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, metal attributes have high defense, but lack attack power. How do you plan to kill me? Xiao Xia, come on out, Lin Xiao called, waving his hand. Boom. A shark-toothed dragon, even larger than the mountain-shaking ape, descended with a thunderous impact, shaking the ground. Whoa, 2 of them. Xiaoyu's expression shifted from despair to shock in an instant. Kuei Shan was also stunned by this unexpected turn of events. I thought I'd just kill a few people for fun, but it seems I've met a tough opponent, Kuei Shan admitted, momentarily intimidated by the shark-toothed dragon, which towered over the mountain-shaking ape. And Lin Xiao had yet to summon Xiao Lei, the even larger would attribute divine beast that could create an overwhelming sense of pressure with its earth-shattering hooves. Unfortunately, Xiao Lei's speed is just too slow. Unless the opponent stands still like a target, trying to use it to kill a beast or a divine creature is as difficult as reaching the sky. 2 against 1, do you think we have a chance? Lin Xiao smirked, a playful tone in his voice. Damn it, you're too arrogant, stone giant. Kuei Shan was enraged by the sudden summoning of 2 giant beasts by Lin Xiao and immediately unleashed the second skill of his mountain-shaking ape. As a top 10 fighter on the faceless list, Kuei Shan indeed had his strengths. The mountain-shaking ape's body rapidly expanded, gradually covered in thick rock, doubling in size, and emitting an overwhelming sense of pressure. Earth attributes aren't fast to begin with, and using such pure power skills only makes it slower. Am I right? Lin Xiao said calmly, hands in his pockets. Haha, so what? In the face of absolute power, Kuei Shan's words were cut off by Lin Xiao. Yes, in the face of absolute power, flashy attacks are just for show. But that depends on whether you can truly crush the opposition. If we have the same absolute power, your advantage means nothing. Lin Xiao's mockery infuriated Kuei Shan. Oh really? You're quite cocky, kid. Mountain-shaking ape? Crush their heads. The massive mountain-shaking ape stomped heavily towards Xiaoheng and Xiao Xia. Seeing his opponent take the bait, Lin Xiao smiled slightly. What a simple-minded brute. Magnetic storm. At Lin Xiao's command, the metallic scales on Xiaoheng's body vibrated intensely, pulling metal substances from the ground to form a storm around the mountain-shaking ape. Although its speed was halved, it continued to advance. Ha! Kid, are you stupid or just pretending? My mountain-shaking ape's rock defense is strong enough, and you just gave it an iron armor? Interesting. Kuei Shan laughed heartily. Xiaoyu frowned. Lin Xiao, that's not how you fight. Clearly, no one present understood Lin Xiao's intentions. Lin Xiao didn't explain but acted again. Thunder shock. Xiao Xia took a step forward, releasing a dazzling blue lightning that spread outwards. Xiaoyu quickly dodged, having experienced the power of this move before. With 2 slowing effects combined, the mountain-shaking ape's speed dropped to a crawl. Earth attributes are already known for being slow, and now it was barely able to move. Since battling Payer, Lin Xiao had realized that fighting isn't just about brute force, it requires brains too. And Kuai Shan was a typical brute, falling right into his trap. Is this supposed to tickle me? Kuai Shan scoffed at the mountain-shaking ape, now slowed by lightning. You won't think so in a moment. Xiao Lei stomp it out. Boom. The ground shook violently as Xiao Lei finally had its moment to shine. This usually nurturing giant transformed into a deadly weapon, charging at the immobilized mountain-shaking ape. 40 tons combined with elemental attack, can you withstand it? Lin Xiao asked with a smile. Before Kuai Shan and Xia Yu could react, Xiao Lei's massive hoof was already raised high, crashing down with the force of a landslide. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the mountain-shaking ape's entire body was driven into the ground, forming a massive crater with a diameter of several dozen meters. Under Xiao Lei's feet, all beings are equal. After 2 evolutions, this colossal creature now weighs an astonishing 40 tons. When it raises its hoof for a powerful stomp, the explosive force exceeds 200 tons, equivalent to the impact of 2 heavy tanks concentrated at a single point. Even the disastrous-level mythical beast, the mountain-shaking ape, could not escape such a ferocious blow. This was proven when Xiao Lei stomped it into a deep pit, leaving its chest cavity sunken and breaking no fewer than 8 ribs. This happened despite the ape's dual defense of iron scabs and rocky armor. Without such protection, it might have perished on the spot. From a distance, Xia Yu watched the scene in stunned silence, his throat dry with shock. He couldn't help but mock himself. Sorry, I underestimated it. Damn. Kuei Shan was furious seeing his cherished mythical beast rendered immobile. He shouted angrily. Ground explosion. With a thunderous roar, the mountain-shaking ape unleashed its strongest move. The remaining rocks on its body shattered, sending a massive shockwave that forced the 40-ton Xiao Lei to stagger back a few steps. Further away, Xiao Heng and Xiao Sha were knocked off balance by the shockwave. It must be admitted that the power of those ranked in the top 10 of the Faceless is truly extraordinary. Such a fierce attack would be unbearable for most mythical beasts. Yet, the mountain-shaking ape not only survived but also managed to counterattack. Lin Xiao frowned in thought. It seems that the top 10 of the Faceless are indeed beyond the reach of ordinary beast tamers. Despite surviving, the mountain-shaking ape was severely injured. More importantly, it had used up all its rocky defenses, significantly reducing its defense capabilities. Lin Xiao keenly seized this opportunity and immediately ordered, Fearless charge, Thunder Breath. Xiao Heng responded promptly, charging with thunderous hooves. Xiao Sha followed closely, ready to strike. A dazzling thunderbolt shot across the sky as Xiao Heng and Xiao Sha coordinated their fierce assault. Boom. Crash. Xiao Heng's furious charge was like tripping a giant, causing the mountain-shaking ape to lose balance instantly. Simultaneously, Xiao Sha's thunder breath hit its mark. Lightning crackled and spread across the ape's body, scorching its skin black. With a resounding crash, the ape, which had just managed to stand, fell heavily once more. Kuei Shan's face was pale beneath his mask, unable to believe he had been defeated by a mere beast king-level tamer. As one of the top 10 Faceless, his pride was unshakable. Throughout history, becoming Faceless required extreme conditions. Each Faceless possessed extraordinary combat power and unique abilities. Like other Faceless, Kuei Shan was taken by the church from a young age and trained into a cold-hearted war machine. Decades of slaughter filled him with malice, making him an unyielding butcher. The number of beast tamers who died by his hand likely surpassed any other Faceless. Yet, he was not satisfied and yearned to become stronger, aiming for higher ranks among the Faceless. Today, he intended to kill a few for amusement, but unexpectedly encountered such a formidable opponent. Lin Xiao coldly stared at Kuei Shan and said mercilessly, Isn't this enough? Do you think I'll give you any chance to catch your breath? Don't be foolish, it's not going to happen. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, the sky changed colors abruptly. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed Xiao Sha's most powerful attack, Heaven's Justice. Simultaneously, the shark-toothed dragon raised its head and shot a dazzling blue lightning beam straight into the sky. Boom. The firmament was instantly lit up by the electric light. The mountain-shaking ape, just getting back on its feet, was struck squarely on the head by a massive, raging lightning bolt. A crack appeared on its skull, and blood slowly trickled down the fissure. Seeing this, Xia Yu couldn't help but exclaim, Who says the Cassilia team doesn't have strong members? Lin Xiao alone is as good as an entire squad. Even a group of 100 or 200 would struggle against the Faceless. Kuei Shan looked at the gravely injured mountain-shaking ape with a grim face. He knew that there was no point in arguing anymore. Despite its formidable power, the mountain-shaking ape couldn't withstand the continuous attacks from 3 giant beasts and was now on its last legs. Just as Lin Xiao was about to deliver the finishing blow, the sky 30 kilometers away suddenly filled with dark clouds, flickering with lightning and causing a tempest. In an instant, a massive void rift opened above the city of Aronia. Seeing this, Kuei Shan quickly said, It seems the skyfall has begun. Kid, I don't have time to play with you anymore. Next time we meet, I'll kill you. With that, he forcibly recalled the severely injured mountain-shaking ape and prepared to flee. Lin Xiao gazed at the phenomenon above the city, murmuring to himself, "So, this is the skyfall." It was clear that this was his first time witnessing the entire process of a skyfall. Previously, he had only seen the aftermath of the beast's descent, but this time he saw an actual void rift tearing open in the sky. The power of the dark dimension was evident, having mastered void teleportation technology. Thinking about the formidable opponents he might face in the future, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. He then noticed Kuei Shan's words and sneered. "You think you can escape after I've beaten you this badly? Is that even possible?" Kuei Shan scoffed. "Huh. You'd have to catch me first." With that, he raised his hand and shouted, "Assimilate." Instantly, his body was covered in thick yellow earth, quickly solidifying into hard rock. He turned and fled at full speed. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately released Thunder Breath, but the lightning beam struck Kuei Shan's body to no effect. He then remembered that the top 10 faceless were inherently powerful, and sighed inwardly. At that moment, Xiaoyu suddenly stepped forward, saying, "Let me handle this." Ignoring her already fractured left arm, she raised her right hand. With a hiss, a giant divine eagle with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters appeared before everyone. Wind Sovereign Eagle, Quality, Beast King. Skills, Moonstrike, Windfall Kill, Crescent Sky Roar. Attribute, Wind. Status, Healthy. Xiaoyu introduced briefly, giving Lin Xiao a meaningful look. Lin Xiao understood and nodded slightly. He leaped onto the eagle's back and grabbed the reins. With the powerful flapping of the Wind Sovereign Eagle's wings, they soared into the sky. Watching this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but think, I should get myself a wind dragon as a mount. With something like this, who would be afraid of not catching up to someone? It would be quite the spectacle as a mount. At this moment, after initiating assimilation, Quishin's body defense greatly increased, and his running speed was not to be underestimated. His physical capabilities far surpassed those of the other faceless ones. Even Pei'er was left in the dust. Though Xiaoheng and Xiaosha could keep up, taking down such an agile opponent was no easy task. Quishin glanced back, seeing that the pursuers hadn't caught up yet. He grinned and sped up even more. Suddenly, a deep, raspy eagle's cry echoed from the sky. He looked up abruptly to see a massive creature with a wingspan of nearly 8 meters hovering overhead. Damn it! Quishin's face darkened as he instinctively quickened his pace. Through the beast control device, Xiaomun reminded Lin Xiao, "Hold on tight." "Got it, let's do it." "Assimilate." Lin Xiao replied succinctly, then activated the lightning attribute assimilation. He gripped the reins around the neck of the wind-riding rock with his left hand and swiftly drew a black blade with his right. Blue lightning crackled around the blade, resembling an electric sword. Lin Xiao crouched low, his gaze intensely focused on Quishin below. Moonstrike. Xiaomun decisively activated the wind-riding rock skill. The rock spiraled downward, rapidly gathering wind elements to form a descending hurricane, aimed directly at Quishin. "You damn pest. You never give up." Boulder charge. Quishin, enraged, charged toward the diving rock. Boom. The rock's sharp talons clashed fiercely with Quishin's fists. The enormous impact forcefully pushed Quishin back several dozen meters, leaving 2 clear skid marks on the ground. "Quishin, it's over." Lin Xiao smirked coldly, holding the electric blade. "You bastards. You've gone too far." Quishin was about to unleash a second skill when he saw Lin Xiao leap off the back of the wind-riding rock. With the wind and blue lightning at his back, Lin Xiao's black blade carved a graceful blue arc in the air, striking down toward Quishin's neck. The blade sliced through the thick rock, leaving a several centimeter-long gash in the flesh, with blood splattering instantly. "It's over." Xiaomun swiftly maneuvered the wind-riding rock to ascend. The rock's talons seized Quishin's fists, its wings beating fiercely as it hoisted him into the air. Upon reaching a certain height, its talons suddenly released, sending Quishin plummeting like a kite with a broken string. Windfall Slash. Without hesitation, Xiaomun unleashed a second skill. The wind-riding rock's wings flapped forcefully, sending countless gusts like blades slashing toward Quishin's body. Damn it! Quishin's expression changed drastically as he faced the oncoming wind blades. Suspended in midair, he had no way to evade, futilely attempting to raise his beast control device to summon the mountain-shaking ape for defense. At that moment, Lin Xiao, standing on the ground, suddenly raised his black blade, aiming at Quishin's arm, preparing to throw. Whoosh! The black blade in Lin Xiao's hand, wrapped in blue lightning, flew out and transformed into a streak of lightning. Thud! The black blade pierced through Kuei Shan's wrist with precision, followed by countless invisible sharp winds that left bloody marks on his body. Kuei Shan's body plummeted straight down, crashing heavily onto the ground with an earth-shattering noise. His massive form created a huge crater, with cracks spreading out like a spider web. Kuei Shan spat out a mouthful of thick blood, mixed with shattered internal organs. I can't believe I'm going to die at the hands of two Beast King-level opponents. I'm not willing. Kuei Shan roared, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Xiao walked slowly towards Kuei Shan, stepping onto his chest, and pulled the black blade from his wrist. Any last words? Lin Xiao asked, looking down at Kuei Shan with eyes as cold as midnight stars. Just as Kuei Shan was about to speak, Lin Xiao's blade swiftly sliced across his neck. Blood spurted out from the artery as Kuei Shan's eyes widened with hatred. Struggling in endless regret and resentment, Kuei Shan's body twitched a few times before succumbing to the inevitable fate of death. A once formidable figure in the top 10 fell so desolately on the wasteland, dying with frustration and unwillingness. Lin Xiao shook the blood off his black blade and leaped onto the Divine Eagle to return to Xiaoyu's side. Xiaoyu retrieved the wind-controlling Divine Eagle and let out a long breath. Finally, it's over. As soon as she spoke, her body went limp, collapsing to the ground. In just a few intense minutes of battle, Xiaoyu had reached her limit. The excessive blood loss combined with controlling the divine beast to pursue Kuei Shan left her exhausted. For a severely injured Beast King-level Beast Master to coordinate so flawlessly with Lin Xiao demonstrated Xiaoyu's extraordinary strength. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao carried Xiaoyu back to the camp for emergency bandaging. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao's little Thunder Beast could only heal his own divine beast, leaving Xiaoyu to recover on her own. Lu Yong saw the unconscious Xiaoyu and was shocked. What happened to the chief captain? Did you encounter a beast? It's nothing, just a minor injury, Lin Xiao said as he emerged from the tent. He then asked, how's the long-range drone deployment going? Lu Yong reported. A sky rift appeared above Erroneous City, and it's estimated that a large number of beasts will fall soon. We've detected Minister Lin and 5 generals leading nearly 2,000 beast masters preparing to defend outside the city. The long-range drone can last for another 3 hours. All right, take me to see. Lin Xiao followed Lu Yong into the tent. Inside, a projector displayed 2 scenes on a large screen, one of Cassilia City and the other showing the current state of Erroneous City. Lu Yong acted swiftly, bringing over a chair for Lin Xiao as soon as he entered. Lin Xiao sat down gracefully, crossing his legs, his gaze fixed on the large screen. The screen displayed the current situation in Erroneous City. Lin, are we just going to watch? Lu Yong asked cautiously, not taking his eyes off Lin Xiao, who was fully absorbed. Let's observe for now, Lin Xiao replied calmly. Erroneous City has 5 generals stationed there. It won't fall easily. Lu Yong nodded at this, refraining from further questions, and stood respectfully behind Lin Xiao. On the screen, the wilderness outside Erroneous City became the focal point of this impending disaster. Some might wonder why. If the calamity comes from a sky rift, it doesn't open directly above the city, allowing the beasts to fall right in. This question was answered half a century ago. Tearing a spatial rift requires extremely advanced technology, achievable only by powerful civilizations from the dark dimension. However, this technology seems not yet fully matured and can only be executed in specific spaces free from interference. Every city is surrounded by a massive artificial magnetic field that, while harmless to humans, distorts the space above the city. It's like a reverse pocket, tightly gripped by the magnetic field, only openable from the inside. Thus, the disaster can't occur within the city but must be initiated from outside. The wilderness around Erroneous City is one such area not covered by the magnetic field. On the walls of Erroneous City, nearly 10 high-ranking officials from the Thousand Nations Alliance, led by Lin Jun, gathered, including 2 familiar faces from the Elder Council. Erroneous City, the gateway to Millennium City, had never faced a beast attack in a century. Millennium City is considered an absolutely safe haven. Yet today, Erroneous City is about to face a ghost-level threat. If the defense fails, it could affect Millennium City, the stronghold of the Thousand Nations Alliance. If Millennium City falls, the entire alliance could collapse instantly. The battle is destined to be fierce, but Lin Jun is determined to hold the line at all costs, ensuring Millennium City remains unaffected. Besides Lin Jun and the high-ranking officials, there were 5 generals present, 3 men and 2 women, named Yun Xuan, Fu Yong, Nightingale, Mu Feng, and Lingling. Although the generals are ranked, unlike the faceless ones, the ranking doesn't fully indicate their strength. For instance, Yun Xuan, ranked 8th, became a general later but is hailed as the strongest water beast master. Each general has been through countless trials of blood and fire, each possessing unique, formidable strengths. Yun Xuan, we haven't seen each other in years, one of the generals joked. You look well-fed and fair, it's enviable. I'm out in the desert fighting beasts all the time. When will I get to enjoy life like you? How about we switch places, suggested Fu Yong with a smile, standing beside Yun Xuan. This nearly 6'3" man towered over Yun Xuan, his handsome face always adorned with a friendly smile, making him appear approachable. He seemed to be around 26 or 27 years old. Fine, I'll head to the desert, Yun Xuan replied tersely, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Haha, I was just kidding, don't take it seriously, Fu Yong quickly explained, seeing Yunchuan's serious expression. Fu Yong, don't you know Lord Yun doesn't like jokes? He's the emperor of the clouds, after all, very high status, chimed in a 20-something girl with pigtails, dressed in a Lolita outfit, standing next to Fu Yong, showing her pearly white teeth as she laughed. Yunchuan glanced coldly at the girl named Lingling and said, Lingling, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Hey, Yunchuan, why do you always have that sour face? Who owes you money? Can't you just smile once in a while? Lingling retorted angrily, hands on her hips. Enough. You two start bickering the moment you meet. It's a good thing to keep you apart. Lin Zhen interjected sternly, casting a glance at the quarreling group. Startled by Lin Zhen's sharp rebuke, Lingling stuck out her little pink tongue and dared not say more. At that moment, the massive tear in the sky had persisted for nearly half an hour, and it seemed like a cataclysm was brewing. The 2,000 beast tamers on the city wall were not as relaxed as the 5 generals. Each was on high alert, their eyes filled with seriousness. As the air fell silent, a black armored vehicle slowly made its way toward Aronia City along a small path near the wilderness. Finally, the vehicle stopped outside the city gate, and a man dressed in black, wearing a number 9 mask, stepped out slowly. Su-hai, Fu Yong muttered, frowning as he watched the approaching figure. Su-hai walked to the front of the armored vehicle, glanced at the high-ranking officials led by Lin Zhen on the city wall, and suddenly shouted, Everyone's here. It seems you're all ready to welcome the cataclysm. Fu Yong stepped forward, placing a foot on the edge of the city wall, and mocked. Oh, who do we have here? Just you, the trash. Where are the other faceless? Unfazed by Fu Yong's taunts, Su-hai calmly replied. The other faceless have their tasks. This time, it's just me and Quishin to meet you all. Hearing this, Lin Zhen frowned and asked, Quishin? Where is he? He's dealing with some escapees from Cassilia City. He'll be back soon, Su-hai explained, then added. He's quite eager to crush Yunchuan's head. So, which one of you is the Emperor of the Clouds? However, both Yunchuan and Lin Zhen were more focused on the mention of Cassilia City than Su-hai's provocation. Shower. Lin Zhen's face turned pale as alarm bells rang in his mind. His son was in Cassilia City. What had happened? Had the city fallen without any attack notification reaching them? Minister Lin, don't be so surprised, Su-hai grinned. We haven't started attacking Cassilia City yet. A squad from there probably got scared and withdrew early. But now, most of them are likely corpses. With those words, Lin Zhen's face turned ashen, his anger erupting like a volcano. Although Lin Zhen was initially quite agitated upon hearing Su-hai's words, he quickly regained his composure. As a father, he knew his son's capabilities very well. He gave Yunchuan a knowing look, and the latter immediately understood, swiftly adjusting the controls on the beast-taming device. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was seated at the temporary camp, legs crossed, intently focused on the large screen in front of him. The beast-taming device suddenly chimed, and he casually opened it. Shower, are you alright? Lin Zhen asked urgently, holding Yunchuan's beast-taming device. I'm fine, I managed to retreat in time, Lin Xiao replied, eyes still fixed on the screen. Lin Zhen visibly relaxed. That's good, I was worrying for nothing. If it's safe where you are, just stay put. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Understood. However, I'm in a bit of a stalemate here and might not be able to support you anytime soon. He was well aware that the skyfall was right above the desolate forest, and moving towards Aronia City from his position would mean charging directly into a horde of beasts. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible to fight against thousands of high-level and cataclysmic beasts. This was why he had remained inactive. No need to come. We have 5 formidable generals here, so it's not a big issue. Just stay safe. Lin Zhen's tone was firm. You be careful too, Dad. Hearing his father's confidence, Lin Xiao felt somewhat reassured. All right, the battle is about to begin. I'll hang up now. Lin Zhen said, turning his gaze towards Su-hai below. With 5 powerful generals and the enigmatic Yunchuan, there was indeed little to worry about. In this battle, Lin Xiao could only be an observer. Su-hai stood his ground, taking out a guide rod from the beast-taming device that resembled a magic wand, a smile playing on his lips. Everyone, the skyfall is imminent. Are you ready? Damn, they even brought a guide rod. The church is well prepared this time, Lin Zhen muttered, his lips twitching slightly at the sight of the wand-like guide rod. Su-hai occasionally glanced back, seemingly searching for the tardy Kuei-shan. After a moment, he decisively raised the guide rod towards the sky. Buzz! A beam of light shot straight into the clouds, disappearing into the massive spatial rift. With a crack, the already enormous void fissure expanded further under the guide rod's influence. Roar! In an instant, endless beastly roars echoed from the rift. The ground trembled violently as massive, diverse beasts poured out like a flood. The first wave of the skyfall unleashed nearly 500 high-level beasts and close to 1,000 mid-level beasts, including 6 cataclysmic beasts. Seeing the situation on the giant screen, Lin Xiao suddenly sat up straight, his eyes fixed on the 6 calamity-level beasts in the image. His breath hitched, and a wave of greedy impulse surged through him. If he could tame all 6 of these beasts, his power would skyrocket. However, this thought only flashed through his mind briefly. He wasn't reckless enough to risk everything for it. On the city wall, Lin Xiao looked down expressionlessly at the beast horde surging like a tide below. Judging by its size, it indeed met the ghost-level standard, but since no berserk-level beasts had appeared, it could only barely be classified as a ghost-level beast tide. At the front of the beast tide, Su Hai wore a cold smile. This grand gift is something the Pope ordered me to deliver to you. It's for your 1,000 Nations Alliance's unilateral breach of the agreement, which cost our church 3 faceless. Enjoy it. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Hai abruptly retreated, instantly moving to the back of the beast horde. It was clear that the church's followers possessed some special ability that made the beasts view them as kin rather than attack them. A deafening roar erupted as 6 calamity-level beasts advanced toward Ilonia City with heavy steps. Among them were 3 beasts resembling hairless gorillas with the heads of mammoths, their tusks terrifyingly sharp. The other 3 were poisonous dragon lizards, frequent visitors from the sky. The appearance of the 6 calamity-level beasts instantly turned the faces of the beast tamers on the wall ashen. High-level beast tamers were clearly no match for calamity-level beasts, and fear spread through the army. Hold steady. We have generals here. No need to panic, shouted 7 or 8 squad leaders of Beast King rank behind the 5 generals, trying to stabilize the troops' morale. Fu Yong stepped forward with a grin. Then let me take care of these 6 calamity-level beasts. However, before he could finish, a gust of wind swept by. Yun Chuan was the first to leap from the wall, rushing forward without any warning. That guy. Ling Ling scoffed as she watched Yun Chuan charge ahead without a word. The Emperor Yun is in action. Haha. With the general leading, those 6 calamity beasts will be taken down. Many soldiers on the wall cheered excitedly, their morale soaring. Yun Chuan held immense authority within the beast tamer's army. His actions always quickly boosted troop morale. Should we join? Asked a woman next to Fu Yong softly. Her name was Ying, and she wore a fox mask with a small copper bell hanging from her ear. Her alluring figure exuded a cool, aloof aura that kept people at a distance. No need, the Emperor Yun is handling it himself. Let's see if his skills have dulled over the years, Fu Yong replied, shaking his head. At this moment, Lin Xiao stood silently on the wall, calmly watching Yun Chuan's figure. In midair, Yun Chuan's throat emitted a low growl, assimilation. Instantly, a torrent of water enveloped him, swirling and shifting. With a dull thud, he landed heavily, standing alone right in front of the 6 giant beasts, his aura undiminished. TCH, just showing off, Ling Ling muttered disdainfully through clenched teeth. Despite occasional friction due to their personalities, the generals always stood united in critical moments. Yun Chuan raised his hand to summon a mermaid, gently lifting his fingers to release a second skill, Mirage of Water. As the skill activated, the mermaid's delicate hand lightly tapped the air, causing ripples to appear in space. 6 water mirrors suddenly materialized in front of the 6 beasts. The next scene left everyone stunned. 6 calamity-level beasts emerged from the water mirrors. Though these replicas appeared semi-transparent and not entirely solid, the ability to directly replicate 6 beasts of the same level was impressive enough. The essence of Mirage of Water was its ability to replicate enemies. Although the replicas were slightly weaker than the originals and could only replicate beasts of the same level as Yun Chuan, the skill would become ineffective if a berserk-level beast appeared. Not bad. I remember he could only replicate 4 at a time before, and now it's 6. Quite an improvement, Fu Yong remarked with a smile, standing at the edge of the wall. After Yun Chuan unleashed his mirror flower, Water Moon, the movements of the 6 calamity-level beasts were immediately hindered. Lin Xiao stood atop the city wall, raising his right hand slightly, his gaze sharp and determined. At his command, 2,000 elite beast tamers, under their respective leaders, swiftly launched their attack, their divine beasts surging towards the enemy like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, in the temporary camp, Lin Xiao watched in awe, his heart overwhelmed by the scene. Yun Chuan's power far exceeded his expectations, reminding him of their encounter in the ruined city with the faceless ones outside the top 10. Yun Chuan had repeatedly offered assistance back then, but now Lin Xiao realized it was merely courtesy. Yun Chuan hadn't even revealed a third of his strength. Damn, the Emperor of the Clouds really lives up to his name. Lu Yong exclaimed in astonishment beside him. What was even more surprising was that the other 4 generals had yet to make a move, as if this ghost-level catastrophe was trivial in their eyes. Roars and crashes echoed as the 6 calamity-level beasts tangled with Yun Chuan's avatars, their clashes shaking the earth. On the city wall, Lin Xiao frowned and looked towards the distant Su Hai, a doubt arising in his mind. Something's not right. Yun Chuan alone can handle a catastrophe of this level. The church couldn't be so foolish to simply throw their lives away. Zhang Li, standing nearby, furrowed his brows. Indeed, it's odd. The church's usual ghost-level catastrophes typically involve a dozen or 20 calamity-level beasts, not just 6. Fu Yong pondered. Could it be that the church's real target is an erroneous city? Cassilia City. Lin Zhen's expression changed abruptly. Zhang Li, however, disagreed. That's unlikely. The civilians of Cassilia City have long evacuated, leaving it an empty city. They have no reason to attack an empty city. The other generals and alliance leaders exchanged puzzled looks, momentarily at a loss. Lin Zhen made a quick decision. Lingling, head to Cassilia City immediately. Yes. Lingling responded and departed. The current ghost-level catastrophe posed no threat to Erroneous City. With Yun Chuan and the other generals in place, the city was as solid as a fortress. Yet, Lin Zhen remained suspicious. The Church and the Thousand Nations Alliance had been at odds for over a century and had never acted so rashly. Knowing full well that 5 generals were present, they still initiated the catastrophe and only sent 2 faceless ones, with Quishan even missing. These anomalies all pointed to one fact: something was amiss. What baffled Lin Zhen the most was why the Church would target Cassilia City. Although it neighbored Erroneous City, even if they captured it, holding it would be difficult. After all, the headquarters of the Holy See is located in the desert, far away from here, so there's really no need to get involved. Upon receiving the order, Lingling decisively turned and descended from the city wall. She randomly selected an armored vehicle, slammed the gas pedal to the floor amid the roar of the engine, and sped off in the direction of Cassilia City, kicking up a cloud of dust behind her. From a distance, Su Hai watched everything unfold, his brows furrowing slightly as he murmured to himself. Lin Zhen truly lives up to his reputation as the Minister of Defense of the Alliance of 1,000 Nations. His sensitivity to warfare is unparalleled. It seems that without pulling out the big guns, it's going to be difficult to hold them back. Damn it, where did that guy Kuei-shan disappear to? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Hai stepped forward, raised the device in his hand, and suddenly pointed it skyward. Roar! The once silent void rift suddenly erupted with an extremely high-pitched beast's cry, initially making it sound like a dragon's roar. Almost immediately, a massive claw gripped the edge of the rift, followed by a colossal head emerging from it. After unleashing the second celestial fall, Su Hai raised his hand and spoke into the beast control device. Payer, I'm preparing to completely blockade Alonia City, but a general has escaped and is heading your way. Keep an eye out. You let a general escape? Who is it? Yin Chuan. A frustrated female voice came through the beast control device. It's a young girl, not Yin Chuan, Su Hai replied calmly. Oh, so it's Lingling. No problem. If she comes, I'll deal with her. You keep them contained and buy us some time. Payer stated resolutely. Su Hai ended the communication and turned his gaze to the sky. That's a berserk-level beast. Zhang Li exclaimed as he looked up, immediately recognizing the enormous creature emerging from the rift. The beast had a dragon-like head with a single horn, covered in crimson scales, but lacked wings. Its size was 5 times that of a calamity-level beast, essentially a moving mountain. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, seated in the temporary camp, watched the footage captured by long-range drones, clearly seeing the giant beast's head emerging. He raised an eyebrow. So this is a berserk-level beast? This is the berserk-level beast known as the Wrath Beast. Lu Yong's face was filled with shock. You recognize berserk-level beasts? Lin Xiao asked, surprised. The Alliance of 1,000 Nations published a beast atlas years ago, and I bought a copy, Lu Yong explained. How powerful is it? Lin Xiao pressed for more information. It's incredibly powerful, and it only has one skill beast Inferno Prison. Are they planning to trap Alonia City? Lu Yong immediately realized their opponent's intention. After all, releasing a beast of this level must serve a specific purpose. While Lin Xiao and Lu Yong were discussing, the Wrath Beast in the footage suddenly opened its massive mouth. Boom! With a deafening roar, a continuous stream of red flames burst forth from the beast's mouth, quickly forming an expanding wall of fire that completely encircled Cassilia City. At the same time, Lin Zhen realized the situation was dire and shouted, Yin Chuan, get back here quickly. Yin Chuan, who was controlling a mirrored beast in battle, furrowed his brows and immediately turned to head back to the city. However, just as he took his first step, boom, the flames surged once more, instantly engulfing Alonia City in a sea of fire, sealing off the city gates Yin Chuan intended to return through. There's no going back. Yin Chuan understood his own strength. A berserk-level beast with a single skill indicated that the skill was exceptionally powerful. TSK, it seems Su Hai isn't aiming to assault the city, but rather intends to keep us occupied. Fu Yong clicked his tongue, analyzing the situation. What the hell? What's going on? Lingling, who had just driven away from the city gate, turned to see the entire city enveloped by the crimson wall of fire. Lingling, don't worry about Alonia City. Head to Cassilia City to assess the situation, Fu Yong instructed through the communicator. All right, be careful. Lingling responded briefly, then pushed the gas pedal to the limit, leaving a long trail as the armored vehicle sped towards Cassilia City. Damn it! What's happening? There's no way back. That bastard Su Hai has outsmarted us. Several Beast King-level beast tamers, currently locked in battle with Beast King-level beasts, were livid. Other high-level beast tamers also noticed the towering wall of flames that had risen around Elonia City. Although Eronia City was besieged, with Yun Chuan's extraordinary power, along with the support of 7 or 8 team leaders and 2,000 beast tamers, eliminating the beasts on the scene was not a difficult task. On the city wall, a berserk-level beast peered through a crack, revealing only its menacing head, yet it hesitated to fully emerge. This was not without reason. Such beasts excel at trapping enemies rather than engaging in direct confrontation. A rash attack would go against its nature. For this reason, while the situation in Eronia City was tense, it was not yet critical. Su Hai's true intention was never to capture the city, but to keep the generals trapped inside. Although Ling Ling's escape had introduced a flaw in his plan, Su Hai remained composed, seemingly confident. Lin Xiao watched the images on the giant screen, his brow furrowed. The church's actions seemed puzzling. Deploying a berserk-level beast to encircle the city. Did they truly intend to trap the people inside until they perished? This was clearly illogical, as the city's food supply could last for a month, during which reinforcements would undoubtedly arrive in droves. Clearly, the church's real aim was merely to temporarily confine the generals inside the city. As for their deeper plot, Lin Xiao found it difficult to discern. While he was lost in thought, Sun Qi rushed in anxiously. Lin, something's wrong. The team leader has a high fever that won't subside, and her condition is worsening. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately stood up, instructed Lu Yong to continue monitoring the situation, and followed Sun Qi to Xiaoyu's resting place. The sight before him was distressing. Xiaoyu lay trembling on the bed, drenched in cold sweat. Even worse, her bandaged arm was still bleeding. What happened? Wasn't the medicine applied already? Lin Xiao asked as he checked Xiaoyu's burning forehead. Sun Qi looked troubled. The medicine was applied, but the bones in her entire arm are shattered, and the blood vessels have started to rupture again. Worse yet, some rib fragments are about to pierce her heart. We evacuated in such a hurry that we didn't bring much medical equipment. Lin Xiao sat by the bed and called softly. Xiaoyu, can you hear me? In a semi-conscious state, Xiaoyu suddenly grasped Lin Xiao's wrist, her voice weak yet resolute. I can't die. Save me, I really can't die. With her current injuries, she can only last 2 hours at most, Sun Qi, skilled in first aid, analyzed. Unless there's a medical pod, there's really nothing more we can do. Save me. I have a younger brother. I can't die? Please. Xiaoyu seemed delirious from the fever, clutching Lin Xiao's hand tightly, evidently mistaking him for a doctor. Her will to survive was moving. To endure such severe injuries inflicted by the faceless and persist, until now demonstrated extraordinary determination. Don't worry, you won't die, Lin Xiao reassured her by holding her hand, then turned to Sun Qi. Is there a medical pod in Cassilia City? Yes, there's one at the city center hospital, Sun Qi confirmed. Do you know how to use it? I do. It's all voice-activated and very simple, Sun Qi nodded. All right, come with me to Cassilia City, Lin Xiao said as he lifted Xiaoyu from the bed. Although Lin Xiao was usually emotionally indifferent, he was not heartless. Xiaoyu had been his companion for a short time, and Cassilia City was still relatively safe. He was willing to make the journey as long as it didn't involve unnecessary risks. Of course, if Cassilia City had already fallen, he wouldn't act recklessly for his own safety. Before departing, Lin Xiao gave Lu Yong a few brief instructions, then signaled the driver to start the armored vehicle and head towards the central hospital of Cassilia City. Lin Xiao instructed the driver to maintain the highest speed, and thanks to the short distance, they reached their destination in just an hour. Cassilia City was undergoing a second major evacuation at that time, leaving the city nearly deserted with hardly any pedestrians on the streets. Upon reaching the hospital, Lin Xiao carried Xiaoyu directly to the 6th floor. Fortunately, the power was still on, which gave him some relief. After placing Xiaoyu in the medical pod, Sun Qi immediately began the procedure. The needles inside the pod quickly administered antibiotics to Xiaoyu, while mechanical arms worked to remove bone fragments near her heart and stop the bleeding. The advanced medical pod was highly effective so long as the patient was still breathing, they could usually be saved. Sun Qi let out a long sigh, visibly more relaxed. How long until she recovers? Lin Xiao asked. About 3 hours, given the severity of the captain's injuries, Sun Qi replied. Lin Xiao nodded and waited in silence. About 2 hours later, Xiaoyu's condition stabilized. Seeing that she was no longer in danger, Lin Xiao went to the 6th floor window, rested his arms on the ledge, and with a toothpick in his mouth, enjoyed the breeze and the view outside. Just then, an armored vehicle approached the hospital. The driver was Ling Ling, sent by Lin Jun to check on the situation in Cassilia City. She had driven at full speed, taking 2 to 3 hours to get there. Strange, there's nothing here. Isn't the church attacking Cassilia City? Ling Ling wondered aloud as she looked around in confusion. She hadn't seen anything unusual on her way from the outskirts. Where did this little girl come from? Lin Xiao muttered, surprised to see the girl standing below. As Lin Xiao looked on in confusion, a sultry voice called out from the distant street. "Oh, is that Lingling?" Both Lin Xiao and Lingling turned to see two figures approaching, a woman wearing a number 7 mask and another with a number 8 mask, both unmistakably faceless operatives. "Oh, I get it. So, the church is really planning something in Cassilia City. Looks like Minister Lin was right," Lingling remarked calmly, showing no sign of fear as the two approached. "Lingling, why are you all alone?" Yu Pei'er, wearing the number 7 mask, asked with a gentle smile. "What, isn't one of me enough? I'm more than capable of taking down both of you," Lingling retorted, hands on her hips, her voice full of defiance. Yu Pei'er giggled, covering her mouth. "Humph." The faceless operative beside her let out a cold chuckle. "Sun Qi, see if you can find some sunflower seeds," Lin Xiao suddenly said, turning his head. "What? Why do you need sunflower seeds?" Sun Qi was momentarily puzzled by Lin Xiao's request. "Watching a show without sunflower seeds is only half as fun," Lin Xiao lamented. Sun Qi stood there, unsure how to respond. Lingling, who appears to be a young girl of 13 or 14, is actually a prodigy at the top of the Beastmaster Academy. Her growth trajectory is remarkable. She could converse fluently with adults at the age of 1, displayed extraordinary beast taming skills by 3, and was admitted to the academy at 8. In just 5 or 6 years, she outshone her peers to become the youngest Calamity-level Beastmaster in the academy's history. The mysterious headmaster of the Beastmaster Academy once remarked, "Given enough time to grow, her potential will surpass all Beastmasters, except for that enigmatic general who nearly wiped out the Holy Church." At this moment, Lingling stood with her hands on her hips, fearlessly confronting the two people before her, demanding, "Tell me, why did you abandon the attack on Aronia City to come to Cassilia City?" In response, Yu Pei'er slowly removed her mask, revealing an enchanting and exquisite face. She chuckled lightly. "I can't say. Besides, even if I told you, you wouldn't live to pass on the message." Known for her sharp tongue, Lingling retorted without hesitation. "Oh, you arrogant woman. You're so confident. But we'll see if you cry when you're defeated." Before she finished speaking, Lingling waved her hand. With 2 crisp cries, a radiant peacock emitting holy light appeared out of thin air. This mythical creature had emerald-like flowers atop its head, and its spread tail resembled a giant feathered fan, with black, green, and yellow rings like countless staring eyes. Lin Xiao, lying on the 6th floor of the hospital, quickly analyzed the creature's information. Radiant peacock. Quality, calamity. Skills, feather arrows, light wing shield, true thousand-eyes Buddha. Attribute, light. Status, healthy. Lin Xiao glanced again at the young girl, a hint of surprise in his eyes. So young, yet already a calamity-level beastmaster? Could she be a general? As Lin Xiao marveled, Yu Pei'er was not to be outdone and summoned her own Black Thunder Lion. Black Thunder Lion. Quality, calamity. Skills, black lightning, reverse thunder, celestial thunder roar, millennium thunder prison. Attribute, thunder. Status, healthy. Yu Pei'er glanced at the man beside her and said calmly, "Hong Jiang, step aside. Let me handle this impudent little girl." The man named Hong Jiang nodded silently and walked over to a street lamp. He removed his mask, lit a cigarette, and quietly observed the impending battle. Lingling scoffed, "You think you can handle me? Bragging might just get your tongue twisted. Bring it on." She immediately commanded the radiant peacock to unleash its skills. The peacock flapped its wings and soared, its feathers transforming into sharp arrows that shot toward Yu Pei'er. Black lightning. Yu Pei'er pointed a slender finger forward. Boom. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, instantly shattering the feather arrows. After this brief exchange, Lingling, as assertive as ever, initiated assimilation. At her young age, she transformed into an embodiment of light. Lingling knew well that Yu Pei'er excelled in close combat, especially with her masterful reverse thunder. If she didn't activate assimilation in advance, she risked being beheaded by a sudden teleportation attack. Therefore, initiating assimilation was a crucial tactical decision. The radiant peacock spread its wings, its sharp claws extending in an instant, swooping towards the dark prison Thunder Lion like lightning. Boom. The two mythical beasts engaged in a fierce close combat, claws and fangs clashing, waves of energy rolling. However, the radiant peacock, known for its speed, was ultimately a fragile creature. After just 10 minutes of entanglement, it began to show signs of fatigue, its feathers in disarray and its breath unsteady. Lingling frowned slightly, yet remained composed. She calmly observed the battle, seemingly waiting for the perfect moment. Finally, she decisively activated her second skill, Radiant Wing Guard. In an instant, the peacock's wings burst with brilliant golden light, as if covered in an indestructible golden armor. It let out a sharp cry and soared into the sky, diving like a hunting eagle towards the back of the Thunder Lion. Lin Xiao lay on the 6th floor of the hospital, watching the mythical battle with great interest. He couldn't help but admire. This young girl, though not very old, had already demonstrated exceptional combat skills. The Radiant Peacock continuously used its flying advantage to launch repeated aerial attacks, its sharp feathers piercing towards the Thunder Lion like arrows. Yu Pei, seeing her beast being harassed relentlessly, snorted coldly and decisively unleashed her third skill, Thunderous Roar. The Thunder Lion gathered all its lightning and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. The sound waves spread like tangible shock waves, directly blasting the peacock out of the air. Crash! The glass of surrounding tall buildings shattered under the terrifying sound waves. Lin Xiao felt a sharp pain in his eardrums, and even the medical pod protecting Xia Yu developed a crack. Lin, what's happening? Sun Shi, who was controlling the medical pod, was frightened by the thunderous roar. Lin Xiao rubbed his aching ears and said in a deep voice, "Keep an eye on the medical pod." His gaze was fixed on the battlefield below, thinking to himself, if Yu Pei continues like this, the medical pod might not withstand a second roar. Yu Pei clearly didn't want to waste more time. Her seductive eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as she spoke softly. Lingling, I have a mission, and I don't have time to play with you. Let's end this. Millennium Thunder Prison. As Yu Pei's icy words fell, the Thunder Lion gathered its strength, and in an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds. 5 pitch-black bolts of lightning descended, forming a circular thunder prison on the ground, trapping the radiant peacock within. Lingling refused to back down and immediately countered. You think you're the only one with a big move? True thousand-eyed Buddha. The radiant peacock suddenly landed, its spread tail resembling a giant feather fan. The colorful spots transformed into countless true eyes, releasing a holy light as bright as the sun. With a hiss, it forcibly tore a gap in the thunder prison. Lingling smirked. Humph, even with 4 skills, you're nothing special. She was about to command the peacock to escape the thunder prison's confines when suddenly, a large toad jumped out from nowhere, delivering a powerful kick that sent the peacock back inside. You sneak attack. Lingling glared angrily at Hong Jiang in the distance. Yu Pei frowned and said, Hong Jiang, I didn't tell you to act. Hong Jiang stepped forward and said in a deep voice, we have limited time. Suhai won't hold them for long. Let's finish this quickly. Lin Xiao watched this scene, his brow furrowed. 2 against 1? Against a little girl? That's just bullying. Lin Xiao quickly analyzed the situation of the ambushing toad, noting its qualities and skills: catastrophe, abyssal devour, putrid swamp, hell soul cannon attributes, dark status, and health. Another dark-type creature. It seems these dark-type beast tamers love gathering around the church. Hong Jiang's sudden involvement left Yu Pei a bit displeased, but she had no choice. They had an important mission and couldn't afford delays. She reluctantly accepted Hong Jiang's participation. Yu Pei advanced slowly, her steps graceful, with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Lingling, you're indeed strong. With enough time, you might reach the berserker level soon. Unfortunately, geniuses tend to have short lives. Today, you'll stay here. Before she finished speaking, Hong Jiang activated the toad's putrid swamp skill. The massive toad lay on the ground, oozing black liquid that swiftly seeped into the earth. Lingling, quick on her feet, leaped onto a streetlight nearby. The ground turned into a swamp, bubbling with black ooze, resembling wet asphalt. Though Lingling dodged it, her radiant peacock, trapped by the thunder prison, wasn't as lucky and sank halfway into the dark mire. My peacock! Damn it, you 2 jerks are ganging up on a little girl. Lingling shouted, her voice filled with anger and frustration. Yu Pei smirked coldly. Little girl? Huh. I've never heard of a little girl slaying over a dozen catastrophe-level beasts in the desert. She suddenly initiated assimilation, pointing her finger. Reverse thunder. With a thunderous crash, lightning descended, and Yu Pei teleported to the top of the streetlight, raising her black blade to strike Lingling without hesitation. With a clang, Lingling swiftly drew a short blade, barely blocking the lethal blow. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. As Lingling focused on Yu Pei, Hong Jiang also initiated assimilation, his body emitting dark energy, and leapt into the air, delivering a heavy kick to Lingling's abdomen. With a snap, Lingling was kicked down, falling directly into the swamp. Hong Jiang immediately shouted, seal. The swamp on the ground quickly solidified into a hard surface. Lingling was trapped, her lower half encased beneath the ground, only her upper body and head visible. You unprincipled scoundrels, let me go. Lingling struggled furiously, but the more she fought, the harder the ground became, making escape impossible. Yu Pei looked down at Lingling with a hint of cruelty in her eyes. Little sister Lingling, your pretty head is quite valuable. I'll take it. With that, she raised her black blade, ready to strike Lingling's neck. Lingling closed her eyes, fear etched on her face. At that critical moment, with a clang, a black blade descended from the sky, precisely deflecting Yu Pei's weapon. Following a boom, Lin Xiao, having activated his gold attribute assimilation, jumped down from the 6th floor, landing steadily in front of Yu Pei. He smiled slightly, a playful glint in his eyes. Oh, we meet again. Yu Peier's face turned ashen, clearly not expecting this unexpected interference. Why are you everywhere? She asked through gritted teeth. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, a sly look in his eyes. I should be asking you that. I've been here for a while. You're the one interrupting me. Yu Peier glared at Lin Xiao and suddenly said, Brat, I promised Wei Wei I wouldn't kill you, so don't push your luck. Her tone was threatening, yet there was a complex look in her eyes. Lin Xiao walked slowly to Lingling's side, crouched down, and gently stroked her hair. Don't worry, little girl. With your big brother here, you're safe. Lingling immediately became furious, struggling desperately. Don't touch my head. Who are you anyway? She twisted her body with all her might, but couldn't break free. Lin Xiao grinned, recognizing the little girl. She was one of his father's subordinates, like Yun Chuan and Lan Weiwei. To prevent his father from falling into depression over losing more people, he decided to help. What's wrong with a little pat on the head? I'm here to rescue you. You should be grateful, Lin Xiao said with a smile, reminded of his sister from a past life. Though he had no sisters in this life, he felt a touch of familial affection for this little girl. Lingling rolled her eyes at this sudden stranger. Grateful to you? Get me out of here. Yeah, you should be grateful to my sister, Lin Xiao teased. But for a little girl, you've got quite a sharp tongue. You. Lingling was too angry to speak. Of course, Lin Xiao wouldn't leave a capable assistant unused. He suddenly thrust his metallized arm into the ground, and with a crack, the hard surface shattered into pieces. With a bang, Lingling, like a trapped Sun Wukong, finally broke free. She immediately manipulated the glorious peacock to struggle out of the ground. Lin Xiao, hands in his pockets, said to Lingling, I'll handle Yu Peier. Can you take out that guy? Lingling looked at him in surprise. You take on Yu Peier? Are you sure you can handle it? Lin Xiao smirked. Isn't it a bit rude to ask a man if he can handle it? With that, he suddenly raised his hand. With two loud bangs, Xiao Heng and Xiao Xiao appeared, their terrifying aura spreading instantly. Seeing this, Lingling suddenly realized, You're Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. Huh? Am I famous already? Minister Lin bragged about you, saying his son could control 3 divine beasts, Lingling said, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Where's your third one? Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. Who starts with their ultimate move? Use your brain. At this moment, Yu Peier saw Lin Xiao release the divine beasts and suddenly smiled. Lin Xiao, do you know what I regretted most after our last battle? I'm curious, Lin Xiao replied, puzzled. Yu Peier licked her lips, a strange glint in her eyes. It was not tasting you. You must have a great flavor to have Wei Wei so enchanted. Lin Xiao frowned. What's wrong with you? Lingling watched in amazement, muttering to herself. Ah, such a straight guy, completely clueless. Enough. Can you two keep it discreet? Lingling shouted in anger, directing her luminous peacock towards Yu Peier. However, with a loud crash, the radiant peacock was intercepted by the devourer frog. Hong Jiang said in a deep voice, Your opponent is me. Lingling quickly dodged, focusing her attention on battling Hong Jiang. Meanwhile, Yu Peier seductively approached Lin Xiao, whispering, Don't be afraid, I won't eat you up. I'm just curious why Wei Wei is so fond of you. It must be your irresistible scent. Let me have a taste. Just as Yu Peier's lips were about to touch Lin Xiao, he suddenly shifted to a lightning attribute. Lin Xiao opened his mouth and unleashed a bolt of lightning, the deafening roar sending a blinding column of electricity towards Yu Peier. She panicked and hurriedly dodged. Hey, was that really necessary? Yu Peier complained. Lin Xiao stood up, stretching his arms, and replied coldly. It's not good to lead kids astray, especially since I have no interest in a woman like you who seems desperate. Hey, who are you calling a kid? Lingling, still locked in fierce combat, shouted angrily upon hearing this. Yu Peier, unfazed, laughed and said, True, then let's find a quiet place where I can see what you're really made of. A flicker of killing intent appeared in Lin Xiao's eyes. No need. You can die here and become the third faceless I've taken down. The third faceless? Yu Peier was shocked. Who else have you killed? Lingling also looked surprised, clearly not expecting that Lin Xiao had already killed 2 faceless. At that moment, Hong Jiang spoke up. It was Quishan. We've lost contact with him, and his beast-controlling device shows no signs of life. Yu Peier suddenly understood. No wonder Su Hai was complaining about where Quishan went. So you killed him. I know Quishan's strength. Kid, it seems you weren't using your full power when you fought me a few days ago. Her previously playful demeanor turned serious. Are you scared? Lin Xiao taunted. Afraid of you? Yu Peier was clearly angered. You should be. Little Thunder. Lin Xiao commanded, and Little Thunder appeared instantly, letting out a thunderous roar. Blessing of courage. Lin Xiao activated Little Thunder's secondary skill. In an instant, Little Thunder's massive body emitted waves of scorching steam, and Little Hum and Little Sand followed suit, releasing steam as all their attributes and skills were significantly enhanced. Seeing the 2 mythical beasts suddenly go berserk, Yu Peier's pupils contracted as she quickly maneuvered her black prison Thunder Lion to evade. Lingling glanced up in surprise, murmuring, So, Minister Lin was telling the truth. Lin Xiao coldly addressed Yu Pei'er. Yu Pei'er, you took away my blue Weiwei. Now, you can stay here. He gestured with his finger and commanded. Fearless charge, lightning breath. As the two skills erupted, Little Hum and Little Sand sprang into action. Their bodies emitted scorching steam like volcanic lava flowing into the sea, creating a majestic cloud as they charged towards Yu Pei'er. This kid, a few days without seeing him, and his power has increased significantly. Yu Pei'er skillfully maneuvered the Black Prison Thunder Lion to dodge the lightning breath, her expression dark and grim. Lin Xiao's sudden oppressive presence made her feel uneasy, thinking that if this guy grew to a disaster level, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, a hurried voice came from the beast control device. Yu Pei'er, have you completed the mission? The Fury beasts can't hold them off much longer. Yu Pei'er frowned, responding while engaged in intense combat. Not yet. Hold on a bit longer. Do you think the Fury beasts are invincible? If this drags on, I'll end up dead here. If it's not working, retreat. Suhai was struggling to hold on in Aronia City, and if this continued, the mission would surely fail. Yu Pei'er was furious and shouted into the beast control device. Why are you panicking? I've got trouble on my side too. And Quishin was killed. Where were you? What? Quishin is dead. Suhai was shocked. He had been fully focused on controlling the beast army and hadn't had time to check on Quishin. He quickly checked Quishin's life signs and found that the beast control device showed that his body had lost its life state. Are you kidding me? Killed by a bunch of weaklings. Yu Pei'er was enraged. Weaklings? Are you serious? Next time you go on a mission, make sure you know your opponent's strength first, okay? Suhai was dumbfounded. Who killed him? Yu Pei'er took a deep breath, trying to calm down. Stop talking nonsense and hold on a bit longer. I'll solve the problem here and go get the solar gold. Lin Xiao was taken aback by the term and asked, Solar gold? You caused all this chaos in Caesarea City for solar gold? What is that? Yu Pei'er realized she had slipped up and regretted saying it out loud. Nearby, Lingling, who was controlling the radiant peacock in battle, suddenly understood. Oh, I get it now. You guys are after the solar gold in the Caesarea City lab. No wonder you went to such lengths for this. Lin Xiao turned to Lingling, curious. Lingling, what is solar gold? Lingling explained while fighting. It's a high-energy core that can boost divine beasts several levels in a short time. The allied nations have only managed to obtain one, and it's kept in the Caesarea City lab. The information about it is very confidential, and they put it in a less guarded city to avoid attention. Looks like the church's spies have already infiltrated the upper echelons of the allied nations. Lin Xiao pressed for more details. Can you be more specific? Lingling pointed at Xiao Sha and explained. It can enlarge your divine beast size 10 or even dozens of times, and its power can be boosted from a Beast King level to almost a Berserker level. If the church gets it, they could make Berserker level beasts even stronger. However, this enhancement can only be used twice a day and has significant side effects on the divine beast. Lin Xiao had an epiphany. Oh, I get it. So Xiao Sha can turn into Godzilla? Lingling looked puzzled. Godzilla? What's that? Lin Xiao smiled mysteriously. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. He smirked slightly. All right, that thing is mine. He was secretly delighted. Such a valuable thing right under his nose. The thought of Xiao Sha turning into Godzilla was exhilarating. Sun Metal, a rare high-energy core from the Dark Dimension, is a rarity even in its place of origin. Its coveted ability can exponentially boost the power of mythical or exotic creatures to an unimaginable level in a short time. This precious substance only appears with a minuscule chance in dragon-level celestial falls, while the highest celestial fall level triggered by the church is merely ghost level, underscoring its extreme rarity. The church spares no effort or trick to obtain Sun Metal because its value is truly immeasurable. A treasure capable of elevating a Beast King level creature to nearly Berserker level, even with time and usage limitations, is undeniably powerful. Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with unrestrained greed. How could he be content to miss such a treasure? Not even the gods could stop him from obtaining Sun Metal today. He is mine, Lin Xiao declared, leaving Lingling and Yu Pei'er and others across from them speechless. Lingling paused for a moment, then said, Lin Xiao, the Sun Metal belongs to the alliance of 1,000 nations. Lin Xiao's eyes shone with even greater greed as he replied unabashedly. His, yours, it's all mine. He wouldn't let any opportunity to grow stronger slip by. Yu Pei'er suddenly chuckled. Huh, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue with those words? With Hong Jiang and me here, do you still dare to covet the Sun Metal? It's 2 against 2, and the outcome is uncertain. Lin Xiao smirked coldly. Who said it was 2 against 2? Xiaoyu, if you're healed, come out. He suddenly shouted towards the 6th floor of the hospital. A deafening screech of a giant eagle echoed from the 6th floor. With a loud crash, a giant eagle burst through the hospital window. Xiaoyu stood proudly on the eagle's back, soaring through the air. She looked down at Lin Xiao and solemnly declared, Lin Xiao, no words can express my gratitude. From now on, my life belongs to you. Although Xiaoyu was a woman, Her personality was more akin to that of a man loyal and always repaying kindness. Lin Xiao waved dismissively. I don't want your life. Just do something for me. Head to the South City laboratory right away and bring me something called sun metal. It's very important to me. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. I'll get it for you. With that, she swiftly commanded the divine eagle to speed towards the South City laboratory. This scene left Yu Pei'er dumbfounded. She shouted in fury, "You shameless guy." The smile vanished from Yu Pei'er's face. The task given by the Pope was to secure the sun metal, and she couldn't imagine the consequences of failure. She immediately raised her hand and shouted, "Reverse thunder." With a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning shot towards Xiaoyu in the sky. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly raised his hand, gathering blue lightning in his palm. He reached out into the air, and the black blade that was embedded nearby flew into his grasp. With a sudden burst of power, Lin Xiao shot into the sky like an arrow, striking at the bolt of reverse lightning. A deafening explosion erupted as blue and black lightning collided in midair. Yu Pei'er was about to use teleportation magic when she suddenly stumbled, nearly falling. Regaining her balance, she shouted in anger and embarrassment. "You brat! Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? That thing is mine, and no one else should even think about touching it," Lin Xiao declared, spinning the black blade in his hand, his gaze intense. "It seems I'll have to break my rules today. Sorry, Wei Wei." As soon as he finished speaking, black lightning flashed in Yu Pei'er's eyes. In the distance, the black prison thunder lion roared in fury, its body crackling with thunder that connected to the ground, deafeningly loud. Lin Xiao was prepared and immediately activated the blessing of Little Thunder. Xiao Hung and Xiao Sha, with steam rising from their bodies, charged towards the black prison thunder lion like arrows. Empowered by the blessing of courage, the two beasts' strength increased significantly, matching the enraged black prison thunder lion blow for blow. Lingling looked at Lin Xiao in surprise, her eyes glinting with a peculiar light. Does he really have the skills of a general? Shocked, she hesitated no longer, commanding the radiant peacock to fully engage Hongjiang. Lin Xiao, you know I'm best at close combat. This time, I won't hold back, Yu Pei'er said coldly. Reverse thunder. With a flick of her finger, lightning erupted, and she dashed towards Lin Xiao like a bolt, her black blade aimed at his vitals. Thunder light breath. Lin Xiao shouted, the tip of his blade releasing a blinding column of lightning. Yu Pei'er dodged with a swift sidestep, her black blade enveloped in black lightning, slashing towards Lin Xiao's waist. Clang! Lin Xiao blocked with his blade and simultaneously kicked out. Yu Pei'er shielded her chest and leapt back. I've practiced the 8th set of radio exercises. Who do you think you're underestimating? Lin Xiao taunted, brandishing his blade. Millennial Thunder Prison. Enraged, Yu Pei'er unleashed her strongest move. 3 black lightning pillars descended from the sky, trapping Lin Xiao within. Lin Xiao remained calm, summoning Little Thunder. The massive beast stomped heavily on the ground, shattering the thunder prison. Yu Pei'er's lips twitched, clearly not expecting her ultimate move to be so easily broken. Both realized that a quick victory was unlikely. Despite Lin Xiao's catastrophic level strength, defeating the experienced Yu Pei'er under level suppression was still a challenge. Hey, Yu Pei'er, can you handle it or not? Suhai urged again. There's no way to finish this quickly. Figure it out yourself. Yu Pei'er snapped at the beast control device, clearly frustrated. Suhai was left speechless. Meanwhile, the battle within the city of Alonia grew increasingly intense. Suhai stood in the city's center, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes glimmering with a wild light. He anxiously watched the weakening fiery cage surrounding them, knowing it wouldn't hold for long. On the city walls, Lin Jun and his companions remained calm. They keenly observed the diminishing flames of the fiery cage, sensing that victory was within reach. In the heart of the battlefield, Yun Chuan led his army in fierce combat against the beast horde. Displaying remarkable combat prowess, he and 6 mirror image beasts held off 6 calamitous beasts. Yun Chuan's strength clearly stood out as he fought against these formidable foes. Suhai, seeing the fire wall about to dissipate, decided not to delay further. He turned to Yu Pei'er and said urgently, time is running out. I need to release the berserker-level beast, eliminate these nuisances, and then seek reinforcements from headquarters. Yu Pei'er responded coldly, do whatever you want, just don't bother me. With her indifferent reply, Suhai took a step forward, his gaze fixed on Yun Chuan in the distance. He shouted, so you're Yun Chuan? Impressive. But I wonder if your mirror flower, water moon technique can replicate a berserker-level beast. As he spoke, he raised his guide device and pointed it to the sky. Yun Chuan heard Suhai's words and frowned slightly, but did not respond. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light shot from the guide device, piercing the sky. The beasts engaged in battle below seemed drawn by some mysterious force, all lifting into the air and vanishing into a void rift. Lin Jun watched Suhai's actions from the city wall, his brow furrowed. Zhang Li's face showed a hint of surprise as he muttered, recalling all the beasts now, is he planning to release the berserker-level beast? He explained, the berserker-level beast is incredibly destructive. Recalling the other beasts is to prevent them from being indiscriminately crushed in battle. This one berserker-level beast has the power of tens of thousands of high-level beasts. As the beast army was recalled, even the 6 calamitous beasts fighting Yun Chuan were drawn back. This scene caused Yun Chuan to frown, though the 6 mirror-image beasts by his side remained. Facing the dense army of beast tamers, Yun Chuan loudly commanded, "Everyone, fall back." 7 or 8 captains promptly ordered their troops to retreat. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the void rift. A massive figure plummeted down like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the ground. Boom! The earth shattered instantly, a powerful shockwave rippling out like a small nuclear explosion. Dust and debris flew everywhere, striking down dozens of high-level beast tamers who hadn't retreated in time. Even with their assimilation abilities, they couldn't escape death. Seeing this, Yun Chuan raised his hand slightly, releasing the Rain Lotus skill. As the mermaid manipulated the water, countless raindrops scattered, attempting to shield against this sudden catastrophe. With a wave of his hand, Yun Chuan conjured a 100-meter-long, 10-meter-high lotus ice wall out of thin air in front of the Beastmaster's army, temporarily blocking the charge of the raging beast. However, the moment this behemoth landed, it let out an earth-shattering roar, its piercing gaze fixed on the distant army of Beastmasters. The beast moved with massive strides, like a moving mountain, charging towards the crowd. The ground trembled with each step, sending up clouds of dust. Meanwhile, the firewall of Aronia City, having lost the beast's continuous supply of flames, began to visibly weaken. Nevertheless, the flames, akin to high-octane gasoline bombs, would continue to burn for 1 or 2 more hours before extinguishing completely. The beast charged forward, delivering a powerful collision that shattered Yun Chuan's carefully constructed ice wall into fragments, scattering ice shards everywhere. "Form up. Hold nothing back," Yun Chuan decisively commanded. In an instant, 1 or 2,000 advanced beastmasters and 8 squad leaders simultaneously unleashed their powers, commanding their respective divine beasts. The sky changed color, and wind, rain, thunder, and lightning converged with the forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, creating a dazzling elemental storm that poured towards the beast. Amidst the thunderous noise, this overwhelming assault seemed to engulf everything. However, when the aftermath of the elemental impact dissipated, the beast's figure remained steadfast, standing tall before everyone, as if the attack had been but a gentle breeze. Damn it! How thick is this thing's hide? It's still alive. The level difference is too great. Even if it's not a strong attack type, we can't handle a berserk-level beast. Damn, we're trapped by the flames behind us, caught between a rock and a hard place. What do we do? Many beastmasters turned pale, having given their all, yet unable to even scratch the beast's hide. To this berserk-level behemoth, the previous attack was likely nothing more than a tickle. In this critical moment, Lin Xiao, standing on the city wall, called out loudly, "Yun Chuan." Yun Chuan glanced back at Lin Xiao, then without a word, began walking forward with steady steps. At that moment, all eyes were on him. "Yun Chuan, come back. You're no match for a berserk-level beast on your own," Fu Yong shouted urgently. Known for his stoic demeanor, Yun Chuan's actions now clearly demonstrated his resolve. He intended to face the beast alone. "Yue Yao," Yun Chuan softly called to the mermaid beside him. "I'm here, master," Yue Yao responded. "Berserk level is strong. We might die in battle. Are you afraid?" Yun Chuan asked calmly. Yue Yao waved her colorful tail fin, smiling. "I'm not afraid. Being able to die with you, master, is enough for me." "Very well, prepare for battle." Yun Chuan suddenly raised his head, unleashing a formidable aura. "Yun Chuan, you fool, you can't escape." Fu Yong shouted as he watched Yun Chuan step forward, his face darkening. He immediately activated wind attribute assimilation, surrounding himself with fierce winds, intending to rush out for rescue. However, just as Fu Yong was about to charge out, the firewall suddenly erupted with a tongue of flame, forcing him back. Looking at his scorched hands, Fu Yong's expression twisted as he cursed. "Damn it! These flames can track automatically. Without extinguishing them, there's no way out." The beast let out another earth-shattering roar, madly charging towards Yun Chuan. Facing this colossal creature, dozens of times larger than the mermaid, Yun Chuan took a deep breath and waved his hand. 6 mirror-image beasts emerged in response, charging at the beast. Yet, before the beast, these creatures were as fragile as paper. With a single swipe, the beast shattered 2 mirror-image beasts into pieces. Then with another swipe, the remaining beasts were torn apart, dissolving into puddles of water. In just a few seconds, the 6 mirror-image beasts were completely annihilated by the beast. This astonishing scene left the people on the city wall dumbfounded, plunging them into a silent despair. The city of Cassilia was engulfed in the chaos of war. Lin Xiao stood amidst the hospital ruins, gasping for breath. The fierce battle with Yu Pei'er had been going on for quite some time, and his stamina was rapidly depleting. Lin Xiao had to admit that Yu Pei'er's prowess far surpassed that of Quishan. Whether it was controlling mythical beasts or engaging in close combat, she was truly formidable. If not for his mastery of the three elements metal, lightning, and wood might have already met his end. You've got some skill, kid, to last this long against me. Yu Pei'er sneered, her eyes glinting dangerously. Lin Xiao flexed his aching wrists and replied, as long as you can't kill me with one strike, I can outlast you. He knew well that with little Lei by his side, any non-fatal injury could be healed. However, the courage blessing he had used at the start had nearly pushed little Lei to its limit. Lin Xiao looked anxiously to the south, thinking, why hasn't Xiaoyu returned yet? Meanwhile, Liao Liao was also showing signs of fatigue in her struggle against Hongjiang. Yu Pei'er scoffed, as if you two aren't monsters yourselves. At that moment, a shout came from the sky. Lin Xiao. Everyone's attention turned to the air. Xiaoyu was riding the wind spirit eagle, clutching an object wrapped in a coat, from which a faint red glow emanated. The solar gold. Yu Pei'er's eyes sparkled with greed. Hongjiang's expression darkened as he shouted, take action. We can't let the solar gold fall into that kid's hands. Upon hearing this, Yu Pei'er immediately attacked, sending a reverse lightning strike through the air. Simultaneously, she directed the black prison Thunder Lion, which was entangled with Xiao Hum and Xiao Sha, to lunge at Xiaoyu. Liang. Lin Xiao made a quick decision. Understood. True thousand-eyed Buddha. Liang unleashed her most powerful skill without hesitation. As the radiant peacock spread its tail, countless beams of light rained down like a storm, piercing through the lower 4 floors of the hospital building. The black prison Thunder Tiger was forced to retreat. Lin Xiao was about to leap to intercept Yu Pei'er's reverse lightning when he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him. In the distance, Hongjiang wore a smug smile, having secretly cast a putrid swamp spell. Lin Xiao tried to pull his legs free, but the ground had already solidified, trapping him firmly. At this critical moment, Yu Pei'er appeared before Xiaoyu, her black blade crashing down. Clang! Xiaoyu barely managed to block the blow with her wrist, infused with assimilated gale force. However, the disparity in their levels was too great, and Yu Pei'er followed up with a black lightning strike, sending Xiaoyu plummeting. The solar gold slipped from Xiaoyu's grasp, and Yu Pei'er snatched it triumphantly. Haha. Kid, I knew you'd lose your cool at the sight of this. How does it feel to be outsmarted? Yu Pei'er stood on the wind spirit eagle's back, tauntingly waving the solar gold. Hongjiang exhaled in relief. Finally, it's in our hands. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically, plunging Lin Xiao and his companions into an unprecedented crisis. Thunder breath. Lin Xiao lifted his sword, his gaze sharp and focused. Just as Yu Pei'er finished speaking, a reverse lightning bolt shot from her palm, attempting to dodge with the power of the wind god Condor. However, she was shocked to find that Lin Xiao's sword tip showed no sign of lightning, while her own body began to transform into an electrical form. Silly girl, Lin Xiao sneered. I knew you'd be overjoyed to get that thing. How does it feel to be outsmarted by me? As Yu Pei'er was about to dodge, Xiao Sha from afar suddenly opened his mouth, releasing a thick lightning column with a roar. Boom! The lightning brushed past Yu Pei'er's right hand, and the sun gold flew out, landing precisely through a 6th-floor hospital window. Damn brat! Yu Pei'er clutched her wrist, her face livid, and then charged towards the hospital again. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, who had been knocked down, unleashed the Moonstrike skill. The wind god Condor spun and dove, throwing Yu Pei'er off. Lin Xiao then performed metal assimilation, his body covered in a shimmering glow, breaking free from the ground's constraints. On the 6th floor of the hospital, Sun Qi, hiding in a corner, shivered in fear from the battle outside, muttering, you can't see me. Suddenly, a red oval stone rolled to his feet. What is this? Sun Qi looked at the ball-sized stone in confusion. Oh, I know, this must be Lin's dinosaur egg. He picked up the stone and hurried downstairs. Yu Pei'er teleported to the 6th floor, but saw no sign of the sun gold. As she was puzzled, Sun Qi's voice came from below. Lin, your egg fell. Damn it, where did this guy come from? Hongjiang's face was grim. Lin Xiao was about to go upstairs, but was stunned by Sun Qi's unexpected help. Lin, I'm risking my life to bring you this egg. You better protect me, Sun Qi said, handing the sun gold to Lin Xiao. You wretch. I'll kill you. Yu Pei'er raged from the 6th floor. Lin Xiao shook the sun gold in his hand and smiled. Pei'er, I'll be taking this sun gold. You won't get another chance. Xiao Sha, open wide. Xiao Sha immediately opened his massive mouth, and with a toss, Lin Xiao sent the sun gold right in. Wow, just like that. Ling exclaimed. I feel safer with it in Xiao Sha's stomach. Lin Xiao grinned. After swallowing the sun gold, Xiao Sha erupted with thunderous power. The sky grew dark with clouds, blue lightning streaked across the heavens, illuminating the dim earth like daylight. Xiao Sha's body began to swell wildly, roaring skyward, lightning raging as if defying the heavens. Whoa, does this thing have such immense power? Lin Xiao was also left speechless by the astonishing scene before him. Boom. As Xiao Sha's footsteps thundered down, a blue lightning bolt shot from its body straight into the sky. Amidst the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, fierce winds howled, lifting the earth from the ground. This scene was reminiscent of the mythical Deluo Jin Xian facing a heavenly tribulation. Roar! Xiao Sha let out an earth-shattering roar. The sheer power of this thunderous sound forced Yu Pei'er to cover her ears, her pride in her own black prison Thunder Lion's roar skill paling in comparison. Lingling crouched on the ground, her face twisted in pain. As for Sun Qi, who had been delivering eggs, the roar knocked him out cold, his eyes rolling back as he fainted on the spot. In the distance, Xiaoyu stared at the enormous creature in shock, muttering to herself, "Goodness, what is that thing?" Lin Xiao watched the furious rampage of the shark-toothed dragon in bewilderment. After several seconds, Xiao Sha's ferocious roars gradually subsided into a low growl. Its pupils had turned completely blood red, and its once pure blue scales had transformed into a mix of blue and red, with rows of red crystals sprouting from head to tail. Its size had expanded nearly tenfold. Although it wasn't quite as large as Godzilla, its concentrated power brought its combat strength close to berserker level. When Lin Xiao checked Xiao Sha's information again, he found it had evolved from a blue thunder shark-tooth dragon to a blood fury shark-tooth dragon. The attribute panel showed quality unaccessible, skills included lightning breath, thunderous strike, and divine justice, but all other data was marked as unaccessible. However, the side effects Lingling had warned about soon became apparent. Lin Xiao suddenly felt dizzy, as if he had drunk 3 bottles of strong liquor, stumbling around. "This isn't right. Why is getting stronger affecting me so much?" he muttered, shaking his dazed head. "Lin Xiao, that's not how you're supposed to use solar gold." Lingling shouted urgently. "A divine beast needs at least a month to fully absorb the solar gold core, and it should be consumed in small amounts. You're crazy for giving it all at once. Aren't you afraid it might explode?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao's face darkened with realization. "Xiao Sha, I'm sorry, I really messed up." Although the ancient dominator's bloodline wouldn't easily be overwhelmed, this state was indeed uncomfortable. "Damn it, this lunatic is completely insane." Hong Jiang was utterly shocked at the sight of the colossal beast. Lin Xiao didn't know how long this state would last, but the priority was to deal with Yu Pei'er and Hong Jiang before anything went wrong. He focused his gaze on Yu Pei'er on the 6th floor and pointed, "Lightning breath." Xiao Sha responded, red crystals beginning to gather energy from its tail. A pillar of blue and red lightning crashed towards Yu Pei'er, slicing through the 6th floor and sweeping across. The building was cleaved like tofu and collapsed with a thunderous roar. In Yu Pei'er's eyes, the approaching lightning was reflected, her expression dark. From the rubble, a disheveled Yu Pei'er staggered out, landing near Lingling. Her arm was a bloody mess, and her entire body was drenched in blood, looking utterly miserable. "You little brat. You really dare to kill me." Yu Pei'er shouted at Lin Xiao, furious and embarrassed. Lin Xiao, unfazed, raised his hand again, but due to unsteady footing, pointed towards Lingling. "Ah, you idiot, aim properly." Lingling screamed as she dodged. Seeing this, Yu Pei'er gritted her teeth and ordered, "Retreat." Hong Jiang immediately retracted the devourer beast frog, initiated assimilation, and sprinted away. "Run! Lightning breath!" Lin Xiao shouted sharply. Xiao Sha unleashed another lightning pillar, shooting straight into the sky. The clouds were pierced, as if the sky had a hole punched through it. The ground was blasted into a charred path. Hong Jiang didn't escape far enough and was struck by the lightning pillar, crashing heavily to the ground and coughing up blood. Yu Pei'er quickly teleported to his side, summoning the Black Prison Thunder Lion to carry him to safety. "What are you standing there for? Chase them!" Lin Xiao urged Lingling. Snapping back, she immediately commanded the Radiant Peacock to pursue. "Cough. Damn it. This guy doesn't plan to let us go," Hong Jiang said weakly. "Pei'er, leave me. You should escape. Stop talking nonsense. Release the Devourer Beast Frog to block them, or none of us will get away." Yu Pei'er said harshly. Hong Jiang, struggling, released the Devourer Beast Frog, activating its strongest skill, Hell's Death Soul Cannon. The frog's jaw swelled and shot out a jet black cannonball. True Thousand-Eyed Buddha transformation. The Radiant Peacock fanned its tail, its blinding beams piercing through the cannonball, blasting towards the Devourer Beast Frog. With a dull thud, the Radiant Peacock was knocked down by the shockwave. The Devourer Beast Frog, riddled with holes, lay motionless. Xiao Sha quickly tore it apart and devoured it, but its size immediately diminished, steaming as it returned to normal, with its data stabilizing. Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt an excruciating headache, clutching his head in agony. "Ugh, damn it, my head's gonna explode." Yu Pei'er realized that she couldn't defeat Lin Xiao after he used the Sun Gold, so she chose to retreat. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt as if his head had been struck hard, buzzing and on the verge of fainting. Xiao Sha returned to his normal size, but suddenly collapsed on the ground, emitting hot steam, with cracked and bleeding skin, looking extremely weak. Ignoring his headache, Lin Xiao immediately activated Xiao Lei's life vitality skill. A green glow enveloped Xiao Lei and flew towards Lin Xiao and Xiao Xia. Under the effect of life vitality, Lin Xiao's headache eased slightly, and Xiao Xia's wounds began to heal. However, the green light on Xiao Lei started to fade after only a few seconds, clearly showing the immense burden of using life vitality after having already activated the blessing of courage. Fortunately, thanks to Xiao Xia's strong physique and Xiao Lei's healing ability, he finally escaped danger. Xiaoyu approached with concern and asked, Lin Xiao, are you okay? Lin Xiao struggled to stand upright, still feeling unsteady, and replied, I'm fine. Just the aftermath, it's really fierce. Lingling looked at the recovering shark-toothed dragon and Lin Xiao in shock, exclaiming, You must be a monster, and you're still fine. She thought to herself that if any general had swallowed the sun gold directly, not only would the divine beast explode, but their own spirit would also suffer severe trauma. Yet this guy recovered in just a few seconds. At that moment, Fu Yong contacted Lingling through the beast control device. Lingling, how's Cassilia City? I tried to reach you several times earlier. Why didn't you reply? Lingling quickly responded, I was in battle just now, but everything's fine now. Fu Yong pressed further, battle? What happened? Lingling explained, we encountered Yu Pei'er, but it's fine now. With Minister Lin's son here, the crisis is resolved. Fu Yong was taken aback. Minister Lin's son? Lingling didn't elaborate further and instead asked, how's Erroneous City? Fu Yong replied, I contacted you to see if you could make it back in half an hour. We're trapped in a beast flame prison and might not be able to get out for 1 or 2 hours. Yun Chuan is fighting alone outside. From the looks of it, he can barely hold on for half an hour. Lingling frowned. Half an hour? I'd have to fly back with the divine beast, but it would consume too much energy. I'm afraid I might not be able to fight after flying back. Fu Yong was also at a loss. Lin Xiao, hearing about Yun Chuan's predicament, remembered that Yun Chuan was his father's personal guard, closely connected to his father, and had helped him twice before. As someone who values gratitude and grudges clearly, he didn't want to see Yun Chuan perish in Erroneous City. Lin Xiao turned to Xiaoyu and asked, Xiaoyu, can your wind god eagle travel long distances? Xiaoyu nodded and replied, yes, wind-type flying divine beasts have it a bit easier than others. All right, take us back to Erroneous City immediately, Lin Xiao ordered decisively, his eyes resolute. Xiaoyu nodded silently and skillfully guided the wind eagle to land. Lin Xiao moved quickly, pulling the unconscious Sun Qi onto the eagle's back and then leaping up himself. He turned to Lingling, gesturing for her to join them. Come on up, let's head back together. Lingling nimbly jumped onto the eagle's back and cautioned, your divine beast just went berserk once. It shouldn't exceed twice in a day. Otherwise, it'll be a huge burden for both of you. Think carefully. I know what I'm doing, Lin Xiao replied succinctly as he withdrew his three-headed divine beast. Let's go. Xiaoyu maneuvered the wind eagle back into the sky. Its wings flapped powerfully, quickly ascending to great heights, heading straight for Erroneous City. The wind-attributed eagle was incredibly fast, expected to reach their destination in less than half an hour. On the return journey, Lin Xiao continued to use his powers from Dinosaur Island to heal Xiao Xia. Even though the recovery was slowing, it was better than nothing. Meanwhile, Erroneous City was engulfed in chaos. The berserk-level beasts were overwhelmingly powerful, and beastmasters below the calamity level were unable to intervene. Yun Chuan fought valiantly. Both he and Yu Yao were injured. If not for their exceptional strength, any ordinary calamity-level beastmaster would have perished by now. Master, this monster is too strong. I can't defeat it. Yu Yao hovered beside Yun Chuan, her right hand trembling, blood staining the nearby streams. Her tail fins had lost most of their scales, indicating the battle was fiercely grueling. Yun Chuan struggled to stay upright, his breath shallow. Looking back at the 1,000 or so beastmasters, his expression grew heavier. He could escape, but that would doom these people in Erroneous City. As a commander, he couldn't retreat even a single step. The enraged beast let out a deafening roar, its massive body charging once more. Yun Chuan immediately deployed his third skill, Azure Sea Flow. Yu Yao raised her left hand with effort, pointing forward. Water rapidly gathered around her, forming a towering wave. The surge coalesced into a water wall, crashing towards the beast like a furious ocean storm. With a thunderous crash, the water engulfed the beast, as if it were submerged in the sea, thrashing wildly. Suddenly, the beast opened its massive maw, unleashing a high-temperature crimson flame. In an instant, the vast water turned into steam and evaporated, vanishing like mist. After Yun Chuan's ultimate move was neutralized, the rage of the furious beast reached its peak. It pounded the ground with its hooves and charged at Yun Chuan like a bolt of black lightning. In this critical moment, Yun Chuan swiftly unleashed his rain curtain lotus, summoning for crystalline ice walls that rose from the ground, layered to block the path ahead. However, these defenses appeared fragile before the berserk-level furious beast. Crash, crash, crash. The ice walls shattered in succession, scattering sparkling ice shards into the air. Seizing the opportunity, the beast lunged forward, delivering a ferocious claw strike to Yu Yao's chest. Ugh! Yu Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, her petite body flung away from the encircling streams and landing heavily on the ground. Without the nurturing flow of water, she was like a fish out of water, losing even the most basic ability to move. Ha! Su Hai laughed triumphantly. Yin Chuan, you're indeed formidable, holding off a furious beast at a mere calamity level for so long. But it's all in vain. The furious beast is still berserk level, and with your divine beast gravely injured, your end is near. On the city wall, the onlookers turned pale with dread, especially Lin Xiao, who, though silent, spoke volumes with his clenched fists. Are we going to lose one of our great generals here today? He murmured. The other three generals, despite frequent quarrels with Yin Chuan, fell silent at this moment, recognizing their shared allegiance to the Thousand Nations Alliance. Master, I'm sorry. Yu Yao lay weakly on the ground, unable to muster the strength to rise. Why isn't Ling Ling back yet? Lin Zhen shouted anxiously. Their only hope was for Ling Ling to return quickly. As long as they could hold out until the fire wall disappeared, with the three other generals in full strength, they could resolve this crisis. The key was whether Yin Chuan could endure until then. As the furious beast, exhaling white vapor, closed in on Yin Chuan, a sharp eagle's cry suddenly pierced the sky. The wind-riding divine eagle swooped down from the heavens, hovering above Yin Chuan, its wings stirring up a fierce gale. Lin Xiao stood firmly on the eagle's back, his gaze fixed on Yin Chuan below. Is that shower? Lin Zhen was momentarily taken aback. What's going on? Brother Yin Chuan, it seems I arrived just in time, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Yin Chuan's expression visibly relaxed at Lin Xiao's appearance. Don't look at me like that. I'm not in a guise, Lin Xiao teased. Besides, I'm here to save her. He pointed at Yu Yao. Really? Brother Lin, you're the best. I'll give you little fish. Yu Yao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? Yin Chuan. All right, let's go. Lin Xiao didn't wait for further conversation. He activated his gold attribute assimilation and leaped from the high altitude. Boom. He landed steadily in front of Yin Chuan, kicking up a cloud of dust. The beast tamers on site murmured among themselves. Why isn't it Ling Ling? Can this kid handle a berserk-level beast? But Lin Xiao no longer cared about hiding anything. With Xiao Sha's reinforcement from the sun's gold, even though he hadn't reached calamity level yet, his combat power was already approaching the berserk level. So now he's not afraid of any threats at all, and there's no need to hide anything. Ling Ling stood on the back of the divine eagle, a playful smile tugging at her lips. A hero saves hero, kindred spirits. Yin Chuan, expressionless, spoke one of the few sentences he ever said. You're no match for it. Better let Ling Ling come down. Lin Xiao stepped forward slowly, confidence gleaming in his eyes. You just rest aside. Whether I can beat it or not, we'll only know after a fight. With that, he casually released Xiao Sha. By now, Xiao Sha had almost fully recovered its injuries and strength. Lin Zhen's face turned pale as he saw Lin Xiao step down, and he urgently shouted, Shower, don't be foolish, let Ling Ling handle it. Fu Yong was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the unfamiliar young man, then realized, is this Ling Ling's mention of Minister Lin's son? Lin Xiao, Fu Yong was secretly astonished. The beast that even Yin Chuan couldn't defeat. Can this guy really handle it? Without saying a word, Lin Xiao activated Xiao Sha's ultimate move, Berserk. With the unleashing of Xiao Sha's ultimate technique, a deafening roar erupted. Xiao Sha's body visibly swelled, and the crimson crystals on its back grew wildly, in an instant becoming several times larger than the raging beast. Lin Xiao felt a wave of dizziness, but he knew he couldn't release Xiao Lei yet. It also needed to recover. This battle was clearly not going to be easy. Lin Zhen was stunned as he saw the crimson crystals protruding from Xiao Sha's back. Zhongli squinted his aged eyes, carefully observing, and thought to himself, why do these crystals look so familiar? Before everyone could react, Lin Xiao, while still conscious, immediately unleashed a skill. Xiao Sha took a step forward, opened its massive jaws, and a red and blue intertwined lightning column burst forth. Boom! The lightning column struck the surface of the raging beast, immediately sparking. The beast, unafraid of even Yin Chuan's ultimate move, had its scales shattered and flesh burst under Xiao Sha's ferocious breath, forcing it back over 100 meters. In the distance, 1,000 or 2,000 beast tamers were dumbfounded. Someone exclaimed, is this a joke? This guy can fight a berserk-level exotic beast. Could he be a berserk-level beast tamer from the desert? No, I've seen him, he's Minister Lin's son. What? Many were left in shock. The raging beast, wounded by Xiao Sha's powerful attack, became even more furious. Ignoring its injuries, it charged forward, intending to engage Xiao Sha in close combat. Go! Lin Xiao commanded. Xiao Sha stamped the ground, leaving deep craters with each step, and charged forward. Its massive jaws, filled with teeth like those of a giant shark, aimed unhesitatingly at the beast's neck. Boom. Crash. The two giant beasts engaged in a fierce melee on the plains, tearing at each other, with blood and scales flying everywhere. The spectacular scene left almost everyone present in awe. What a spectacle! This battle rivals those in the desert. Fu Yong was also stunned by Lin Xiao's formidable strength. Zhongli watched the scene, unable to react for a long while. No. Even if Lin Xiao's strength grew rapidly, it's impossible to reach the level of battling a berserk-level exotic beast in just 8 or 9 days. What's going on? Standing not far away, Lin Yiner, from the moment Lin Xiao appeared, couldn't close her small mouth. As the deputy director of the Genetic Engineering Institute, she couldn't possibly not recognize solar gold. He swallowed the solar gold, she exclaimed internally, her eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield stared in awe at Xiao Sha's imposing presence, as if witnessing an unbelievable miracle. Lin Xiao forced himself to stay awake despite his exhaustion, knowing he couldn't afford to collapse at this critical juncture. In the distance, Su Hai was completely stunned, never expecting the Thousand Nations Alliance to have hidden such formidable power. A glint flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "An anger beast, huh? I need a berserker-level beast core myself, so I'll be taking it." With that, he raised his hand and shouted, "Heaven's justice!" Instantly, the sky darkened as clouds roiled and red and blue lightning roared through the heavens like furious dragons. Xiao Sha let out a long howl, unleashing a pillar of interwoven red and blue lightning from its mouth, shooting straight into the sky. It seemed as though the world might collapse at any moment. Zhongli watched this astonishing scene, his jaw nearly dropping. He thought to himself, wow, this guy is defying the heavens. Such power is definitely at the level of a super general, maybe even close to berserker level. Su Hai's face changed drastically as he furiously shouted, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Anger beast, tear it apart!" The anger beast roared in response, seemingly ready to withstand heaven's justice. Just then, a violent bolt of lightning illuminated the area for miles around and struck down with a thunderous crash. The ground trembled with the sound of thunder, cracks spreading like a spider web. The anger beast bore the brunt of 90% of the lightning's force, collapsing to the ground and struggling to rise. After releasing heaven's justice, Lin Xiao exhaled a burst of hot steam, feeling a slight mental impact. He thought dizzily, strange, it wasn't even me who released it, so why am I affected? He turned to look at Xiao Sha, finding it in worse condition. The red crystal on Xiao Sha's back had dimmed, steam rising from its body, and blood continued to flow from its mouth. Clearly, this cross-level challenge had taken a significant toll on it. Lin Xiao realized that the battle needed to end quickly, and raising Xiao Sha to catastrophe level was urgent. Given the current state of the battlefield, Beast King level strength was no longer sufficient. The anger beast struggled to its feet, letting out a thunderous roar as it launched another fierce attack on Xiao Sha. Xiao Sha did not back down, as if defending the dignity of an ancient overlord, charging Hedon. It bit into the anger beast's neck, its sharp shark teeth tearing into the beast's flesh like daggers. Despite being a genuine berserker-level beast, the anger beast slashed at Xiao Sha with its claws in a frenzy. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately ordered, "Xiao Heng, your brother's getting a beating, go help him." With Lin Xiao's command, Xiao Heng joined the battle, charging forward with its devil horns relentlessly attacking the anger beast. Under the combined assault of Xiao Sha and Xiao Heng, the anger beast began to show signs of fatigue. After all, it had already expended a lot of energy to trap the city of Aronia before this battle and was not in peak condition. Moreover, the anger beast had only one skill and was not a strong offensive type. Lin Xiao keenly seized this opportunity, thinking to himself, I absolutely cannot let it go. Oh my god, this must be a battle of epic proportions, exclaimed the 1 or 2,000 beast tamers watching from afar, witnessing firsthand what a true divine beast battle looks like. In the center of the battlefield, the furious beast and Xiao Sha clashed fiercely, causing the ground to tremble with their impact. Lin Xiao stood to the side, a look of longing in his eyes, the core of a berserk-level exotic beast, even rarer than a disaster level 1, a priceless treasure right before him. Su Hai watched the scene from a distance, feeling a sense of impending doom. Their mission was to obtain solar gold, which, if used to enhance a berserk-level divine beast or furious beast, would exponentially increase their power. Unfortunately, they were a step behind, failing to acquire the solar gold and suffering a setback on the battlefield of Aronia City. He couldn't help but think of the severe reprimand he would receive from the Pope upon their return. As the battle dragged on, Lin Xiao felt his strength waning, but he gritted his teeth and refused to give up. Xiao Sha's attacks grew even more ferocious, stomping the furious beast to the ground and unleashing a Redan blue lightning bolt straight at its head. Meanwhile, Xiao Heng was not idle, using its demon horns to relentlessly assault the furious beast from behind, like a sidekick launching sneak attacks in a brawl. This scene reminded Lin Xiao of street fights from his past life. bringing a wry smile to his face. Although this tactic seemed somewhat underhanded, it was undeniably effective. Under Xiao Heng's persistent assault, the furious beast's body was riddled with transparent holes. Seeing the furious beast on the brink of death, Su Hai's alarm bells went off. Lin Xiao felt he was about to collapse and shouted, "End it! I can't hold on much longer." Xiao Sha seemed to understand its master's command and delivered a powerful stomp to the furious beast's chest. With a loud crash, the beast's chest caved in, and with a final, unwilling wail, it lost its ability to move. The battle concluded, and Lin Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face flushed. Xiao Sha, having undergone 2 consecutive berserk transformations, reached its limit and quickly shrank down, lying on the ground. Lin Xiao sat down heavily, gasping for air, silently cursing that such a move should not be used lightly. At that moment, Su Hai seized the opportunity to take Lin Xiao's life while he was weakened. He swiftly summoned a snow-white frost giant elephant, a disaster-level exotic beast with powerful skills like trample, icy terrain, and freezing touch. Lin Xiao glanced up, his pupils contracting as he quickly analyzed the frost giant elephant's attributes. Su Hai directed the elephant to charge at Lin Xiao, roaring, "You brat, die now." Faced with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Su Hai could not afford to miss it, or this mission would truly end in ruin. Though exhausted, Lin Xiao's eyes still burned with an unyielding spirit as he prepared to face this life-and-death battle. As the massive frost elephant charged forward, Lin Xiao felt a wave of despair. He had been fighting all day, first against Kuei Shan and Yu Pei'er, and now faced this raging beast, with Su Hai also eager to join in. Lin Xiao struggled to stand, but his legs were already growing weak. From the city wall, Lin Jun and Lin Yi'er watched anxiously, their hearts in their throats. At this critical moment, Lingling and Xiaoyu appeared like heavenly soldiers before Lin Xiao. Lingling gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Lin Xiao, you're amazing. Leave the rest to us." Xiaoyu firmly added, "Lin Xiao, I'll protect you with my life." Below the city wall, 1,000 or 2 beast tamers, led by their captains, surged forward, unleashing a barrage of skills upon the enemy. Relieved, Lin Xiao slowly sat down to catch his breath, simultaneously calling back Xiao Sha and Xiao Hong, and collecting the carcass of the angry beast. Su Hai, still 100 or 2 meters away from Lin Xiao, was stunned by the sudden appearance of reinforcements. Gritting his teeth, he spat out a threat. "You brat, I'll remember you. Next time, a berserker-level nameless will take your life." With that, he recalled the frost elephant and fled in disgrace. Seeing this, Yin Chuan shouted, "Come back, don't chase." Everyone halted. Lin Xiao struggled to his feet and asked with concern, "Brother Yin Chuan, are you all right?" Yin Chuan was about to respond when he suddenly collapsed, clearly exhausted. Lin Xiao couldn't help but joke. Is this what you call all right? Seems like I held up better than you." By now, the flames around the city wall were gradually dying down, leaving only a few stubborn flickers. Water-type beast tamers quickly extinguished the remaining fires. Lin Jun and Lin Yi'er hurried to Lin Xiao's side, with Lin Yi'er hugging him and crying, "You can't take such risks again. What would we do if something happened to you?" At that moment, Yin Chuan, lying on the ground with a pale face, said, "Everyone, though I hate to ask, could someone give me a hand?" It was him who had been fighting all along, protecting those beast tamers, yet now no one seemed to care about him. Yin Chuan silently grumbled to himself, feeling both aggrieved and helpless. Just then, Lingling's voice came through, with a hint of teasing and comfort. "Looks like someone stole your thunder, but don't worry, seeing how hard you fought, I'll give you a hand. I actually have high hopes for you." With that, Lingling approached Yin Chuan and helped him up. Yin Chuan gave her a sidelong glance, but still managed to say thank you. At this moment, Zhang Li approached slowly and solemnly announced, "The ghost-level heavenly fall is over." Although there were some hiccups, everything was resolved perfectly in the end. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Long Yu from the council also joined in, with a meaningful smile on his face. "Minister Lin, you have a fine son. His strength is more than enough to take on the role of general. He could easily replace Lan Weiwei's position." Upon hearing this, Lin Jun was instantly furious and sharply retorted, "You old fool, my son is already severely injured, and you still want him to be a general. I'm not crazy, so don't ever mention making my son a general again." This outburst left Elder Long Yu with a darkened expression. Though he wanted to react, he dared not, and in the end, he could only shake his head in resignation. Lin Jun and Lin Yi'er supported Lin Xiao as they slowly left the scene, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered faces. Once in the car, Lin Xiao quickly fell asleep. The day's battle had taken a tremendous toll on him, and he needed to rest and recover. Upon returning home, Lili learned of her son's injuries and immediately dropped everything to rush back. Though Lin Xiao had already begun to recover, Lili sat by his bed, constantly expressing her concern. "Xiao, are you really okay? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? Don't hide anything from me. I know you always try to put on a brave face, but your health is important. Lin Xiao reassured her. Mom, I'm really fine, don't worry. Lin Xiao chimed in. Mom, let Lin Xiao rest. He's been exhausted all day. Only then did Lily reluctantly get up, saying, call me if you need anything, before leaving the room. Just as Lin Xiao was about to close the door and leave, Lin Xiao suddenly called out to her. Sis, wait a moment. What is it? Lin Xiao asked. You extracted a sample of the venomous dragon lizard's genes last time. Do you still have it? Lin Xiao inquired. Yes, it's in the lab. It's already been analyzed and isn't needed anymore. Do you want it? Lin Xiao replied. Yes, I do. Lin Xiao nodded, planning to ask Zhang Li for his reward tomorrow, which would allow him to gather 2 disaster-level beast cores to upgrade Xiao Xia to the next level. All right, I'll bring it back for you after work tomorrow, Lin Xiao promised. Great, thanks sis, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Lin Xiao reminded him. Get some rest, I'll be right outside. Just call if you need anything. After a day of rest at home, Lin Xiao's pace of life slowed significantly. His time was filled with simple meals and sleep, occasionally taking a trip to Dinosaur Island. Thanks to Xiao Lei's tireless care, the severely injured Xiao Xia had recovered and was bouncing around energetically. The recent battle had indeed exhausted Lin Xiao and his mythical beasts, especially Xiao Lei and Xiao Xia, who gave the most. Xiao Hong, with its thick skin, hadn't suffered too much damage. Lin Xiao also transferred Xiao He from the beast-taming device to Dinosaur Island. Although it had grown a bit, it didn't serve much purpose yet other than marking its territory around the island. With 3 strong brothers around, Lin Xiao didn't expect it to contribute much and was content with it being a mere decoration. By the afternoon of the next day, Lin Xiao's energy and strength had mostly returned. Just then, Lin Xiao came home early from work, bringing with her the disaster-level exotic beast gene he needed. Now, Lin Xiao had a disaster-level exotic beast core, the corpse of a venomous dragon lizard, and a vial of genes. The only thing missing was a second exotic beast core. Recalling his previous trip to Cassilia City on Zhang Li's commission, Lin Xiao realized the Tindui deadline had passed. Although he had enjoyed playing the hero, he kept a clear account of it. After receiving the gene from Lin Xiao, he immediately set off for the Erroneous City Beastmaster Academy to settle the debt. Upon arriving at the academy, everything was running as usual, but there was a new atmosphere in the air. The legend of Lin Xiao's battle with the berserk-level exotic beast had spread widely within the academy. From afar, he saw a group of fans surrounding 3 people, seemingly in a heated discussion. As Lin Xiao quietly approached, he discovered that Lu Yong and his 2 friends were surrounded. An excited fangirl asked, Brother Sun, is it true that Lin is really close to you guys? Of course, Sun Chi boasted, we're Lin Xiao's best buddies. You have no idea, yesterday's battle was like heaven and earth were turned upside down. Lin was like a god, charging into the beast army and slaying left and right. I'm not making this up, I saw it with my own eyes. Sun Chi continued to enthusiastically recount Lin Xiao's heroic deeds, while Lu Yong and Ding Letong listened with dark expressions. Annoying, this guy is really asking for it. Ding Letong glared at Sun Chi angrily. Lu Yong couldn't hold back either. Sun Chi, stop bragging. I heard from the captain that you slept like a log the entire time and didn't see a thing. Who are you trying to fool? Sun Chi retorted defiantly. Lu Yong, watch your words. Lin's godlike performance was all thanks to my divine support. Brother Sun, tell us how you helped Lin, the fangirls asked eagerly, eyes wide with anticipation. Ahem, Sun Chi cleared his throat. Since you all want to hear it so much, I'll tell you. He then began to embellish his tale of Lin Xiao's battle with the Faceless Ones. Standing not far away, Lin Xiao twitched at the corner of his mouth, but chose not to interrupt them. Instead, he headed straight for Zhang Li's office. When he arrived at the office door, he found a beastmaster standing guard. The beast tamer was visibly startled when Lin Xiao arrived, though he managed to suppress the urge to curry favor. Standing respectfully at the office door, he said, Lin, are you looking for the deputy director? He's gone to headquarters for a meeting and should be back in a few days. That's nonsense. Lin Xiao sneered. My parents are at home. What meeting is he attending? Clearly, this old man is trying to shirk his responsibilities. Get out of my way. The beast tamer's face darkened as he sheepishly stepped aside. As someone who could single-handedly take on a berserk-level beast, he dared not offend Lin Xiao. With a loud bang, Lin Xiao kicked open the office door. Sure enough, Zhang Li was lounging in his chair, a cigar in hand. The sudden commotion startled him, almost causing the cigar to fall. Lin, why didn't you knock? Zhang Li's face turned grim. Knock? You're lucky I didn't break the door down. Lin Xiao strode in angrily. What's the big idea? First, you tricked me into going to Cassilia City, and now you have people blocking me at the door. Calm down, let's talk this out. Zhang Li awkwardly put down his cigar. I'm very upset right now, Lin Xiao stated bluntly. I've been in Cassilia City for nearly 10 days, completed the mission perfectly, so where's my beast core? About that, could we maybe postpone the core discussion? Zhang Li began, but Lin Xiao was already upon him, grabbing his collar. Are you trying to mess with me? Lin Xiao's eyes blazed with anger. Do you know how much I trust you? We agreed on 10 days, and I stuck to it. When have I ever been this punctual? Give me the core, or I'll break your old bones. Seeing Lin Xiao's fierce expression, Zhongli wiped sweat from his brow. Wow, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He's just like Lin Zhun, he thought. All right, I'll give it to you. Just let go of me, Zhongli conceded. Lin Xiao released him and sat on the sofa. Zhongli, teary-eyed, retrieved an ornate box from a drawer. This is the core of the first beast I ever killed. I couldn't even bear to sell it when I was broke. Lin Xiao took the box and, seeing the white stone inside, was satisfied. You can keep the box as a memento, he said, turning to leave. Wait, Zhongli called after him. The church went to great lengths this time. It's for the solar gold, right? That stuff is precious. Do you have it? Yes, the situation was urgent, so I stored the solar gold in Little Shah's belly. Is there a problem? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. No problem. You can go now, Zhongli sighed, completely at a loss for words with this kid. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. If he hadn't played hardball with this old fox, he wouldn't have gotten the core today and would have been lectured about the solar gold. Now that he had all the materials, Little Shah could be upgraded to a disaster level, and he could finally start preparing for his long-desired fourth divine beast, the wind god wyvern. With these thoughts, Lin Xiao strode out of Zhang Li's office. After returning from the Beast Tamer Academy, Lin Xiao locked himself in his bedroom and entered Dinosaur Island, shutting out everything else. On Dinosaur Island, it was another sunny day. The gentle sunlight shimmered on the calm sea, creating a sparkling effect. This magical space seemed to be located in a monsoon zone, where it was mostly calm, with only occasional storms. Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on a soft patch of grass on the island, with Xiaohei obediently lying beside him. This loyal companion had noticeably grown since being found, its growth rate quite satisfying. Lin Xiao gathered all the materials needed for upgrading in front of him and looked up at Xiao Sha lying before him. Xiao Sha, today is a day to remember, Lin Xiao spoke solemnly. Reaching the calamity level means our strength is now among the top in this world. We've had a smooth journey so far, without major setbacks. That's good, and I hope it continues. But I couldn't have done it without your help, you understand. Unexpectedly, Xiao Sha lifted its head and let out a gentle growl, as if responding to Lin Xiao's words. Lin Xiao smiled with satisfaction and turned to Xiao Heng and Xiao Lei. You too as well. I'll make you stronger even faster. Xiao Heng and Xiao Lei responded in kind. All right, enough talk, Shark-Toothed Dragon evolve. Lin Xiao commanded, and the materials on the ground were swiftly absorbed by Xiao Sha. A system notification immediately sounded. Congratulations to the island owner for completing the mythical beast upgrade, earning 1,000 prestige points, total prestige 4,000. Blue Thunder Shark-Toothed Dragon quality, Calamity. Skills, Thunder Breath, Tremor Strike, Justice Descends, Berserk. Attribute, Thunder Attribute Upgrade. Materials, Berserk Level Beast Core, 2 Berserk Level Beast Bones, Berserk Level Beast Gene Assimilation, ready. Xiao Sha was instantly enveloped in blue lightning, its body rapidly growing. The previously coarse scales became sharper, as if clad in a suit of lightning armor. Through the scales, the thunder coursing through its veins was more vigorous, as if a mere prick would release thunder instead of blood. Roar! Xiao Sha suddenly rose, letting out a deafening roar like a furious thunder. Lin Xiao slowly stood up, looking at the majestic and powerful calamity level Xiao Sha beside him, feeling pleased. Now it's time for the lottery. Xiaohei, I need your lucky streak again. I want a pterosaur. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Xiaohei immediately got up, barked twice, and started to run. Lin Xiao quickly grabbed Xiaohei before it got far. Where are you going? I'm just asking you to draw a prize, not cook you. Behave. Xiaohei seemed to understand Lin Xiao's words and suddenly became docile. However, Lin Xiao added, if you don't get the pterosaur, then I might cook you. Woof woof woof. Xiaohei instantly began to struggle wildly. Lin Xiao laughed as he picked up Xiaohei's paw and tapped on the lottery page. As the familiar wheel spun before Lin Xiao, the lottery officially began. At that moment, Lin Xiao held his breath, his heart racing. For the fourth time, he finally mustered the courage to choose the dragon species he longed for. Recalling the exhilarating feeling of riding the wind atop Xia Yu's wind god eagle, he hoped the system would understand his wish. Xiaohei, too, watched anxiously, as if silently praying. It had to be the wind god wyvern, or else it might end up as a pot of dog meat stew. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Congratulations to the island owner for acquiring a common carnivorous dragon wind god wyvern. Wind god wyvern quality, low level. Skill, wind piercing spear. Unlock attribute at mid-level, wind attribute. Unlock upgrade at mid-level, mid-level exotic beast core assimilation. Ready. Lin Xiao was overjoyed, a look of disbelief on his face. Could this be the legendary luck of the draw? No, it's luck of the draw with a dog. He quickly patted Xiaohei's head, laughing. Xiaohei, no stew for you, you did great. Xiaohei wagged its tail happily, relieved to have escaped its fate. Eagerly, Lin Xiao released the wind god wyvern onto Dinosaur Island. With a resounding cry, a massive creature with a nearly 15-meter wingspan appeared in midair. Its broad wings cast a shadow over the ground below. Though the wind god wyvern lacked sharp teeth and powerful claws, its long, spear-like beak was its most formidable weapon. Lin Xiao thought that if this beak, carrying wind attributes, were to dive from above, it could pierce steel with ease. The title of the strongest wind element was well-deserved. Suddenly, after circling a few times, the wind god wyvern dove, plunging into the calm sea with a splash. Moments later, it emerged with a large fish in its beak, swallowing its prey in a few quick gulps. Lin Xiao smiled with satisfaction. The wind god wyvern was not only powerful, but also easy to care for. With the vast ocean as its hunting ground, it required no exotic beast meat from him in the early stages. Content: Lin Xiao exited Dinosaur Island, feeling his combat power had reached a new level. After all, a calamity-level exotic beast was far more formidable than a beast king level 1. As he stepped out of his bedroom, Lin Xiao saw his father, Lin Jun, changing jackets, seemingly about to go out. "Dad, it's getting dark. Are you heading out?" Lin Xiao asked. Lin Jun replied, "Just going to check on Yun Chuan. He was seriously injured in the last battle and is still in the hospital. Want to come along? I don't have anything else to do, so I'll go with you. I'm on good terms with brother Yun Chuan." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. "All right, let's go," Lin Jun said, and the father and son set off together. Lin Xiao thought to himself that Yun Chuan's strength was truly admirable. Even without the advantages he had, Yun Chuan's pure skill allowed him to battle a berserk-level exotic beast for so long, proving his extraordinary abilities. With Yun Chuan's talent, he was destined to surpass the calamity level and, upon reaching the berserk level, would undoubtedly become a major force. In the vast Blue Star Desert, located tens of thousands of miles north of Millennium City, the scorching sun distorts the air, making the ground appear like molten iron. Sandstorms rage, bones are scattered everywhere, and the atmosphere is thick with the scent of death. Yet, this seemingly barren land is a gathering place for the powerful. The top forces of the Thousand Nations Alliance converge here, with countless beast masters who claim they can incinerate the heavens and boil the seas. Even several berserk-level beast master generals stand guard over the desert, protecting the stronghold of the Thousand Nations Alliance and ensuring peace. This is also the stronghold of the church. In an oasis somewhere in the desert stands a towering black palace. Surrounded by shimmering lakes and lush towering trees, it resembles a paradise. This is the headquarters of the church that has battled fiercely with the Thousand Nations Alliance for over a century. Inside the hall, an elderly man, well into his 70s, sits on a throne. His face is weathered and full of wrinkles, and his deep-set eyes seem to pierce the soul. With a staff in hand, he exudes authority. Beside him stand 5 masked men, ranked second to sixth among the faceless. Although their appearances are hidden, the powerful aura they emit is intimidating. Yet, even such strong individuals are as gentle as kittens before the elder. Below them, 2 masked figures tremble as they kneel. Wearing the numbers 7 and 9 masks, they are Yu Pei'er and Su Hai, who narrowly escaped death from Lin Xiao's hands. Both are gravely injured and extremely weak. A maid wearing a black mask approaches quietly, respectfully offering a cup of tea. "Your Holiness." The elder takes the cup, sips it lightly, and suddenly fixes his sharp gaze on Su Hai. His voice is hoarse and deep. "Su Hai, I heard that on this trip to Erroneous City, a berserk-level beast was lost. Is that true?" Upon hearing this, Su Hai immediately lowers himself further, trembling all over, unable to speak for a moment. "Hey, His Holiness asked you a question. Are you deaf?" A man wearing the number 6 mask barks harshly. Su Hai finally stammers. "Your Holiness, I failed in my duties and indeed lost a berserk-level beast. But it was because the Thousand Nations Alliance sent a berserk-level beast master for reinforcement. At this point, cold sweat drips continuously from his mask onto the ground. "Nonsense," the number 6 masked man scolds angrily. "The berserk-level generals of the Thousand Nations Alliance are all in the desert. When did they ever go to Erroneous City? I think you're just trying to find an excuse for your failure." Number 6 commanded coldly, his gaze as sharp as a knife. The atmosphere in the grand hall froze instantly. It's true. That guy's strength is terrifyingly strong, and the beast he summoned is unheard of. Su Hai knelt on the ground, his voice filled with fear, trying to explain further. "Enough," the elder interrupted. "I'm not here to listen to your excuses. When you set out, you and Quishan made a military pledge fail the mission, and you must end your own life. Quishan is dead, so I won't pursue it further. But you, how can you still have the face to live?" The elder's eyes were piercing, as if they could see through one's soul. Yu Pei'er, kneeling beside Su Hai, remained silent, her once lively eyes now dull, as if the soul had left them. "Your Holiness, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance, and I will kill him." Su Hai desperately kowtowed, pleading. The elder said nothing more. He silently activated his power, a fierce flame rising from his palm. If you fail, you don't deserve to live. Before the words finished, he swung his hand. Ah! A harrowing scream echoed through the hall. Su Hai was engulfed by the flames, and in an instant, the once formidable Beastmaster was reduced to a charred corpse. Yu Pei'er kept her gaze forward, not sparing Su Hai's body a glance. She knew all too well the fate that awaited her. Pei'er, the elder's tone softened slightly. I've regarded you as a granddaughter since you were young and had high hopes for you. But you couldn't even bring back a single sun gold. What do you deserve? I failed in my duty, your holiness. Please grant me death, Yu Pei'er said calmly, bowing. Very well. The elder raised his hand to unleash the flames. Just as the fire was about to touch Yu Pei'er, a figure darted out, shielding Lin Weiwei. The elder's pupils contracted, quickly retracting the flames, his expression darkening. If you're going to kill, then kill me too. Lin Weiwei glared at the elder. Although Yu Pei'er had once acted on the Pope's orders to find Lin Xiao, doing things that displeased her, she never truly intended to harm Lin Xiao. Moreover, in this desolate desert, Yu Pei'er was the only one she could talk to, the only one who could bring back news of Lin Xiao. Wire, this is none of your concern, go back to your room, the elder said sternly. What else can you do besides kill? Lin Weiwei replied coldly. If you were going to kill my parents, why didn't you kill me too? Vivi, please go, don't worry about me. Yu Pei'er tugged at Lin Weiwei's sleeve, pleading softly. Shut up. Lin Weiwei glared at her, then turned back to the elder. The elder sighed. Wire, you don't understand your grandfather's intentions. I'm old and my time is limited. Bringing you back was to have you inherit my legacy. But you've been stubborn. Forget it, just leave. He waved his hand. Only then did Lin Weiwei help Yu Pei'er up and leave the hall. The other faceless ones exchanged glances, not daring to speak. With Lin Weiwei supporting Yu Pei'er, they left the main hall and headed towards her bedroom. Once there, she carefully placed Yu Pei'er on the sofa. Lin Weiwei quickly retrieved some medicine and bandages and began tending to Yu Pei'er's injuries with focused attention. Yu Pei'er watched Lin Weiwei's busy figure, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She hesitated before softly calling out, Weiwei Jia. While changing Pei'er's bandages, Lin Weiwei asked with concern, how did you get such severe injuries? Did you encounter Yinchuan? No, Yu Pei'er suddenly replied. It was Lin Xiao. Hearing this name, Lin Weiwei's hand trembled, nearly dropping the bandage. She looked at Yu Pei'er in shock, incredulously confirming, Lin Xiao? He did this to you? Yes, Yu Pei'er responded softly. This answer hit Lin Weiwei like a bolt from the blue. She knew Yu Pei'er's strength well enough to know that even Yinchuan, the so-called strongest in the water element, might not have been able to injure Yu Pei'er so severely. How could Lin Xiao have grown so powerful in such a short time? Sensing Lin Weiwei's astonishment, Yu Pei'er slowly explained, surprised, right? Honestly, Lin Xiao's strength is now almost at the level of a berserker. He will rescue you eventually. Lin Weiwei's expression turned uncertain, struggling to imagine Lin Xiao becoming so formidable. It all felt like a dream. Regardless, thank you for saving me, Yu Pei'er said again, her voice filled with gratitude. Lin Weiwei suddenly said, all right, go rest now. I've changed your bandages. Yu Pei'er hesitated, but ultimately said nothing more. She slowly stood up and, feeling lost, left Lin Weiwei's room. After Yu Pei'er departed, Lin Weiwei could no longer contain her emotions, and tears fell from her eyes. She knew in her heart that Lin Xiao would come for her. Meanwhile, at the Central Hospital of Millennium City in the Thousand Nations Alliance, Lin Xiao and Lin Jun had arrived. They entered a special ward to find Yinchuan lying on a bed, almost entirely wrapped like a mummy. Beside Yinchuan, a large glass water tank held Yu Yao, who was leaning against its edge, half submerged in the medicated water. She sighed with boredom, beginning to complain. Yinchuan, ever since I followed you, I haven't eaten or slept well. Look at my beautiful tail fin, all damaged. What do you propose we do about it? Though Yu Yao was part of the mermaid clan, she wasn't a pure mythical beast. She had agreed to assist Yinchuan in battle through a contract. Thus, after getting injured, she couldn't recover in a beast-controlling device like other mythical creatures, but needed medical treatment like humans. Yinchuan couldn't stand it any longer and immediately shouted, You talk too much. Doctor, get me another room. Yu Yao retorted defiantly, Hey, I just said a few things and you're already unhappy? Look at Lin Gige, the difference is so vast. If only it was Lin Gige who fell into the sea back then. By now, we might have a whole school of little fish. Yunchuan's forehead bulged with veins, his face turning livid as he threatened, Yu Yao, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you back into the sea. Huh. I'll leave you eventually and run into Lin Gige's arms. Then you can cry, Yu Yao said, giving Yunchuan a dismissive look and stopping her chatter. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged. Lin Jun and Lin Xiao pushed the door open, and the atmosphere in the hospital room immediately became lively. As soon as he entered, Lin Jun sensed the subtle tension between Yinchuan and Yu Yao and couldn't help but try to lighten the mood with a smile. Haha, Yu Yao, don't be mad at Yinchuan. This is the worst he's ever been injured, and he's probably feeling pretty bad about it. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Yueyao instantly perked up and waved excitedly. Brother Lin, you came to see me. Lin Xiao walked to the bedside and asked with concern, I'm here. How are your injuries? Yueyao flashed a bright smile and made a heart gesture towards Lin Xiao, playfully saying, I'm all better, ready to fall into your arms anytime. Please take me away from this guy. Love you. Watching this, Yinchuan suddenly said to Lin Xiao, you have plenty of mystical beasts. How about switching to another one? Lin Xiao awkwardly twitched his mouth and replied, it seems you two are quite cheerful. I see you haven't been hurt too badly. Yinchuan, brimming with frustration, had lost his usual cool demeanor and said, I'm annoyed because of Yueyao, not because of the rage beast. As a permanent general in the Thousand Nations Alliance, his strength was widely recognized. Yet, the recent battle with the rage beast left him nearly defeated, which was a huge disgrace. Lin Jin chuckled and said, Yinchuan, recover quickly. I can't do without a bodyguard. Upon hearing this, Yinchuan fell silent for a moment before speaking. Minister Lin, I was just about to talk to you about this. I don't plan to stay in the Thousand Nations Alliance any longer. Lin Jun was taken aback and asked, why? Yinchuan explained, I've grown complacent over time, losing my fighting edge. I want to return to the Great Desert. Lin Jin nodded understandingly. True, the desert does train people well, but your water abilities might not be fully utilized there. That's why I initially kept you in the Thousand Nations Alliance. Are you sure about leaving? Yinchuan replied firmly. Yes, I've made up my mind. Lin Jun didn't try to persuade him further and said, all right then, I'll have Fu Yong stay with the Thousand Nations Alliance. You can head back to the desert with Lingling and the others. Yinchuan nodded gratefully. Thank you, Minister Lin, for your understanding. Lin Jin stood up to leave, saying, all right, get some rest. I won't stay any longer. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke up. Dad, wait for me a moment. Lin Jin nodded and waited by the door. Yinchuan seemed to guess Lin Xiao's intention and asked, you want to go too? Lin Xiao replied frankly, yes, since you've mentioned that the desert can make you stronger, it should do the same for me. Here, even finding a core of a calamity-level beast is challenging. There's no real sense of challenge. Yueyao immediately became excited. Oh, if Brother Lin goes to the desert, then I can be with you all the time? Haha, that would be wonderful. Lin Xiao awkwardly twitched his mouth again and said, stop tempting me. We're not the same species. Yueyao laughed it off. I don't mind. Lin Xiao was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Yinchuan planned to return to the desert, and Lin Xiao decided to accompany him. In the territory of the Thousand Nations Alliance, upgrading required a lot of time to find exotic beast cores, but in the desert, this wasn't a concern. Brother Yin, when do you plan to leave? Lin Xiao asked, looking at Yinchuan on the hospital bed. I'll leave once I'm healed, which might take some time, Yinchuan replied softly. Lin Xiao frowned at Yinchuan, voicing his curiosity. I'm curious, since the Thousand Nations Alliance has medical pods that can heal a person in a few hours, why don't you all use them? Wouldn't that be faster? Yinchuan shook his head and explained gravely. It's best not to use the medical pods unless absolutely necessary. They heal quickly, but at the cost of consuming your regenerative cells. A person's regenerative cells can only divide a limited number of times. The first use may be quick, but afterward, your self-healing ability declines, and your lifespan shortens significantly. Unless it's a life-threatening injury, it's better not to use them. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. He realized that any technology comes with a price. However, he wasn't worried because his little Thunder used pure life energy for healing, unlike the stimulating method of the medical pods. Unfortunately, Little Thunder's healing abilities were limited to himself and mythical beasts and couldn't help others. All right, I should head back. Let me know when you're healed, Brother Yun, Lin Xiao said, standing up. All right, no need to see me off, Yinchuan nodded. Brother Lin, let me see you off. Yu Yao smiled and said, just stay put. Lin Xiao muttered helplessly and waved as he left the ward. Although he had once fantasized about a romantic encounter with a mermaid, seeing Yu Yao's size 3 times that of an average person quickly dispelled that notion. Who could handle that? It felt like one could be drained instantly. By the time he got home, it was already late. Lin Jun and Li Li had to return to headquarters, so they left after a quick dinner, reminding Lin Xiao to get plenty of rest. Feeling bored, Lin Xiao sat in the living room watching TV when Lin Iner shyly approached him. Brother, watching TV? Seeing his sister's unusual expression, Lin Xiao was puzzled. What's with that look? Something on your mind? Well, it's nothing major. You killed a berserker-level beast, and I was wondering. Lin Iner hesitated. Oh, you want the berserker-level gene, right? Lin Xiao immediately understood her intentions. Yes, Lin Iner admitted sheepishly. She knew that berserker-level exotic beast genes were impossible to find on the market in the Thousand Nations Alliance. Not to mention the genes, even the corpses were rare. These things were truly priceless, and if they ever appeared, the price would be astronomical. Although such beasts were not uncommon in the desert, the high transportation costs and risks deterred local merchants from venturing into this business. Just say what you want. There's no need to be so shy. I'm not going to refuse, Lin Xiao said, puzzled by his sister's demeanor. I know you're always generous, but this is different. The data volume of a berserker-level beast gene is huge. Once I analyze it, I might not be able to return it to you, Lin Yiner explained seriously. Lin Xiao did not immediately refuse Lin Yiner's request. After all, it was her support that initially helped him become stronger. Although the value of a vial of berserker-level genes far exceeded what Lin Yiner had given him back then, he was not stingy about returning the favor. Give it to me, Lin Yiner said, extending her fair hand. Tomorrow. It's not convenient right now, Lin Xiao politely declined. All right, I'll head back to my room and get some sleep, Lin Yiner said, handing the extractor to Lin Xiao with a bright smile on her face. You should get some rest too. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, then turned off the TV and returned to his room. After entering Dinosaur Island, he first extracted the genes from the beast's corpse, but didn't rush to leave. He suddenly realized that he had never really explored this mysterious space. In the past, his poor swimming skills and lack of transportation limited him to merely gazing from afar. But now, things were different. Had the Fengshen pterosaur, which allowed him to view the entire expanse. Filled with a desire to explore, Lin Xiao raised his hand to summon the Fengshen pterosaur, which was circling in the air catching fish. He nimbly leaped onto its back and pointed to the distance. Take off. The Fengshen pterosaur spread its powerful wings and soared into the sky. Its speed was astonishing, even faster than a modern commercial airplane, truly living up to the saying, soaring 10,000 miles with a single flap. Looking down at the land from the dragon's back, Lin Xiao saw an endless expanse of ocean. This sight made him ponder. What was this place? Where was this mysterious space located? Suddenly, a bold hypothesis came to mind. Could this be Earth's ancient era, the time before the meteor strike? As he was deep in thought, a loud explosion erupted from the sea. A massive creature breached the water, sending towering waves into the air. It was a mosasaurus. This scene confirmed Lin Xiao's suspicion. While dinosaurs indeed existed in this world, unfortunately, he currently lacked the ability to tame such ocean giants and could only extract genes from them. But this required enough exotic beast cores as reserves, a problem that might be solved only after reaching the desert. As he continued forward, the number of ocean giants grew increasingly dense. Mosasaurs, plesiosaurs, and countless other massive creatures, many of which were unrecognizable, filled the waters. This breathtaking spectacle continued until the Fengshen pterosaur's stamina began to wane. Just as Lin Xiao was about to head back, a continuous line of continent appeared at the horizon where the sea met the sky. Keep going, Lin Xiao encouraged, lightly patting the Fengshen pterosaur's back. Motivated, the pterosaur flapped its wings with renewed vigor, diving towards the continent. Upon reaching the land, the sight before Lin Xiao left him utterly amazed. This place was entirely dominated by dinosaurs. In the dense jungles, tyrannosaurs, carnivores, allosaurs, and giganotosaurus roamed freely, while Spinosaurus hunted by the streams. As for herbivorous dinosaurs like Triceratops, Stegosaurus, Ankylosaurus, and Brachiosaurus, they were countless, stretching in herds as far as the eye could see. This grand spectacle of dragons in motion was truly awe-inspiring. Apparently, Lin Xiao's mysterious space was not just a small island, but an entire continent reminiscent of Earth's ancient times. This discovery instantly solved his long-standing confusion about the origin of the dinosaurs. Standing at the edge of this vast continent, Lin Xiao was awestruck by the sight before him, but couldn't help cursing the guy who gave him the system. Despite the vast continent, he was only granted a tiny island. To make matters worse, he couldn't move the mythical beasts onto the land because every time he summoned or recalled them, the dinosaurs would only appear on that island. Lin Xiao surveyed his territory. The island had a small hill, surrounded by an abundance of towering trees that were of no use to him. If he could dig out the hill, level the shallow areas around the island, and clear the excess trees, the island's area would increase by at least the size of 5 football fields, providing a larger activity area for the mythical beasts and accommodating more giant creatures. However, this massive renovation plan was beyond Lin Xiao's current capabilities. Destroying the island might be easy, but the transportation work was fraught with difficulties. He could only temporarily put this idea aside and wait until he became stronger and had more dinosaurs to implement this ambitious island transformation plan. After returning to the island, Lin Xiao exited Dinosaur Island. It was already 3 or 4 in the morning, and sleepiness washed over him like a tide. He fell asleep immediately. This was the longest he had stayed in Dinosaur Island, a full 7 or 8 hours. The next morning at 7, while Lin Xiao was still sound asleep, Lin Yiner couldn't wait to knock on his door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Lin Xiao got up and handed the exotic beast gene to his sister. Warrior-level exotic beast gene. This is fantastic. Thanks, little brother, Lin Yiner said excitedly, her eyes gleaming as she carefully cradled the extractor like a treasure. No need to be formal. If you come up with anything new, let me be the first to see it, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Don't worry, If I do develop something powerful, my good little brother will definitely be the first to know. Lin Xiao responded with a grin. Lin Xiao grinned back. He never doubted his sister's research skills. In the field of genetics, no one was more proficient than her. I've prepared breakfast for you. I'm off to work now. Lin Xiao quickly put on her coat and rushed out the door. After washing up and having breakfast, Lin Xiao planned to take another nap. However, just as he was about to lie down, there was a sudden urgent knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. He opened the door to find none other than Xiaoyu and Lu Yong, along with two others, standing there with fruit and nutritional supplements to visit him. Lin, how's your recovery? Xiaoyu asked with concern from the doorway. I'm fine now, all healed up. You guys didn't have to bring anything. Come on in, Lin Xiao said, stepping aside to let them in. Xiaoyu and the others entered the room and were immediately stunned by the spacious and tidy house. Xiaoyu, in particular, was shocked. She had initially assumed Lin Xiao came from a well-off family, given that he lived in Millennium City. But after the battle the other day, she learned that Lin Xiao was actually the son of Lin Jun. And who was Lin Jun? He was a minister of the Thousand Nations Alliance. Not only that, but his mother and sister also held high positions. It's no exaggeration to say that this family held an astonishingly high status in the Thousand Nations Alliance. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, not only because of their formidable strength, but also due to their unfathomable background. It seems life really is about the luck of the draw. As Xiaoyu, Lu Yong, and the other two entered the living room, Lin Xiao expertly brewed tea and placed a cup in front of each of them. Xiaoyu took a sip and asked, Lin Xiao, have you recovered from your injuries? Can we head back to Cassilia City? Lin Xiao nodded. Yes, we can leave any time. As the vice-captain of the Cassilia team, he had no intention of slacking off. He understood that idleness could lead to deterioration. Though he appeared laid back, like someone with nothing to do, it was actually a way to conserve energy. After all, controlling mythical beasts in battles was physically demanding, and managing more attributes would only increase the strain. Mortal flesh and blood could never compare to deities. Suddenly, Xiaoyu pulled a document from her pocket and excitedly asked, Lin Xiao, guess what this is? Lin Xiao paused, focusing on it. Xiaoyu eagerly explained, haha, this is the approval from Zhongli for our team expansion application. They've given us a total of 120 new members. Her joy was palpable, much like a child receiving a beloved toy. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, our Cassilia team is currently too weak and severely understaffed. It's time for a new influx. Xiaoyu continued. And you know what? Among these 120 people, several were prodigies from the last batch. They've reached advanced Beastmaster levels at such a young age, with limitless potential. Lin Xiao inquired. That's great news, so what's next? Xiaoyu slowly revealed her plan. I want you to train them. These prodigies are too arrogant, and I'm worried my temper might get the best of me. I don't want to be demoted again. This statement left Lu Yong, Sun Qi, and Ding Letong exchanging glances, thinking to themselves, is she serious? Lin is even more ruthless than she is. Lin Xiao agreed without hesitation. Haha. All right, I'll take on this task. Xiaoyu was surprised by his readiness. I thought you'd refuse, considering you're now a hero of the Thousand Nations Alliance. Lin Xiao smirked. Don't make me sound so cliché. Besides, I'm quite good at teaching people. This left Lu Yong and the others speechless. It seemed those so-called prodigies were in for a tough time. Without delay, Lin Xiao and the four of them headed to the academy to welcome the new team members. When they arrived, Zhongli had already lined up the 120 recruits in the academy square. Most of these Beastmasters had reached intermediate levels, with many advanced ones, making them collectively stronger than the original team from Eronia. As Lin Xiao approached, the 120 recruits were visibly excited. After all, he was a legendary hero within the academy. Zhongli originally expected Xiaoyu to step forward, but to his surprise, it was Lin Xiao who did. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Xiao walked steadily to the front of the 120 trainees. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd like a scanner, finally resting on 3 trainees in the back row, 2 men and 1 woman. Unlike the admiration and fervor in the eyes of others, there's held a clear disdain. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lin Xiao, the deputy captain of the Cassilia team. As per the captain's request, I will be taking over your training. If you have any thoughts, feel free to express them now, Lin Xiao announced, his voice calm and strong. Humph, scoffed one of the trainees from the back. He's just a newbie who recently enrolled and got carried away after the Heavenfall battle. Exactly, chimed in another aloof young man. I heard the Cloud Emperor fought a berserker-level beast for a long time. He probably just went in for the glory. A cute female teammate quickly whispered, Yang Wu, Shen Hui, keep it down. He's the deputy captain. Yang Wu, undeterred, spoke loudly. So what if he hears? I'm a senior beast tamer, and a rare metal attribute at that. If I had joined the Heavenfall battle the other day, the glory might have been mine. Yang is right. Shen Hui immediately agreed. The other trainees were drawn to the conversation, their gazes shifting subtly toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took a step forward, his eyes sharp. It seems someone is quite dissatisfied with me as the deputy captain. His gaze swept across the room, and everyone instinctively shrank back, falling silent. Even Zhongli, standing a short distance away, was intimidated by the hint of menace in Lin Xiao's eyes. If there's dissatisfaction, feel free to speak up. I don't mind, Lin Xiao said, his smile edged with challenge. Yang Wu couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward. That's right, I'm dissatisfied. In terms of experience, you're not even close to us. Why should you lead us? If we go on a mission and you back out, it's us who will pay the price. I don't want a rookie leading the team. Lin Xiao remained unfazed. What's your name? Seeing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but recall her first encounter with Lin Xiao. Yang Wu, last year's top talent upon enrollment, and I soloed a fully powered high-level beast. Yang Wu declared proudly. Impressive record. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, glancing around. Anyone else dissatisfied with me? I am, Shun Hui, the other young man declared arrogantly. Though not as impressive as Yang, I was once surrounded by 4 mid-level beasts, and I defeated them all. Are there any more besides these 2? Lin Xiao scanned the crowd with piercing eyes. Don't come out one by one. If you're dissatisfied, stand up together. In the center of the field, Shun Hui's gaze fell on the petite figure, his tone encouraging. Xiaoya, step forward. Don't let our trio lose face. The girl named Xiaoya bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward with a light yet firm voice. I'm Xiaoya, and I also have some issues with you. Looking at the 3 standing before him, Lin Xiao's lips curled into a meaningful smile. It seems you 3 are the only troublemakers in this batch. All right, tell me, do you question my strength or my position? Yang Wu stood tall, his eyes shining with pride. I question everything. I'm of the metal element, Shun Hui is lightning, and Xiaoya is fire. Together, we can even challenge a beast king. As for leadership skills, I've studied military strategies. Such childishness, Lin Xiao chuckled softly. Since you 3 are dissatisfied, let's settle this with a showdown. Are you ready to assimilate? This statement left Zhongli stunned. Was this going to be a sparring match right here? Then let me have a go. Yang Wu was the first to activate his assimilation, his body glowing with a faint golden light as he stepped forward aggressively. Xiaoya, however, seemed hesitant. Isn't this a bit too much? What if someone gets hurt? If you're not afraid of death, why fear injury? If we're sparring, we have to show our true skills. Let's make it real. Yang Wu laughed heartily. Lin Xiao turned to the vice dean. Well said. If you're not afraid of death, why fear injury? Vice dean, could you check if there are any ICU beds available at the hospital? Hearing this, Zhongli was completely shocked. Was he planning to send all 3 to intensive care? Such arrogance. Yang Wu shouted angrily. Shenhui, Xiaoya, don't hold back. Before he finished speaking, he leaped into the air, his golden fist rushing straight for Lin Xiao's face with a fierce wind. The surrounding team members were stunned, not expecting him to actually strike at the deputy captain. However, before Yang Wu's fist could reach its target, Lin Xiao had already made his move. His fist, wrapped in dazzling light, accurately struck Yang Wu's chest. With a crisp crack and a spurt of blood, several of Yang Wu's ribs shattered, and he crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious on impact. Shun Hui was about to unleash his lightning when a shadow flashed before his eyes. With a thunderous crash, a lightning bolt struck his chest. Although Lin Xiao had held back, Shun Hui's chest was still a bloody mess, and he rolled several meters before coming to a stop, unable to rise. Xiaoya was about to form a flame for a sneak attack when she noticed her 2 companions were already down. Lin Xiao appeared before her in an instant, his fist carrying a thunderous force. In her haste, Xiaoya only managed to protect her chest with her arms. With a crack and a pained scream, her arms broke, and she was sent flying. Geniuses? Is this all you've got? Lin Xiao withdrew his assimilation, his tone tinged with mockery. Quick, call an ambulance. Zhongli finally snapped out of it, shouting hoarsely. The entire plaza fell silent as Lin Xiao's gaze swept over the 100+ people present. Anyone else dissatisfied? Lu Yong, standing nearby, wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself. Lin, aren't you a bit too ruthless? Lin Xiao struck with fierce precision, taking down all 3 so-called geniuses from the previous competition within just 3 moves, showing no mercy. The sudden scene left Zhongli dumbfounded. While Xiaoyu quickly stepped forward to intervene, Lin Xiao, take it easy. They're all talented. If you injure them, how will they fight? Xiaoyu only intended for Lin Xiao to showcase his skills in front of these talents, to make them realize the gap. Little did she expect Lin Xiao to incapacitate them so swiftly, his methods far harsher than hers. Vice Captain, wasn't that a bit much? They only said a few words. Voices of discontent rose from the crowd. This kind of punishment isn't right. I protest. That's right, I protest too. We deserve respect. Over 100 people, far from being intimidated by Lin Xiao's prowess, began to protest vehemently. They dared to speak out collectively, banking on the idea that the vice captain couldn't possibly punish them all, especially since the academy prohibited the release of divine beasts. Lin Xiao's gaze was sharp as he scanned the room. Very well, since you're bold enough to challenge my authority, I assume you're prepared? Prepared for what? A team member asked instinctively. Prepared to get beaten, Lin Xiao said coldly, raising his fist. Without any external aids, you must rely on your own efforts to grow stronger. If you can't even endure this minor grievance, don't talk to me about respect. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, and Zhongli sensed things were going awry. I know what I'm doing, step back, Lin Xiao instructed. This was his tough love approach, using the hardest blows and sharpest words to plant seeds of determination in their hearts. Only with such motivation could they go further, which was his way of nurturing talent. Lu Yong, Sun Qi, and Ding Letong quickly pulled the bewildered Xiaoyu to a safe distance. I'll allow you all to gang up on me. I want to activate my more aggressive abilities. That's my greatest concession to you, Lin Xiao said confidently, stepping forward. Unbelievable. Does he really think he can take on all of us? How arrogant. He doesn't even see us as people. Brothers, we have the numbers. Let's take him down together. The crowd, fired up and unafraid, charged at Lin Xiao with raised fists. Though lacking any assimilation abilities, they were determined and fierce. Lin Xiao casually activated his wood attribute assimilation, enveloping himself in a faint green glow. With the enhancement of Xiao Lei's assimilation, his recovery ability soared, and his muscle strength mirrored Xiao Lei's immense power. Lin turned green. Lu Yong muttered, stunned by the growing green glow around Lin Xiao. Charge! The crowd shouted, rushing toward Lin Xiao, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. The ones leading the charge showed no mercy, their fists aimed with determination. Lin Xiao dashed forward, fists and feet flying. Bang! 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 The team members at the forefront were knocked to the ground by his extraordinary strength, followed by a swift kick that sent them flying, with no trace of leniency. In an instant, 7 or 8 people were kicked away by Lin Xiao, lying on the ground clutching their stomachs in agony. You're lucky your father is Lin Jun, or firing you 800 times wouldn't be too much. Zhongli watched the scene, his mouth twitching but refraining from intervening. These pampered students from the Beastmaster Academy had never experienced such a brutal attack. Although they were intermediate Beastmasters, they lacked assimilation abilities and were physically weak, making them as fragile as paper in front of Lin Xiao. Each collision could knock down several people. Please, Vice Captain, I'm so cute. Don't hit my face, okay? A delicate girl pleaded from the ground, her big watery eyes blinking. Lin Xiao squinted and gave a cold smile, delivering a heavy kick. With a bang, the girl's abdomen took the hit, causing her to spit out a spray of water as she flew like a cannonball, crashing into the crowd and knocking over more people. Lin Xiao moved like a hot knife through butter, grabbing a Beastmaster by the collar and performing an over-the-shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground with a dull thud. Despite being outnumbered, even 4 or 5 people attacking his vital points simultaneously were ineffective due to the enhancement of his wood attribute recovery. Too weak, Lin Xiao mocked as he struck down his attackers. This remark infuriated the fallen students, who, despite severe pain, forced themselves to get up and charge again, only to be relentlessly knocked away. The square was littered with injured bodies, over 100 in total. Some had broken ribs, others fractured arms, and the air was filled with painful groans. Although he struck hard, Lin Xiao was careful not to take any lives. I'm not even a third as good as him. Xiaoyu swallowed hard, watching the scene in shock. Her reputation as a fierce captain paled in comparison to Lin Xiao. The lesson lasted over 40 minutes, ending only when no one was left standing. Lin Xiao withdrew his wood attribute assimilation and flexed his fists, clearly satisfied with the brawl. The ground was covered with bruised and battered team members, some pounding the ground in tears, cursing and seething with anger. Remember this pain today, Lin Xiao said. In 30 years, the river flows east, and in another 30, it flows west. When you all become strong, I'll be waiting at the peak for your challenge. Of course, I'll be checking in regularly, and if anyone shows no progress, they'll receive special attention. With that, he turned and left, his upright silhouette like a mountain, leaving everyone with an insurmountable benchmark. For hours later, hospitals in both Aronia City and Millennium City were overwhelmed with chaos. Although there hadn't been a cataclysm, the influx of severely injured trainees strained the hospital's resources to their limits. In the Millennium City Central Hospital, a doctor anxiously approached Yun Chuan's room. General Yun, he said respectfully, we're running out of rooms. Could we use yours and add a few more beds? Yun Chuan furrowed his brows. Not enough rooms. Did another cataclysm occur? His voice was filled with confusion. Shaking his head, the doctor explained helplessly. The exact situation is unclear. But in just a few hours today, we've received 4 waves of severely injured beast tamers from Aronia City. Their hospitals are already overwhelmed too. Yun Chuan nodded in agreement, pondering inwardly. What exactly happened? Could it be another ghost-level cataclysm? Just as one storm passes, another arises. Before long, 7 or 8 severely injured trainees were wheeled into the room, their agonized cries echoing throughout, clearly suffering from grievous injuries. Yu Yao, leaning against the glass tank, blinked her large eyes and softly remarked, "It seems the battle outside was intense, given how badly they're injured." Yun Chuan shook his head and sighed. "It's a pity I can't join the fight now." Suddenly, a trainee clutching his severed arm shouted, "My arm! Please, perform surgery, it's completely severed." Yun Chuan turned to the trainee and asked, "What happened out there?" The trainee, glancing around, suddenly realized he was in the same room as Yun Shanghuang, turning pale with shock. "Jin General," he exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his pain. "Unmoved?" Yun Chuan repeated. "You haven't answered my question." Gritting his teeth, the trainee replied, "We were beaten." Yun Chuan frowned. "By whom?" "They went too far." Deputy Captain of the Cassilia team, Lin Xiao. The trainee's eyes flashed with anger at the mention of the name. "I want to become stronger. I want to repay today's pain." Yun Chuan and Yu Yao exchanged bewildered glances. Was this guy tougher than a cataclysm? But soon, Yun Chuan understood. It was likely that the new recruits had been given a harsh lesson by Lin Xiao. Meanwhile, in Cassilia City, Lin Xiao, Xiaoyu, and others were inspecting the newly repaired beast tamer base. A foreman wearing a hard hat walked beside Xiaoyu, providing a detailed overview of the facilities. "Captain Xia, here are the beast tamer's quarters, over there is the gym, and the building ahead is the training room. Almost all the buildings and facilities have been repaired. Check everything over, and if there are no issues, we'll wrap things up." Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, then strolled through the base with Lin Xiao. As they walked, Xiaoyu couldn't help but say to Lin Xiao, "Lin Xiao, you really went too hard today. I was planning to bring them here to settle in, but now, it looks like they won't be able to come to Cassilia City for at least 10 days to half a month." Her tone carried a hint of helplessness, clearly still adjusting to Lin Xiao's forceful methods today. "You'll thank me later," Lin Xiao said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, not questioning Lin Xiao's words at all. She knew that after today's ordeal, these young beast tamers would surely strive to improve their skills. Looking around, Lin Xiao noticed a few familiar faces were missing and asked, "Where are Sun Qi and the other two?" Xiaoyu explained, "They were frightened by your methods today and have gone off somewhere to evolve. Although their talents aren't exceptional, they should reach the intermediate beast tamer level today." She couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of Lin Xiao's almost harsh motivational tactics. Over the next few days, Lin Xiao and Xiaoyu led the Cassia team in taking over the newly repaired base. The original 30-something new members gradually moved in as well. Even though the Thousand Nations Alliance experienced a brief calm after a ghost-level calamity, the Cassia team didn't let their guard down. In addition to routine training, Lin Xiao personally coached the team members every day. Xiaoyu, worried that Lin Xiao might be too heavy-handed, repeatedly reminded him to be careful. She knew all too well his strength one punch could knock down a whole group. Who could withstand that? However, thanks to Lin Xiao's rigorous training, the overall strength and resilience of the team members improved significantly. Many beast tamers who had hit a plateau even managed to break through to the intermediate level. On the 5th day, Lin Xiao temporarily left Cassia City to visit Yun Chuan in the hospital. He figured that after so many days, Yun Chuan's injuries should have healed considerably. Lin Xiao was eager to head to the desert for training, as it was the best place for his strength to skyrocket. With the ambition to become the strongest in the world, Lin Xiao arrived at the Central Hospital of Millennium City. However, when he opened the door to Yun Chuan's room, he found 7 or 8 people lying inside, but no sign of Yun Chuan. "What the heck? You actually came to the hospital? What do you want?" one student exclaimed in fear. "Deputy, we're still recovering from our injuries. Isn't this a bit much?" another student said, his face pale. The cute girl who had been badly beaten by Lin Xiao earlier started to cry. "Please, Deputy Leader, spare us. This isn't fair." Lin Xiao quickly reassured them. "Don't worry, I'm not here to beat you up. Where's Yun Chuan?" Relieved to hear he wasn't there to attack them, the group of 7 or 8 sighed in relief. One student quickly replied, "General Yun was discharged yesterday." Lin Xiao frowned, thinking it was unlike Yun Chuan to leave without saying a word. Could he have sneaked off to the desert? He raised his wrist and tried calling Yun Chuan with his beast-taming device, but there was no answer. Although Yun Chuan was aloof and not much of a talker, leaving without a word was too much. Lin Xiao turned and left the hospital, already planning his next move in his mind. The 7 or 8 students in the hospital room finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped a disaster. Lin Xiao couldn't find any trace of Yun Chuan. The hospital was deserted, and his calls went unanswered. With no other options, he turned to the Qian Country Alliance, intending to ask his father for information. As he pushed open the door to the minister's office, Lin Zhun, who was busy with official duties, looked up and was surprised to see his son. "Shower, aren't you supposed to be in Cassilia City? It's too boring there. I wanted to chat with Brother Yun, but I couldn't find him at the hospital." Lin Xiao got straight to the point. "He left here about an hour ago, saying he was going to the Sacred Beast Forest," Lin Zhun replied, putting down his documents. "The Sacred Beast Forest?" Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Why would he go there? He's probably looking to find a new sacred beast. This answer made Lin Xiao ponder. Yunchuan already had Yueyao, so why would he need another sacred beast? Soon, he realized the reason. The desert's harsh environment, with its dry conditions and endless sand, was extremely unfavorable for water element Yueyao. While Yueyao could unleash disaster-level power elsewhere, maintaining even beast king-level strength in the desert might be challenging. More importantly, Yueyao's relationship with Yunchuan was more like a master-servant contract, not occupying the specific sacred beast slot in the beast control device. With Yunchuan's talent, cultivating another disaster-level sacred beast shouldn't take long. Similar to a skilled master whose abilities have temporarily declined, they can recover quickly due to their deep understanding. I see. I'll head to the sacred beast forest to find him, Lin Xiao said, taking his leave. All right, come home early if there's nothing else, Lin Jin advised. When Lin Xiao arrived at the entrance of the sacred beast forest, he stumbled upon a scene of chaos. Yueyao, hands on her hips, was angrily confronting Yunchuan. You're too much. Isn't having me enough? Why do you need another one? Yunchuan, you've changed. Yunchuan explained helplessly. Yueyao, the desert environment is unique, with scarce water elements. Forcing you to fight there would endanger your life. Can't the beast control device store water? Just fill it up before summoning me, Yueyao argued persistently. The beast control device's water storage is limited, and during high-temperature battles, the water elements evaporate quickly. I need to find a fire element sacred beast to compensate for this. I hope you understand. No way. The beast control device can only have me, Yueyao insisted firmly. Seeing Yunchuan's helpless sigh, Yueyao suddenly burst into tears. Stop sighing. I'll leave, all right? You heartless man. Lin Xiao had been watching this drama unfold from a distance for several minutes. He shook his head and remarked, Brother Yin, it seems you're having a hard time too. Please, spare me the sarcasm. Without a new sacred beast, our desert expedition might be doomed, Yunchuan replied with a wry smile. Just then, Yueyao noticed Lin Xiao's presence and immediately shifted her attention, rushing toward him with astonishing speed. Before Lin Xiao could dodge, the woman, 3 or 4 times the size of an average person, enveloped him in a tight hug. Sob? Brother Lin, tell me, isn't Yunchuan being too much? Yueyao cried, seeking sympathy. In an instant, Lin Xiao found his head buried deeply in Yueyao's cleavage, struggling to breathe. He tried to wriggle free, thinking to himself, so fierce, so fierce. Eventually, he managed to extricate himself from Yueyao's embrace, gasping for air as he said, calm down, calm down. Yueyao released Lin Xiao, tears welling up in her eyes as she complained. Yunchuan said there's no C in his beast-controlling device. Can you believe he said that? It's so unfair. She began to sob. Seeing Yueyao on the verge of tears, Lin Xiao hurried to comfort her. Yueyao, listen to me. When we reach the desert, if you want, you can stay in my beast-controlling device. Don't worry, mine has a C. He forced a smile, inwardly calculating how to ensure Yueyao wouldn't interfere with Yunchuan's plans to acquire a new divine beast. Yueyao immediately stopped crying, her big eyes blinking with anticipation as she asked, really? Although she wasn't entirely convinced Lin Xiao's device truly had a C, she stopped crying. Perhaps she just wanted an excuse to be close to someone. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. Of course, it's true. He thought to himself that his device didn't just have a C, it was practically an ocean. Yunchuan observed their interaction, his mouth twitching slightly as he remarked thoughtfully, Lin Xiao, you and Yueyao seem to get along well. I think you two are quite a match. Lin Xiao's face darkened at the comment, thinking, there's more to that statement. Yueyao snorted at Yunchuan's words, saying, anyway, Brother Lin is better than you. Yunchuan seemed prepared, suddenly changing the subject. You have quite a few divine beasts. How about we trade one? That way I won't have to go to the divine beast forest. Lin Xiao was taken aback, thinking, so that's what he's after. He's trying to get my dinosaur. Although Yueyao was indeed strong, all of Lin Xiao's dinosaurs had specific roles, and he couldn't afford to trade any of them. But then an idea crossed his mind, and he gave a sly smile. Any one of them? Lin Xiao asked, testing the waters. Yunchuan nodded. Yes, any of them. He felt a sense of delight, knowing Lin Xiao's 3 divine beasts were all quite formidable. Without another word, Lin Xiao summoned Xiaohe with a wave of his hand. Xiaohe, who had been peeing on Dinosaur Island, suddenly found itself summoned, sitting on the ground with an innocent look, its tail wagging. Puffed. Yueyao, who had been upset, burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Yunchuan's face turned dark upon seeing Xiaohe, and he said coldly, you don't need to insult me. Lin Xiao looked innocent as he replied, you said any of them. Xiaohe is my mascot. If you don't want it, I'm not willing to trade it anyway. With that, he picked up Xiaohe. Yunchuan took a deep breath and turned to Yueyao. Yueyao, since Lin Xiao said you can enter his device when we reach the desert, you should have no objections now, right? Yueyao suddenly adopted a cool demeanor, raising her hand slightly as she said, no objections, do as you please. Yin Chuan sighed, muttering under his breath. Ah, such a troublesome little enchantress. With that, he raised his hand to return Yue Yao to his beast-controlling device. Without her consent, any divine beast entering the device might be in danger. Fortunately, with Lin Xiao mediating, they managed to get past Yue Yao's resistance. Turning to Lin Xiao, Yin Chuan said sincerely, Lin Xiao, thank you. It's quite a hassle to use your device. Lin Xiao waved it off nonchalantly. No need to thank me. My device has plenty of space. One more won't make a difference. All right then, Yin Chuan said as he started walking towards the divine beast forest. Come with me inside. Seeing this, Lin Xiao, having nothing else to do, followed Yin Chuan into the divine beast forest. An hour later, Lin Xiao and Yin Chuan reached the deepest part of the divine beast forest. Lin Xiao keenly noticed that Yin Chuan was fuming with anger after being nearly defeated by a non-primary attack beast. For a formidable figure like Yin Chuan, almost getting killed by a lesser beast was a humiliating blow. Lin Xiao pondered silently, understanding that as top-tier warriors of the Thousand Nations Alliance, each general had their own pride and temper. They valued their strength immensely and would immediately work to improve any shortcomings. This pursuit of perfection was precisely why they earned the respect and admiration of many. Brother Yun, tell me about the Great Desert, Lin Xiao asked casually, hands in his pockets as they walked side by side. Yin Chuan glanced at him. What do you want to know? With my current strength, where would I rank if I went there? Middle or upper tier? Lin Xiao pressed. Yin Chuan considered this as they walked, finally assessing, barely upper tier. Not all disaster-level beast tamers in the Great Desert are generals. Many have reached disaster level but aren't qualified to be generals. To be a general, you need not only immense strength, but also exceptional command and adaptability skills. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's interest peaked. Indeed, the Great Desert was a place teeming with formidable individuals. They had been walking for nearly an hour, reaching the innermost part of the divine beast forest. Due to the powerful aura they emitted, no divine beast dared to approach them. Lin Xiao noticed that Yin Chuan didn't attempt to capture any beasts, which puzzled him. Suddenly, Yin Chuan stopped in front of a concealed cave. Lin Xiao looked around and saw many divine beast carcasses scattered near the entrance, some of which were ancient. He realized that any beast ruling this area, no matter how low its initial level, must be extraordinarily powerful. This cave is? Lin Xiao asked with a frown. This is the territory of the Crimson Prison Thunder Lion. Yin Chuan revealed a shocking name slowly. Lin Xiao paused, thinking the name sounded impressive. Then, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Brother Yun, I remember you Payer's beast is called the Black Prison Thunder Lion, right? Something's up with you. Hearing this, Yin Chuan's expression darkened immediately. What's up? What does she have to do with it? The Crimson Prison Thunder Lion has fire and thunder attributes, not you Payer's dark thunder attributes. Seeing Yin Chuan's agitated reaction, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Look how worked up you are. I was just joking. Lin Xiao frowned when he heard Yin Chuan mention fire thunder and dark thunder. Yu Payer's mythical beast was only said to have a thunder attribute. How can there be two full attribute names? He asked. Yin Chuan smiled slightly and explained. Those with dual attribute names have superior attributes. They possess the characteristics of both attributes. For example, the Crimson Prison Thunder Lion, although it has thunder in its name, is actually a fire attribute. However, during attacks, it can also carry the powerful attack capability of fire thunder. A trace of regret passed through his eyes. If it weren't for Yue Yao back then, I would have already tamed it. Lin Xiao suddenly understood and nodded. He thought to himself, so attributes can be played like this, with both a primary and secondary attribute. It has the wide-range burning of fire attributes and the strong defensive breaking of thunder attributes. It's incredibly powerful. Yun Chuan continued. Attributes are divided into common, rare, and superior. After hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder if his dinosaur could randomly acquire such attributes. But he quickly realized that his current reputation reserves were not enough for him to squander freely. Standing next to the cave, Yin Chuan casually released a large mist from his beast-controlling device. Yue Yao immediately appeared, lively and adorable. Yue Yao, you and Lin Xiao wait here, Yin Chuan instructed, preparing to enter the cave alone. Lin Xiao was a bit puzzled. Wait a minute, aren't you going to use Yue Yao to fight? Yin Chuan rolled up his sleeves and explained, no need. To capture this kind of mythical beast, you have to do it yourself. You need to prove your strength to it, so that it will wholeheartedly connect with you. Good luck, Lin Xiao said, stepping back with Yue Yao. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and activated his assimilation ability. In an instant, his body was enveloped in flowing water, and he stepped into the cave. PFT, jerk, Yue Yao muttered as she watched Yin Chuan's back. Lin Xiao saw this and shook his head helplessly, thinking that Yue Yao and Yin Chuan seemed to have a good relationship, having fought side by side for so long. Suddenly, Yue Yao floated shyly in front of Lin Xiao, blushing. Brother Lin, can I ask you a sensitive question? Lin Xiao nodded, signaling her to continue. Gathering her courage, Yue Yao asked. What kind of girls do you like? The question left Lin Xiao momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, is my charm really that great? Why would Yao have such thoughts about me? Squinting his eyes playfully, Lin Xiao replied, I like girls with legs. Yao immediately puffed up in frustration, saying, Brother Lin, it's not my fault I don't have legs. How could you say that? You're so mean. Lin Xiao laughed heartily before turning serious. I like strong girls satisfied? Yao beamed, he satisfied. I'm not weak, it's just that sometimes the environment affects my ability to fight. Lin Xiao smiled at Yao, as if looking at a little sister, letting her be herself. He suddenly remembered a question and curiously asked, every time Yinchuan releases you, he first releases a cloud of mist. How much water does his beast-controlling device store? Yao thought for a moment and replied, about 10 tons of water. My characteristic is that the more water there is, the stronger my combat power. If I were fighting in the sea, my strength could be infinitely close to berserk. She playfully waved a small fist as she spoke. Lin Xiao pondered. Oh, so if there's enough water in the beast-controlling device, you can be very strong too? Yao nodded proudly. Yes, I can freely manipulate water elements. Her eyes sparkled with confidence. Lin Xiao was taken aback by Yao's words. He realized that if Yao entered his Dinosaur Island, the vast ocean there would become her domain. With her ability to control water elements, she could harness the power of the entire sea. Although Yao wasn't a water deity and her control over water was limited, the power she wielded was still astonishing. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ponder Yao's potential. As Lin Xiao and Yao were conversing, a deafening explosion erupted within the cave. Suddenly, a figure engulfed in flame shot out like a cannonball and crashed heavily onto the ground. Lin Xiao looked closely and realized it was Yinchuan. Yinchuan was a formidable warrior with catastrophic level strength, comparable to a beast king when fully assimilated. Yet, he was in such a sorry state after being beaten by a low-level divine beast, which left Lin Xiao amazed at the strength of the Scarlet Thunder Lion. Suddenly, a thunderous lion's roar echoed from the cave. A massive lion, shrouded in scorching flames and red lightning, emerged from the entrance. The Scarlet Thunder Lion was so large that Lin Xiao only reached its leg height. Yao, seeing Yinchuan trying to put out the flames on his body, kindly asked, Hey, need some help? No need. Yinchuan curtly replied, then raised his hand to gather the surrounding water, releasing the Mirror Flower Water Moon skill. Instantly, a water mirror formed, and a mirror image identical to the Scarlet Thunder Lion lunged at the original. Unwilling to be outdone, Yinchuan rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. In no time, the three colossal figures were locked in fierce combat, the entire divine beast forest echoing with earth-shaking roars. Lin Xiao and Yao stood at a distance, observing the entire battle without intervening. The battle between man and divine beast raged on for about half an hour. Yinchuan was repeatedly knocked back, but kept getting up to fight again, demonstrating remarkable resilience and strength. Despite being covered in wounds, Yinchuan's condition was far better than during his fight with the raging beast. Finally, Yinchuan landed a powerful punch on the Scarlet Thunder Lion's head, sending it flying. The mirror image immediately leapt onto the original, holding it down firmly. Under the assault of both Yinchuan and the mirror image, the Scarlet Thunder Lion finally exhausted its strength and panted heavily. Taking a deep breath, Yinchuan's face broke into a rare smile. With this divine beast, going to the desert won't tarnish my reputation as a great general. With that, he quickly used his beast-controlling device to establish a connection with the Scarlet Thunder Lion, capturing it inside. Seeing this, Yao cheerfully ran up to Yinchuan and excitedly asked, Hey, now can I enter Lin Brothers' beast-controlling device? Lin Xiao was taken aback by the sudden remark. The swift change in Yinchuan's attitude made him marvel at how quickly women can change their minds. When we reach the desert, I'll terminate our contract. But before that, I need your help to subdue this lion. After all, it has high-level attributes and might resist my connection in the beast control device, Yinchuan explained, a hint of request in her tone. Yao sighed. All right, I'll stick with you for a few more days. With that, she swiftly entered the beast control device. Lin Xiao, with his hands in his pockets, walked over slowly and asked, Now that we've got the Crimson Prison Thunder Lion, when do we head to the desert? Tomorrow, Yinchuan replied. Mu Feng and Nightingale couldn't wait and have already gone ahead. We'll go with Lingling tomorrow. All right, we'll set off tomorrow, Lin Xiao agreed with a nod. The two left the forest of divine beasts as night fell. Lin Xiao decided to go home since going to the desert was a significant event, and he wanted to inform his family. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao gathered his parents and sister under the pretense of announcing something important. The family sat around the dining table, enjoying each other's company. Feeling the moment was right, Lin Xiao prepared to announce his decision. He suddenly stood up, and with a serious tone, declared, Ahem, I have an announcement. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to the desert with Yinchuan. As soon as he spoke, the table fell silent. Lin Zhun was stunned. Lili looked bewildered as if she hadn't processed the news, and Lin Xiao dropped her piece of braised pork onto the floor. Can you all show some reaction? You're making me feel silly, Lin Xiao said helplessly, looking at his parents and sister. Lin Jin immediately objected. Xiao, are you out of your mind? Why go to the desert? I don't agree. As a minister of the Thousand Nations Alliance, he was well aware of the desert's dangers. Many generals had perished there, making it more perilous than any place within the alliance. Xiao, I'm getting old. Don't scare me like this, Lili said anxiously. Lin Xiao also tried to persuade him. Brother, isn't it nice at home? You can do whatever you want here. Why take such risks? Lin Xiao calmly replied. I have my reasons. I know you might object, but my mind's made up, and no one can change it. I hope for your support, not opposition. Xiao's father, you're the head of the family. Say something, Lili urged Lin Jun. Surprisingly, Lin Jun changed his usual stance, stood up, and patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. Xiao has grown up, become a man. Over the years, Xiao hasn't turned into one of those arrogant second-generation officials because of his status. He stayed true to himself. Xiao, I support you. Go and become stronger. Thank you, Dad. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, feeling a warm current in his heart. Tears welled up in Lin Xiao's eyes. Brother, I don't have much to say, especially since you announced this so suddenly. I didn't have time to prepare anything. But promise me, no matter what happens, your life comes first. We can't have a home without you. Lin Xiao stood up, gave Lin Xiao a warm hug, and gently patted her back to comfort her. I promise, I'll come back safely. Lin Xiao wiped her tears and nodded. Lin Xiao then hugged his mother and father in turn. Although he didn't want it to feel like a sad farewell, these were his closest family members. At this moment, he felt their love and support, which would be his driving force in the desert. Although Li was reluctant for her son to take risks, she had to reluctantly nod in agreement in the face of Lin Jun and Lin Xiao's silent consent. Lin Xiao could feel his mother's concern, yet he resolutely chose the path of seeking power. With the increasing threats from the church and the dark dimensions, he knew that only by becoming strong himself could he fend off these dangers. The next morning, despite his high rank, Lin Xiao followed protocol and submitted his temporary leave paperwork to Xiaoyu. Shortly after, he gathered with Yun Chuan and Ling Ling at the Alliance of a Thousand Nations Square, ready to set off. Lili gave him heartfelt advice. Xiao, the desert is dangerous. Be careful and keep in touch with home. Lin Xiao solemnly promised. Don't worry, I'll be safe. Mom and Dad, take care of yourselves too. Sis, I'm counting on you to look after the family. Lin Xiao nodded firmly, while Lin Jun silently nodded, watching their son board the business vehicle. The vehicle headed to the station, and the three boarded the maglev train bound for the desert. This high-speed train was typically reserved for generals and elite beastmaster teams. Throughout the journey, Lin Xiao watched countless cities flash by through the window, making him truly feel the vastness of the world for the first time. In less than a day, the train had left the territory of the Alliance of a Thousand Nations. As the announcement declared their arrival at the desert station, the three approached the train doors. When the doors opened, an overwhelming heat wave hit them. The desert station was eerily quiet, with no one at the entrance or exit, only yellow sand swirling in the fierce wind. The danger level here was extremely high, with almost no personnel or facilities except for necessary maintenance work. Located at the equator of the Blue Star, the desert maintained high temperatures all year round, not dropping below 38 degrees even in winter, and soaring to over 70 degrees in the peak of summer. It was now April or May, and the temperature had already reached over 50 degrees. Whoa! Lin Xiao immediately felt himself sweating. It's like stepping into an inferno. Ling Ling, dressed in just a t-shirt and shorts, seemed too small to withstand the heat, and she couldn't help but remark, I wish we could have stayed in the Alliance of a Thousand Nations a bit longer. Yun Chuan suggested. Let's go. We should head to Base 1 before nightfall. Base 1? Lin Xiao asked in confusion. Yun Chuan explained. There are 10 bases along the way to the central area of the desert, providing rest and supplies. It will take us a week to reach the desert headquarters. This week is going to be a test for us, Yun Chuan said. Lin Xiao smirked slightly, thinking to himself, that was fast. We just got off the train and we're already facing a challenge. But that's all right. After all, I came here to get stronger. The three stepped out of the desert station and were immediately enveloped by the scorching heat. Even though it was already dusk, the ground, baked by the sun all day, was still as hot as an oven. Are we walking? Lin Xiao asked, frowning slightly. Yes, on foot, Yun Chuan explained. This area is full of flying and earth element beasts. The noise from vehicles and aircraft makes them targets for attacks. All right then, no time to waste. Let's go. Lin Xiao suddenly felt energized, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ling Ling couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Xiao's eager expression. She thought to herself, he's quite cheerful now, but I wonder if he'll still be this enthusiastic after spending some time in the desert. The three left the subway station and stepped into the vast sea of sand. At first, apart from the heat radiating from the ground, the air seemed normal. However, this was just an illusion. As they ventured further, Their bodies began to react to the harsh environment. With every step on the scorching sand, a sharp pain shot up Lin Xiao's legs. The occasional sandstorm made it impossible for him to keep his eyes open. When he saw Ling and Yun Chuan dressed in some protective clothing and wearing sunglasses, he turned green with envy. You two with your sun gear and sunglasses? It's so frustrating. Lin Xiao exclaimed, his voice filled with annoyance. Well, you should have prepared ahead of time. Ling laughed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Lin Xiao sighed helplessly. How was he supposed to know they would be walking? If he had known, he would have brought all of Lin Yiner's sunscreen. Now he could only keep pulling out bottles of mineral water from his beast-controlling device, trying to alleviate his discomfort by drinking. Lin Xiao had come prepared with over 10 bottles of water, thinking it would be enough to last until they reached the base. But sweating faster than he could replenish his fluids meant that by the halfway point, he had already run out. Brother Yun, I'm out of water, Lin Xiao said, shaking his empty bottle. You have plenty in your beast-controlling device, share some with me. Yun Chuan nodded and didn't hesitate. He raised his hand, condensing water vapor into a stream and filling Lin Xiao's bottle. Lin Xiao drank without hesitation, but the taste was odd fragrant and a bit salty. Brother Yun, you're quite thoughtful, adding salt to the water to replenish electrolytes, Lin Xiao remarked with a grateful smile. That's not added salt. It's Yu Yao's bathwater, Yun Chuan replied calmly, his expression unchanged. Uft. Lin Xiao spat out the water he was drinking. What the heck? Are you serious? Lin Xiao was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Ha ha, you two are killing me. Ling laughed so hard she clutched her stomach, tears almost spilling from her eyes. It's fine. Yu Yao is very clean. It won't harm you, Yun Chuan said, still expressionless. Give me your mineral water, Lin Xiao demanded, his face a mix of anger and resignation. Yun Chuan sighed and tossed 3 bottles of mineral water to Lin Xiao. Taking the water, Lin Xiao managed to hold back his anger, taking a deep breath to calm himself. As the three continued their journey, suddenly, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted from the distant sandy ground. Rumble, a massive creature, resembling an earth dragon, burst from the ground, stirring up a whirlwind of sand as it charged toward them. The gatekeeper's here. Get ready for battle. Ling immediately turned serious, her voice filled with alertness. From a distance, Lin Xiao spotted a massive creature slithering beneath the yellow sand. It was a gigantic serpentine being, not quite a dragon, yet more than just a snake. It lacked dragon claws, but had a head similar to that of a jiao. Most astonishingly, it was eyeless, relying solely on its hearing and sense of smell to hunt. Its body was as black as ink, gliding effortlessly through the golden sea of sand at an incredible speed. Lin Xiao turned to Yun Chuan, frowning slightly. Is this the first barrier to entering the desert? Yun Chuan nodded in confirmation. That's right. This creature is called the black-scaled sand python, a common catastrophe-level beast in the desert. They lurk beneath the sand year-round, and anyone wishing to enter the desert must first get past them. Just this one? Lin Xiao asked. No, Yun Chuan explained patiently. There are many black-scaled sand pythons, but they're solitary and each occupies its own territory. Only if this one is killed will others come to contest the area. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Let me analyze it first. With that, he stepped boldly into the swirling sand, standing proudly. In an instant, information about the black-scaled sand python flooded his mind. Black-scaled sand python, quality, catastrophe. Skills, sandstorm, quicksand abyss, devouring maw. Attribute, sand. Status, healthy. Lin Xiao silently noted this information, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This seemingly ordinary desert guardian was actually at a catastrophe level, far exceeding his expectations. It seemed this adventure would be more challenging than he had imagined. Ling, observing their hesitation, impatiently asked, Aren't you two going to make a move? Yun Chuan shook his head and stepped aside. My beast control device's water supply is limited. I don't want to waste our only chance at combat on it. Although Yue Yao could launch a powerful attack using the 10 tons of water stored in the device, it was their only shot. Once the water source was depleted, Yun Chuan would have to transfer Yue Yao to Lin Xiao's device. Without the support of water elements, Yue Yao couldn't possibly compete with the Red Prison Thunder Lion. At this moment, Yun Chuan wasn't ready to lose Yue Yao's battle power so soon. Ling then turned to Lin Xiao. What about you, Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao frowned, analyzing the situation. Its skills and attributes seemed to counter me, especially that quicksand abyss. It might drag my Xiao Heng and Xiao Sha into the quicksand and devour them. I don't want to act rashly without knowing its true strength. Forget it, Ling scoffed. You two weaklings step aside. In critical moments, it always falls to me. With an exaggerated roll of her sleeves, she stepped forward. At that moment, the black-scaled sand python suddenly leaped from beneath the sand, its keen senses locking onto Lingling's position and lunging at her. Lin Xiao was stunned. Despite the three of them standing together, the black-scaled sand python ignored him and Yun Chuan, targeting Lingling exclusively. Yun Chuan seemed to understand something, standing motionless. With a thunderous roar, The black-scaled sand python charged straight at Lingling. Though young, Lingling's agility was astonishing. She quickly tossed her sun protection clothing and sunglasses to Lin Xiao, activating her assimilation ability and transforming into a dazzling beam of light, darting away in an instant. Accompanied by a piercing cry, the radiant peacock emerged from her beast control device, immediately unleashing a barrage of feathered arrows. Countless light arrows rained down on the black-scaled sand python, striking its body with precision. The sound of continuous impacts echoed as the black scales of the snake fell away, revealing the flesh beneath. Lingling gracefully leaped onto the back of the radiant peacock and soared into the sky. The black-scaled sand python reacted swiftly, its head snapping up as its keen sense of smell immediately locked onto Lingling's position. The black-scaled sand python opened its massive mouth, unleashing a tempestuous storm that swept across the sky. Lingling, unfazed, coordinated seamlessly with the radiant peacock to activate Light Wing Guard. A golden light enveloped them, standing firm like an angel amidst the storm, with even a calm smile playing on her lips. Strange, why is the black-scaled sand python only targeting Lingling, ignoring us completely? Lin Xiao observed the battle, pondering aloud. Yinchuan explained. The black-scaled sand python has an extremely keen sense of smell. We're all sweaty too. It shouldn't completely miss us, right? Lin Xiao pressed on, always keen to analyze the abnormal behavior of beasts, often crucial to victory. Perhaps Lingling has a special scent, Yinchuan said meaningfully. We haven't bled. Lin Xiao suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Well done. Yinchuan nodded. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Seems like I should keep my distance from her later. Yeah, I think so too, Yinchuan agreed. On the battlefield, Lingling commanded the radiant peacock to launch a fierce assault, raining attacks on the black-scaled sand python, which couldn't lift its head. Eventually, the giant snake crashed to the ground and slithered into the vast sandy sea with a splash. Darn, it escaped again. Come out. Lingling shouted angrily, directing the radiant peacock to release a barrage of feathered arrows. Explosions echoed as the sand was blasted into deep pits, leaving behind black blood and scattered scales. It was clear the black-scaled sand python had retreated heavily injured. What are you two whispering about over there? Not helping with the search. Lingling asked the two men irritably. Yinchuan calmly replied. Forget it, it won't come out for a while. With that, he began to walk forward. Lingling jumped off the radiant peacock and quickly walked over to Lin Xiao to retrieve her sun-protective clothing and sunglasses. Just as she put them on, she noticed Lin Xiao was deliberately keeping his distance. What are you doing? Lingling asked, puzzled. Keeping some distance, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Why can't I walk next to you? Because you're currently the black-scaled sand python's main target. I don't want to get caught up in it. Lingling pouted. Look at you, so cowardly. Suddenly, she sensed something was off. Wait, how do you know I'm its target? Yinchuan, what were you two discussing just now? Faced with her questioning, Yinchuan blushed. Nothing. Let's just keep moving. Oh my gosh. You two were actually discussing my period? I'll kill you. Lingling erupted in anger, immediately activating assimilation and firing sharp, feathered arrows at them. Whoa, you're serious? Lin Xiao was startled by the arrow that landed at his feet. Turning around, he saw Yinchuan had already made a swift exit. Lin Xiao, Lingling glared at him, teeth clenched. Chased relentlessly by Lingling, Lin Xiao sprinted frantically. An arrow had struck his backside, causing him to grimace in pain. Yinchuan, having anticipated trouble, had already made his escape unscathed. Breathless from the chase, Lingling finally stopped. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth as he pulled the arrow from his rear and activated his would attribute assimilation to barely recover. You really went too far, didn't you? Lin Xiao complained, rubbing his sore wound. Lingling blushed and puffed her cheeks in retort. I shouldn't have come back with you guys. Not only did you not help, but you also talked about my personal matters. You two are unbelievable. Enough. The sun's already set, and we're behind schedule, Yinchuan said coldly, looking at the sunset on the horizon. Let's get moving. Lingling took a few deep breaths to calm herself, ignoring the two, and walked ahead. Lin Xiao smiled wryly, secretly admiring Lingling's abilities. She could hold her own against Yupayer, never dragging them down, and was brave enough to step up when needed. Compared to her, he and Yinchuan seemed somewhat lacking. As night fell, the temperature remained scorching. They were just 3 kilometers from Base 1 when they encountered an unexpected situation. The ground trembled violently, and a black-scaled sand python, even larger than the previous one, burst from the earth. Though still at a calamity level, its speed was noticeably faster. Lingling, Yinchuan instinctively shouted. At his call, Lingling smirked and suddenly pointed at Yinchuan. With a whoosh, a feathered arrow grazed Yinchuan's arm, leaving a shallow cut. What are you doing? Yinchuan asked, bewildered. Now you're bleeding too. I'm done serving you. It's your turn to step up, Lingling declared, summoning a radiant peacock and soaring into the air, overlooking the battlefield. Yinchuan, Is this how generals in the desert usually sabotage each other? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, thinking that this was karma for the traps they had set before. Yunchuan wasn't angry at Ling Ling's actions. Instead, he quietly prepared for battle. He knew that despite Ling Ling's words, she wouldn't stand by in a real crisis. It seemed this battle was inevitable. Lin Xiao gazed at Yunchuan, who was preparing to step onto the battlefield. I only have one chance to fight, Yunchuan said solemnly. After the battle, Yu Yao will be entrusted to you. Lin Xiao nodded earnestly in agreement. Yes, I will support you. Yunchuan moved forward, raising his wrist slightly, and his beast control device immediately emitted a vast mist. The mist quickly condensed into streams, allowing Yu Yao to leap forward. However, the arid desert environment quickly showed its power, as the streams were uncontrollably absorbed by the surrounding air. Night had just fallen, and although the sun had set, the heat remained unbearable. After Yu Yao appeared, Lin Xiao also released Xiao Xia. Yunchuan's gaze locked onto the black-scaled sand python charging at them from a distance, and he slowly raised his hand. Mirror flower, water moon. With the sound of a clear spring, Yu Yao released a water mirror. However, before the water mirror could take shape, a massive sandstorm surged forward like a tidal wave. With a crash, the water mirror shattered. Quite clever, Yunchuan said expressionlessly as he continued to cast his skill, Rain Curtain Lotus. With a wave of Yu Yao's hand, droplets of water swiftly flew towards the black-scaled sand python. When the droplets landed on the python and the surrounding ground, they instantly crystallized into a vast field of icy lotuses. Is it frozen? Ling Ling exclaimed from above. The black-scaled sand python was indeed frozen in place, but the intense heat rising from under the ground was formidable, causing the icy lotuses to melt rapidly and become fragile. Keep going, Yunchuan commanded. Yu Yao attempted to continue using her skills, but found the water source insufficient. In this desert environment, she could not gather water elements from the surroundings, and had to rely on the limited water from Yunchuan's beast control device. This one-way consumption was clearly unsustainable for a prolonged battle. Yunchuan turned to Lin Xiao, who nodded in understanding and pointed forward. Lightning breath. Xiao Xia let out a thunderous dragon roar, stepping forward and opening its massive maw. With a buzzing sound, a thick lightning bolt erupted. With a resounding boom, the black-scaled sand python's body was blasted with a bloody hole. In excruciating pain, the python let out a piercing screech, breaking free from the rain curtain lotus's restraint and wildly charging at Yunchuan. Is it still not dead? Seems like we didn't hit the vital spot, Lin Xiao frowned. Yunchuan immediately unleashed his ultimate move, Azure Sea Flow. However, after the skill was cast, not a drop of water appeared. Yunchuan's expression turned dark. Yu Yao, what are you doing? Before he finished speaking, the ground suddenly quaked with a rumbling sound. Waves of sand erupted, and Lin Xiao felt the ground beneath him begin to sink. Xiao Xia, due to its large size, had its legs deeply trapped in a sand pit. Helpless, Lin Xiao had to recall Xiao Xia and instead summoned the wind god Pterosaur, leaping into the air. It seems that fighting in this desert is indeed quite challenging, Lin Xiao mused to himself. Before Yunchuan could explain, Yu Yao was already furious. Yunchuan, I used up all my water. If I release it all, how am I supposed to fight that stinky lion after returning to the beast control device? I told you, when the water runs out, I'll let you temporarily stay in Lin Xiao's beast control device. You don't have to coexist with the Crimson Prison Thunder Lion. Yunchuan began to say, but Yu Yao interrupted him without hesitation by unleashing her ultimate move, Azure Sea Flow. As Yu Yao unleashed a torrent of water, a powerful stream surged towards the black-scaled sand python. Although the volume of water was noticeably less than the vast sea that once trapped the furious beast, it remained her trump card. Whoosh! The water enveloped the python's head in an instant. Seal! Yu Yao suddenly commanded. With a crack, the python's head was encased in a massive ice sphere. Yu Yao exhaled deeply, the surrounding water thinning, just enough to keep her afloat. Lin Xiao, it's your turn now, Yunchuan said. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement and released Xiao Xia again. Aim carefully, take it out in one go, he instructed quietly. Xiao Xia took giant strides towards the struggling black-scaled sand python. Once in position, it opened its jaws wide, unleashing a pillar of lightning that lit up the night sky like day. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the python's body was blown apart, splattering black blood across the ground. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, surprised by the unexpected bounty upon arriving in the desert. Without hesitation, he stored the python's remains and Xiao Xia into Dinosaur Island. Brother Lin, come save me. I'm so weak. Yu Yao pretended to be delicate, lying on the ground calling for Lin Xiao. She reached out her fair hand, imagining him taking it like a prince and pulling her into the beast-taming device. Lin Xiao, she's all yours now, Yunchuan remarked, activating the device to release the remaining water. There was no room left for Yu Yao and his device, as it was already occupied by a fire-attributed Crimson Prison Thunder Lion. Yeah, Don't worry, Lin Xiao assured. Yao, stop pretending. Just release the master-servant bond, Yin Xuan said helplessly. I'm not pretending. I'm really weak, and I've already released the bond with you, Yao retorted with a glance. Yin Xuan checked the device, confirming there was no information about Yao. That girl. She's quick, Yin Xuan thought to himself. Lin Xiao crouched beside Yao. How do I connect with you? Blushing, Yao replied. Don't say anything, just kiss me. A line of exasperation appeared on Lin Xiao's face. Brother Yun, is that how it works? No, it's not, Yin Xuan denied. Annoying Yin Xuan, stop meddling. Yao suddenly stood up, pointing her slender finger as a stream of water began to encircle Lin Xiao, seemingly forming a connection. Moments later, Lin Xiao felt he had grasped water attribute assimilation. Looking at Yao again, her data had subtly changed. Mermaid quality, calamity skills, rain curtain lotus, mirror flower water moon, vast sea flow, water attribute assimilation, already. Brother Lin, quickly put me into the beast taming device. I'm drying up, Yao urged. All right, I promised you an ocean. Enter my device, and you'll be free, Lin Xiao said, raising his hand. Yao's figure vanished instantly, not even having time to comprehend what Lin Xiao meant by giving her an ocean. The next moment, she was plummeting from the sky, landing precisely in the waters near Dinosaur Island. With a splash, Yao hit the water, completely stunned. Before her stretched an endless expanse of ocean, where the azure sea met the sky, and gentle sunlight shimmered on the waves. The warm sea breeze, carrying the scent of her homeland, made her briefly feel as if she had returned home. This really is an ocean. How is this possible? Yao was utterly dumbfounded. She recalled the beast-controlling device in Yin Xuan, which was just a small, cramped space, like a crowded miniature aquarium. Especially after the Crimson Prison Thunder Lion entered, it took up most of her space. In contrast, Lin Xiao's ocean was as vast and boundless as a galaxy. Before Yao could regain her composure, the water in the distance suddenly churned, and a massive mosasaurus leaped out, jaws wide open, lunging at her. Seeing this giant creature, Yao frowned slightly, a hint of disdain in her eyes. In the water, I'm the queen. Begone. With those words, Yao waved her hands, summoning a massive wave. The mosasaurus, having just emerged, was caught off guard and was swept away by the enormous wave, hurriedly diving back into the deep sea, disappearing without a trace. Clearly, this wild mosasaurus had no special attributes and was no match for the disaster-level Yao. Moreover, in the water, Yao thrived, with the inexhaustible water source allowing her to unleash her power without restraint. Yao, are you settling in well? Lin Xiao's voice suddenly came from the sky. Brother Lin, you really weren't lying. You really gave me an ocean. Yao exclaimed excitedly, waving her arms and legs. As a marine creature, there was no place more suitable for her than the ocean. Of course, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. If I release you, can you command the surrounding water to fight? Of course I can. As long as I'm out, I can bring a lot of seawater with me. Yao answered confidently. Good. From now on, this ocean is yours, Lin Xiao said with satisfaction. Brother Lin, how do you have an ocean? Yao asked curiously, but there was no response. Lin Xiao had already severed the connection to Dinosaur Island. How is Yao adapting? Yin Xuan, though no longer bound to Yao, asked with concern. She's adapting well, Lin Xiao grinned, thinking to himself. I wonder what Yin Xuan's reaction will be when I unleash Yao and her endless waves in the next battle. He'll probably be stunned, considering my water supply is equivalent to an entire planet. Now, Lin Xiao had gained another powerful ally. According to Yao, as long as there was ample water, her combat power could approach berserk level. With Xiao Xia and Yao, he now possessed two top-tier forces. With this in mind, Lin Xiao grew even more eager for the upcoming desert expedition. After dealing with the black-scale sand python, Lin Xiao was in high spirits, feeling that this desert journey had been quite rewarding. He was secretly thrilled, realizing that he had not yet ventured into the heart of the desert and had already encountered so many surprises on the outskirts. He couldn't help but look forward to the opportunities that lay deeper within. Lin Xiao calculated that the desert was filled with countless exotic beast cores and endless battle opportunities, all crucial for his growth and strength. He imagined that once he returned to the Thousand Nations Alliance, his power might have reached a terrifying level. By then, managing each skyfall would become effortless. More importantly, his three divine beast companions Xiaohong, Xiaolei, and the wind god Wyvern Wold also received significant enhancements. Lin Xiao set an ambitious goal for himself, to elevate these three divine beasts to the calamity level in a short time. By that point, along with Yao, their lineup of 5 calamity-level powerhouses would rival the combat strength of 5 generals. Although this goal seemed daunting, Lin Xiao was confident it could be achieved. After the battle, Lin Xiao and his 2 companions quickened their pace towards Base 1. This base, located near the inner circle on the desert's edge, was their first stop. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the sight of a vast military base. Despite the night having fallen, the base was brightly lit, bustling with beast tamers coming and going, reminiscent of an ancient courier station. Lin Xiao observed closely and noted that the badges on these beast tamers' chests were at least of the advanced beast tamer level. Even more astonishing was that beast king level powerhouses, revered as captains in the Thousand Nations Alliance, were common here, easily encountering 4 or 5 of them. Lin Xiao couldn't help but marvel. This place is truly teeming with powerhouses. Yinchuan and Lingling skillfully entered the base's main hall and headed straight for the central screen. Lingling took a transparent glass card from her pocket and inserted it into an automated machine. Instantly, the screen displayed Lingling's identity information. Identity, Lingling, position, general, points, 30,000. Lin Xiao, curious like a countryman seeing the world for the first time, asked, "What is this?" Yinchuan explained, "It's a points card. After slaying exotic beasts in the desert, you can exchange their cores for points at headquarters. Points have many uses. They can be spent on food, clothing, housing, medical facilities, and even purchasing other exotic beast cores." Lin Xiao suddenly understood, realizing that the points in the desert were equivalent to alliance currency. However, points were even more advantageous because they could be exchanged for other cores. This system was a revelation to Lin Xiao. He could trade surplus high-level beast cores for points, and then use them to obtain other beast cores and upgrade materials, greatly enhancing efficiency. The desert is truly the gateway to the Thousand Nations Alliance, Lin Xiao thought to himself. These user-friendly facilities are tailor-made for beast tamers. Eagerly, he asked, "Can I get one?" Yinchuan replied, "You can, but you'll have to wait until we reach headquarters." Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. At this moment, Lingling swiped her card and said, "Hey, I opened 3 rooms from my points card. Remember to pay me back later." Yinchuan muttered helplessly. "With 30,000 points, you little rich woman, do you really care about these points?" Lingling retorted defiantly. "Hey, aren't points earned with our lives? You speak so casually. Why don't you stay outside?" "I'm only getting a room for Lin Xiao." Lingling teased Yinchuan with a playful glance. Yinchuan, not one for words, simply stood silently by, not bothering to respond to Lingling's joke. After securing the room, Lingling used her points to buy some food, and the 3 of them headed to the cafeteria together. The cafeteria was grand and spacious, capable of accommodating 400 to 500 people at once. It was designed to serve the beast tamers who, after a day's work, could only come to the base at night to rest and recharge. Every facility was built with the most advanced technology, highlighting the base's significance. Lingling led them straight to the general's exclusive private room. Undeniably, the treatment for a general was extraordinary. Even in a public cafeteria, they had their own private space. This sight left hundreds of beast tamers dining in the cafeteria, looking on with envy. "Isn't that General Lingling? I recognize the other Onites, Yunshang Emperor Yinchuan. I don't know the third one. Could he be the new general?" "Probably. Anyone walking with these 2 legends must have a significant status." Many beast tamers started discussing as they watched the 3 enter the private room, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. Inside the private room, Lin Xiao was once again slightly surprised. The room was lavishly decorated, around 400 square meters, divided into a lounge, dining area, and entertainment section. Such luxury in a single room was a testament to the fact that, in the desert, those with power could indeed live like royalty. As the 3 entered the dining area, several tall, beautiful waitresses came in, serving dishes to Lingling. These waitresses occasionally stole glances at the aloof Yunchuan and naturally considered Lin Xiao to be the new general. The table was laden with dishes made not from ordinary poultry or fish, but from various edible exotic beast meat. There were also many rare vegetables. Growing vegetables in the desert required special cultivation areas, making them often more expensive than meat. Once all the dishes were served, over 40 unique ones, Lingling generously declared, "This one's on me. Eat as much as you like." "Then I won't hold back," Lin Xiao replied, famished. The sun had left him dazed, and he hadn't touched the dry rations he brought, only drinking water. Now, he could finally enjoy a hearty meal. Lingling grabbed an unidentifiable meat leg and began to eat heartily. Yinchuan savored each dish slowly and deliberately. Lin Xiao wasn't far behind, indulging himself until he was completely full. With a journey ahead the next day, it was wise to eat as much as possible to store energy for the upcoming expedition. After the meal, Lin Xiao returned to his room, thoroughly washed off the day's sweat, changed into fresh clothes, and decided to take a stroll around Dinosaur Island. It never felt comfortable to sleep right after eating. Meanwhile, on Dinosaur Island, Yueyao was busy modifying her sea territory. Large carnivorous dinosaurs frequently roamed the area, and Yueyao couldn't risk oversleeping and waking up inside a mosasaur's stomach. For safety, Yueyao used the rain curtain lotus to create a massive underwater ice wall around 10 nautical miles of Dinosaur Island. This ice wall, like an impenetrable fortress, encircled the island securely, ensuring that even the most powerful carnivorous dinosaur couldn't break through. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.